Chapter 731 Rise. Hall of Stars. Starsea Kingdom. A maritime kingdom shrouded in the radiance of stars. It is distinguished by the brilliance of stars, and has become the most popular kingdom on the entire continent. There are a large number of adventurers and merchants running back and forth carrying ships worth tens of thousands of gold. The phenomenon of piracy, which had been flourishing for many years, was also restricted under the rules and regulations of the Starsea Kingdom, and gradually integrated into it, becoming a new citizen of the Starsea Kingdom. On the roadside islands, in a large villa on the seaside near the palace, Zio was sitting on the sofa in the hall of his home at night, with a dark face, squinting at the secretly open travel portal. When she caught a glimpse of Force's familiar figure, she chuckled. "Your ability is really convenient. You can pick up things from afar. I'm really envious of that." Force came out of the travel portal with an embarrassed look on his face. He coughed twice before saying, "I want to help you reduce your food burden. Eating too much at night is not good for your health. Do you know how long I was hungry that day?" Zio stood up and took a few steps forward. He reached out and wanted to pinch Force's ears to let her understand the price of stealing food. But his eyes caught a glimpse of a strange figure coming through the travel portal. He is a good-looking man, about 27 or 28 years old. Zio's expression immediately became alert, and he looked back and forth between Force and the strange man. "This is Mr. Claude, a friend I met when I went out this time. He happened to be here on the way," Force explained with a smile. On the way back to Trier, Claude suddenly said that he wanted to visit the Starsea Kingdom, so she had no choice but to take him to open the travel portal. "Okay, Force, you have now learned how to bring men home. It seems that I should not stay at home tonight, but should go out to make room for you," Zio said in a sour tone. Force smiled even more happily. "Zio, it's too late for you to go out for a walk now. It would be better if you don't come back." Zio's expression froze slightly, and she looked at Force in disbelief, never expecting that she would say such heartless words. "Mr. Claude, are you accustomed to drinking coffee or sweeter milk tea?" Furs deliberately ignored Zio's complicated expression and inquiring gaze. "Milk tea. It would be better if you could add more sugar. Mr. Claude, please sit here and wait for a while." Force invited Claude to go around Zio and sit on the sofa, then got up and went to the kitchen to start preparing milk tea. Zio was stunned for a moment by the way he was actively cooking. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed the strangeness in her heart and sat across from Mr. Claude. After taking a serious look at him, she asked, "Mr. Claude, where are you from?" "I'm from Intis." "Oh, a man from Intis," Zian said patiently. "You and Force seem to have a good relationship? We've had adventures together. This time in Cordu village? Well, it was an unforgettable journey." In the kitchen, Force was preparing milk tea. He was suppressing a smile and secretly observing the conversation between Zio and Claude. He almost laughed out loud several times. But when she heard Zio suddenly say, "What a pity. Force has never liked men. Only girls," the happy expression on Force's face instantly froze, and she almost knocked over the milk tea in her hand. In order to stop Zio from talking nonsense, she hurriedly walked out of the kitchen with the milk tea. "Oh, Ms. Furs only likes women?" "Yes. She has a serious homosexual fetish. The presence of the opposite sex will only make her uncomfortable." "That's right." The smiling Claude's eyes became even thicker, as if he was satisfying some kind of greedy mentality. "Madam, what is your relationship with Ms. Furs?" "It's just what you think." "Zio," Force, who was some distance away from the sofa, interrupted Zio's nonsense loudly. "Alas, she can never be honest about our relationship." Zio shrugged helplessly and sighed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Force walked up quickly, carefully placed a cup of Intis-flavored red date and taro milk tea in front of Claude, then turned to look at Zio, gritted his teeth and said, "What am I doing? It's time to have a homosexual fetish. This is an obvious fact. Force, you should learn to accept yourself, no matter how imperfect you are. It is still a part of you and cannot be separated." Shio leaned back and leaned on the sofa. His expression was as usual, except that he crossed his legs. "It's really interesting." Claude smiled and picked up the milk tea in front of him, took a sip, stood up slowly and said with a smile, "It tastes good. Thank you, Ms. Furs and Ms. Zio, for your hospitality today. A firm relationship does not need to be afraid of worldly gossip. This is not a sin." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared with the milk tea. Zio looked at the scene in front of her with shock and astonishment. Even with her strength, she couldn't detect how the other party left. This suddenly gave her a bad feeling in her heart. Was the joke just now too big? Stop! Facing Forsey, whose eyes were almost filled with anger, Zio lowered his head and awkwardly moved his gaze elsewhere, and whispered, I really just wanted to make a little joke. Oh! You scared away my distinguished guest. Do you think I will accept your apology? Distinguished guest? Zio immediately grasped the key point of Forsey's words, raised his head, and looked at Forsey in disbelief. No way. What do you think? Forsey rolled his eyes at her and said angrily. Zio paused for 2 or 3 seconds before digesting the information. He immediately giggled a few times and approached Forsey, asking her about the adventure of this outing. Oh! You? Forsey poked Zio's head lightly with the index finger of her right hand. He didn't bother to blame her anymore. He pulled Zio to sit on the sofa on the same side and told the story of this journey. In the fairy tale castle, Bernadette, who was looking up at the stars, looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. His left hand was inserted into the outer pocket of his coat, and his right hand held a cup of Inta-style milk tea. He was wearing clothes belonging to the Inta side. He was young, and his eyes were extremely bright, as if they were gathering stars. Soon, Bernadette understood who the visitor was, and she said with a smile, When you come to visit, don't you know if you can also bring me a cup of milk tea? There's no way. Forsey only prepared 1 cup. Just passing by. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Right? 5 years. Really? I almost forgot the feeling of time passing by. Come and walk around more, and you can experience it more clearly. Not far. Not close. That's fine. Wouldn't it be boring? Boring. Such words are really not suitable to come from your mouth. I can't help it. I'm really bored right now. I really want to go to the stars and see a different world. That's not a problem. It's better to wait until later. I've always been good at waiting. As the night wind blew by, Bernadette began to talk about what the Starsea Kingdom had experienced during this period, occasionally adding some major changes that had occurred on the continent. After she finished chatting, the figure standing opposite, under the light of the stars, had quietly left at some point. She suddenly had a hunch that the next time they met, it might be more than 5 years ago. Bernadette's gaze followed the direction of the falling stars, and she seemed to see an ancient palace slowly rising from the endless starlight in the bright starry sky. At first glance, I thought it was an illusion. After taking a serious look, her eyes flashed with shock. She was not wrong. It was not an illusion. The ancient palace belonging to the stars was indeed rising slowly. At the beginning, the palace of stars was surrounded by stars, sitting in the entire starry sky. But at this moment, the palace of stars is rising slowly, as if it is breaking away from the surrounding stars, heading higher, to be above the starry sky. This process is not fast, but it is indeed a real phenomenon. The Hall of Stars is rising. Chapter 732 Escape from the Universe? Does the universe have a high concept? If you want to figure this out, you must first understand what high specificity means. It is a distance. To be precise, a concept based on the existence of the gravitational reference system. In the universe, there is no concept of gravity. So does height still exist? There is no height in the universe. Only distance? As for the more advanced content, Russell felt regretful for the first time as to why he didn't study hard in the first place. He couldn't understand the problem, so he couldn't explain the scene he saw with his eyes. In the vision of his eyes, and the perception of the spiritual world, he could see the ancient and magnificent palace of stars rising little by little. Yes, rising. It seems to be leaving the entire starry sky and the entire universe. Even though it's far away from here, it actually exists. But is there such a thing as rising in the scale of the universe? In what way and phenomenon does the ascent of the palace of stars proceed? Do you need to go to the stars in person to understand? Russell felt that his brain was not enough, and his limited knowledge of astronomy could not support him to carry out such complex thinking. Finally, after thinking about it, he separated a clone and headed to the Starsea Kingdom. As a believer in the stars, his daughter Bernadette might know some secrets about the stars. Arriving at the fairy tale castle in the Starsea Kingdom, the 3 star believers, Bernadette, Forsey, and Zio, were all looking up at the starry sky with pious expressions and deep confusion in their eyes. Before Russell could speak, Bernadette shook her head slightly, saying that she didn't understand what happened tonight. Just now, the incarnation of the stars was still chatting with her, but in a blink of an eye, They were back above the starry sky. And then the palace of stars began to rise. Maybe something happened in the starry sky? She could only guess this way. In the starry sky, many outer gods such as the fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, and the superstar master also paid attention to the anomalies in the hall of stars in the past. In the past few years since entering the starry age, the stars have never really shown their face. It is only a clone that walks in the starry sky and lights up each star, according to their estimates and guesses. If the stars want to go one step further, they should light up the entire starry sky. This is a necessary ritual. At the speed of the stars, the time it takes to light up the entire starry sky is so long that it is impossible to count. It is absolutely impossible to do it before the initial barrier is broken and the end comes. This is also the reason why they let the stars gradually light up the starry sky. After all, they have not thought of how to break through the palace of stars. Even if one clone is destroyed, there will be no loss to the stars. But tonight, obviously there are still almost 10 years before the predicted doomsday. But there is something strange happening in the stars. The palace of stars is rising continuously, as if it wants to break away from the entire starry sky and then leave this universe. There were outer gods in the past who were good at deductions and calculations. They believed that the day when the initial barrier was broken and the end came was the day when the palace of stars left the starry sky and the entire universe. These 2 points in time happen to coincide with each other, so it cannot be a coincidence. Could it be that the stars have seen the future and know that the doomsday situation cannot be changed, so they want to leave this universe and be alone? This is a very reasonable guess, because the stars come from outside the universe and are mysterious existences that do not belong to this universe. They have no reason and no need to stay in this universe. What made the powerful outer gods such as the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire uneasy in the past was, what kind of future did the stars see to make them suddenly do such a thing? Is it to break away or to escape? Could it be that the coming of the doomsday does not refer to the catastrophe in which the original barrier was shattered, and the ancient gods of the stars divided up the major sources of matter on the earth? Could it be that the original creator would wake up on the day when the end comes? Thinking of this, even a being as strong as the fallen mother goddess with a pillar status felt an unspeakable panic. Once the original creator awakens, the entire universe will be reunited and evolved. These ancient alien gods entrenched in the starry sky, will follow this universe to destruction and become part of the original creator. This is the real end. The end of the entire universe. But is there really such a future? Why? As one of the 3 pillars, did he not have any special premonition of such a future? Is it because it involves the original creator that everything becomes unpredictable? The fallen mother goddess looked at the ring of fate and the weaver of destiny who fell into silence. They were the ancient outer gods, who knew the most about destiny in the starry sky. I cannot see through the future. It refuses my prying eyes. No matter how hard I try to move forward in the long river of destiny, I still cannot reach the day when the end comes. It seems to be isolated by some powerful force. That power does not belong to the stars. Maybe the day when the end comes doesn't exist anymore. After a long time, the ring of destiny told all the gains he had gained from this trip to spy on his destiny. I am only good at weaving the fate that is happening. When it comes to exploring the unknown destiny, I am not as good as the ring of fate. The destiny weaver said frankly about his shortcomings in peering into the unknown destiny and finding the correct future. This authority belongs to the ring of destiny, and only he represents the correct destiny, because the complete authority of destiny is too powerful. When the creator originally fell and evolved the universe, the authority of destiny was divided into 3 parts, as well as some scattered fragments of destiny. The ring of fate represents the cycle and reincarnation of fate, which is the result of fate that has already happened, focusing on the past. The destiny weaver represents the manipulation and modification of destiny, which is the influence on the destiny that is happening now, focusing on the present. The wheel of fortune represents the prediction and foreshadowing of destiny, and is the ability to find the right path in chaotic destiny, focusing on the future. Perhaps this is just the bluff of the stars. He has always had a bad taste, although not as bad as the Lord of Mysteries. Perhaps something happened to the stars that forced him to leave this universe. No matter what the stars want to do, we can just wait and see what happens. As for the future, we can only know it on that day. The outer gods of the Old Ones spoke of their own opinions one after another. Some of the outer gods of the Old Ones have continued to fall into slumber, no longer paying attention to the movement of the stars, just waiting for the day when the end comes. On the other side, the outer gods from the mother tree of desire and the Superstar Master, and other camps also met in the starry sky in the past to discuss the phenomenon that was happening right now. Now there are various theories. Even if they have visited the Hall of Stars many times, they cannot accurately find out the cause of this phenomenon. Before tonight, the starry sky was calm. Nothing special happened. The stars did not encounter any enemies, and the Palace of Stars still sat firmly in the starry sky. This proves that the stars are actively making the Hall of Stars rise, rather than passively. The stars would never make such a movement for no reason, and the time of leaving the universe was too coincidental, so it was difficult for them not to make other guesses. Son of Chaos, you have always been on good terms with the stars, so you should know him best. Right? The Declined King asked. Oh, I don't care about the so-called doomsday. That's what you should be worried about. Aren't you curious? What I'm curious about now is what actions you and the fallen Mother Goddess will take next. It seems that the stars have not heard of you. Little tricks like provoking generals are useless to me. The Son of Chaos didn't give them much chance to ask. He chuckled lightly and leapt in the midst of chaos, returning to the Chaos Galaxy area where he currently lives. The Son of Chaos fell into deep thought, based on his understanding of the stars. Reaching the starry sky from within the initial barrier should be a ritual required to complete promotion sequence 1. This much is certain. Not long after the stars entered the starry sky, they began to enter the era of stars. After so many years, he could not be sure whether the stars had entered sequence 0 or had completely recovered, because it only took a few years for Haster to advance to sequence 1 after entering the extraordinary path. Now it is not impossible to be promoted to sequence 0 or become the old man. There are rumors in the starry sky that the stars can only complete the final ceremony by lighting up the entire starry sky. He thought so at first, but now he began to doubt the authenticity of this statement. Perhaps the stars constantly lighting up the starry sky are just a trick to attract attention, and his real promotion ceremony is not to light up the starry sky. Perhaps just like promotion sequence 1, he can only complete the real promotion ceremony by constantly rising and leaving the starry sky. Chapter 733, The Collapsed Starry Sky. What the true situation is, only Chuanqing himself knows. The Son of Chaos did not think too much about this matter, because once the initial barrier shattered and the end came, he could be restored to wholeness. As for whether the Creator would awaken in the first place, even if he wanted to stop it, he didn't know where to start. After all, that is the original Creator. Deep in the starry sky, a figure walked slowly like a star-studded dress, still silently lighting up the stars one after another, awakening the starry sky one after another. Suddenly, the space in front of him began to fold, and then turned into a huge space cage, blocking the surrounding starry sky. The figure of the high-dimensional overlooker appears from the depths of the endless space dimension. Stars, since you are leaving this starry sky, why don't you stop lighting up the starry sky? What are you planning? He also observed the abnormal phenomena coming from the Palace of Stars tonight. Instead of making unreasonable guesses, he preferred to visit directly. He could not enter the Palace of Stars, but it was not difficult for him to find the incarnation of the stars, facing the obstruction of the high-dimensional overlookers. The incarnations of the stars just smiled and did not speak. But the high-dimensional observers seemed to understand what he wanted to say. This starry sky is your prison. In the incredibly shocked eyes of the high-dimensional overlookers, the space cage originally created by him was swallowed up by the surrounding starry sky. Instead, he himself was imprisoned in this starry sky and suppressed everywhere. This was not a prison in the true sense, but a perception. It was the stars that made him feel that the entire starry sky had turned into a cage, and that he and all the other outer gods in the past lived in the cage. Personal suppression. This conjecture suddenly flashed through his mind. Known as the high-dimensional overlooker, he was supposed to be in a higher dimension of time and space, overlooking the various things happening in the starry sky. But now, the stars seemed to be overlooking him from a higher dimension, a new dimension that he could not go to, outside the universe. It's a pity that you haven't really mastered this starry sky yet. It's too early for you to use the starry sky as your cage. The space around the high-dimensional overlooker suddenly trembled, disrupting the blockade of this starry sky and regaining freedom. The incarnation of the stars just glanced at it briefly before continuing to move along the depths of the starry sky and lighting up the stars along the way. The high-dimensional overlooker following behind tried several times to interfere with the stars lighting up the starry sky. But no matter what kind of abilities he used, even if he hit a starry sky in a multi-dimensional space that only he could enter and exit, he was still blocked by the stars. Step on flat ground. Light up and leave. because in this starry sky, there is no place that the stars cannot reach. And space, time, and even all the chaos cannot stop the stars from moving forward in the starry sky. But there is one thing that makes high-dimensional overlookers even more suspicious. The stars never seem to show their powerful offensive capabilities. Either he relies on the magic of the Hall of Stars itself, or he relies on the power of the entire starry sky. His power comes from the starry sky. What if he breaks the starry sky he wants to light up? The high-dimensional overlooker thought for a while, traveled through space, came to the starry sky in front of the incarnation of the stars, and detonated the space around the starry sky, causing the time and space here to completely collapse. And many of the stars originally included in the range were completely turned into dead nothingness. But when the incarnations of the stars arrived here, they still passed by easily. Wherever they passed, the broken stars reunited again, and they were far brighter and brighter than before. The whole starry sky came to life from the dead nothingness. A vigorous vitality. The high-dimensional overlooker watched this scene calmly. When the incarnations of the stars left the starry sky, he completely shattered the starry sky again. This time, the broken starry sky did not reunite, and everything fell into absolute darkness and nothingness. The steps of the incarnations of the stars did not stop because of this, and they were still moving forward deeper into the starry sky ahead. The high-dimensional overlookers followed silently, destroying the starry sky lit up by the stars one by one, so that the starry sky would no longer be bright due to the arrival of the stars. This blatant provocation and declaration of war aroused the curiosity of the other outer gods, and they all cast their gazes at him. The high-dimensional overlooker's behavior has always been to hide his head and keep his tail low, and rarely conflicts with other outer gods in the past. However, this time he openly declared war on the stars, which must have some hidden agenda. Perhaps there was a struggle for authority, as some outside gods speculated in the past. The outer gods of the two camps, the fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree, were also paying attention to this matter. They had a tacit understanding and did not choose to stop or help. However, there are many eccentric and grumpy outer gods of the past, who hate this so-called star age and choose to follow the high-dimensional overlookers to destroy the starry skies without the protection of the outer gods of the past. The constantly crumbling starry sky, under the guidance of some ancient gods with ulterior motives, formed countless turbulent fragments and rushed towards the earth protected by the original barrier. Although this kind of behavior cannot break through the initial barrier, the expressiveness of the picture is terrifying. Within the initial barrier, anyone who looked up at the starry sky could see meteors flashing in red, blue, or white speeding toward the earth. The starry sky that originally belonged to the night has now turned into a scene of doomsday. Many hidden beings were alerted, thinking that the end was coming early. Some began to pry into fate. Some conducted divination, and some traced back to the origin of the matter. A sigh came from the kingdom of the goddess of night at the initial crack. Darkness enveloped the earth. Ordinary people looked up at the stars, and could only see the deep black sky. Only extraordinaries of sequence 2 and above could slightly break through the interception of the night and peak. At one point, there are countless falling meteors. The barrier seemed to be full of cracks at first, but despite the impact of countless meteors, they were easily intercepted outside the initial barrier. Will, who settled in Backland, also came to the kingdom of God, which originally belonged to the god of knowledge and wisdom, and watched everything outside the starry sky. The starry sky is constantly disintegrating, as if a big melee is taking place. Will looked at it for a while, then returned to Backland with a strange look on his face, no longer worrying about the stars. He thought it was the war between the stars and the outer gods of the past in the starry sky, but it turned out to be just the incompetent rage of the high-dimensional overlookers and the outer gods of the past. Although he doesn't know much about the power of the stars, he also knows that the stars lighting up the starry sky are definitely not literal. It is too naive to want to prevent the stars from lighting up the starry sky by disintegrating the starry sky. It is estimated that Hastur is silently enjoying this joke-like drama in the Hall of Stars. Back at Backland's house, Will lay on his back on the big bed near the window, with his calves crossed, humming softly and admiring the fireworks from the starry sky. Not to mention, the outer gods of the high-dimensional overlookers were still very hard-working in the past, hidden in the highest position of the spiritual world. The source castle shrouded in gray mist, and the sea of chaos deep underground that had not moved for many years were all disturbed by the anomalies in tonight's starry sky. In Source Castle, Klein, who had regained some consciousness, could clearly feel the anger from the Lord of Mysteries. This anger is not directed at the stars, but at the old outer gods, who are destroying the starry sky. What serious consequences will the collapse of the starry sky have? Klein thought seriously about this question. Because when the Hall of Stars rose, the Lord of Mysteries did not make any movement. But when the outer gods of the past continued to destroy the starry sky, the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries suddenly fluctuated violently. After spending so many years with the Lord of Mysteries, Klein probably understands what he wants to express. A bunch of idiots who don't know how to live or die. The starry sky lit up by the stars was constantly being destroyed by the old ones of the outer gods. Stars were broken into pieces under the powerful force. And some areas of the starry sky were completely reduced to nothingness, leaving only empty and dead silence. Under such circumstances, the star avatars continued to move forward in the direction they had set, lighting up the starry sky along the way. Even if they were destroyed in the next moment, the star avatars never looked back. Something's wrong. Realizing that something was wrong, the high-dimensional overlooker did not continue to destroy the starry sky, and chose to stop, watching the stars penetrate into the starry sky that had not yet been destroyed and lit up. He turned around and looked around. The starry sky behind him was shattered and obliterated by the other outer gods. The surrounding starry sky was dim and filled with deathly silence. And this act of destroying the starry sky continues. The high-dimensional observers saw that some outer gods had already come forward, releasing their power like crazy, like unconscious beasts constantly attacking the starry sky in front of them. And the stars that dotted the starry sky were extinguished one by one. He realized that he seemed to have done something extremely wrong tonight. Chapter 734. The high-dimensional overlooker finally awakened in my body. The light of the stars began to dim, and the bright starry sky began to disappear. A kind of unfounded panic made the heart of the high-dimensional overlooker tremble. And then the depths of his soul seemed to be disturbed by some huge terror, making him unable to help but feel fear. The high-dimensional overlooker was not the only outer god old one who felt this way. The fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, the ring of fate, the superstar lord and other powerful outer god old times also noticed at the same time that there seemed to be some kind of huge terror awakening. Something's wrong. Stop! The fallen mother goddess was the first to notice that something was wrong. Instead of watching on the sidelines, she directly appeared in front of the old outer gods, who were still destroying the starry sky, and told them to stop this behavior. But the old outer gods, who were already above and seemed to have their minds covered, ignored the warnings of the fallen mother goddess and still went their own way, constantly destroying the nearby starry sky. A bunch of idiots. The angry fallen mother goddess did not open her mouth to dissuade her. Instead, she showed her great strength as one of the three pillars and used a tyrannical attitude to push the surrounding outer gods of the past, forcing them to stop destroying the starry sky. The ring of fate, the weaver of destiny, the eternal whisper, and other outer gods of the past also chose to follow the fallen mother goddess and take action together. Even the high-dimensional overlooker, who is the culprit of tonight's incident, took action to stop these outer gods of the past who had fallen into madness. The fallen mother goddess actually chose to defend the starry sky lit by the stars? The mother tree of desire waited for a while, and then decided to join in the eradication of those ancient gods who had lost their minds and destroyed the starry sky. Although the specific reason is unclear, it is certain that it is related to the inexplicable panic that suddenly struck just now. Something big is going to happen in the starry sky tonight. When the starry sky became quiet again, the incarnations of the stars that had been lighting up the starry sky in front stopped briefly, looked back, glanced at the high-dimensional overlooker with a meaningful look, and then continued to move towards the depths of the starry sky. It seems that I really made a big mistake. Galway overlooker sighed, and glanced at the fallen mother goddess with evil eyes. Don't worry. I won't mess around again. One lesson is enough. The fallen mother goddess didn't speak. She just stared at him for a while, and then blocked his way. I'm afraid you have no chance to mess around anymore. Fallen mother goddess, do you want to take this opportunity to keep me? Galway overlooker smiled and said, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. It seems you haven't realized how much trouble you got into tonight. The look of Galway overlooking him instantly became serious, and at the same time, the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. All those ancient outer gods who participated in the destruction of the starry sky have fallen. The posture of the fallen mother goddess, as if reporting her achievements, made the high-dimensional overlooker sneer. Fallen mother goddess, don't tell me you want to defend the starry sky lit by the stars? This joke is not funny at all. The only reason to deal with them is not to leave any consequences. And the same goes for you. The fallen mother goddess looked at the shattered starry sky tonight, which was dim and full of deathly silence. In a tone full of regret and fear, He said, in the beginning, the Creator derived everything in this universe. In other words, all matter and energy in this universe, visible and intangible, are all part of the Creator. Those stars and this vast expanse of starry sky are also part of the original Creator. And the consciousness of the original Creator also exists within them. Under normal circumstances, such a weak consciousness will become smaller and harmless as the starry sky is shattered. But here is a starry sky shrouded and lit by the power of stars. Having said this, the high-dimensional overlooker immediately realized what the fallen Mother Goddess was worried about. What is the authority of the stars? You should know. Wake up. Return to your position. Gal-dimensional overlooker slowly spit out these two words. When the outer gods shatter the starry sky, whose consciousness will be awakened and return? There is only one answer. The original Creator. The fallen Mother Goddess did not think of this at first. It was not until the inexplicable disturbance appeared that she realized the seriousness of the problem. The stars and the original Creator are essentially in a hostile relationship. When the stars light up the starry sky, to a certain extent, they suppress the awakening of the original Creator's consciousness. When the starry sky disintegrates and the light of the stars dims, the suppressed consciousness of the original Creator will awaken and return under the indulgence of the authority of the stars to return. If the entire starry sky falls into complete silence and the stars lose all their light, then the original Creator must wake up and return. Galway looked down at himself. Completely silent. If part of the consciousness of the original Creator was really awakened by the power of the stars just now, where would it be hidden? The answer is already there. Is it possible? Maybe you're right. But it's not my style to give up when everything is unclear. The body of the high-dimensional overlooker suddenly shrunk, turning into a light point smaller than a particle of dust, and leaping into the endless dimensional space. No outer god of old in the stars could match him in hiding. Are you going to let him leave like this? Bushi whispered in a low voice. He can't leave. I have already seen his end. The answer was the ring of fate. At that moment, I saw through his fate. The same fate as the former Lord of Mysteries and God. The fallen Mother Goddess just silently radiated her power to a large area of starry sky around her, and then waited. After about a few days, the small spot of light reappeared where the high-dimensional overlooker had left, and then revealed his huge body comparable to a complete planet. The flesh and blood on his body is constantly being torn apart by the power of dimensional space. And then it is constantly being regenerated. The entire body seems to be carrying some kind of terrible mutation. The surrounding time and space, affected by the power of the high-dimensional overlooker, fell into chaos and imbalance, and began to become weird and distorted. I still can't get rid of it after all. Gal-dimensional overlooker made a still sober voice. It finally woke up in my body. The old outer gods, who were still watching the situation nearby, were instantly panicked and left here as fast as possible. The fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods also felt heavy in their hearts, although this was something they had expected. When the high-dimensional overlooker personally said the words that the Creator was awakened in his body, they still felt it. Very shocking and sad. He who has no concrete self-awareness is not enough to make me fall. But I will never be able to get rid of him. Gal Dimension looked down at the starry sky that was still twinkling in front of him, as if saying to himself, stars, all this is what you expected. Right? Make a decision. The fallen Mother Goddess said calmly, should you choose to fight in a deep sleep? Or should you let us send you on your last journey? I'm thinking that in the past, the Lord of Mysteries and God also encountered this kind of situation. And what their mood was like at that time. When Galway looked down at him, his body suddenly grew larger and smaller, as if it would explode at any time. Gas tank. By falling, you may have a chance to get rid of the influence of the original Creator. I can help you correct your destiny. The Fate Weaver gave his own suggestion. The high-dimensional overlooker was silent for a while. He knew what the fallen Mother Goddesses were afraid of. They were afraid that they would lose the will to fight against the Prime Creator, thus allowing the Prime Creator to awaken further. There is only a little time left before the final doomsday comes, and I think I can still hold on until then. The high-dimensional overlooker expressed his thoughts. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the final doomsday would be like. After waiting for so many years, we have to see the result. Moreover, he also wanted to know whether the stars would eventually leave this universe, and in what way they would leave. Okay. The fallen Mother Goddess agreed with the high-dimensional overlooker's final decision. I want to choose a place closer to the Earth so that I can see it more clearly. That's it. Humans seem to call it Uranus. The gaze of the high-dimensional observer swept across several stars relatively close to the Earth, and finally landed on Uranus. Chapter 735 Uranus. The final resting place. The high-dimensional overlooker chooses his final resting place for himself. I am afraid that he himself did not expect such a result. Watching the high-dimensional overlooker enter the blue-white cyan-leaning Uranus, the superstar master couldn't help but sigh. Although there are many turmoils and melees in the starry sky outside the Earth, which is what humans call the solar system, has not been destroyed. Instead, it has been preserved for a purpose and has become a temporary habitat for the old gods. On Uranus, there was originally an outer god who once occupied the place. But now, after the high-dimensional overlooker chose his final resting place, he quickly left and entered the depths of the starry sky. I thought this would be a good place to be. The high-dimensional overlooker worked hard to suppress the consciousness of the original creator and weaken his own power, so that the fallen mother goddess and the outer gods could seal themselves more easily in the past. At this point, Uranus has become the sleeping place for those who have sealed high-dimensional overlooking. Have the stars seen this scene in advance? The declined king's words were filled with fear for the stars' views. If there is no approval from the stars, how can his authority help the consciousness of the original creator to awaken? The mother tree of desire glanced into the depths of the starry sky. This is a warning deliberately left by the stars. This incident made me re-examine this so-called doomsday. Perhaps the original creator will really wake up from his slumber. Even the ring of fate and the others can't peep into the final direction of fate. Useless speculation will only cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. I am really looking forward to the day when the consciousness of the original creator awakens. It is best when the Lord of Mysteries and God have just awakened. I really want to see what their expressions will be like at that time. Save yourself the unnecessary daydreams. The mother tree of desire and other outer gods chose to leave after confirming that the high-dimensional overlooker had been completely sealed in Uranus. After this change, no outer god in the starry sky dared to smash the starry sky at will anymore. Instead, the entire starry sky fell into unprecedented silence. The Hall of Stars is still rising. In Source Castle, Klein noticed that the fluctuations emitted by the Lord of Mysteries had returned to calm, and he knew that the matter in the starry sky had probably been resolved. He thought alone for a while. Then his eyes fell on Backlund, silently watching the daily life of Benson and Melissa for a while, and his waking consciousness was once again covered with a layer of confusion and sleepiness, and then fell into a deep sleep. A few days later, on Monday afternoon, the Source Castle, shrouded in gray fog, held another tarot meeting. After a brief greeting, Forsey began to talk about her adventure in Cordu village. She naturally ignored the extraordinary features of Mr. Claude and only mentioned that he was accompanying Miss Frank. Go find your pen pal, Miss Muddle companion. The matter was finally resolved, and she attributed it to the stars and the fool. So no one doubted the hidden content in her words. Although the followers of Tianzuan have been purged several times, there is still a huge power in the secret. I think the Tarot Society can go further in recruiting members, absorb more fresh blood, and actively expand the Tarot Society today. The influence of the mysterious world. Alger put forward his own thoughts. The influence from the stars is intensifying. Recently, many new churches have emerged. They are recruiting their own believers and even provide sequence 9 extraordinary potions for free, allowing many ordinary people to become extraordinary. During this period, many new churches have emerged. There were so many instances of it getting out of control and causing a lot of chaos and impact. Shio was a little worried. The Church of the Stars has joined forces with the Church of Night to popularize some basic occult knowledge in Backlund. The governor of the Kingdom of Lone has several times wanted to apply for the construction of a school that teaches occult-related courses, so that the extraordinary world will no longer be so mysterious. And at the same time, it will also a warning to ordinary people. Katla mentioned. As far as I know, the Church of the Stars and the Church of Night have already approved the proposal to establish a mystical school, and there is a high probability that the pilot will be held in Backlund first, Emlyn said with a solemn expression. The mysterious world and the real world continue to merge and finally become one. This is the foreseeable future. Leonard leaned slightly on the back of his chair, looking very relaxed and at ease. Maybe we can also participate in this matter and build a few schools belonging to our tarot club, Forsey said with slightly bright eyes. At this point in the discussion, Audrey asked the members of the Tarot Club to vote on whether the Tarot Club should participate in the construction of a cult school. It's interesting to think about setting up a school belonging to the Tarot Society. The teachers who teach basic mystical knowledge can be the members who joined 3 years ago. Most of them are in Sequence 7 and Sequence 6. Which is just right. Both Zio and Forsey voted in favor. The ancestor of our vampire clan, Lady Lilith, sent down an oracle some time ago, saying that if Mr. Fool agrees, our vampire clan would like to work together with the Tarot Society to establish such a school. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Emlyn quickly added a few words. Our vampire family's requirements are very low. We only need to add an additional relevant subject to the school's teaching. We can provide significant financial support. You can also help Backland choose a suitable venue. There is no way. Now various churches are competing to attract believers. And it is very difficult to obtain high-quality believers, relying solely on the self-reproduction of their blood clan. The speed is too slow. As the only dependent family of the Earth Mother God, they cannot provide enough believers for the Earth Mother God. This is simply a failure of the God's gifts. For this reason, some big figures in their vampire clan even openly asked some young vampire members to marry ordinary human women. If the children born are of human blood, they will stay in the human world. If they awaken the vampire characteristics, they will be brought back to the clan to be cultivated. He even started urging marriage for the first time. If he hadn't held titles such as the savior of the blood race, the beloved of the ancestors, and a member of the Tarot Society, he would have been dragged into a blind date to reproduce the next generation. Who made your vampires boast of their long lifespans and always want to enjoy life first? So they develop a slow temperament, so that the efficiency of reproducing offspring is inefficient and cannot satisfy the gods. Cadlia chuckled. It is good at reproducing offspring. This may be the unique talent that humans have to become the current rulers of the world. Alger said with emotion. Leonard said with a smile, maybe it's time to establish a research association to protect endangered species and continue blood descendants. This is called a less troubled life and a happy life. Emlyn muttered quietly in his heart. Derek, who had never dealt with Emlyn very well, also silently voted in favor. Their giant clan also faced the same dilemma, and it was even more difficult for them to reproduce than the vampire clan. The appearance of the vampires is similar to that of ordinary humans, and both men and women are on the higher side in terms of looks. But their giant clan is not good. Just because of their physical appearance, they are destined to be unable to intermarry with thin humans. And their aesthetic standards are also different, making it basically impossible to marry them. The only good thing is that the three great beings enshrined by Silver City have no specific belief requirements for the residents of Silver City. I have no objection. Alger also voted in favor. In this case, we need to have specialized personnel to contact the top leaders of the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night to discuss this matter together. Does this still need to be discussed? Cadla glanced at Emlyn, and Audrey and others nodded silently, approving this choice. I don't like going out. We don't need to believe in your blood ancestor Lilith. Emlyn had no choice but to accept the job with a face full of pain. But he soon returned to his normal mood. There were so many members of the vampire clan who wanted to share the worries of the ancestor, Lilith, and he just needed to distribute the things. The members of the Tarot Society discussed matters related to establishing a school for a while, and then began to talk about the most lively and eye-catching starry sky incident in the past few days. Even ordinary people talked about the strange changes in the starry sky that night. Many newspapers in the kingdom called the phenomenon that night a meteor shower across the sky. In the mysterious world, many extraordinary people with outstanding spirituality exploded to death that night because they spied on knowledge far beyond their own knowledge. For members of the Tarot Society, that night was also unforgettable, because the sleeping Mr. Fool briefly woke up. Chapter 736 Extraordinary Academy. Mr. Fool woke up and did not hold a tarot meeting specifically. He just gave them different guidance in a dreamlike form so that they could better face the future. At this point, Alger has the deepest experience. He is the person in charge of the Church of the Fool, a believer and favored person directly affiliated with the Fool. Unlike other members of the Tarot Society who have other identities, the instruction he received was to expand his faith and spread enough faith anchors for Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool needs an anchor of faith, at least in the confrontation with Tianzuan. Faith is indispensable. Something big did happen in the starry sky that night, but I don't think we should delve into the reasons. The starry sky is too far away from us and too dangerous, Cadla reminded. Forsey and Zio looked at each other and said nothing. That night, as believers in the stars, they vaguely noticed that the changes in the starry sky were related to the stars. In addition, the sage was there to answer their questions, allowing them to understand deeper secrets. But you can't mention it. You can't think about it on weekdays, let alone think about it deeply. After the sudden change in the starry sky that night, many churches from the starry sky kept a much lower profile than usual. with almost no trace of activity on the surface. Hiding in the darkness is even more dangerous. Everyone, let's talk about something more relaxed. Let the gods deal with the changes coming from the starry sky, Leonard said with a smile. That night, he also received a revelation from Mr. Fool, and even had a few words with Klein. Although the time was short, it also gave him a little more confidence in Klein's awakening. As for what happened in the starry sky, even the old man was not qualified to know, let alone him. Audrey did not express an opinion on this issue and remained silent. Backland, the former royal palace, is now the residence of the Archon. After holding several relevant meetings, Greg Negan, now the Archon of the Republic of Lone, finally achieved results that satisfied him. Regarding the establishment of a school to teach occult knowledge, the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night have agreed to host a occult school in Backland for pilot testing. Even the Tarot Society, which has always been mysterious, has now sent people to contact him, hoping to discuss related cooperation and jointly establish a school of occultism. In this way, this matter has the approval of the three gods, the stars, the Fool, and the Goddess of the Night, and it will definitely be implemented smoothly. Once the occult is no longer mysterious, and even the whole people enters the gate of the extraordinary world, then the restrictions on the rulers not being able to become extraordinary will inevitably be dismantled. This is his real purpose in actively promoting the establishment of a mystical university. A ruler with a lifespan of 100 years is really pitiful. He also wants to pursue that almost endless life. As for the so-called doomsday rumors, he believed that the gods, the stars, and the Fool would not let this day come. Even if there really is an apocalypse, only by mastering stronger power can we have more chances of survival. Lord Greco, the two bishops of the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night, and Mr. Emlyn, the head of the Tarot Club, have all arrived in the reception room. When Greg was thinking deeply, someone close to him came to remind him. Greco calmed down and walked towards the reception room in high spirits. I've met Mr. Greco. You three, please take a seat. Greco showed his kind face as a politician. Regarding the establishment of a mystical university, all parties have completed discussions. Now it depends on what Mr. Greco wants. The speaker was Bishop Moni of the Church of the Stars. I have been in favor of this from the beginning. Popularizing occult knowledge and allowing the public to have equal rights to freely learn knowledge is a good thing that benefits the country and the people, and is also the trend of the future, Greco said, and ordered someone to get Backland's map, in which an area located at the junction of the East District and the North District has been circled with a red pin. This area is the address left for you to build a school. Officials from relevant departments will discuss with you how big it will be and how to build it from scratch. The conversation in the reception room only lasted about half an hour. Emlyn, who left Greg's mansion, looked back before returning to his residence. In the close conversation just now, he had a feeling that Mr. Greco seemed to be an extraordinary person, and his rank was not low. But people from the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night should already be aware of this. Right? Emlyn thought about this for a while, looked at the time, and took a detour to a luxury store in the West District that specialized in selling dolls. Well, this is one of their blood clan's external contact points, and it was set up at his strong request. On September 1st, 1360, the first school to teach occult knowledge, the Transcendent Academy, officially started enrolling students in Backland. Chaofan Academy recruits students from all over the world. It is a 3-year university. The selected students not only have free tuition, but also have a part of the finance allocated by the Republic of Lone to provide necessary living expenses. After graduation, they can also directly join the civil service of the Republic of Lone system. As soon as this news came out, the whole world's attention was focused on Backland. When it was learned that this extraordinary academy was founded by the Church of the Stars, the Church of the Night, and the Tarot Society, it instantly detonated the entire extraordinary world. Except for some extraordinary people with old ideas, who think this is undesirable and an act to expand the disaster. Most extraordinary people know that the tide of the world is about to change again. For the general public, this is naturally an excellent thing. Not only can they learn occult knowledge for free and become extraordinary people who surpass ordinary people, but it also provides necessary living expenses. After graduation, they can directly join the civil service system. It is simply like this the best university in the world. Moreover, in the admissions brochure of Chaofan Academy, it is also mentioned that when recruiting new students, no matter their status or whether they have received higher education, Anyone between the ages of 16 and 25 can come to register. Test. Even the most prestigious university in Backland is far less attractive than the Transcendent Academy. In order to give more people the opportunity to come to Backland to register, the Transcendent Academy provided a 1-month registration period. And Imland's vampire clan even provided a large amount of funds to support the round-trip travel expenses of poor applicants. When this piece of news came back to Intis, Russell patted his thigh regretfully. Why didn't he catch up with such a good trend? It's so hard to even eat shit and not be able to keep up with Lehu. The Intis historical record officer on the side silently recorded this sentence on the life quotation of Roger Gustav. But soon, Russell came to his senses, and he immediately summoned the ministers and the top leaders of the Steam Church and the half-dead Eternal Sun Church for a 3-day meeting. It was finally decided that in December of this year, Intis would also open a school to teach occult knowledge, and Russell acted on his own initiative, regardless of the dissuasion of others, and named the yet-to-be-built school Super Seminary. As soon as this news came out, the Fuzak Empire, the Fenaport Kingdom, and the Balam Empire rushed to follow suit. Their planned enrollment time was consistent with the Republic of Intis. The Kingdom of Shanghai established a Shanghai Academy directly in the name of the stars. Only those who believe in the stars can join this academy. When the Extraordinary Academy announced its enrollment, they followed closely and were obviously well prepared. In this wave that swept the world, not only the major kingdoms participated, but also many foreign churches also set up schools. However, they are not recognized by the authorities and the major Orthodox churches, so they can only hide in darkness. Chaofan Academy, which has the advantage of Xuanfa, finally selected 500 candidates after a month of selection to become the first batch of students to enroll in Chaofan Academy. The failed candidates were unclear about the specific test link. They only knew that they were eliminated, but they forgot the specific test content. Not long after, the general content of the test came out in the Extraordinary World. Chapter 737, The Last Gift. The Extraordinary Academy test is based on divination, supplemented by psychological probing. After surveying the character of the mind, it will then examine aspects such as willpower, observation, and mental strength. It can be said that the candidates who can be retained are superior to ordinary people in many aspects. At the entrance ceremony, Imlan attended as a representative of the Tarot Society and was also one of the 3 vice presidents of the Extraordinary Academy. For this reason, he specifically asked Alger for an extraordinary item that could disguise his true face, making his appearance look more in line with that of a middle-aged and elderly person. In November of the same year, a large-scale extraordinary incident broke out near the Extraordinary Academy. Some ancient alien gods disguised themselves as ordinary people and sneaked into the academy, intending to sacrifice all the students and destroy the entire Extraordinary Academy. In the end, it was the law enforcers from the Church of the Stars who took action to quell the turmoil. In January 1361, just after the new year, a wave of doomsday thoughts broke out in various parts of the world, claiming that 1368 would be the end of the world, and all living creatures would die in this doomsday. The only way to save yourself is to escape to the stars and seek the protection of the stars and gods, with the help of many external churches. Even as several major kingdoms and the Orthodox Church join forces, they still cannot stop the rapid spread of doomsday prophecies. Affected by the doomsday prophecies, there has been a huge shock between the extraordinary world and the real world. Many people who are ignorant or fearful of the stars and long for salvation have chosen to join the Church of Outer Gods. In March 1361, the Cthulhu Order became active again. They claimed that they could send ordinary people to the starry sky to touch the ultimate door in the starry sky, and thereby obtain the blessing of the gods, transcend life and death, and survive the doomsday. Survive. Many Outer God churches followed suit, claiming that the earth would eventually be destroyed and that the future of all living things lay in the stars. At the same time, the Cthulhu Order announced that it would send its most devout believers to the stars on January 1st, 1362, so that they could see the gods and gain eternal life beyond life and death. In order to promote its teachings, the Cthulhu Order used extraordinary power and modern technology to develop a product called 1000 Miles, which can display what is happening thousands of miles away on a black curtain. It is said that the historic moment of sending believers to the stars will be broadcast simultaneously. For this reason, the Church of the Stars, the Church of the Night, the Tarot Society, the Church of Steam, etc., cooperated with several major kingdoms to comprehensively strangle the Cthulhu Order. Some Outer God churches also joined the battle. and the originally relatively stable world situation once again caused huge waves. In April 1361, the Republic of Intis, the Kingdom of Fenaport, and the Fasak Empire established 3 extraordinary academies. In June of the same year, a mysterious ancient palace appeared deep under the sea, suspected to exist in the holy city of Raya where Cthulhu lived. In July of the same year, the Church of Glory announced that the God of Glory they believed in had been renamed the God of Light, and the authority involved was to control all light. In August of the same year, the Church of the Eternal Sun was defeated in the struggle for power. At the most critical moment, the old Pope Ross Hurley, who had retired and disappeared long ago, suddenly appeared and took over the dilapidated Church of the Sun. When Pope Ross Hurley came to power again, the first thing he did was to lead the Church of the Eternal Sun to merge with the Church of the Stars. At this point, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun has completely disappeared from the stage of history, and the Church of the Stars has an additional sentence in its description of the authority of the stars. He has given the sun new light and meaning. In October of the same year, in the Republic of Intis, 2 ancient clones of the outer god were suppressed by the box of the old because they forced their way into the sealed country of disorder. In December 1361, there were only 10 days left before the Cthulhu Order sent believers to the stars. Above the Source Castle, the Tarot Club meeting was held again to discuss how to deal with the impact caused by the Cthulhu Order and to stop the Cthulhu Order's crazy plan. It's strange. We have teamed up with the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night to eliminate members of the Cthulhu Order many times. But not only have their members not decreased, but they have increased in number. So far, we have not investigated clearly which outer god in the stars is the leader behind the Cthulhu Order. There is no new news from the Church of the Stars. They are also very confused about this. After entering the Age of Stars, Tarot Society has not encountered anything that requires too much distress for a long time. I have come into contact with those time travelers who do not belong to this era, and learned a lot of information about Cthulhu from them. But it is still too crude. Forsey shook his head. From the information she knew, Cthulhu was just one of the more famous outer gods in the Cthulhu mythology system. His authority, status, and strength were incomparable to some of the powerful outer gods. Logically speaking, it is impossible to cause such terrifying waves in the real world. Just when the members of the Tarot Society fell into thinking in silence, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Because there is more than one outer god old one behind the Order of Cthulhu. This voice is Mr. Fool. Everyone in the Tarot Club looked stern and looked at the head of the long bronze table, where a slightly illusory figure was being formed. But the strange and twisted black lines seemed to be binding his body, preventing him from completely condensing into shape. Laissez-faire. The illusory figure disintegrated again, turning into wisps of gray mist and dispersing. Mr. Fool left again. The hearts of everyone in the Tarot Club were heavy. From this scene, it can be seen that Mr. Fool did not really have the upper hand in the battle with Tianzuan. At most, they were evenly matched. Leave it alone, Mr. Fool means that we should not get involved in this matter. Audrey got rid of the complicated emotions in her heart and directed everyone's thoughts to the topic, involving more than one outer god in the past. This is no longer something we can handle unilaterally. Inform the Church of the Stars and the Church of the Night, and we will no longer interfere in this matter. Let me talk to them about this matter. Forsey took the initiative to take over the matter. On January 1st, 1362, the Cthulhu Order held a grand mysterious ceremony on the island of Theros in the sea. They selected 10 devout believers and put them into crystal coffins made with secret methods. The surface of the crystal coffin is engraved with a large number of dense groove patterns. Those patterns are like winding roots, and the end of the root is a huge portal that emits white light. When pots of blood from all kinds of creatures in the sea, land, and sky were poured on the coffin, the grooves of the crystal coffin were filled, forming bloody lines, and then the 2-meter-long coffin suddenly shrank and turned into grains of rice, big or small, under the prayers and gazes of a large number of believers. They are like meteors flying in the opposite direction towards the starry sky. Members of the Order of Cthulhu reenacted this scene on black curtains that had been prepared in various cities, allowing a large number of ordinary people to see this miraculous scene. When the 10 crystal coffins were about to pass through the initial crack in the barrier, the goddess of the night intercepted the 10 crystal coffins. But there was no living person inside. Only a pool of bright flesh and blood. Those so-called devout believers have long since died. This scene was not projected on the black curtain. Instead, what appeared on the black curtain was a bright starry sky. A huge ultimate portal lay across the depths of the starry sky, and the 10 selected devout believers had now reached the ultimate portal. At the entrance of the door, received gifts from the gods. The scene with the black curtain ended abruptly. The goddess of the night watched this scene with a hint of ridicule at the corner of her mouth. It was really not easy. The ancient outer gods in the starry sky had also learned this deceptive method. But the real fermentation of miracles is yet to come. On March 8, 1362, during the night that was supposed to be under the jurisdiction of the goddess of the night, a dream occurred that covered almost all creatures in the world. In the dream, there are doomsday scenes of meteors falling, the earth cracking, volcanoes erupting, seawater pouring in. Only the lucky ones who climb into the starry sky can get the blessing of the great existence to avoid this doomsday disaster. The Church of Outer Gods, which vigorously promotes the doctrine of the end of the world, calls this dream the last gift. Chapter 738, Natural Disaster of Destruction. The root cause of disaster. In the winter of 1362, a huge snowstorm beyond records and imagination blew from the snowfields on the northern border of the Fuzak Empire toward the south of the northern continent. Wherever the blizzard passed, the land turned into frozen soil, and woods, grasslands, and even hot desert areas were covered by wind and snow. This blizzard that started for unknown reasons only gradually ended near the Daisai Bay of Lone Kingdom. The south, which had never snowed all year round, felt the cruelty of ice and snow for the first time. In the spring of 1363, with the raging sea as the center, a large amount of seawater seemed to emerge from the depths of the trench, accompanied by violent storms, and set off huge waves that swept through all nearby sea areas. Some islands with lower altitudes were directly engulfed by huge waves, and a large number of islands were soaked in the sea water, with only a small peak emerging, like an enlarged version of the reef. The ports in the coastal areas were severely impacted and suffered heavy losses. Only the Star Sea Kingdom is protected by the gods, and the storms and waves are contained in the waters near the roadside islands. Not long after the sea riot, the previously rumored undersea holy city began to rise from the depths of the sea. Eventually, a huge group of ancient buildings floated on the sea, becoming the most dazzling miracle on the sea. The Cthulhu Order immediately announced that this holy city is Ruaya, a holy city prepared for all believers by the great Cthulhu in the future when the sea water pours into the continent. When the stars arrive at the right time, the holy city will carry all believers to the stars. In the summer of 1363, an unprecedented earthquake spread from the west of the Intis Republic to the east of the northern continent. The longest earth fissure stretches from the border of Intis in the west to Sunia Island in the east. All kingdoms along the way were devastated by earthquakes, and many cities that happened to be located in the earthquake zone were directly destroyed. After the earthquake, a sudden plague broke out. Fortunately, the governments and churches of various countries sent a large number of manpower to prevent the plague from spreading to the entire northern continent. During this period, various disasters such as locust disasters, droughts, famines, and swollen floods in inland rivers also occurred. According to later official statistics from relevant scholars, the earthquake directly or indirectly caused more than 5 million deaths, and more than 1 million missing people. However, many people believe that this number is still too conservative. At least the death toll exceeds 10 million, and the population of the entire northern continent has dropped by nearly 1/10, or even more, because until now, each country has not been able to clearly estimate the specific population of its own country. There is only a rough number, and it has not been updated for many years. In the Republic of Intis, Russell returned to his mansion after a long day of meetings, rubbed his brows, and sighed sadly. In just this year, he felt like he had aged several dozen years. Every day when he opened his eyes, there were a lot of natural disasters waiting for him to deal with. Although what was presented to him was just a series of cold numbers, the heavy weight of life was terrifying even to him, an old man who had lived for hundreds of years, tens of millions of people. And this does not include the previous snow disasters and shipwrecks. Even in the year when the North and South continents were at their most intense, they did not lose so many people. Not even 1/5 of the population. At that time most of them are homeless people. The end is coming. This is no longer a theory. It is an established fact. The entire continent, this planet, is gradually heading towards the day of collapse. Still haven't found out the reason. The green pea vines grew rapidly in the garden behind Russell, and a voice came from above. It was Bernadette, who came temporarily from the Star Sea Kingdom to the Republic of Intis to help. Compared to the inland where natural disasters continue, the most terrifying shipwreck on the sea is past. The Starsea Kingdom has been protected by the stars, and has survived without suffering any real losses. This is a pure natural disaster. Or it should be said that this is the impact of the initial barrier being on the verge of breaking. Russell sighed again. A natural disaster can be said to be an accident. But the frequency and horror of natural disasters in the past year have far exceeded those in the past. And they cannot be explained by chance. For this reason, he went to find Steam. But he couldn't give a specific answer. The one who lives in Backland and is good at spying on the wheel of fate cannot see the day when the real doomsday comes. I think it's not just the initial barrier effect. There must be other reasons. Bernadette gave her own guess. Can't the stars stop this? Russell couldn't help but ask. The Palace of Stars is still rising. Since that day, he has not sent down any more oracles. The gift of the Starsea Kingdom to avoid shipwrecks is the last miracle he left before leaving. It seems the stars are also preparing for the end. Russell suddenly felt uninterested. Regarding the end of the world. Even if he became a god, he would not be able to change anything. Let alone the current situation. How long do you have left? Russell changed the heavy topic. Just in the next year or two. Well, after you become a god, I can feel at ease. Sequence 0 gods can't change anything. Russell smiled and said, at least, you can leave this planet and go to the stars. As a believer in the stars, I think that as long as he is willing, he can continue to protect you. In Backland, the capital of the Lone Kingdom, a young guest came to Will's house early that morning with strawberry ice cream. His eyes instantly brightened and he said happily, I knew you wouldn't lose to the mysterious one. Guy. But I didn't win either. Klein handed the ice cream he just bought to Will in front of him. You have grown so big. It seems that you are past the age of enjoying ice cream. Will grabbed the ice cream and took a nice lick. Although I have achieved the freedom of ice cream now. The taste is different when I buy it myself, and when someone else invites me to eat it. After taking 2 bites, Will put away the smile on his face and said seriously, I know your time is very tight. Tell me, what trouble happened this time? He is temporarily unable to take care of me. I should have a whole day. Klein smiled. Will's expression became more solemn. There have been constant natural disasters recently. In addition to the initial barrier gradually breaking down and the influence from the starry sky intensifying. There is another important reason. The fate I see is the same. But I can't see it accurately. He is reviving the city of woe. It is as expected. Will's face changed slightly. This result was within his expectation. The only things that could stop him from spying on the things within the initial barrier were the Lord of Mysteries, God, and the source of matter at the same level as the key of light. He does not want the city of disaster to appear in the world, but wants to spread the power of the city of disaster as the source of natural disasters and disasters. Klein also looked serious. He, or they, want to promote the end of the world. Come early. Will thought for a moment and said with a little sarcasm, now they are worried that the end will come as scheduled. They seem to feel some kind of threat. Or fear. From the future of doomsday. How do you want to do it? In the natural disaster. Klein said his purpose. This was also the reason why he came to Will in the first place. Only by discussing with Will could his ideas not be exposed. He could not sit back and watch too many people die due to natural disasters. So when Tianzuan was busy awakening the city of disaster, he chose to wake up early, leave Source Castle, and come here. Do you want to find a suitable master for the city of disaster? Well, the emergence of the lordless city of disaster will only bring greater natural and man-made disasters. And its authority needs to be restrained. Medici and the original, which are the closest existences at present. I think you will make the most appropriate choice. This is really a troublesome thing. A gentle smile appeared on Klein's face. So I brought you your favorite ice cream. Humph. You want me to work hard for just one ice cream? Are you looking down on me? Will finished the ice cream in his hand as he spoke. Chapter 739 A Day in the Life of Mr. Fool? Walking on the streets of Backland. Listening to the familiar cries around him. Klein's mind seemed to suddenly return to the days when he lived in Backland. Even though he had not actually lived in Backland for a few years. Several natural disasters occurred within a year, due to the intervention of the Church of the Stars and the Goddess of Night. Backland, the city of hope, did not suffer huge damage. It is still the most shining pearl in the world. It started to rain in the sky. Klein held a black umbrella and slowly walked step by step from where Will lived to the current residence of Benson and Melissa. Even though Benson and Melissa are married, they still live in the same house. Benson's wife is a bank employee and a native of Lone. She is not very tall, but has a very nice and gentle personality. They met at work. Melissa's husband, like Melissa, is a teacher. The two have known each other since they were students, and got married not long after graduation. It turned out that Benson and Melissa had been holding off, saying that they wanted to wait for him to wake up and get married in front of him. For this reason, he even appeared in Benson and Melissa's dreams to create a scene with him, participate in the wedding. After this, Benson and Melissa chose to get married. He walked unhurriedly through the streets wetted by the heavy rain, climbed upstairs, and knocked politely on the door. Benson and Melissa were still at work, and they only went home at night, carrying a large bag of ingredients. Klein calmly turned the door handle, walked into the house, put the ingredients in the kitchen, sat on the sofa, and stared at the clock on the wall for a while. When the time gradually passed, and it was about to point to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he then walked to the bathroom, smiled at himself in the mirror, and then walked 4 steps backward to reach the Origin Castle. At this time, Sapphira Castle was quiet, with only the long bronze table sitting here silently, compared to the temporary Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club members, who came once every 2 weeks. It seemed to be the eternal owner of this place. Boom, boom, boom. It was the sound of Klein's fingers subconsciously tapping on the table, and the reverberation echoed in the small space wrapped in gray mist. When he was fighting with Tianzuan, even though Tianzuan had the upper hand most of the time, this place was still well protected by him. Tianzuan knew about this place and had the ability to destroy it, but he never did so. For this reason, Tianzuan gained the ability to occasionally go out and cause trouble. This was a tacit bottom line or agreement between the two parties. In the battles one after another, it was difficult for him and Tianzuan to completely eliminate the other. Two different consciousnesses coexisted with each other in this struggle. Both parties spend most of their time in deep sleep. Occasionally, Tianzuan wakes up and does something. Occasionally, he wakes up and gives some guidance to the Tarot Club. At the same time, he observes the daily lives of Benson and Melissa. Occasionally, he wakes up and does something. I will take a look at today's complex and ever-changing world. Time is up. Klein smiled and looked at the shining spots of light, waving his right hand gently while guiding everyone in the Tarot Club to arrive here. After a brief moment of astonishment, there was Miss Justice's familiar greeting. Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Mr. Hangman, good afternoon. Mr. Sun, good afternoon. Audrey greeted every Tarot Club member with the same voice as before. Mr. Fool, this is Russell's diary that I collected during this period. Alger was obviously excited and choked when he spoke. Leave it alone. Klein looked at each Tarot Club member with gentle eyes and smiled. Now you can enter the free chat session. His body leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the long bronze table. The difference from before was that he was now more of a bystander than an organizer or participant. He is also happy to be a bystander, quietly watching the growth of each Tarot Club member. There have been various natural disasters over the past year, and the activities of the cultists who are lurking in the dark have become more and more rampant. It is almost overwhelming, and it is impossible to deal with it. Alger raised the first topic of this meeting of the Tarot Club. As the Doomsday Doctrine has been accepted and respected by people, the number of believers in the Church of Outer Gods has increased significantly. They are good at using external forces to enhance their strength, and can easily become extraordinary people. The stronger their willpower, the more devout their faith, and the more they borrow, the more powerful it becomes. Forsey spoke in disgust. Those failed believers often turn into all kinds of sane walking zombies, and the influence is really too bad. Well, in this chaotic world, it is not easy for people to maintain their good qualities such as truth, kindness and beauty. We can only do our best, Leonard said with red eyes. It would be great if we could stop the source of natural disasters, Katla said with emotion. It was only after hearing her Lady Queen mention this matter many times that she began to suspect the source of this series of natural disasters. Klein, who was listening quietly, tapped the table with his right index finger, which naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the Tarot Club. He spoke slowly. Ending the source of the natural disaster will be the most critical thing for you next. Is this why Mr. Fool is here this time? Audrey had a guess. Klein just nodded slightly, acquiescing to Audrey's guess. Tianzuan wants to use the power of the City of Disaster to make the end come early. The power of the City of Disaster is spreading outwards, with the Fuzak Empire as the center. Many Outer God churches are also involved in this matter. You can go to Backlund to seek Will's help, and he will arrange the specific things you need to deal with. Klein told them in detail the beginning and end of this natural disaster, and what to do next. Mr. Fool, we will definitely live up to your expectations. End the natural disaster, and we must not let Tianzuan's conspiracy succeed. Mr. Fool believes in us, just as we have always believed in Mr. Fool. The determination and belief of everyone in the Tarot Club is unprecedentedly high. After the Tarot Club meeting, Klein returned to Benson and Melissa's house, washed his hands, and then went to the kitchen to start processing ingredients. At 5:40 p.m., Benson and his wife went to school to pick up Melissa and take her home. Even though they now have families, this habit has not changed. When they returned home, they smelled the aroma of food sneaking out from the crack in the door. The familiar smell made Benson and Melissa's expressions change slightly, and they tremblingly opened the door with the key. The door opened with a creak, and Benson and Melissa entered the room. They looked around eagerly, but the living room was empty, with no one around. There was only the dining table with 6 delicious dishes, which were still radiating heat alone. Came and went. Benson sighed in disappointment. Melissa pulled the corner of his clothes, shook her head first, and then showed a satisfied smile. Benson was relieved and greeted his wife and Melissa's husband to start tasting the rare food tonight. This is a specially prepared surprise, Benson just explained. The world at night is calm and leisurely, and the gentle evening breeze blows across the devastated land. In the Republic of Intis, inside Russell's mansion, on the balcony on the second floor, Russell hummed a tune and pried open a bottle of wine that had been collected for many years. He poured a glass for the guest who suddenly came to visit tonight, and then poured another glass for himself. He smelled the aroma of the wine and said proudly, "It tastes good. Doesn't it?" "Good. Humph. It's more than good. Dear Mr. Fool, you probably haven't tasted such expensive wine before. Right? My start in another world is not as good as yours. Of course, I am a born noble." Before Russell's ecstatic voice completely dissipated, the gentle evening breeze around him suddenly calmed down. There was an empty wine glass on the table where the food and wine were placed, and there was also a figure wearing a complicated black dress on the seat. Chapter 740. The Night Goddess. Russell Klein. "Why? Are you reluctant to let me have a glass of wine?" the uninvited guest asked elegantly. "Of course I'm willing, but I didn't expect you to come down tonight." Roselle suppressed his slight shock, smiled, and poured a glass of wine for the guest. "I want to correct the little mistake in your words. I did not come down from above, but I have always been below." "Oh, are you also interested in coming down to experience the fireworks on Earth?" Russell became really interested. He moved another chair from the other side and sat down, with an expression on his face that he was ready to listen to the story. There are so many forces that can block prying eyes, and only by coming down can you truly understand what is going on. "Then you are coming tonight?" Russell raised his eyebrows slightly. The goddess of the night took a sip from her wine glass and looked at Klein on the other side. "Join the party and end the natural disaster." Before Klein could speak, Roselle chuckled and said, "After all, this is the first time the three of us have talked face to face. Right? As survivors of that era, the three of us are far more special than these time travelers now. It's a pity that you hid it too deeply in the past, which caused Klein and I to take many detours." The goddess of the night just said calmly, "Times have changed." "Yes, times have changed." Russell felt sad and drank a full glass of wine. Before entering the Age of Stars, the gods and hidden existences within the initial barrier were intrigues and plots against each other, until the ancient sun god awakened and fell asleep again, and the outer gods of the past came one after another in the starry sky. From then on, we entered the Age of Stars. At first, the hidden existences in the barrier united with a tacit understanding and worked together for their own survival. The so-called gods still have the same evil nature as human beings. They will only think of uniting together when a powerful foreign enemy is approaching. I've always been curious. Which country does the goddess come from? Europe? Or America? Russell quickly put away her lonely mood and asked with a smile on her face. Europe. It's a pity that you didn't learn Chinese. Otherwise the diary I left behind. Ahem. Wouldn't be able to help Klein. The goddess of the night glanced at Russell lightly and said in pure Mandarin, "Wang Tao. Does the witch taste good?" Russell stood up from his seat in shock. If Klein hadn't held the table slightly, the entire table would have almost been overturned. "You? How can you speak Mandarin?" Russell looked at the goddess of the night in disbelief. This foreign friend who is also a time traveler has never taken the initiative to collect Russell's diaries, nor has he shown the ability to understand Chinese characters. I already noticed you when you were promoted to Sequence 9 Generalist and developed new inventions for this era for the first time. The goddess of the night still had a calm expression on her face. Don't underestimate the learning of a god ability. Russell opened his mouth, smiled awkwardly at the end, sat back down in his seat, and drank silently with his head down. Klein on the side laughed unceremoniously and cheerfully. Fortunately, he had never been in the habit of writing a diary, nor had he left any traces of his social deeds. Still laughing? The biggest beneficiary of the diary I wrote is you. Gratitude and amusement are not mutually exclusive emotions. Russell was speechless, and just sighed silently in his heart. After all, he was young and frivolous. Klein, you seem to particularly like the bathroom? The goddess of the night's faint words made Klein's expression obviously unnatural. Russell's eyes instantly lit up, staring at Klein as if he had caught the secret of his cheating wife. Going to Source Castle through the bathroom can avoid some unnecessary trouble. Klein answered this question casually. The goddess of the night did not continue to talk about this topic, which made Russell dissatisfied. That's it. I thought you liked to do shameful things in the bathroom. I'm not you. Klein shook his head helplessly. Russell consciously shut up and continued to drink with his head down. Without Russell's lively atmosphere, Klein and the night goddess began to talk about serious matters. About ending the natural disaster. According to Klein's original idea, what would be responsible for coordinating all of this? After all, he is now the most powerful guardian within the initial barrier, besides the stars, with the key of light in hand and at least half of the old strength, in front of a group of old clones of the outer gods, who are still Sequence 1 strength. They can basically establish the overall situation. The only person who needs to be on guard is Tianzuan. At this point, Klein is confident that he can hold back Tianzuan. Even if he can still interfere with the battle, it will be greatly reduced. What the goddess of the night is worried about is that those old outer gods, who have come within the initial barrier, may have existences that are incomparably compatible with the City of Disaster. When the City of Disaster appears, if it falls into the hands of the old outer god, what will happen to it? It is the real beginning of the end. If the stars can intervene in this matter, it will be stable. Russell, who was quietly listening to the discussion between Klein and the night goddess, said this and looked at the stars naturally. In the quiet night, the stars are bright, and the falling starlight, together with the crimson moon, embellishes the dark night sky. He seems to have entered some kind of strange state, the goddess of the night pointed out. Competing with Tianzuan and God for time? Perhaps he is facing other enemies. Klein's eyes seemed to pass through the cover of the starry sky and saw the stars sitting quietly in the Hall of Stars, just as he was staring at the enemy deep in the starry sky when faced with a powerful enemy. The fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire? It may be an existence more difficult to deal with than them. Klein was a little unsure. He was entangled with Tianzuan and often fell into deep sleep, so he missed many things. He just guessed from some of Tianzuan's abnormal mood swings and behaviors that the stars might be facing other more terrifying enemies. Because apart from the known outer gods of the past in the starry sky, Tianzuan's allies also have a mysterious ally, an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianzuan. The goddess of the night shook her head and said, "There are too many secrets in the starry sky, far more than we can easily pry into. When the sky falls, there will always be a tall person to hold it up. Klein, the future Lord of Mysteries, I am very optimistic about you," Russell said cheerfully, and then asked with a slight frown, "What kind of situation do you think the stars are currently in? Level? Sequence 0? Or beyond the past?" "I can't answer this question." The goddess of the night shook her head. "We haven't really been promoted to Sequence 0 yet." Klein answered in the affirmative, which made the goddess of the night look in surprise. Xuanxing hasn't been promoted to Sequence 0 yet? He and other secret beings believe that the arrival of stars in the starry sky is a ceremony for the stars to ascend to Sequence 0. The Palace of Stars is currently rising, and it is most likely the process of being promoted to the old one. Russell was shocked and expressed doubts about the news. How could the stars that almost suppressed the starry sky and prevented the old outer gods, who entered the initial barrier from daring to act rashly, and made the era enter the era of stars, not even reach Sequence 0? Even he, a failed time traveler, once ascended the throne of the Black Emperor of Sequence 0. Would the stars be worse than him? "This is what Tianzuan told me," Klein said, at first. "I thought it was Tianzuan who wanted to shake my will and deliberately use false information to deceive me and stop me from asking for help from the stars. This is what he would do." Russell curled his lips disdainfully. "But this is the truth. Is it really true?" Russell still couldn't believe the authenticity of the news. Why are you so sure of this? Russell asked. Klein moved away from looking at time and space and said faintly, the Lord of Mysteries is also known as the Beacon of Destiny. Russell chewed his teeth and thought about it for a while. And then said a little uncertainly, does this mean the crow's mouth is always accurate? Klein and the Night Goddess both remained silent. Chapter 741 The Possibility of the City of Disaster and the River of Eternal Darkness. Silence. Silence is the joke tonight. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Seeing that Klein and the Goddess of the Night were silent, Russell laughed and laughed, then coughed again and changed the topic with a serious face. If the stars have less than the strength of sequence 0, what will happen to those outer gods and the stars in the past? We have already demolished the palace of stars and eaten all the stars until no bones are left. Right? The stars are special existences. It is neither appropriate nor accurate to describe them using the sequence number or the old days. Klein thought carefully about his words. Most of his understanding of the stars came from his identity as Mr. Hastur. As for what the stars were like and what their origins were, he heard some fragmentary information from Tianzuan. He had several pretty good chats with Tianzuan. During the chat, he could feel that Tianzuan attached great importance to the existence of the stars. So he rarely disclosed relevant information about the stars. The extraordinary path from sequence 9 to sequence 0 was summarized by the ancient sun god from the chaotic knowledge. If the stars are older than the ancient sun god, it is naturally not suitable to use such a hierarchy to measure him. The Goddess of the Night said, come on. Then he must be an old person. Right? He has already ascended to the starry sky. Why is he still recovering so slowly? Russell muttered. After entering the age of stars, he has been looking forward to the stars launching a counterattack on the starry sky, or making more and bigger noises to defeat those outer gods who covet the earth in the past. There was movement, but it was still too far away from the scene he expected. Perhaps this is also a question that the old outer gods and the stars want to figure out. Klein sighed slightly. Tell me, are the eyes of the stars also looking at this place at the moment? Russell looked at the starry sky above his head. He always felt that the stars had turned into the eyes of the stars, watching the conversation between them, revealing the smile of the melon-eating crowd. This joke is a bit cold. Klein naturally talked about the city of disaster, and the Night Goddess sometimes agreed and sometimes put forward her own ideas. Russell can only act as a member of the public first. Currently, he does not have the ability to charge into battle, and his understanding of the essence is not as much as that of Klein and the Night Goddess. This is probably the case in the game where two great teammates lead a bad guy. Since Tianzuan used the city of disaster to create natural disasters, he must have thought that you would notice this, and know that you would find a way to formulate a plan to end the natural disaster. The myth of the Night Girl is full of fear of Tianzuan. This may be his arrangement, but it is also undesirable to allow natural disasters to continue. Klein had similar worries, but now the initiative lies with Tianzuan, and they don't have many choices. It's a pity that the city of disaster is the source of the hunter path and the witch path, the closest original, which is too ambitious and always makes people worry. If the city of disaster falls into her hands, it might be troublesome. One thing. Russell expressed his worries. Why are you all staring at me all of a sudden? Russell couldn't help but shudder when he saw Klein and the Night Goddess looking at him with meaningful eyes. He hurriedly explained, although I said that the taste of the witch is good, it does not mean that I highly approve of the character of the original witch. When she caused the pale disaster, it shows that her ambition is not small at all. Klein smiled and said nothing, and the Goddess of the Night silently looked away, just as Russell was once again regretting his stupidity in writing a diary. A voice full of endless temptation came from far to near. Russell, next time you speak ill of someone, remember not to be caught. This voice, could it be the original witch? Russell stood up from her seat in shock again. The original witch was also here? His place has never been so lively. I just happened to come over and say hello. The original witch's voice came from the darkness again. I came here tonight just to say one thing. If I succeed in acquiring the city of disaster, I will definitely be on your side. How credible can the witch's oath be? Russell, who gradually came back to his senses, complained silently in his heart. Roselle, even though I didn't go through the audience route, you shouldn't underestimate the ability of an original witch to peek into her inner thoughts. Russell's facial expression froze, and he turned away from the sight of the original witch in embarrassment. He looked at Klein and the Goddess of Night, and opened his mouth to shout silently, you guys are going too far. You didn't deliberately hide the relevant secrets about me. Klein suppressed a smile and deliberately refused to appreciate Russell's interesting facial expression. The goddess of the night said calmly, "You didn't ask for it either." He and Klein, half of the lords of mystery, have their own secret authority, and the content of their discussion will not be perceived by the outside world. As for Russell, well, they did do it on purpose. Look, isn't the original witch impatient to wait for her to come to your door? Roselle, who understood what Klein and the night goddess meant, curled her lips and sat back in her seat, crying silently like a frustrated little girl. The city of disaster may be a bait deliberately arranged by Tianzuan, Klein reminded. The road ahead is always full of twists and turns. The voice of the original witch came again. You are not complete enough. I will find Medici. You don't have much time. With the help of the Wheel of Fortune, time is enough. Klein nodded and said seriously, you should know our concerns. Just a few words will not give you enough trust. You have no other better choice. Maybe? Klein's answer made the night goddess and Russell on the side smell something different. We will always be allies until the end. The original, which left these last words and disappeared. Have you left already? Russell asked quietly. Well, I have gone far. Do I need to provide you with a secret shelter this time? Oh, I can tell others everything I want. I am upright and above board, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Russell looked upright and snorted disdainfully. It only lasted 2 seconds. Okay, now I can provide you with a secret shelter. I don't like too many people listening to my great thoughts. Klein now finally understands why people often say that interesting souls are only 1 in a million. And Russell can always refresh his knowledge of shamelessness. After confirming that he had received secret protection, Russell asked, perhaps what you just said is that there are other options to eliminate the original witch? Klein first glanced at the night goddess before answering this question. I got some knowledge about the source of matter from Tianzuan's knowledge base. The city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness seem to be opposite to each other, but they are harmonious with each other. Germplasm. Russell took a breath and looked at the night goddess with shocked eyes. This knowledge point was too important and too subversive. The goddess of the night was also shocked by this knowledge. And Klein's words undoubtedly pointed out a more suitable path for her. The original source material can also be replaced. Just like 2 adjacent extraordinary pathways, they can replace each other in a certain sequence. I don't have the relevant knowledge about the specific accommodation steps of this path. This can easily cause problems. Maybe this small part of the knowledge was deliberately revealed to me by Tianzuan. Klein is not very optimistic about this path in his heart. He always feels that Tianzuan threw him. These bombs are being planted, waiting for the final detonation. But the original witch is really not reassuring. With her twisted mind, it is impossible to say that when she gets the city of disaster, she will fall into complete chaos and madness, causing more terrible natural disasters to the world. But not everyone is as lucky as Will. The goddess of the night has always been silent, making it impossible to guess her truest thoughts deep in her heart at this moment. Chapter 742 Tianzuan, do you want to make a bet? Klein returned to Origin Castle after a day of leisure time. As soon as he came back, he found that Tianzuan had also woken up and temporarily took over the body that originally belonged to him alone. Klein didn't pay attention and led the gray mist to transform into a seat of equal height. He sat opposite Tianzuan and said with a smile, "Are you waiting for me? Aren't you curious?" "What are you curious about? Why would I let you know about things related to the city of disaster? Even if you want to hide it, it will be a matter of time before you are exposed." Klein's tone was still unhurried, but he smiled. "You are not a conspirator who likes to hide in the dark and plot everything. Spread it out on the table, and then sit back and watch those fools who think they are smart walk into your trap step by step. Do you think you're smart or stupid? Do you think I, who is influenced by you and inseparable from you, am smart or stupid? People who claim to be smart. I hope you can always be smart, the same as you." After a brief silence, Klein casually mentioned the connection between the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness. There is a price to pay for listening to knowledge. But you want to listen to the class for free. How greedy. The little teasing made Tianzuan look more like a kind elder. Being good at sharing knowledge is a virtue in getting along. Tianzuan didn't pay attention to Klein's words, and just said, "Do you know why the stars keep getting stuck on the neck of the night, blocking his way to move forward? As far as I know, there is a person in the stars who is the favored one of the death path sequence 0 eternal sleeper. Oh, the stars just don't want the goddess of the night to gather the 3 extraordinary paths of the night, the god of war, and the god of death, so as to contain the night before the old days. Haven't you always prevented the river of eternal darkness from appearing? The river of eternal darkness is a very special source of essence. It is not as honest as the city of disaster. even within my seal. It quietly penetrates its power into the deepest part of the spiritual world, giving birth to an illusory and hard-to-touch river of death. After saying this, Tianzuan said with a faint smile, "Who told you that to advance to the past, you must have a complete source of essence? Aren't you all like this? Promoting the old one and becoming a powerful old one are two different concepts." Klein understood this truth after just thinking about it for a moment. Just like him now. Because he and Tianzuan are jointly in charge of Origin Castle. He is not really the old one. But he has essentially surpassed the sequence 0 level. And the same is true for being promoted to the old one. The reason why the old outer gods such as the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and the Ring of Fate are famous in the starry sky is because they once controlled a complete source of essence, and were stronger than the ordinary outer gods. But is this really the case? Or is this another half-knowledge deliberately thrown out by Tianzuan? He wants to use his own hands to guide the goddess of the night to the path he desires? Let's make a bet. Tianzuan suddenly spoke, making Klein instantly alert. If the memories he saw from Tianzuan's past years were correct, the Jinn, the son of chaos in the starry sky, voluntarily entered the wishing lamp because he lost to Tianzuan in a bet. The son of chaos is so honest and willing to admit defeat because he is the embodiment of rules and order. Breaking the bet is tantamount to betraying the path he has taken. Once he breaches the bet, he is tantamount to denying himself. Even if he does not fall, he will completely fall into eternal madness and madness. Confusion. Don't be so nervous. Tianzuan saw what Klein was thinking. This is a small game, and you don't need to make any bets. Klein didn't say anything. He didn't want to leave any loopholes or clues for Tianzuan. Let's guess who will be the final new owner of the City of Disaster. Klein still didn't answer. Tianzuan chuckled and said, "The answer itself is the bet I want. The land abandoned by the gods." As the residents of Silver City moved away, they came back to pick up other giant clans who still survived in this suffering land. Now, except for the evil beasts hidden in the dark shadows, this place is almost deserted. But there are always some ignorant adventurers who come here with dreams of gold mining or sainthood. Without exception, they all fall before the king's court of giants. It is an absolutely forbidden place. Even the gods dare not approach easily. Even the glances they cast may desecrate the tranquility here. In the dark night, thunder roared in the sky, but not a drop of rain fell. Rain is a gift to the earth, and this is a place of suffering, so rain is a very luxury. A burning bonfire rose in front of the dilapidated gate of the giant king's court. In front of the bright bonfire sat a man wearing black blood-stained armor with flaming red hair, which was brighter red than the burning flames. The young and handsome face is dotted with flag-like marks between the eyebrows. His body is slightly tilted back, with his left hand resting on his thigh. His nimble fingers are like playing piano music, sometimes slowly and sometimes quickly. His right hand is holding a sharpened wooden stick wearing the body of a beast, which is on the fire, barbecuing. Crash. An invisible wind blew from the darkness, causing the branches on the ground to make an urgent sound. And the shape of the bonfire also changed rapidly. "Hey, original witch, did you come here smelling the fragrance? Medici, you are indeed hiding here. Didn't you know this a long time ago?" Medici didn't care at all about the original witch hiding in the darkness, showing her vicious claws towards him, and said with a smile, "You were afraid that this was a trap, so you didn't dare to get close. Tonight, you are rare and brave." In the face of Medici's ridicule, the original witch never moved. This giant royal court buried the ancient sun god in the past. No one can be sure whether God and the ancient sun god have a winner in the deepest part of the earth. Still in deep sleep, while he was chasing Medici around, he had thought that Medici would come back here. But out of fear, he never came in person. If you want something, you have to pay something. If you don't even dare to take this risk, are you still thinking of going further? Medici's face was full of smiles and sarcasm, and he easily turned the wooden stick in his right hand to let the prey roast a little more even. "You are right. The figure of the original which came out of the darkness. So, I am here in person tonight." Medici still turned a blind eye and just stayed quietly in the giant king's court, looking at the burning bonfire in front of him. Even though the palm of the original, which penetrated his chest and held his heart, and blood flowed out, he still maintained this posture. "It seems you still don't understand what the symbol of iron and blood is," Medici whispered, and the bright red blood flowing in his chest, with a scorching temperature, like a ball of flames that could burn the sky, followed the original witch's arm that touched his heart, and spread towards his whole body. A useless struggle. The original witch swayed, and the person standing behind Medici who took action had become a clone. And a long black whip turned into black tentacles from in front of Medici. Medici just glanced at it, and the blood in the air bloomed, like blooming bloody roses, blocking the original witch's offensive. When I die in battle, place my bones in front of this gate. Medici stood up slowly as he spoke, shaking the wooden stick in his right hand slightly. The half-baked prey melted, and the blood flowing out of the chest gathered together and formed a bloody killing sword. The excessive blood loss made his handsome face look a little pale, but the fire burning in his eyes was particularly strong and determined. Escape? For him, it was more humiliating than dying in battle. Moreover, he had found a suitable place to bury himself. In ancient times, the sun god jumped into the sea of chaos. Inamon went to the starry sky. He should also return to his own place and sleep forever. Chapter 743 The Awakening Sea of Chaos. In the desolate land abandoned by the gods, in the silent giant king's court, the sounds of fighting gradually faded away, and the intertwined blood and light gradually dispersed with the wind. Her hair, which was as red as flames, eventually became like a bonfire that was about to burn out, languishing and no longer as bright as before. Medici, who struggled to keep his body up by holding onto the sword with both hands, leaned weakly on the edge of the door covered with green moss and vines. He coughed several times, but he could no longer cough up the bright red blood. In order to have a smooth battle with the original witch, he had burned out his own blood. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. The difference in strength between a king of angels and a true sequence 0 is too obvious. If the original witch had not deliberately controlled the scale of the battle and feared accidentally disturbing the sea of chaos deep underground, she would not have been able to sustain it for so long. Remember to place my bones in front of this gate. This is a good place. The blood sword held by Medici's hands dispersed into wisps of bright red-gray mist, like the last rays of the sun. The original witch, who was approaching Medici, couldn't help but feel a little emotional when she saw that Medici was still looking at the already dilapidated giant palace. The proud red angel will always guard the door of the ancient sun god, even until the end of his life. I will grant your last wish. The original witch stretched out her arm and began to absorb the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness in Medici's body. As long as he is fully accommodated, he will completely master the hunter path and the witch path, and has the qualifications to become the new master of the city of disaster. The old days above sequence 0 are already waving towards him. When the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness were absorbed from Medici's body, a sudden change occurred, and a powerful suction suddenly erupted from Medici's heart, sucking back the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness that had flown out of the body. Even the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the original witch's body are obviously unstable. Trap? The original witch swayed and quickly distanced herself from Medici, and suddenly a sound like the roar of the sea came to her ears. Listen carefully. The sound of the roaring sea comes from deep inside the place. The sound was like a giant beast that had been sleeping for ages, and was awakened to make a heart-shaking, earth-shattering roar. All the creatures who heard it were shocked by it, and then gave birth to the most primitive fear. The original witch did not hesitate any longer, and wanted to leave here, leave the giant king's court, and stay away from the land abandoned by the gods. But an invisible force imprisoned the surroundings, making it difficult for him to teleport away from the gods' abandoned land. He could only watch helplessly as the ocean of chaos rushed out from the depths of the earth and took over the entire gods' abandoned land. The ocean filled with the aura of chaos covered the sky and sun, as if forming a hollow sphere, and the original witch was at the center. Ancient sun god? The original demon goddess' expression darkened, and she watched the changes in front of her with great vigilance. Is this a trap against him? Unlike Medici just now was obviously determined to die, and there was no way he could cooperate with the ancient sun god to plot against him. The only possibility is that the ancient sun god or god was disturbed by their fighting breath and woke up from his slumber. So is it the ancient sun god or god who wakes up? Medici, who was originally extremely weak and on the verge of death, stared at the gray sea of chaos in front of him, and barely moved the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile. Of course, he did not know whether the ancient sun god was alive or dead, and naturally he did not conspire with the ancient sun god to plot against the original witch. He just felt that there was no point in living any longer. Anyway, the day when the end came was not far away. It is true that he chose the cemetery for himself here. At the same time, he also harbored a small hope in his heart, hoping that his death would slightly touch the consciousness of the ancient sun god who did not know life and death. so that he could be regarded as giving his last life for him. Partial force. Now it seems that he made the right bet? While Medici was daydreaming, a majestic ancient figure appeared in the turbulent sea of chaos. He was wearing ancient clothes from an unknown number of years ago, and stood barefoot in the void. He is the master of the entire sea of chaos, the original creator, and the omniscient and omnipotent one. The only light in Medici's eyes dimmed again, and she closed her eyes and waited for her final ending. Fortunately, it was not the ancient sun god who awakened, but God, the original, which breathed a sigh of relief. It was God who had awakened, the opponent of the ancient sun god, and she could still make a deal with him. But the next second, the surrounding sea of chaos surged towards the original witch, who was so shocked that the original witch shouted loudly, "God, I have never had any grudges with you. Why do you have to stand up for Medici? What other reason do I need to get rid of the bed bugs that disturb my sleep?" God's calm tone was like looking at an insignificant ant. The overwhelming sea of chaos fell. No matter how hard the original witch struggled, her so-called authority and ability were too insignificant before the power of the sea of chaos. Endless chaos. Destiny incarnate. Do you really want to sit back and watch God intervene in this fight? Seeing that she could not escape the siege of the sea of chaos by any means, the original witch eagerly shouted to the sky to deal with Medici and become the new master of the city of disaster. This was the fate that the great key of light had described for himself. He must be watching here too. I had no intention of participating in the competition between you and Medici from the beginning. Will's indifferent voice came through the sea of chaos. But the future destiny you showed me is not like this. The original witch was completely anxious. Oh, that's because it's blocked by the sea of chaos. The original witch could even imagine that when Will said this, he must have put on an innocent look with a helpless shrug. Do you want to support Medici to become the new owner of the city of disaster? The original witch, who was trapped in the sea of chaos and almost on the verge of death, issued her last question. How should I put it? Medici's moral character is much better than yours, and his willpower is very firm. He is indeed a very good choice. The original witch wanted to curse angrily, but was completely swallowed by the sea of chaos. After a while, Will's voice came through the sea of chaos again. I didn't lie to you. I really didn't see your fate of being swallowed by the sea of chaos. I have always been very honest. The original witch, who could no longer speak, turned into 3 copies of the Doomsday Witch's extraordinary characteristics and the uniqueness of the witch's path that shone with dark red light and floated up from the depths of the chaos sea. Hey, you died so soon? TSK. The source of the chaos sea is really scary. From the chaotic overseas, Will's voice slowly came in. Medici, who was originally waiting for death, was amused by Will's behavior. He reluctantly opened his eyes and laughed. He also did not expect that the original witch would end up like this. It took a lot of effort for him to make up his mind to die here and help the original witch come true. Unfortunately, the original witch never had such luck. Medici, you are very good. I appreciate your character and willpower. I believe you will be a better choice than the original witch. Will's voice drifted in, and at the same time a force of destiny flowed, and Medici's dying injuries instantly recovered, intact as before. The key of light that controls destiny. I will not accept your love, Medici shouted with a smile. These are all small things. Let's leave it at that. I don't like to stay with God for too long. Will drifted away, and even his last words seemed a little unclear. After he left, Medici laughed loudly for a long time. This new and old character was really to his liking. It's so interesting. The laughter gradually stopped. The turbulent sea of chaos also calmed down, and the giant king's court once again regained its previous tranquility. Medici was silent for a long time, then raised his head and glanced at the still out-of-reach figure in the sky. He was in a daze for a long time, and finally sighed silently. Chapter 744: The Human Side of God. In the land abandoned by the gods, in front of the broken gate of the giant king's court, the sea of chaos gradually faded, revealing the occasional flash of thunder in the sky. The purple-green light illuminates the story happening below. I should kill you. God's indifferent voice carried undisguised murderous intent. It's my honor to be able to bring out the murderous intention in a being like you. Medici chuckled. God's eyes fell on Medici and took a few glances. The extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness that burst out from the body of the original, which flew to Medici. Take them and leave here. You are not allowed to set foot on this land again. These words are really overbearing. Medici did not show a panicked expression. Instead, he sat slowly on the steps and chuckled. I originally intentionally chose this place as my burial place. Your death threat It doesn't work for me. I can throw your ashes into the depths of the ocean. This threat is really terrifying. Medici sighed, and was silent for a while, with a look of pain in his eyes. But he still asked, has the winner really been decided between you? There will never be another ancient sun god again. Upon hearing this answer that should have been expected, the tiny light in Medici's eyes dimmed again. This is something he has always been worried about. Compared with the ancient god, the ancient sun god has no reason to have the upper hand. If you want to take revenge, wash away the shame, become the master of the city of disaster, and step into the past. Then you can take up arms and truly stand in front of me. There will be such a day. Medici, who had already obtained the answer, took away the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the original witch, and then left the land abandoned by the gods without looking back. Above the king's court of giants, God stood alone in the sky. His eyes scanned the entire land abandoned by the gods, then the entire real world, and finally cast their gaze toward the stars. All the hidden beings who came into contact with his gaze turned their gaze away, and the ancient gods in the starry sky also moved away and became quiet. The god who awakens tonight is already the most complete god, one of the true three pillars, compared to the fallen mother goddess, who has lost two extraordinary pathways and source of essence, and the lord of mysteries, who is competing with Klein for dominance. He is undoubtedly the most trembling existence in the entire starry sky. The stars, the lord of mysteries, and God whispered, and the sea of chaos surged up again to cover everything here. In the depths of the chaos sea, God seemed to be saying to himself, you should thank him for his loyalty. He gave his loyalty, and I bore the sacrifice for him. Oh, you should have no consciousness left at all. Everything is still up to you. I can't influence you at all. That's why you survive. Don't you also look forward to such a change? It's indeed somewhat interesting. At least it's more interesting than that mysterious guy. God's body gradually submerged into the depths of the sea of chaos. From then on, there was no longer the ancient sun god, only God and his weak human side. It's over. It turned out to be such a result. In the kingdom of the goddess of night, far outside the initial crack in the barrier, the mother goddess of earth and the goddess of night slowly retracted their gazes at the land abandoned by the gods. Ever since the original which entered the land abandoned by God, she has attracted their attention. Medici, who was determined to die, and God suddenly awakened, brought everything to a different ending. The original which was defeated and became a foil for Medici to reach a higher level. I know that you will not give up any opportunity to try, so I will not advise you to change your mind. The voice of the Earth Mother Goddess was filled with sighs and helplessness. Although the Goddess of the Night has not expressed her position yet, he already understands the will of the Goddess of the Night. She wants to continue the path cut off by the stars. He wants to forcibly jump to non-adjacent sequences and try to accommodate the city of disaster. Except for existences like Tianzuan and God, no one knows what the order of this path is. I hope you can think carefully and don't embark on a path that is destined to fail. Faced with the Earth Mother Goddess's persuasion, the Night Goddess did not answer. She just looked at the starry sky above her head. The original witch died like this? Intas. Russell looked surprised when he learned the news about the land abandoned by the gods, and muttered, this is such a pity. Ahem. It doesn't matter if he died. There is one less uncertain element. Russell quickly calmed down his emotions, and at the same time arranged for people to go to Fasak Empire to start preparations related to the City of Disaster. The City of Disaster is not really in the world yet. He has only penetrated some of his power through a space crack in the Fuzek Empire. According to the plan formulated by Will, a large-scale ritual formation with blocking effect needs to be built outside the space gap to first reduce the impact of the City of Disaster on the current world disaster, and at the same time prevent the City of Disaster from suddenly going berserk, and then let the City of Disaster appear and find a suitable new owner for it. To be honest, Russell felt that this plan was not very reliable. In the southern region of the Fuzek Empire, in an ancient castle with a long history, a mysterious ceremony is taking place. A coffin made of fine nanma was placed on the platform in the center of the blood pool. 3 black fist-sized beads hung above it. 3 graceful women wearing different colors of clothing stood at the front around the edges. Behind them, there was also a group of female believers standing with their heads bowed in devout worship. They chanted in unison toward the coffin in the center, reciting complicated and profound ancient incantations. The bright red blood in the blood pool turned into strands of silk thread and penetrated into the coffin. Soon, the coffin shook gently, as if some dusty ancient existence was waking up. Then, the lid of the coffin was pushed open by an invisible force, and a slim and naked figure stood up from the coffin. In an instant, the blood in the entire blood pool was drained, turning into a set of bright red clothes with a strong smell of blood, from the smooth feet to the thighs, abdomen, shoulders, and a bright red hat on the head, a bloody crown. In the sky, the light of the crimson moon became more and more dazzling, and the light that fell passed directly through the cover of the ancient castle and merged into the body of this newly awakened figure. Great Original, you. As the aura exuded by this awakening figure became stronger and stronger, the bodies of the three immortal witches headed by them trembled slightly, seeming to speak in disbelief. The figure chuckled, and then whispered, "Original? Since it has failed, I will take over this body first." "What? You are not the original," the White Witch cried out in horror, her eyes filled with horror. "This is the backhand for resurrection that was originally prepared for himself. Once he dies outside, he will be resurrected from this body that has been prepared for him. The so-called Red Witch of the Witch Sect is the second body originally prepared for herself. But now, the original that was supposed to return disappeared without a trace, and a strange soul that came from nowhere came into the body he prepared. Even if the original witch is resurrected and returns without the necessary extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness, she will be nothing more than a sequence 2 with no personality. She might as well be used to fulfill me." The figure in the blood-colored dress slowly turned around, his eyes like the two most brilliant rubies, silently exuding a breathtaking light. And the bright red crown was his majesty that was difficult to behold. The members of the witch sect behind the three immortal witches knelt down and worshipped. The fear in their hearts made them choose to surrender. "Who are you anyway?" the White Witch shouted and assumed a fighting stance. The new ageless witch standing on her right saw that something was wrong and quickly blended into the nearby shadows, trying to escape. "Ah!" A contemptuous laughter sounded, and the body of the ageless witch who wanted to escape exploded into pieces, turned into a ball of blood, and then merged into the body of the mysterious awakened person, making the blood-red dress she was wearing even more red. Chapter 745 Disaster. The beginning of chaos. In the castle where there should not have been moonlight originally, the light of the crimson moon seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, constantly gathering towards here, and then merged into the crown that was already so bright red that it was bleeding. The mysterious figure stretched out the index finger of his right hand and gently wiped his thin lips that bloomed like a rose. A little blood dripped down, adding a bit of temptation and chill. "Have you made your decision?" The mysterious figure was as elegant as a blood moon queen, and her playful eyes were like looking at two trembling prey. I am willing to surrender under your dress. Your will is the direction I will move forward." Unable to bear the pressure, the White Witch chose to kneel down and surrender. Black Witch Seraphina sighed inwardly and chose to surrender. They had no choice at all. This mysterious being who came from nowhere was definitely not simple. Even though he was using the body of the Red Witch at the moment, the aura he exuded was no less than that of the original witch, and was even more mysterious. It is easier for people to have fear from the bottom of their hearts. "What a pity. I haven't eaten enough yet." His eyes moved away from the two kneeling immortal witches with regret, and looked up at the gathering light of the crimson moon, seeming to be quite disgusted, feeling that the power comes too slowly, or it feels too stinky. Finally, he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the blood representing the vitality of all living creatures within a few hundred miles around him quickly gathered in this direction. Looking down from a high altitude, the whole land seems to be covered with a thin layer of red mist, which is so bright and conspicuous. After doing all this, he licked his lips, and then licked the tips of his fingers one by one. His eyes flickered slightly, as if he still felt dissatisfied. "Great Blood Moon Queen, please put aside the anger in your heart. In order to prevent being discovered, we deliberately chose a remote place. There are really not many creatures nearby for you to feed on. Blood Moon Queen, a good title. I will be named after this from now on." As his words fell, a dark black ancient throne appeared out of thin air, with a black river carved out around the throne, vaguely revealing an aura of death. This is more like a smaller bed than a throne. The beautiful woman leaning on the throne is indeed like a queen who rules the world. There should be many living beings surviving in the central region of this empire. Yes, that is the capital of the Fasak Empire. It is currently the most densely populated place in the entire Fasak Empire. A very suitable place. Blood Moon Queen seemed very satisfied with this place. "I commend you for your loyalty. It is our supreme honor to serve the great Blood Moon Queen." Before the White Witch could say her compliments, a ray of red light shot out from the inside of the blood crown and merged into her body. It actually promoted her directly from the Sequence 3 Ageless, which to the Sequence 2 Disaster, which there is no need for any rituals, no magic potion, and there is not even the slightest sense of disharmony in her body. It is simply more stable than her own promotion by taking the magic potion. This magical scene made the White Witch stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses and worshipped the Blood Moon Queen on the throne. Seraphina, who also saw this scene, was equally horrified. The Sequence 3 Ageless, which can be promoted to the Sequence 2 Disaster, which without any sequelae. This is something that even the original can't do. Disaster is the beginning of all chaos. The Blood Moon Queen on the throne said a profound word. Soon, most members of the witch cult secretly headed to the capital of the Fasak Empire. On October 8, 1363, in the very center of the capital of the Fuzak Empire, where the population was most densely populated, a huge deep black space crack suddenly opened that was 20 feet wide and about dozens of kilometers long. Inside the cracks, a smell filled with a rich smell of disaster was constantly emitted. Many of the residents, who originally lived here, were directly swallowed by this crack. The lucky ones, who escaped this disaster, also fell in the subsequent earthquake. A sudden earthquake broke out with the capital of the Fasak Empire as its center, spreading in all directions. The disaster expanded to the entire territory of the Fasak Empire, and even the distant Starsea Kingdom could feel a noticeable tremor. The Republic of Intis, which was indirectly affected, was once again devastated by the earthquake, and nearly one-third of the majestic and steep Honakis mountains collapsed. Russell, who is sitting in the capital Trier, knows that this is the city of disaster, and the demons have started to appear again. What made him find it strange was that the area affected by the city of disaster through the spatial rift was not the capital of the Fuzak Empire. Why did it suddenly break out in the capital this time? Are there any incentives? Or is it that the scope of direct influence of the city of disaster includes the entire Fuzak Empire? Thinking of this, Russell was suddenly very happy that the Jin's disordered country was only the size of a county, and it was still within the scope of being able to be sacrificed. Shouldn't the goddess of night start to act? Russell set his sights in the direction of the Fuzak Empire, and he would definitely not join in the fun. In the capital of the Fuzak Empire, the sudden and violent disaster not only took away a large number of residents who originally lived here, but also many members of the Church of the Night Goddess, the Tarot Society, and the Church of the Stars were among the victims. How could a disaster of this magnitude suddenly occur? Forsey, who opened the space portal in the first place, looked at the capital of the Fuzak Empire that had been basically destroyed, and felt extremely heavy. This ancient capital had experienced reconstruction after the Kingdom of Lone was defeated, and had also survived the ravages of the Church of Outer Gods. But it finally fell today. Only 1 in 10 remains of the dilapidated buildings. There is no need to rebuild them anymore, and they can only be rebuilt. Forsey did not let her heavy heart affect her. She first quickly summoned the surviving members of the major churches, and asked the extraordinary people to use their extraordinary abilities to save many residents who were buried under the ruins and still had a weak breath of life. Come out and open the space portal connecting Backland, Trier, and the Starsea Kingdom so that relief supplies can arrive here smoothly. Then he met with church leaders such as the Church of the Stars, the Church of the Night, and the Church of Steam to discuss how to block the influence of this space rift to avoid causing greater natural disasters. In the end, it was the Goddess of Night, the God of Steam, and the Mother Goddess of Earth, who performed miracles in the air and joined forces to temporarily seal the space crack to prevent even greater natural disasters. Will, who looked at what was happening in the capital of the Fasak Empire from Backland, sighed softly, but finally did not choose to take action. He still needed to scare the old gods from the stars. As the power of the initial barrier weakened, the strength of their avatars gradually increased from Sequence 1, and combined with high levels, they were almost comparable to Sequence 0 gods. If the stars were not still sitting in the starry sky, and God and the Heavenly Lord did not clearly express their stance, they would have started to act unscrupulously. He, the Key of Light, was still too hasty, making him appear to be somewhat unworthy of his name, unable to suppress the old gods of the outer world. If Medici can become the new master of the City of Disaster, then by joining forces, they should be able to suppress the restless old days of the outer gods and stabilize the situation before the doomsday comes. In December 1363, 5 days before the new year, another huge space crack opened in the Fuzak Empire. This time, the ice and snow disaster once again swept from the northern ice field, and it was bound to wrap the entire Fuzak Empire into a world of silver ice crystals. At the critical moment, the old Pope Ross Hurley, who had been incorporated into the Church of the Stars, used his body as a torch to reborn like the eternal blazing sun. He held up a blazing sun with both hands and guarded the entire border of the Fasak Empire. On the moon, the ice and snow disaster that was supposed to be raging in Carnival was blocked from the borders of the Fusak Empire, unable to cross the area shrouded in the sun's rays. After that, Rose Hurley never appeared again. Only inside the Church of the Stars, there was a majestic statue of the god holding the sun with both hands. The core members of the Church of the Stars claimed that the old Pope Ross Hurley just turned into a star and returned to the stars, dotting the starry sky and shining on every living being worthy of protection. Seeing that the situation in the capital of the Fusak Empire was gradually stabilizing, Forsey, who had been busy for several months, had time to take a break. In the makeshift room, Forsey was lying on the bed to rest, while Zio sat on the edge of the bed and carefully peeled off the grape skins for her and put them into her mouth. This is because of your hard work during this period. But don't think that you will be treated so well in the future. Forsey just smiled and said nothing, took another mouthful of grapes, and narrowed his eyes in comfort. Chapter 746. Stay away from the witch, and be careful with the moon. Shio, my legs are a little sore. Give me a squeeze. Forsey spat out a grape seed and spoke casually. That's a lot to ask for. Zio patted Forsey's thigh and then began to massage it with moderate force, which made Forsey make a satisfied sound. Your enjoyment ends here. Zio squeezed for 3 minutes, then stopped, picked up a bunch of grapes and ate them. It's so insincere. It took you longer than this to go to the bathroom. Forsey complained quietly. How can I have so much time? It's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have to attend a tarot club meeting later. Forsey thought about it. He really couldn't be lazy any longer, and it was time to work hard. Then he naturally changed his sleeping position. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on top of Source Castle, the tarot club was held again. The topic of discussion this time mainly revolves around the natural disasters in the Fusak Empire. Forsey introduced the current situation of Fasak Empire in detail, and Zio occasionally added some additional details. According to the guidance from Fate, in about 3 months, new space cracks will form again. At that time, it will be time to completely terminate the source of this natural disaster. When talking about this, Forsey's tone became much more high-spirited. She had personally experienced ruthless natural disasters, and she wished she could solve the root cause of the natural disasters now. Audrey smiled at Forsey and said, Miss Magician, you have worked hard during this period. The day after tomorrow, I will arrive at the capital of the Fasak Empire. This is undoubtedly the best news I have heard in this time. Forsey smiled. Recently, the Church of Outer Gods has begun to carry out frequent activities in secret, and it is very likely that they are directed at the source of natural disasters. Alger reminded. Zio clenched his fists and said angrily, I will handle this matter together with other church law enforcers. I will definitely let these disgusting and dirty things see the fury of human revenge. In another half-month, I will arrive at the capital of the Fusak Empire, hoping to resolve this matter, Leonard said, as the topic continued. Cadla, who had been silently thinking, suddenly said, there seems to be something wrong with the recent behavior of the witch sect. Although the fall of the original witch is a top secret, it is not a big secret to the current Tarot Society. Emlyn asked curiously, since the death of the original witch, hasn't the witch sect slipped into the dark and disappeared? Stay away from the witch and be careful with the moon. Cadla said in a solemn tone, these are some of the secrets I learned while tracking the members of the Cthulhu Order. Stay away from the witch and watch out for the moon. Does this mean that the witch sect will cause something big? But the original witch has fallen. Without a Sequence Zero leader, what big things can the witch sect do in the current environment? Has the original witch not fallen yet? But haven't the 3 Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the witch path already fallen into the hands of the former Red Angel Medici? Everyone in the Tarot Club thought about it for a while, but they couldn't accurately understand the meaning. Backlund, the resident staff Emlyn, after finishing the Tarot Society meeting, with inner doubts, bought a bunch of delicious ice cream to look for the great incarnation of destiny. Compared to other members of the Tarot Club, Emlyn's vampire clan pays special attention to the word moon, which was once a symbol of the vampire clan. But later, the vampire clan suddenly lost ownership of the moon, leaving only the Mother Earth. Stay away from the witch, and be careful with the moon. You little guys really have discovered some incredible secrets. After hearing the purpose and enjoying the ice cream offering, Will couldn't help but sigh. Great incarnation of destiny. I just want to know that the moon no longer belongs to our vampire clan? Emlyn asked anxiously. This is a question that everyone in their vampire clan wants to figure out. Temporary loss does not mean forever. Will added in his heart, but in the state of the mother goddess of the earth, it is impossible to regain the power of the moon. Decisive abandonment is the basis for survival. The crimson moon is not only watched by the two outer gods, the mother goddess of fallen and the mother tree of desire. As the end draws closer, more outer gods awaken, and many existences want to exert influence on the real world through the crimson moon. The competition is fierce, and the Earth Mother cannot withstand several erosions. Thank you for your guidance. Emlyn bowed. Go back. What happened to the witch cult is far beyond what you can explore at the moment. Emlyn obeyed and left. Will, who was alone, after eating ice cream, suddenly felt that everything was boring. The destiny that he, the incarnation of destiny, could see through was becoming more and more limited. What was happening in the witch sect now, he could only tell was related to the crimson moon and the river of eternal darkness. Once destiny involves the past of these outer gods, it begins to twist, unable to provide an accurate future destiny. On March 1st, 1364, in the newly built refugee concentration camp in the capital of the dilapidated Fuzak Empire, a blonde girl with blue eyes welcomed a girl with a golden retriever behind her. Miss Audrey, I'm finally waiting for you. Forsy came up to her with a smile on her face, while Zio waved and greeted Susie enthusiastically. Audrey smiled and nodded, and followed Forsy and Zio's footsteps to their temporary residence, a lonely dilapidated two-story house. Here, for fear of another natural disaster, only tents and a few surviving buildings were temporarily set up. After Forsy finished telling Audrey about the situation here, his eyes focused on Susie, who was wagging her tail. Great and lovely Susie. There is something we need your help to solve now. Zio also smiled and said, I believe our kind-hearted Miss Susie is willing to lend a helping hand. Woof woof. Susie stepped back half a body behind Audrey without showing any trace. Don't be so alert. We just want to ask you to provide psychological counseling to those survivors who have experienced natural disasters, so that they can face the future life more optimistically. Woof? Susie showed a don't lie to me expression. Don't worry. This is really the only thing, Zio assured. Susie then came to Forsy and Zio from behind Audrey and motioned for them to lead the way. Forsy said apologetically, well, I'm afraid you need to find them yourself, because there are hundreds of thousands of people with serious psychological problems. Woof. Susie's golden hair almost stood on end, and she actually gave it to hundreds of thousands of people for psychological counseling. Is there any humanity left? Susie's unkind eyes fell on Forsy and Zio, who looked back and forth for a while. Finally, she snorted softly and left with her head held high, beginning her journey as a psychological master. Huh? Luckily Susie agreed. Forsy patted his chest and showed a successful smile like a little fox. Yes, Susie is so nice. Zio also looked very happy. Audrey just smiled and said nothing. The less Susie made a request, the more it proved that she was ready to cause trouble. Susie's character would not make jokes about serious matters, but Forsy and Zio were both acquaintances, so it was normal to make some jokes. That night, Forsy and Zio had a beautiful and lingering dream at the same time. Their two pretty faces were slightly flushed, and one or two seductive moans came out of their red lips from time to time. However, they never woke up and were still addicted to the dream. Next door, Audrey, who had not yet fallen asleep, smiled and shook her head while listening to the sounds of Forsy and Zio coming from their sweet dreams. She knew it was a little joke from Susie, so she didn't stop it, and she had no intention of going to Forsy and Zio's dreamland to find out what was going on, because just by listening to the intermittent murmurs in her sleep, she roughly understood what the two of them were experiencing in the dream. Outside the house, a big golden retriever dog was wagging its tail proudly and baring its teeth, looking very happy. In front of its neck, a small round ball made of polished silver spar swayed gently, and the starlight spread out, covering its body, and disappeared in an instant. That night, the survivors in many places within the Fuzak Empire had a good dream. When Forsy and Zio woke up the next day, they were stunned for a few seconds, and then called out Susie's name in a tone of shame and anger. When they went out to meet each other, Audrey could vaguely see the faint blush on their faces that had not completely dissipated. Miss Audrey, good morning. Forsy and Zio greeted each other in unnatural tones and glanced behind Audrey, but there was no sign of Susie. Good morning. Audrey smiled and nodded. After taking 2 steps, she warned. You talk in your sleep when you are dreaming. But you will be overheard. Forsy and Xiao froze. Their expressions frozen. And they both froze in place. Chapter 747 Trap. On March 20th, 1364, Leonard, who had traveled all the way from Intis, also arrived at the capital of the Fuzek Empire. The 4 members of the Tarot Society, Justice, Magician, Judgment, and Star, tacitly hid their identities and did not choose to make them public. On the plain hundreds of meters away from the edge of the space rift, Audrey, Forsy, Zio, and Leonard were looking at the space rift not far away, through the sealed fog of disaster. It was vaguely visible that there seemed to be an ancient black city sitting quietly deep in the cracks. A city that symbolizes disaster. One of the causes of this natural disaster. When I first started traveling around the world, I came here once. Although the city had just experienced war, it still maintained a relatively lively basic life. Now the gap is too big, Leonard said with emotion. The people who survived have already settled in the Celtic city in the southwest with the help of the major churches. It will be the new capital of the Fuzek Empire in the future. As for this place, it is just an old capital that was destroyed by natural disasters in history. Forsy introduced. I hope this time the source of the disaster can be completely eradicated. To this end, I have brought 3 blessing gold coins presented by Mr. Fool. Leonard opened his palms, kept one for himself, and handed 2 of the gold coins to Forsy and Zio, asking them to accept them with peace of mind. These 2 gold coins come from Russell and the Mercury Angel under the Fool's seat respectively. They no longer need this kind of blessing from Mr. Fool. As for Audrey, she does not need protection from Mr. Fool. She has her own patron saint. Hopefully everything goes well. As time gradually approaches the time mentioned by the incarnation of destiny, there are many more members from the Church of Outer Gods on this ruined land. Zio and the outer members of the Church of the Stars, the Church of the Night, the Church of Steam, and the Tarot Society began to snipe at the evil and chaotic believers of the Outer Gods. The extraordinary path from the starry sky is normal when going from sequence 9 to sequence 7. Once it enters sequence 6, it will be contaminated by the power of the old Outer Gods and become crazy and evil. If it enters sequence 4 and is demigod or above, that was basically the favored person chosen by the Outer Gods in the past. And it was extremely harmful. The hunt for Outer God Church believers lasted only 10 days. And Zio encountered a dangerous ambush, and was targeted by 3 sequence 3 Outer God favorites. Fortunately, Forsy arrived in time, and took Zio away. 2 days later, under Audrey's arrangement, Forsy, Zio, and Leonard successfully hunted 2 sequence 3 outsiders. This incident caused quite a shock. In the days that followed, no less than 3 sequence 2 angel-level Outer Gods were wandering around the space rift caused by the City of Disaster. There were even clones of the old Outer Gods, who came here in advance. And just by releasing a little aura, the extraordinaries in this area felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Many extraordinaries were directly contaminated by the aura, and fell into eternity of madness. For this reason, Mrs. Lisa, the Pope of the Church of the Stars, personally holds the scepter given by the stars and sits here. Along with her are 3 law enforcers of the stars and 2 archbishops, attracting the blessings of the stars, purifying this area and eliminating all pollution. Aura. This temporarily suppressed the situation. At night, the stars were shining brightly, and Audrey came to the place where Mrs. Lisa lived, a church of stars that had survived the earthquake and was rebuilt. Miss Audrey. Good evening. Mrs. Lisa, who was staying up late organizing materials and preparing to continue writing, stood up and saluted respectfully. Mrs. Lisa, you don't have to be so polite. Audrey smiled and said, I heard that you have written a lot of books about the stars, and I have been thinking about borrowing a few books from you to read. It's my pleasure. Mrs. Lisa took out 3 books from the table and handed them to Audrey. The 3 books were Chronicles of the Stars, Prayer of the Stars, and Thoughts on the Starry Sky Part 1. Audrey took the book and flipped through a few pages. Her eyes shone slightly, and she made no secret of her admiration. You are the most knowledgeable and talented writer I have ever seen. As for Miss Forsy, she should just write some romance stories. Books like this, which obviously have a lot of historical vicissitudes, are not suitable for her age. As I get older, I only have this few hobbies left. I hope I can leave a few more useful books before the end. Audrey did not stay here long and soon left with 3 books. In May 1364, another earthquake occurred in the Fuzek Empire. But it was very slight. It only shook a few times, and then calmed down. Audrey, Forsey and others immediately increased their vigilance, understanding that the natural disaster from the City of Disaster was about to begin. Members of the Church of Outer Gods poured into the nearby area in large numbers, and secretly held mysterious rituals many times. A few surviving villages were sacrificed alive to summon monsters from the stars. The Church of the Stars teamed up with the Church of the Night and the Tarot Society to carry out carpet cleaning to stop this trend. In mid-May, a far stronger natural disaster wave broke out in the center of the original capital of the Fuzak Empire, and the two space cracks almost overlapped. The violent fluctuations of natural disasters broke through the seals arranged by the Goddess of the Night, the God of Steam, the Goddess of the Earth, and other gods. At the critical moment, everyone in the Tarot Society combined their previous arrangements to guide this natural disaster energy fluctuation into the starry sky. And the Pope of the Church of the Stars immediately cooperated to call for the power of the stars to come. Endless starlight fell, and wisps of holes penetrated and eliminated the black fog that represented disaster. Above the Source Castle, Klein has woken up, and Tianzuan is also awake. He glanced at what was happening below, and said with a smile, "It is not that simple to bring the City of Disaster to the world. Since you also want the City of Disaster to appear, why do you have to stop us from opening the Dusty Seal? Because you are more anxious than me." Klein really can't refute this reason. He has been entangled with Tianzuan for a long time, and he has a general understanding of Tianzuan's personality. To describe it as extremely bad is not an exaggeration. It can even be said that he is an enlarged and enhanced version of Amon. Different from Amon's pranks, Tianzuan likes to play with all living beings, or to fool them, and then jump around repeatedly without any rules. He has no position, because he itself represents a position that belongs only to him. He does not need any friends, and does not care about any enemies. Klein only saw three things that really made him care about them: the secrets of God, the stars, and the essence. You don't have much time. The smile on Tianzuan's face was obvious. Klein sighed softly and began to drag Tianzuan into the deep struggle and entanglement for consciousness. At least Tianzuan should be unable to take care of things in the City of Disaster. As for bringing the City of Disaster to the world and choosing a new owner for it, it all depends on Will's arrangements. At the space crack caused by the overflow of the City of Disaster's power, Will appeared out of thin air. He actually used the key of light as the key, passed through the crack in space, and gently turned in a circle, creating a huge light that could pass through. Door. The City of Disaster, which is completely black in color, is no longer so mysterious and out of reach under the light emitted by the huge light gate. It is like an ordinary city that has been dusty for a long time and covered by the dust of time. It is about the same size as Backland. When the door to the City of Disaster opened, the old outer gods, who had been dormant in darkness for many days, could not restrain their desire for the City of Disaster, and quickly passed through the light gate while Will still needed to stabilize the door. Arrive at another space where the City of Disaster is located. Will tried to stop it, but it seemed that he was powerless. One after another, the old clones of the outer gods broke into the light door and slipped into the sealed place originally arranged by the Lord of Mysteries. When the old clone of the outer god no longer acted, Will slowly stretched his body, put away the key of light, and closed the light door completely. A group of idiots. How could the seals laid by the Lord of Mysteries in the past to seal so many sources of matter be broken through so easily by him? He did open a portal with the help of the key of light, but it did not lead directly to the City of Disaster, but led one way to the sealed place set by the Lord of Mysteries. With the old sequence one strength of those outer gods, they could probably sustain it for 3 to 5 seconds. Right? Still a little less. Will scanned the dark area in the distance, and knew that there were still many smart outer gods hiding in the darkness in the past, and avoiding this trap. But there is no way. In the past, the outer gods like the fallen Mother Goddess, and the Mother Tree of Desire knew the seals of the Lord of Mysteries very well, and also understood what the Key of Light could and could not do. If you want to open the seal and bring the City of Disaster into full existence, you also need to contribute. Will threw the question to the old days of the outer gods lurking in the dark. Chapter 748 Medici and the Goddess of Night. Facing Will's proposal, none of the outer gods chose to agree. They just quietly disappeared into the darkness, seemingly not caring at all whether the City of Disaster could be opened normally. Will glanced provocatively and said softly, "I have given you a chance, but you chose to give up." After saying that, he sacrificed the key of light again and opened a bright light door deep in the crack of space. Under the bright light of the gate, The city of disaster gradually became clear again from the haze. This is the last chance. Are you sure you want to give up? Will's eyes swept across the deep darkness again. But there was still no outside God who responded to his words. At this time, a red stream of light, carrying the aura of war, came from a distance. It just met Will and quickly entered it through the light door. Just when Will was about to put away the key of light and close the light door, the entire light door shook, and the originally silent city of disaster suddenly became commotion. At this time, a crimson moon hung high in the starry sky, and there was a red stream of light broke into the light door, and then a black light group descended from the kingdom of God at the crack in the initial barrier, and also broke into the light door. The ancient outer gods hidden in the deep darkness seemed to have sensed something, and they rushed out of the darkness one after another, trying to enter the depths of the space crack through the light door. You've missed your chance. Will instantly put away the key of light and close the light door that could pass through. The seemingly frail young man looked directly at the angry old outer gods and said with a little disdain, "You'd better be honest within the initial barrier. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you all back to the stars. You are very courageous." The outer god who spoke was always murmuring. His eyes stared at the light door for a while, and then sneered, "Unfortunately, you are destined to fail in this battle for the city of disaster. There has never been a fate of failure in front of me." Will held his head high, very confident. With your half-baked key of light, when you are trying to divination and spy on the unknown destiny, it will inevitably fail when faced with existences of the same level. The constant murmur revealed Will's true state at a glance. Even if I am not the complete incarnation of destiny, I should still be able to deal with you who are incomplete. You can try to pry into the fate that is happening inside at this moment. After finishing his endless babble, he left quietly, while the other outer gods of the old days retreated into the deep darkness, quietly waiting for the situation to develop. Will looked disapproving on the surface, but in his heart, he was thinking about the second red light just now. Which outer god from the past could it be? This time, the passage he opened through the key of light leads directly to the safe place closest to the city of disaster. It was originally tailor-made for Medici, but there was a sudden commotion in the city of disaster just now, as if the light door was consciously fixed for a moment, allowing the second red light to follow. As for the third black light group, it is the goddess of the night. Will tried to pry into the true identity of the second red light, but was unable to capture its related fate. The other party has the personality of the past, and has a close connection with the city of disaster, so he can blind his prying eyes at this moment. Medici, goddess of the night, I have done what I can. Whether you can become the new master of the city of disaster and break the seal of the Lord of Mysteries depends on your own destiny. Will sighed in his heart, and then sat cross-legged in front of the huge space crack to prevent any outside gods from intruding in the past. In this gray world, gray fog dominates everything here. The ancient and mysterious city of disaster is now shrouded, or rather suppressed, by layers of gray fog. Medici walked alone in this world of gray fog, looking at everything here while following the call from the bottom of his heart and approaching the city of disaster. The gray mist seems to have some ability to dissolve or isolate all power. At this moment, he is like an ordinary person, who can only walk on his legs and cannot have the ability to fly into the sky and escape from the earth, unless he wants to directly confront the power of gray mist here. He once tried to use his extraordinary ability, but the gray fog around him quickly gathered, forming a strong suppressive force that prevented him from even taking a step out. The closer we get to the city of disaster, the more intense the smell of disaster becomes. Medici could clearly feel that the uniqueness related to the Red Priest path and the uniqueness of the Witch path, which were not fully contained in his body, were about to leave his body and fly towards the city of disaster. Is the city of disaster really a dead city without consciousness? Medici couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. He could feel what the city of disaster was calling for. Is it yourself? Or someone else? When he was about to approach the city of disaster, Medici suddenly saw the fog rolling in front of him. He stayed vigilant and took a few steps quickly to see two women fighting. One was wearing a complicated black dress dotted with stars, holding a black death sickle, like the Lord of Death in the night. The other one is wearing a bloody dress that looks like blood has gathered together. The overall style is slightly charming and revealing. She wears a crown on her head and has a proud posture. She is holding a spear that is constantly dripping with blood. Medici recognized the goddess of the night at a glance. But as for the other one, he couldn't understand her origin. The omnipresent fog suppresses all external forces. The so-called battle in front of us is more like ordinary people fighting. There are no amazing energy fluctuations or gorgeous battle scenes. Just the collision and interweaving of very simple weapons. After just 2 glances, Medici made a cut in his arm, and the flowing blood formed a big sword, ready to join the battle. Don't waste time. I'll help you hold him back. The goddess of the night spoke sharply. Medici only paused for a second, then put away his bloody sword and turned around, continuing to move quickly towards the city of disaster. Haha. How naive. The Blood Moon Queen licked her red lips and looked at this scene with a mocking look on her face. Do you think you can stop me like this? The goddess of the night did not speak, just looked at each other quietly. Stay away from the witch and watch out for the moon, as the incarnation of destiny. Although it cannot glimpse the complete destiny, he can still obtain a certain degree of enlightenment, after learning that something had happened to the witch sect, and that it was suspected to be related to the river of eternal darkness. Will made additional arrangements, hoping that someone could come in and help Medici. Originally, the candidate Will wanted to choose was the goddess Steam, but Steam was making use of the changes in technology of the times to make up for its original shortcomings, making it difficult to come. Don't worry. I'll come back to you sooner or later. The Queen of Blood Moon gently pointed her right index finger at the heart of the night goddess, and said with a low smile, because you are mine too. The goddess of the night still didn't speak, but she waved the death scythe in her hand more quickly. Oh, it's really boring. The Blood Moon Queen retreated, the blood-colored spear in her hand suspended in midair. She jumped slightly, sat on the spear, and looked down at the goddess of the night. She glanced towards the city of disaster in front of her. Like a long bloody river, the diffuse gray fog was pushed away, making it impossible to get close to him, and could only watch him go away silently. The goddess of the night still had no expression on her face. She turned around and walked towards the city of disaster. He walked very slowly, and seemed to be in no hurry. Chapter 749 The Destiny Talisman and the Star Talisman. As soon as Medici approached the city of disaster, he was uncontrollably sucked into the center of the city, and lay on an altar with a large amount of blood flowing. His body was bound by countless small, but tough red tentacles. The power of the city of disaster suppressed him tightly, making him unable to even move. He could only open his eyes, and watch his head gradually turn red. Sky. The entire city of disaster is a trap, and it is specifically designed to accommodate the unique owners of the Red Priest path and the Witch path, no matter who wins or loses between him and the original witch. As soon as he sets foot in the city of disaster, he will fall prey to the bait, because there has already been a mysterious existence using the city of disaster to lay a fatal trap. Faced with such a desperate situation, Medici could only sigh and think of ways to escape. The power of the city of disaster firmly restrains the 2 extraordinary pathways of the Red Priest and the witch in his body. In addition, he has not fully accommodated the uniqueness of the witch's pathway. It is undoubtedly fanciful to want to break away from, suppress and tame the city of disaster. Giggle. As a burst of contemptuous laughter came, the gray sky became brighter and brighter, as if it was dyed with a layer of clouds. The Blood Moon Queen, who came riding the long river of blood, looked down at the prey that was already lying obediently on the altar, her eyes getting colder. He fell down lightly, stretched out his hand, and held a long spear in his hand. The 2-meter-long spear was half taller than his tall body, but there was no sense of violation. Prey will remain prey after all, the Blood Moon Queen whispered, and the spear in her hand penetrated Medici's chest, bringing out the uniqueness of the Red Priest and the uniqueness of the witch in his body. As these 2 uniquenesses appeared in the world, the entire city of disaster began to tremble violently, eager to swallow the part that belonged to itself. Are you so impatient? The Blood Moon Queen used her spear to suppress the uniqueness of the Red Priest and the witch, preventing them from being directly swallowed up by the city of disaster. After all, I was one step ahead. There was a red light in the Blood Moon Queen's eyes, and her tender and bright red tongue suddenly stretched out, sweeping away the uniqueness of the Red Priest and the witch on the tip of the spear, and she opened her mouth and ate it all. The loot was snatched away, and the city of disaster shook violently, emitting a soul-shaking roar, like a sleeping giant venting its anger. In the city, the black natural disaster forces began to wreak havoc, threatening to bury all today's intruders. The Blood Moon Queen just sneered, surrounded by red light, steadily avoiding the power of natural disasters, and constantly absorbing this power. The bright red light gradually shines, transforms, and finally approaches the purest darkness. The spear he penetrated through Medici's chest also transformed into a black river, flying back to him, constantly circling around him, and constantly absorbing the power that belonged to the City of Disaster. This phenomenon triggered a crazy counterattack by the City of Disaster. The overwhelming aura of natural disaster rose from all over the city, turning into a natural disaster giant, clenching its fist and fiercely smashing down on the Blood Moon Queen. The Blood Moon Queen did not dodge, and as the crown on her head flickered, the energy of eternal darkness poured out. At the same time, the black river surrounding her went straight to the natural disaster giant, like a black python wrapped around every joint of its body. In such a violent collision, two forces emerged that seemed to be mutually exclusive, but had the same origin. Lying on the altar, Medici's pupil shrank, and he immediately knew the true origin of this bright red figure. This is another incarnation of the source of Eternal Dark River. There is a special connection between the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster. Before he entered the City of Disaster, Will found him and told him this key information, and also mentioned that he must be careful about this. Now it seems that Will's worries are undoubtedly correct. The River of Eternal Darkness, which was originally banned by the Lord of Mysteries, gave birth to a complete consciousness for unknown reasons, and also quietly came to the City of Disaster through an incarnation. After robbing the Red Priest and the Witch of their uniqueness, they wanted to take advantage of the situation to accommodate the City of Disaster. No wonder there is such a sinister trap set up in the City of Disaster, just to allow the incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness to recover a certain amount of strength first, giving him the possibility of conquering the City of Disaster. Tianzuan was definitely involved in the planning of this matter, and he was the one who released the incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness to come here. The trap was probably set by him. As the battle between the incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster became more intense, Medici, who was lying on the altar, quietly regained his freedom, with a smile on his lips. For a qualified hunter, learning to identify traps is an ability that must be learned and used skillfully. If one day a hunter actively chooses to step into a trap, it must be because doing so will result in greater gains. Before entering here, Medici had secretly discussed with Will, the incarnation of destiny, how to conquer the City of Disaster, because he is not yet a true Sequence Zero, and does not have time to fully accommodate the uniqueness of the Witch's path. It is basically impossible to accommodate the City of Disaster head-on, not to mention there are other possible changes. Therefore, they came up with another feasible way. That is to use the entanglement of consciousness between Klein and Tianzuan as a template to make himself a part of the City of Disaster while retaining his complete consciousness. When oneself and the City of Disaster are completely integrated, it will take a long time to fight, digest, and accommodate the City of Disaster. This is an idea that only Klein can provide, and only with the help of Will, the incarnation of fate, can we truly achieve this step. After all, the City of Disaster is just a source of essence, not a powerful old existence with self-awareness like Tianzuan. So this method is very feasible. Now, the incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness has also arrived, and is engaged in a deep, life-and-death final battle with the City of Disaster. This is his last and best chance. Medici stared at the fierce confrontation ahead, calmly reached out to his own empty river of destiny, and fished out two talismans that shone with different lights. One shone with the mercury-like light of destiny, the other shone with the bright light of stars. These are the spells from Will and the stars respectively. His relationship with the stars cannot be called friendly, so this star talisman was specially left by the stars to Will, and Will handed it over to him for self-defense. Sometimes, he even doubted whether the stars had really seen the scene in advance, so he specially gave Will a star talisman. When the Destiny Talisman and the Star Talisman appeared from the River of Destiny at the same time, the incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness, which was still entangled with the City of Disaster, suddenly felt a tremor and inexplicable fear. He wanted to break away from the fight with the City of Disaster and deal with Medici first. But the City of Disaster, which did not have complete self-awareness, could not see the situation clearly at all. It just regarded him as the biggest enemy and refused to let him leave half of the world. The incarnation of the River of Eternal Darkness could only watch helplessly as Medici crushed the first Destiny charm. A huge mercury snake connected end to end appeared in the sky. His amber eyes looked at the situation and then turned slightly. Medici's fate changed as a result, and his fate would be linked to the City of Disaster in a short period of time. In a sense, Medici is the complete consciousness of the City of Disaster in a short period of time, and can temporarily borrow the power belonging to the City of Disaster. He can't be allowed to go on any longer. The incarnation of the Eternal River screamed in his heart. But being entangled in the City of Disaster He could only watch helplessly as Medici crushed the second star talisman. Return to position reverse. With Medici's soft drink, the star shone brightly throughout the city of disaster. And the entire gray sky was instantly replaced by the brilliant starry sky. There seemed to be a pair of eyes in the bright starry sky casting a condescending glance towards her. Then the starry sky shattered, and the radiance of the stars poured into the battlefield like flowing water. The consciousness of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness was instantly suppressed, like a burning bonfire being blown down to the size of a candle flame. The uniqueness of the red priest path and the witch path that had been plundered from the body also flew out and returned to Medici's body again. The crazy behavior of the city of disaster was also appeased, and it calmed down silently, losing its original violence. That's it now. Medici did not hesitate any longer and jumped into the middle of the entanglement between the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster. With the help of the star talisman, he merged the two with himself. Medici perfectly merged with the city of disaster, and the river of eternal darkness shrank into a black river, flowing slowly around the city of disaster. Chapter 750 The Raised Death Scythe. Crash. It is the sound of the river flowing slowly. If you stop and listen carefully, you can vaguely hear the sighs of death coming from the river. The endless river of death wraps around an ancient and mysterious black city, like a giant python guarding its country, in the world shrouded in gray fog. As the light of the stars recedes, darkness gradually fills the air. Silently, darkness covered the world, and the goddess of night, holding the death scythe, walked step by step into the city of disaster. Walking through the quaint and old streets, we came to the central area, where a house-sized light source bloomed in midair. The light source has two colors, black and red, which are constantly colliding and merging with each other. The energy that leaks out from time to time turns into black tornadoes, sweeping along every corner of the city. When night falls, the atmosphere of tranquility and sleep envelopes the place, temporarily replacing the violent natural disasters. Dark night. In the red and black light source, Medici, who still retains complete consciousness, let out a whisper. The goddess of the night did not speak, but quietly looked at the light source in front of her that carried the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness. Medici, and the city of disaster. For a long time, the power of night has spread around the goddess of night, and the territory of sleep and silence is constantly expanding her territory. Everything was quiet, at least for the time being. Medici noticed that the consciousness of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster was falling into eternal sleep, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The authority of the night goddess can really help him a lot at this moment. It can suppress the resistance consciousness of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster, allowing him to better integrate with the city of disaster. Klein's ability to stay awake during the fight with the Lord of Mysteries had a lot to do with the power of the stars and the goddess of the night. As everything gradually fell into sleep, Medici also felt sleepy as never before. He also wanted to close his eyes and follow the peaceful comfort, then indulge in it and enter eternal sleep. The consciousness was gradually soothed, and the red-black light source no longer flickered, looking like a giant red-black egg that had been finalized. But the night goddess' power to sleep did not stop there. Instead, it became more and more intensified until Medici's consciousness temporarily fell into sleep. On top of Source Castle, Klein is still pestering Tianzuan's consciousness, preventing him from exerting any influence on what happens in the city of disaster. It was like this at first, but later, Klein discovered that Tianzuan intended to maintain such a state with him. It's not that he is pestering Tianzuan, but Tianzuan is blocking him from intervening in what is happening in the city of disaster. Klein immediately realized that something big might be going on in the city of disaster. Seeing that Klein was beginning to doubt, Tianzuan just chuckled and said, "Do you still remember the bet we made before?" Klein didn't speak. He never recognized this so-called bet from beginning to end, even though Tianzuan kept saying that he didn't need to pay any bet. Who will be the new owner of the city of disaster? Tianzuan deliberately showed a curious expression on his face, and then smiled. Who will you bet on? Klein still didn't speak, just hoping that we could clean up the situation and not let everything go the way planned by Tianzuan. It comes from the most unquenchable desires deep in your heart. No matter how guarded you are, he will take such a path. Klein didn't pay attention to Tianzuan's words, and he didn't distract himself from thinking to avoid being caught by Tianzuan. In the city of disaster, the goddess of the night quietly stared at the alluring giant egg in front of her. The collected desire from the depths of her heart was constantly shouting, "Eat it! Eat them!" The incarnation of the river of eternal darkness, the city of disaster, the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the Red Priest path and the Witch path. Everything is a temptation to him and a signal of invitation. If the river of eternal darkness, the end point of the night path, the death path, and the God of War path can be replaced by the city of disaster, then now is the best opportunity. If only he could succeed. The death scythe in the hand of the goddess of the night was raised high, and then she struck down hard towards the place where Medici's consciousness was. Medici's complete consciousness was directly torn apart, and the entire light source was also torn open. The red and black light flowing out was like the gurgling blood sprayed by Medici. "Hi. You?" Medici's shocked voice was soon buried in the violent tearing soul pain, and his complete soul consciousness was torn in half, making it difficult for him to remain calm. And the entire city of disaster began to sway. Then, the black death scythe was raised high again and slashed down again, dividing Medici's split soul and consciousness into more parts. The pain of tearing his soul made Medici no longer able to think about the purpose of the night goddess in doing this. His only thought at the moment was to use the power of the city of disaster to stop the night goddess's crazy behavior. He drove the power of the city of disaster to shrink, trying to send the night goddess out of the city. But just as this thought came up, the death scythe in the hand of the goddess of the night fell again, cutting off all his thoughts. Because of the pain that cannot be sutured and relieved, the thinking consciousness becomes temporarily unbalanced and sluggish. The black blade continued to slice down, dividing Medici's complete soul and consciousness into pieces. The originally red and black complete giant egg was now dissatisfied with countless black scars. Dark red blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the sickle that symbolized death red, and also sprinkled all over the body of the goddess of the night. Just as Medici's consciousness gradually dissipated, a black island emerged from the depths of his sea of consciousness, like a black holy mountain, protecting Medici's consciousness from being divided by the death scythe, and collecting the scattered thoughts. The fragment of consciousness allowed Medici's consciousness to return. Is this the Lord's holy mountain? When Medici resumed his thinking, his first thought was, when did the ancient sun god place this holy mountain that should belong to the true creator in the depths of his sea of consciousness? Goddess of the night. The second thought was the endless anger born of the cruel behavior of the goddess of the night. The entire city of disaster erupted with powerful natural disaster power because of her will. The surrounding gray fog was briefly shaken away, and the black river of death surrounding the city of disaster began to flow rapidly, and the power of death began to brew. Protection from the ancient sun god. The death scythe in the hand of the goddess of the night was bounced off by the black holy mountain again, and only then did she fully understand the reason why Medici could still retain consciousness. "Hey, I didn't expect your ambition to be so big." Faced with Medici's angry accusations, the night goddess remained calm as always. She first wielded the death scythe to cut off the black river surrounding the city of disaster, and cut into pieces the weak consciousness of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness. Then he took out a drop of the river of eternal darkness that came from the depths of the spiritual world, and was obtained from the phoenix broken god in the past. He temporarily activated the power of the river of eternal darkness, and dropped it into Medici's sea of consciousness. This caused Medici's already turbulent sea of consciousness to face the impact of the river of eternal darkness. The black holy mountain left by the ancient sun god only lasted for a moment before being breached. Fortunately, Medici had gathered part of his consciousness and retreated to the depths of the city of disaster, thus preventing him from being completely destroyed. "Hi. You are so crazy. Without the uniqueness of the path to death, even if you become the new master of the city of disaster, you will fall into eternal chaos and even die on the spot." Medici tried to awaken the night goddess, who was blinded by desire. But when his eyes caught a glimpse of the night goddess's still extremely cold eyes, he understood that the night goddess had not lost her mind now. This was his most true thought at the moment. "Hi. You are worthy of being the god who should be most wary." Medici forcibly absorbed the power of the city of disaster, allowing himself to further integrate with the city of disaster. The blood-stained black armor on his body, under the influence of the power of the city of disaster, the bright red blood stains receded, leaving only the purest destruction. Chapter 751, The Present World. The City of Disaster. At the space crack, Will, who was sitting outside, noticed something was wrong. He looked into the depths of the space crack and observed what was happening in the city of disaster through the heavy gray fog. The more he looked at it seriously, the more he frowned. When the goddess of the night followed Medici in, he had a bad premonition. Because the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster can replace each other to a certain extent, The goddess of the night will most likely be unable to control the temptation stemming from the aggregation instinct and choose to take action against Medici. Now, things seem to be taking a turn for the worst. Distracted? The unquenchable murmurs that had left before returned again, accompanied by 3 other outer gods of the same camp. Aren't the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, and the weaver of destiny here? Will withdrew his gaze from the city of disaster and looked at the endless whispers with provocation and disdain. Being on the same path of destiny, they will not let you have the opportunity to study the nature of their authority. As for the fallen mother goddess, he kept mumbling and looked up at the crimson moon hanging high. You will see what you wish. To him? Oh, if they don't come, it's up to you. The price for us to return to the stars is very low. As the words of everlasting rumblings fell, there were layers of strange tones all around. The 3 outer gods following him were actually affected by the power of everlasting rumblings. Their bodies underwent huge changes, and their breaths became particularly unstable. Will simply pulled a river of destiny and swept away, dragging the 3 alien gods into it. The flow of fate's mighty power easily rolled them into pieces. But they did not return to the starry sky. Instead, black and foul-smelling pus flowed out of their broken bodies. And in an instant, most of the river of destiny was blackened. It was as if the terrible poison of fate had been sprinkled. This must be the work of the circle of fate and the weaver of destiny. Will's expression became solemn. He cut off the polluted river of destiny. The key of light flashed, imprisoning the endless murmurs in the distance. And the polluted river of destiny washed away. The murmuring body immediately began to melt. But he just calmly sang the ancient voice from the starry sky. It seemed to be the oldest and closest to the tone of destruction that was born when the original creator incarnated all things and created the universe. The onlookers present, whether it was the outer god Old Day hidden in the deep darkness, or Audrey and others who were concerned about the battle from a distance, all felt the instinctive trembling and fear from deep in their souls at the same time. Lady Lisa, holding the scepter of the stars, gently turned the scepter of the stars, scattering a large swath of starlight. The members of the Church of the Stars behind her, led by the 2 archbishops, bowed and began to devoutly recite psalms praising the stars. The hazy starlight expanded rapidly, enveloping everyone nearby and blocking the last ancient tones of the endless murmur. The old outer gods hiding in the darkness also left their places for a short time, staying away from the area affected by the endless murmurs, within the range of influence of the ancient tone emitted by the last of the undying whispers. All living beings underwent mutations. Their bodies rapidly expanded and then exploded, transforming into a black source of pollution, which spread the pollution outward with each of them as the center. The earth, trees, rivers, sky, are filled with an indescribable fishy and disgusting smell. And this is just the beginning. The incarnation of the endless babble has been sent back to the starry sky. But his ominous babble still echoes in every source of pollution affected by it, and seems to spread throughout the entire world. Purifying light. Will activated the key of light, emitting streams of milky white light, hoping to purify the source of pollution left by the endless murmurs. He has no authority related to purification, and can only rely on the inherent symbolic power of the key of light to deal with pollution, which is effective but slow. When Will finished cleaning up the mess, the space cracks began to tremble violently, and an aura of disaster that was about to break through the initial barrier filled the air. The space crack shattered, and the city of disaster appeared completely. The violent aura of disaster seemed to turn into a black dragon and rush straight into the original barrier and into the starry sky. Will didn't care to check the current situation in the city of disaster, and he arrived at the initial barrier in a flash. Although the god of steam and machinery and the mother goddess of earth are working hard to resist the impact of reducing the appearance of the city of disaster on the initial barrier, they are still unable to do so. Will flipped the destiny pointer of the god of steam and machinery and the mother goddess of the earth, allowing them to maintain their status at their peak for a short period of time. At the same time, the key of light floated out, blocking the path that this catastrophic aura must pass, exuding a light opalescent glow. At this time, outside the initial barrier, 2 big black hands that could cover the planet reached towards the key of light, trying to grasp it tightly in their palms. Will ignored it and concentrated on dealing with the disastrous aura rushing towards the initial barrier. The barrier rippled slightly at first, then melted away the 2 attacking hands. Without the assistance of the power of the old ones within the initial barrier, the outer gods of the old ones in the starry sky alone would not be able to break the initial barrier. I'll leave this to you first. Will ask the god of steam and machinery and the earth mother, who had returned to their peak state. to deal with the aura of disaster weakened by the key of light. He came to the front of the newly emerged city of disaster. And after just a few glances, he could see the current situation inside the city of disaster. The night goddess is competing with the Medici for control of the city of disaster. In addition to their breath, there is also the breath of the city of disaster derived from instinctive self-awareness, and the river of eternal darkness. Fortunately, their breath is very weak, and cannot be compared with the goddess of the night and Medici in a short period of time. After all, you still can't control your aggregation instinct. Will sighed. And just when he was about to take action, the crimson moon hanging high in the sky poured down a beam of light that seemed to be made of blood in the direction of the city of disaster. Will tried to stop him, but the beam of light penetrated destiny and accurately integrated into the river of death outside the city of disaster. Not only the fallen mother goddess is taking action, but the ring of fate and destiny weaver are also taking action at the same time. What is their purpose? While Will was thinking, the black river of death gradually transformed into a river of blood. The originally weak aura of the river of eternal darkness became stronger in an instant, and for a moment, it had the power to surpass the goddess of the night and Medici. While they were fighting, the goddess of the night and Medici, who were helpless, were instantly swallowed up by the river of blood. It was as if the city of disaster had taken some great tonic, and the overwhelming aura of destruction rushed towards the original barrier again. Destiny. Turn the pointer of established reality, and let all destiny return to the original starting point. Behind Will, a huge mercury snake connected end to end appeared. The key of light was printed in the center. When it rotated in a circle, the fate that had already happened began to change. The bloody beam of light from the crimson moon retracted. The aura of destruction that hit the initial barrier dissipated, and the city of disaster also became quiet. It was as if nothing had ever happened. When the light of the crimson moon in the sky was brewing and falling again, Will drove the key of light to hit the city of disaster hard, causing it to deviate from its original position, and the energy infusion from the crimson moon was in vain. Oh, we can't waste it. Will compress the empty energy into a small red pill and put it away. At least it's a great tonic. It's a shame to waste it. Will's attention turned to the city of disaster again. The aura of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness was still weak, and the city of disaster did not show a strong sense of self. It's just that the night goddess and the Medici are fighting and entangled. They are contaminated by the power of the river of eternal darkness and the fallen mother goddess. Just now, even if he changed his destiny again, some of his destiny was still retained. The mixed power from the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, and the weaver of destiny has exceeded the limit that the key of light can change. The night is dark. Will shook his head and sighed. The night goddess and the Medici, polluted by the river of eternal darkness and the fallen mother goddess. Their consciousnesses fell into chaos. The city of disaster, which lost its suppression and control, was constantly brewing the aura of destruction, like a doomsday bomb that was about to explode. Chapter 752 The Sacrifice You Bear? What should I do now? Will was a little undecided. Should he help Medici or the goddess of the night? Judging from the current battle between the two, the night goddess has the clear upper hand. Medici has only the ability to defend and is being eroded by the power of the night goddess. The rational side told him to help the goddess of the night and resolve Medici's sense of resistance, so that the goddess of the night could control the complete city of disaster and end this chaotic and disaster-ridden situation earlier. The emotional side told him that backstabbers like the night goddess should not be the biggest beneficiaries of this battle for the city of disaster. And he himself appreciated Medici's character even more. If it were you, what would you choose to do? Will glanced at the starry sky and the spirit world, then sighed, and came to the top of the city of disaster that was about to explode. The river of destiny washed away, suppressing the offensive of the goddess of the night, and changing the fate of part of Medici. Changed his previous fate of being stabbed in the back by the goddess of the night, causing most of his consciousness to be scattered, and improve his current unfavorable state. Compared to divine reason, he still prefers to follow his human emotional side. In the kingdom of the night goddess, the earth mother goddess saw this scene and remained silent and did not choose to take action. There is no right or wrong in this path, but since you make the corresponding choice, you must bear the corresponding consequences. The god of steam and machinery reminded. I see. After saying that, Mother Earth just chose to watch quietly. With Will's intervention, Medici's situation improved, and the advantage that the night goddess had accumulated began to weaken. In the end, the two were close to the same status, maintaining a delicate balance. The riots throughout the city of disaster subsided. Now let's see if Medici can. Before Will could let go, he saw the river of death outside the city of disaster. The incarnation from the river of eternal darkness actually chose to take the initiative to accept the goddess of the night. The black river of death spirals up along the feet of the goddess of the night, along the complicated black dress, and finally merges into the body of the goddess of the night. With the assistance of the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness, the goddess of night's aura surged, and even Will's destiny interference was rejected, making it difficult for her to function anymore. The night goddess, who has mastered the night path and the god of war path. Even if she only gets a little help from the source of eternal dark river, it is enough for her to undergo a qualitative transformation. The breath of night filled the air, covering the entire city of disaster. The overflowing power also covered the starry sky tonight, plunging everything into a world that only belonged to night. In this dark night world, the light of the stars disappeared, but the light of the crimson moon became more and more bright like blood. The light of the crimson moon fell down, and was constantly attracted by the goddess of the night. This also further aggravated the pollution from the fallen mother goddess in the body of the night goddess, causing her clear reason to gradually get out of control. It turns out that this is their real purpose. Will's eyelids were twitching wildly. It was only now that he understood what the heavenly lord and the fallen mother goddess were planning together. They want to see the birth of a new lord of the city of disaster, who is completely depraved and irrational. The city of disaster is the root cause of the disaster. Once it is completely out of control, it will be an unprecedented natural disaster of destruction to the entire world. By then, the already fragile initial barrier will inevitably be shattered, and the end will come early. We'll try to stop it. But the city of disaster was naturally wary and hostile to sources of the same level as the key of light. His intervention instead caused a part of the city of disaster's power that was temporarily controlled by Medici to separate. Faced with this situation, Will could only choose to sit on the sidelines for the time being and not provoke the city of disaster. In Origin Castle, Klein, who was fighting with Tianzuan, also noticed all this. He couldn't help asking in a deep voice, "Is this your true purpose to let the end come early?" "What you think? This is definitely not your real purpose," Klein answered firmly. "It seems that you have gained some interesting knowledge from me again." Tianzuan just smiled lightly. "If you really want the doomsday to come early, you only need to release the complete river of eternal darkness. Completely integrate the river of eternal darkness with the goddess of night, and at the same time accommodate the city of disaster. With Will's ability, there is no way to prevent the real doomsday. Come." Tianzuan did not answer these words. Klein continued, "You are worried that if the complete river of eternal darkness is released, it will most likely fulfill the goddess of night. What you want to see is a city of disaster that is completely out of control. New owner." Tianzuan finally responded. "Having said so much, do you know what we are waiting for?" The stars responded. Klein firmly gave his answer. "The Palace of Stars is constantly rising, and the day it leaves the starry sky is the day the prophesied doomsday comes. You don't want the stars to drive the Palace of Stars out of this universe like this. But you can't stop the upward trend of the Palace of Stars. You want to test the reaction of the stars with the drama of the end coming early. You are suspecting that the rising behavior of the Palace of Stars is a trap deliberately set by the stars." Tianzuan just smiled and said nothing. Klein frowned slightly. Tianzuan's reaction showed one thing. He only guessed part of the truth. The breath of the night is still increasing, and the crimson light from the crimson moon continues to flow into the body of the night goddess with the pollution from the fallen mother goddess. "Hi. Have you really completely lost your mind?" Medici asked sharply. The goddess of the night did not answer, and she did not even think for a moment in her eyes. "If this continues, even if you become the new master of the city of disaster, even if you are lucky enough not to lose control and fall, you will become a puppet of the fallen mother goddess. Is this the path you want to take?" Medici once again asked her soul. But she still couldn't move the goddess of the night in the slightest. After a brief moment of silence, Medici sighed softly. "If I give up resistance and choose to help you, can you promise not to let the end come early?" The goddess of the night stopped her attacking movements and stared at Medici quietly with her still calm and unruffled eyes. "If this stalemate continues, I will fall, and you will definitely lose control, and then become a puppet polluted by the fallen mother goddess, and become the culprit of the doomsday." Medici gradually accepted all this, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Sacrifice is a beautiful virtue. Being the person who bears all the sacrifices is like the hero sung in the epic. He didn't bother to compromise with the goddess of the night. He was just pursuing the path taken by the giant, who hung upside down on the black holy mountain and carried all sacrifices. when the black holy mountain appeared in the depths of the sea of consciousness. He already understood why God did not kill him in the giant king's court, but instead gave him the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the witch's path. Because someone bore the sacrifice for him, his survival was achieved. Now, he can also bear sacrifices for this world that the ancient sun god once guarded, even if the goddess of the night stabbed him in the back and put him in such a desperate situation. Night, have you really completely lost your mind? Or have you been suppressing the pollution from the fallen mother goddess in order to force me into such a desperate situation so that I can choose to fulfill you? What a cruel and ruthless calculation. But on such a path, there is nothing to criticize. In the end, you won. Medici mocked a few words, and then calmly gave up all resistance. Seeing the city of disaster within reach, the goddess of the night took a deep look at Medici and raised the death scythe high in her hand again. A clearly audible cry of the phoenix surged from the depths of the spiritual world. The goddess of the night did not hesitate. The death scythe struck hard with the power of the river of eternal darkness. Medici, who had no resistance at all, suddenly retreated into the city of disaster to avoid the blow. Hey, I really wanted to fulfill your wish just now, but in the end, I still feel a little unwilling to do so. The smile on Medici's face became even stronger. Now that the changes have come, he will not let the goddess of the night get her wish easily. Chapter 753, Heavenly Lord. Fallen Mother Goddess. God of Stars. Stars, are you going to block my path again? After a fruitless attack, the goddess of the night put away her death scythe and looked in the direction of the phoenix's chirping. Although he had no words, Medici could read the meaning in his eyes. The stars have always been resolute in preventing the goddess of night from setting foot in the past. Even if the end of the world is approaching and the city of disaster appears, the stars still don't want to give the goddess of the night such a chance. Is it really just because of his phoenix favored ones? Or are there other unknown reasons? Medici fell into deep thought, but was soon interrupted by the cry of a phoenix. From the depths of the spiritual world, the mammoth figure swooped in with wings of flames flapping, carrying a billowing wave of heat. The phoenix flame, which is strong and full of purifying power, will burn out the pollution light emitted from the crimson moon as soon as it appears. The air in the whole world seems to be getting fresher. It's a good time. Will had a smile on his face and really wanted to give a thumbs up to the ancestor of the phoenix. Great Carrie. It came at the perfect time. The phoenix ancestor fluttered, hovering over the city of disaster, overlooking the black city of disaster, as well as the goddess of the night, who merged with the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness in the city, and was contaminated by the power of the fallen mother goddess. Is this the will of the stars? The goddess of the night spoke for the first time tonight, but it was still difficult to discern her true emotions just from her voice. Grey Carrie's burning eyes stared at the goddess of night below, and she spoke calmly. The city of disaster is the source of disaster. If you don't want the initial barrier to break and the end to come, resealing it is the best choice. It's not the only way. No. Medici doesn't have this ability either. This was originally a trap for you. The goddess of night was silent, and Grey Carrie continued to add, there is some internal connection between the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster. Whoever becomes the new owner of the city of disaster will be detonated by the existence of the river of eternal darkness and fall into complete madness, chaos, and loss of control. I also think the city of disaster should be sealed. Medici followed suit. The more he merges with this city of disaster, the more incomplete it feels, as if half of this city of disaster is missing. At the moment when the goddess of night merged with the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness, she sensed that the other missing half of the city of disaster was the three extraordinary pathways to which the river of eternal darkness belonged. He didn't know what would happen if the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness were really combined. But the deep fear in his soul kept reminding him and preventing him from making such an attempt. Do you want to become the new owner of the river of eternal darkness? The goddess of the night, who had been silent for a long time, asked her doubts. My master, the great stars, also asked me this question. Grey Carrie looked at the goddess of the night seriously and said, I am not suitable. I don't have the ambition. And I don't want to take the risk of falling into madness and chaos again. You refused? There was an undisguised sarcasm on the corner of the goddess of the night's mouth. I refused. The goddess of the night fell silent again. And this time even Medici also fell silent. He understood how the goddess of the night felt at this moment. The end point that he wanted to pursue in the end turned out to be something that others did not want. It was really ironic. When God and the Heavenly Lord both enter their deep sleep and enter the age of stars, If I really wanted to become the new master of the river of eternal darkness, you would have fallen long ago, and would not be able to wait until now. This is also an opportunity my master gives you. Now, you have one last chance to choose. Great Carrie seemed to be just saying a very common thing. The will of the stars. The goddess of the night looked up at the starry sky shrouded in darkness. Even if there were no stars shining brightly, she could still detect that there was a gaze looking at her in the starry sky. Oh, I've made my choice, and I won't stand still. The voice of the goddess of night gradually became colder. The breath of night spread endlessly, and the light of the crimson moon fell again. At the same time, deep in the spiritual world, in the original Phoenix Kingdom, there was an illusory river of eternal darkness, filled with every drop of river water with a strong aura of death. Drops of light flew out. The river of eternal darkness, called by the goddess of night, seems to be gradually solidifying and clearing, about to break away from the seal of the Lord of Mysteries and descend into reality. In Source Castle, Tianzuan, who was entangled with Klein, suddenly looked into the depths of the spiritual world, where things were happening that even he could not see clearly. It seems that things didn't go exactly as you thought. Klein couldn't help but sneered. Tianzuan withdrew his eyes, chuckled and said, "Do you think this is a good thing for you? Isn't it?" Klein said deliberately. Tianzuan looked at the starry sky and whispered softly, "Which ending are you more willing to accept? The destruction of this planet, or the destruction of the entire universe? It seems you have made your choice." Great Carrie looked down at the goddess of the night below. Her wings intertwined around her chest, and her entire body seemed to be transformed into a sun burning with the flames of the phoenix. The water of the river of eternal darkness that flew out from the depths of the spiritual world was completely evaporated by the flames of the phoenix before it even approached the goddess of night. At the same time, Great Carrie shook her body slightly, and pieces of fire feathers carrying golden phoenix flames fell from the sky, as if a golden rain fell towards the location of the city of disaster. Hey, it's strange. With his power, he shouldn't have the ability to burn the water of the river of eternal darkness. Is it a blessing from the stars? Will looked at Great Carrie's actions curiously. Then I thought that the previous teachings of the Church of the Stars contained more descriptions of the authority of the sun. Are the stars giving the power of the sun to Great Carrie? This heavy rain is really spectacular. Medici, who was huddled in the deepest part of the city of disaster, looked leisurely at the golden rain in the sky. The goddess of night moved the death scythe in her hand, and the power of the river of eternal darkness flowed in her body, holding up a black sky, trying to block the purification from Great Carrie. The flames of the phoenix, which contained the purifying power of the sun, struck the black sky drop by drop, making a sizzling sound. The goddess of the night frowned slightly, wanting to quickly deal with Medici and seize control of the city of disaster. But Medici was slippery and stayed away, not giving him the slightest chance. Hey you have no chance anymore. Put away your obsession and work with me to quell the natural disasters caused by the city of disaster. As soon as Medici finished speaking, he suddenly felt a huge whirlpool opening in the depths of his sea of consciousness, and the breath of the sea of chaos filled the air. Not good. Medici noticed something was wrong. But the next moment, his consciousness was sucked into the sea of chaos and disappeared. A copy of the Sequence 1 Conqueror's extraordinary characteristics. The uniqueness of the Red Priest. A Sequence 1 Doomsday Witch's extraordinary characteristics. And the uniqueness of the Witch's path were left in the city of disaster. The sudden change shocked Will and Great Carrie. The goddess of the night just thought for a moment, then put away the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness left by Medici, and used this to leverage the power of the city of disaster. He naturally understood that Medici's sudden disappearance was definitely caused by God, and he also knew that they treated themselves as a pawn. But as he took the initiative to step into the chess game, he had no choice. Either he was forced to admit defeat and succumb to the will of the stars, or he fought tooth and nail. The pollution of the fallen mother goddess had affected his reason to some extent, but the unwilling obsession in his heart was the key to everything. At this time, as the power of the river of eternal darkness in the body of the night goddess exploded, the city of disaster completely woke up. The breath of a natural disaster of destruction shot straight into the starry sky. The flames of the phoenix were ruthlessly extinguished, and the entire initial barrier made an overwhelmed sound under this force. Fortunately, Will, who sensed something was wrong for the first time, immediately rushed to the initial crack in the barrier, blocked the impact from the city of disaster, and barely averted the crisis. You bunch of bastards! Wiping the nervous sweat from his forehead, Will couldn't help but want to curse. The celestial being, the fallen mother goddess, and the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness, Medici and the night goddess. The stars and Grey Carrie have all made their moves one after another, and now even God is getting involved. This Earth, such a small planet, really cannot withstand such tossing and turning. Below, the goddess of the night, who successfully entered the city of disaster, only maintained her sanity for a few seconds. Under the influence of the dual power of the city of disaster and the incarnation of the river of eternal darkness, her body collapsed because she could not bear the terrifying energy that far exceeded her own. Solution: consciousness plunges into eternal chaos and madness. The out-of-control city of disaster rose from the ground and rushed towards the original barrier. Chapter 754. Gaze from the starry sky. The black shadow blocks the light from the moon and the sun. The atmosphere of disaster is filled, and new disasters will arise. When the entire city of disaster was completely separated from the earth, people realized how huge a city it was. Its main structure is much larger than the capital of the Fuzak Empire, and the city is built with pieces of black rock. Although the ruthless baptism of time has made this black color dyed with a layer of gray mist, the majestic ancient city still has an amazing charm. High in the sky, Katla, whose wings were folded together like a sun emitting the flames of a scorching phoenix, looked at the oncoming city of disaster, her wings vibrating wildly, her head raised as she gazed at the starry sky still shrouded in darkness, and uttered a cry of determination. The starry sky is still silent. The night is still quiet, and it is still a night without falling stars. Grey Carrie didn't wait any longer, turned into a burning sun, flew towards the direction of the city of disaster, and plummeted down. The black breath of natural disasters of destruction, and the flames of the phoenix carrying the sun's purifying power, made an uncomfortable sizzling sound as soon as the two sides came into contact, and the nearby space began to distort. Audrey was watching all this from a distance, clenching her fists subconsciously, when she saw the sun symbolizing purification being submerged in the ocean of aura of destruction. Her heart suddenly tightened. But soon, she withdrew her gaze, and took off the necklace with stars engraved on it around her neck. This was given to her by Hastur for self-defense when she left the ground and returned to the starry sky. Audrey, Susie wanted to remind her, but in the end, she still respected Audrey's decision. Audrey originally wanted to throw the necklace in her hand into the sky where Grey Carrie was, but it felt extremely heavy. It was very difficult to even throw it, let alone fly into the sky. Is this what you're doing to stop me? Did you also acquiesce in Grey Carrie's actions? Audrey thought a lot in her heart at that moment. Woof woof. Susie shouted twice. It knew that every crystal-clear bead on the necklace Audrey wore was condensed from real stars. They can maintain their normal weight when they are with Audrey. But once they are away from Audrey, they will return to their original state, let alone throwing it out. Even if you want to put it on the ground, it is not a simple and easy task. I know. Audrey put the necklace around her neck again, looking worriedly at Katla, who is constantly being devoured by light. If there is no more miracles, Grey Carrie will be swallowed up by the city of disaster. The goddess of the night, who has been integrated with the city of disaster, will become a complete, crazy and out-of-control past god if she devours Grey Carrie, who is on the path of death. Maybe she understood this. Grey Carrie spread her wings with all her strength, carrying the broken sun's rays, breaking through the blockade of the city of disaster, flapping her wings, deflecting the direction of the initial barrier where the city of disaster hit, all the way towards the snow-covered city, away to the snowfields of the north. The instinct derived from aggregation caused the out-of-control goddess of the night to drive the city of disaster and chase behind Grey Carrie at high speed. Seeing this scene, Will, who was guarding the crack in the initial barrier, breathed a sigh of relief. If the city of disaster hits directly, he is not sure whether the key of light alone has the ability to prevent this disaster. Now that Grey Carrie has led away the city of disaster, he will have more time to think about solving problems. How can we completely solve the problem of the city of disaster? Will looked up at the starry sky shrouded in darkness again, but the stars still showed no movement. He sighed, and quickly rushed to the northern snowfield to prevent Grey Carrie from being swallowed by the out-of-control goddess of the night. Deep in the spiritual world, in the kingdom of death long ago, in the broken kingdom of God, an illusory river of death sometimes appeared and flowed, sometimes hiding without a trace. Today, a slightly illusory black river of death flows slowly here, but there is no sound at all. It is silent, even if the river water is boiling. Space cracks like a network of cracks spread along the surrounding space, and the black river of death gradually becomes clearer, as if it is stepping from illusion to reality. The river of eternal darkness flows from illusion and reality. You symbolize eternal darkness. You are the singularity of all things. A sturdy figure wrapped in black robes quietly arrived. He was nearly 3 meters tall and looked like a miniature giant. But where the black robe touched the ground, there was a dark green tail. Can't hide. It's time for you to return to your rightful place and bring about the true end of this world. The sturdy figure whispered softly and took out a strange-looking clay statue from his arms. The clay statues have distinct features such as octopuses, bats, scales, and humans. He solemnly held the clay statue in the palm of his hands, stood slightly away from the river of eternal darkness, and threw it out reverently. The clay statue drew an arc in the air, but it did not accurately fall into the river of eternal darkness. Instead, it was entangled and carried away by an invisible thread in midair. Followers of the Order of Cthulhu. A mature and elegant voice sounded, and large footprints appeared out of thin air and stepped on the head of the strong figure. The 3-meter-high body was trampled into a puddle of flesh and blood. It was a rag doll as huge as a castle, wearing countless mysterious symbols and a black gothic dress wrapped with evil vines. Its eyes were as red as blood. The bright red eyes of the huge rag doll were slightly drooped. The blood of the filthy thing that had been trampled into a puddle of flesh was flowing and gathering, and it was remelted into a new body. The black robe shattered, revealing his true appearance that was hidden by the robe. He has a head that looks like a crocodile, and his body is covered with dark green scales. There are gills on both sides of his chin that are specialized for breathing underwater. His eyes are weird pale white, and there is a long one hanging down to the ground near his hips. Thick tail. You cannot be killed. The gods gave you a body. He spoke vague words, and it was obvious that his speech system had been affected by the recovery just now. A bright red mouth suddenly emerged from the void, swallowing him in one gulp, trying to dissolve him completely. But wisps of blood floated out, and his original body returned again. God, the great Cthulhu, a mutated species from the depths of the ocean. The crocodile man praised the great existence he believed in and jumped towards the direction of the river of eternal darkness. As soon as his body reached midair, the mighty force from the river of eternal darkness shattered his body. But the wisps of bright red blood were not wiped out by the power of the river of eternal darkness, and continued to rush towards the river of eternal darkness. At this time, a swath of starlight covered the place, and the pure starlight seemed to contain the scorching breath of the sun. Wisps of blood were purified and evaporated, and screams continued to emit. In the end, the strange blood was completely purified and evaporated. Everything returned to calm, and the river of eternal darkness was still flowing towards the endless front. Sharon, things won't be that simple. Clay statue. Rionette Tentacle reminded her from inside the giant rag doll. Sharon, standing on his shoulders, looked at the strange clay statue entangled in midair by the puppet silk threads from a distance. It is indeed a statue of the mysterious being believed in by the Cthulhu Order. This is a sacred object of the Cthulhu Order and generally does not leave the place of worship. Sharon just looked at it twice. The clay statue's eyes suddenly moved. The statue cracked and erupted with an evil red light. In the area shrouded by the evil light, time and space stopped, with only the pair of eyes still moving. Its eyes were fixed on Sharon, with a slightly thoughtful expression. At this time, Sharon and Rionette Tentacle felt chills running down their spines, feeling extremely uneasy. It seemed like a terrifying gaze from the stars was watching here. This must be the mysterious being believed in by the Cthulhu Order. Chapter 755. The dark night is destined to be under the light of the stars. The gaze from the starry sky can clearly see everything happening here through the pair of bright red eyes. With just such a simple gaze, Rionette Tentacle's body began to expand uncontrollably, and Sharon also showed signs of being contaminated and mutated. There was no panic on Sharon's face. A small star rose from her wrist, exuding a cool starlight, blocking the gaze from the stars. Rionette Tentacle quickly shrunk her body, returned to her original appearance, and stayed with Sharon. The faint starlight protected them and illuminated the world near the river of eternal darkness. It's a very scary look. It's different from the ordinary outer gods in the past. It seems to have something more special. It's hard for me to explain and understand that kind of existence. Rionette Tentacle whispered. He had successfully been promoted to Sequence 1 Divine Evil, and had used the protection of the stars to come into contact with the gaze of the Mother Tree of Desire. This gaze from the starry sky gave her a different feeling. A bit like the stars? She quickly stopped such thoughts to avoid being contaminated. Enemies from above the stars? Sharon remained silent, using silence instead of thinking. This was a habit she developed when she silenced the disciples in Sequence 3. even with the protection of the power of the stars. The gaze from the starry sky has not stopped, but has a tendency of increasing. A small star rose again from Sharon's wrist, shining side by side with the previous star, blocking all the gazes from the starry sky. As time passed, the third, fourth, and fifth stars rose from Sharon's wrist in sequence. It was a string of crystal bracelets, with extremely pure white crystal as the base, and infused with the power of the stars. There were 12 bracelets in total. When the sixth star rose, the gaze from the starry sky finally retreated. Obviously, beyond the initial barrier, his power cannot penetrate the protection from the stars. The power of the river of eternal darkness here has also faded. Rin at Tentacle glanced at the river of eternal darkness, which was about to step from illusion to reality. Sharon just nodded, raised her wrist slightly, and the 6 stars flew back to the bracelet in turn. Deep in the snowfields of the far north, the northernmost tip of the entire continent, fluttering wings, the flames of the phoenix that occasionally fall down melt the ice and snow here, causing a brief rejuvenation of the earth. But the land that soon returned to spring was once again covered with ice and snow, and the entire snowstorm became more and more violent, spreading across the snowfield towards the Fuzak Empire. Grey Carrie, who was flying all the way, stopped, and Will also landed beside him, exerting the authority of the Key of Light to help him recover from the injuries and losses he had suffered before, while preventing him from being contaminated by the power of the Goddess of the Night. Phew, this should be enough. Tweet. I hope it works. Tweet. You have a good temperament. Even if there is a chance to become the old man, you won't be tempted. Will reached out and touched Grey Carrie's burning wings. At this time, a door of light opened nearby, and Audrey and Forsey arrived with 8-star law enforcers from the Church of the Stars. Before Audrey and Forsey could breathe a sigh of relief, the city of disaster emerged from the wind and snow and crashed directly towards Grey Carrie. The Key of Light suspended above Will's head instantly magnified tens of thousands of times. The huge Key of Light was like a bright, magnificent river of destiny pouring down. It was nailed straight to the center of the city of disaster, making the city of disaster unable to move for a while, as if it was being strangled by the throat of fate. Audrey and others understood the urgency of the matter. The 8-star law enforcers took out their respective star emblems, and 8-star beams rose from the snowy land, linking to the starry sky above their heads. The thick snowy clouds were opened, revealing a clear and bright night sky dotted with sparse stars. The 8 bright huge light gates are particularly dazzling in the starry sky. Even across the vast snowfield, people in the Fuzak Empire area can witness the miracles from the far north. Are the stars finally getting involved officially? This is the unified thought in the hearts of all the outer gods, who are still watching. When anomalies occurred in the city of disaster, they clearly understood that the Heavenly Lord, the fallen Mother Goddess, and God were all intervening in the ownership of the city of disaster in their own ways. Based on the horrific destruction caused by the city of disaster and the possibility of breaking through the initial barrier, as the ruler of the Age of Stars, the stars should have taken action to resolve the matter in the city of disaster earlier. But until now, the stars have not really taken action. Are the stars really focused on ascending to the Hall of Stars and leaving this universe? The situation was difficult to see clearly, so they tacitly chose to watch. The exposed starry sky, even if the stars are sparse, is enough to dispel the darkness of the night. The dark night is destined to be under the light of stars. Only when the stars no longer shine can the night become the master of the night. Stars, the out-of-control goddess of the night, suddenly let out a voice filled with resentment. This was an out-of-control reason that amplified the hatred in his heart for the stars. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the stars, he would never have embarked on such a path. The goddess of the night, who was full of anger, resentment, unwillingness and other emotions, further integrated with the city of disaster, and even forcibly broke away from the fate of the Key of Light. The fate of being bound by the stars was what the goddess of the night hated the most. And even the Key of Light was knocked away. Will ignored the need to detect the abnormality of the night goddess, and quickly went to recover the Key of Light. He had already seen the evil old gods, who wanted to take advantage of his Key of Light. Disdain for the unpredictable fate, hatred and anger towards the stars. The goddess of the night abandoned Grey Carrie in front of her and rushed towards the starry sky above her head. He wants to smash this starry sky, crush the fate that the stars have imposed upon him. Out-of-control rationality amplifies this series of negative emotions 10 to 100 times. Especially when he used the city of disaster to see another destiny without the existence of stars. In the kingdom of the goddess of night, the god of steam and machinery, and the Mother Earth watched helplessly as the city of disaster rushed straight from the ground. Well, the eyes of the Earth Mother flashed with regret and mourning. This is the path he chose for himself. The god of steam and machinery sighed heavily. He wouldn't have. The Earth Mother Goddess spoke no more, but quietly watched the Night Goddess further merge with the city of disaster. As for the city of disaster about to break through the initial barrier, he will not stop it. The god of steam and machinery on the side wanted to stop him, but the aura emitted by the city of disaster alone was enough to keep him from getting close, let alone the out-of-control goddess of the night, who was contaminated by the fallen mother goddess. The starry sky is still bright, calm and cool, as if it doesn't care about the approaching city of disaster. The outer gods of the old age, who were blocked by the initial barrier, would not give up such a good opportunity. They took action one after another to forcibly shake the initial barrier, hoping to create an opportunity for the city of disaster to break through the initial barrier. Once the initial barrier breaks down, the end will come early. The era of stars will become history. The fallen mother goddess, the desire mother tree, and other outer gods had noticed in the past that the hall of stars had not stopped rising due to the impending destruction before them. Xuanqing had no intention of taking action. Even the incarnation of stars deep in the starry sky is still lighting up the starry sky. This makes them wonder. Do the stars really not care at all that the end is coming early? Or have the stars already thought of a solution? Under the gaze of many outer gods, the 8 huge light gates in the starry sky merged into a more complete, more magnificent, bright and spectacular light gate amid the devout prayers of the star believers. An illusory incarnation of stars seemed to be brewing deep in the light gate. He looked at the goddess of the night below, who merged with the city of disaster, and softly uttered a word in his mouth. When the city of disaster was about to touch the initial barrier, the light door shone for a while, and it actually teleported the city of disaster and the goddess of night to the starry sky. Chapter 756, The Night of Eternal Darkness. The starry sky, on the outer edge of the initial barrier, is currently surrounded by a circle of outer gods. They are constantly attacking the cracks in the initial barrier, trying to provide assistance for the city of disaster to break through the initial barrier, so that the end will come early. When the incarnations of the stars suddenly appeared, it only took a moment for the city of disaster to descend on the starry sky. The violent and out-of-control city of disaster carries complete liberation and the true power of natural disasters, impacting the ancient outer gods wandering nearby without distinction. Some of the weaker outer gods of the past were directly smashed into pieces by the city of disaster. Only the more powerful outer gods of the past could barely escape the sudden attack of the night goddess, but without any obstruction or suppression. The city of disaster is obviously more terrifying than within the original barrier. The fusion of the night goddess and the city of disaster also completely merged the moment they landed in the starry sky after losing their suppression. In the center of the city of disaster, a tall statue of the goddess of the night rose, with a river of eternal darkness surrounding her left arm and a death scythe in her right hand. Eternal night descends upon the starry sky at this moment. The river of eternal darkness, which represents death, swept towards the starry sky in front of us. Those ancient outer gods, who were smashed and impacted by the city of disaster, were swept away by death. The weaker ones fell directly into the river of eternal darkness and became part of the goddess of the night. The other hand of the goddess of the night holds the death scythe high, carrying the power of destructive natural disasters to crazily destroy all living things in sight. At the same time, the out-of-control city of disaster is constantly expanding as it continues to accommodate the old power of other fallen outer gods, and is bound to bring destructive natural disasters to the entire starry sky. The old outer gods near the initial barrier were either beheaded by the out-of-control night goddess and buried in the river of death, or they stayed far away from this edge. Deep in the starry sky, the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, the destiny weaver, and other outer gods gathered together in the past, watching the out-of-control crazy behavior of the night goddess. Fortunately, the Lord of Mysteries is not crazy enough to release the river of eternal darkness. Otherwise, this will be a real natural disaster of destruction. The possible connection between the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster is just speculation. The specifics have always been a mystery except for the Lord of Mysteries and God. What is certain at present is that the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster long for each other and have a desire for convergence that goes beyond ordinary instincts. The chatting words just echoed silently in their respective areas. On the other side, the outer gods such as the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Decline King were also entrenched at the other end of the starry sky in the past, calmly watching the crazy behavior of the night goddess. This was a deliberate natural disaster caused by the stars. Before they could figure out the thoughts of the stars, they did not want to act rashly. Moreover, The goddess of the night is currently at her craziest stage. And it is not that easy to stop a powerful old man who is out of control and violent. Goddess of the night. Extraordinary ambition. The superstar master praised her. The mother tree of desire looked at the palace of stars that were still rising, lost in thought, and did not speak. It's so cruel. When the declined king spoke, the night goddess raised her sword again and killed an outer god, the old one, before he could recover. The city of disaster pressed down and swallowed him up. Such irrational devouring behavior makes the aura exuded by the night goddess and the city of disaster become more powerful and terrifying. Even though they were far away in time and space, they could detect the greedy eyes of the night goddess when she looked at their hiding place. When all the old outer gods near the initial barrier were avoided, the night goddess, who briefly lost her target, followed her inner desire to gather her instincts and rushed towards the nearest old outer god. The death scythe in his hand cut through the planet where the outer god used to hide, and the surrounding river of eternal darkness wound around like a black python. Then he opened his big mouth and swallowed the outer god directly. The goddess of the night, who was already out of control, became more and more crazy and irrational as she devoured more and more foreign gods. The city of disaster has expanded to the size of the earth. The city forged from black rock came to life, like sections of black flesh and blood polymer. This was in sharp contrast to the appearance within the original barrier. The son of chaos, who had already been hiding, said, "Sure enough, the crazier you are, the more powerful you are." Neither camp of the fallen mother goddess nor the mother tree of desire chose to stop it. They were waiting for the moment when the night goddess herself lost control and disintegrated. Events similar to today's have occurred in the starry sky more than once. Those outer gods in the past who lost their minds and finally lost control, swallowed too many impurities unscrupulously, and eventually ended up self-destructing in the starry sky. When the city of disaster expands again, eternal darkness, centered on the goddess of night, continues to cover the entire starry sky. In the darkness, the goddess of the night is the top hunter, even if she only has the instinct of gathering and devouring now. Within the initial barrier, a few gods such as Will, Grey Carrie, and the Earth Mother looked up at the starry sky, and their hearts could not help but be shocked. After ascending to the starry sky, the goddess of the night and the city of disaster turned into a real natural disaster of destruction, with death and darkness everywhere in its path. Fortunately, at that time, the stars transferred the out-of-control goddess of the night and the city of disaster to the starry sky in time. Otherwise the initial barrier would have been broken. Will was grateful, especially when he witnessed the night goddess cleanly beheading the old one, an outer god, and devouring his body. The Mother Earth goddess, the goddess of steam and machinery, stared at it for a while, then quickly looked away, not daring to continue witnessing it. How terrible! Will simply counted. In just one day since the night goddess set foot in the starry sky, the number of ancient outer gods who fell in her hands has reached as many as 6. Tweet. Grey Carrie also showed a very scared look. Even if the real master of the city of disaster is resurrected, he won't have such power. As a being of the same old level, Will asked himself that even if he fully integrated the key of light, he would not be able to replicate the achievements of the night goddess. At this moment, the out-of-control and crazy goddess of the night has obviously surpassed the ordinary outer gods of the past, and is not far behind the aura exuded by the fallen mother goddess. Tweet. Grey Carrie nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the goddess of the night did not take away the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the death path. Otherwise, Will did not say any more, because he could not imagine how terrifying the night goddess, who accommodated the death path, would become. Unpredictable, unexplorable. Grey Carrie couldn't help but shudder. On May 28, 1364, the city of disaster appeared in the world, and the night when the goddess of the night arrived in the starry sky was called the night of eternal darkness, because after this night, the darkness always covered all the light from the starry sky, and the sun no longer appeared in the sky. The division between day and night was lost, and there was only pure, cold and biting night. Without the sunshine and the alternation of day and night, the temperature dropped drastically. Heavy snow fell everywhere, and all things seemed to have reached the end. Even the sea area south of the Lone Kingdom and the southern continent were shrouded in snow. As the goddess of night continued to hunt in the starry sky, many of the old clones of the outer gods within the initial barrier were directly out of control due to the death of their original bodies. Grey Carrie, who holds the power of the sun, constantly purifies the monsters and pollution originating from the stars. Members of the Church of the Stars and the Tarot Society are dealing with various incidents in which believers in the Church of the Night Goddess mutate and get out of control. The pollution from the Goddess of the Night is more serious and direct than the influence exerted by any outer god in the past. Even Leonard had to rely on the gold coin left by Klein and receive the blessing of Mr. Fool to be immune to the influence of the Goddess of the Night. I didn't expect that the prelude to the end would actually start from Leonard, who stayed in Backland to help deal with the out-of-control problems in the Church of Night, looked at the falling snow, and the chill deep in his heart made him tremble. Shivering, he tightened his thick sweater. Just this morning, he personally sent away and buried Archbishop Anthony, who had a good relationship with him. The City of Disaster symbolizes natural disasters of destruction. When it appears, it is destined to promote the end of the world. Pale's heavy voice came from Leonard's body. The time is getting closer and closer. The doomsday seems to be really unavoidable. Believe in Klein and the stars. Maybe they can find a way to survive when the doomsday comes. Just like this time in the City of Disaster incident. Hope so. Leonard smiled, took a puff of cigarette, and slowly exhaled it, whispering in his heart, "Old man, it's okay. You are always here." Chapter 757. The dawn breaks through the eternal night. At the end of June 1364, a full month had passed since the night of eternal darkness fell. A world without any light, filled with despairing coldness and darkness. The idea of doomsday is becoming more and more popular. In many areas where the kingdom's control is relatively weak, large-scale churches of external gods have emerged. They believe that the end of the world is inevitable, and they should enjoy it in time, and do all kinds of absurd and inhumane things. Among them, the Cthulhu Order is the most popular. Followers from all over the country frequently hold sacrificial rituals. Many people recognize the doctrine that the sea is the destination of all living things, and choose to use mystical rituals to transform themselves into a person who can live freely in the sea. Monster. Some villages in coastal areas have even thrown themselves into the embrace of the ocean together, becoming a new ethnic group that can live in the sea. They call themselves the Sea Tribe, the dependents of the great Cthulhu, and his most loyal servants. In addition to the Cthulhu Order, another mysterious church has recently emerged. They believe in eternal darkness, and believe that eternal darkness is the end of the world and even the entire universe. They hate all light, and firmly believe that eternal darkness is the real future. If humans want to survive, they must actively adapt to a lightless world. Therefore, they are also called the Lightless Ones. And many of them are from the original members of the Church of the Goddess of the Night. In the capital of Intis, streets, houses, and even cultivated fields were covered with heavy snow. As a consul, Russell was too busy to stop every day. Recently, a group of time travelers have been summoned, and they are asked to follow the extraordinary people of the Church of the Mother Goddess of the Earth to study how to cultivate fruits, vegetables, and other food crops that can be grown in cold weather. Fortunately, a mushroom king from the sea developed crops that could thrive in the lightless darkness and cultivated various types of mushrooms. For example, milk mushrooms can produce milk, bread mushrooms can be eaten as bread, and various mushrooms can be used as meat, beer, red wine, sucrose, etc. Various kingdoms actively promoted these mushroom crops, which made the food problem not so serious. For this reason, Russell strongly suggested that the Mother Earth Church build a statue for the Mushroom King and enjoy incense and worship. The food problem has been solved, but the weather is getting colder day by day, making it difficult for workers to work. A large number of work stoppages have occurred, and too many people need relief. Taking the Republic of Intis as an example, even if the government provides a large amount of relief and help, it cannot benefit all its people. The towns and villages in remote areas have completely become the stronghold of the Church of Outer Gods. Now, there's another problem to solve, and the despair that comes with the dark night spreads. Russell waited for more than 10 minutes in his study. A light door opened, and then a golden retriever dog walked out. Then the light door closed. Susie, the greatest spiritual teacher of this century, your outstanding contributions deserve to be honored in the ancestral temple. Russell greeted her with a smile on her face and kept praising Susie's character. Popular despair is spreading and needs to be addressed promptly. Otherwise society will fall into unprecedented turmoil. The heartless are more terrifying than the lightless. And Susie, an expert psychiatrist and spiritual mentor with many years of experience, a great sage who walks in the dream world, and the creator of the beautiful dreams of thousands of creatures, best at dealing with large-scale mental issues. Old Huang, we are good friends. As long as you are in need, I will naturally come to help you. Susie stretched out her front paws and put them on the palm of Russell's crouched body. My citizens will trouble you. Russell held Susie's paw and pressed it solemnly to her forehead. Give it to me. Susie nodded. Her whole body flashed with light, and she left the study, walking in the eternal dark night. Among the dreams of those creatures who could not sleep, Russell finally breathed a sigh of relief. Susie was too popular and busy now. If it weren't for their unusual friendship, Susie would still be dealing with the problem of the Balaam Empire. Backlund and Will left a clone at home, and the main body went to the kingdom of God, which originally belonged to the God of knowledge and wisdom, to actively accommodate the key of light. After the night of eternal darkness fell, the fate of the future became completely chaotic. He who had not yet fully mastered the key of light could no longer pry into the fate of the future. In order to solve this problem, he spent most of his time in the kingdom of God concentrating on containing the key of light. Destiny. It's such a long journey. Will opened his eyes, put away the key of light, and opened the door to the kingdom of God. The god of steam and machinery, who was guarding the door, came in and informed him of various things that had happened during this period. Great incarnation of destiny. Have you seen the future where light breaks through the night? The god of steam and machinery bowed slightly and asked. This day is not far away. Will didn't say much more, letting the god of steam and machinery continue to guard outside. He continued to accommodate the key of light and continued to search for the correct destiny for the future. 2 months later, Will ended his act of accommodating the key of light and looked up at the sky still shrouded in eternal darkness. Then leave the kingdom of God and go to the kingdom of death deep in the spiritual world. Grey Carrie, who was entrenched near the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, noticed Will's approach and slowly opened her eyes, watching his arrival. I got a glimpse of my future destiny. Tweet? Yes. It has something to do with you. Will nodded. Pause before continuing. You are the light that breaks through the eternal dark night. Tweet? I saw you incarnate as the sun, with brilliant golden light shining in all directions. You were responsible for the rotation of day and night, and were responsible for the movement of the 4 seasons. Grey Carrie didn't speak again. He tilted his head slightly and thought for a long time, then nodded. Actually, you can refuse. The fate I see may not necessarily come. Will looked hesitant. He didn't want Grey Carrie to choose such a fate, especially since this fate was said by him himself. I want to believe that the fate you see is the correct fate. Grey Carrie opened her mouth and spat out a pure ancient giant language. He flapped his wings and circled around the tributary of the river of eternal darkness. Help me guard this place. I will. Will nodded solemnly, watching Grey Carrie flap her wings, fly out of the spirit world, and fly high into the sky. Before the initial crack in the barrier, shrouded in eternal darkness, Grey Carrie flapped her wings and arrived. The burning flames of the phoenix caused the Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, to come out to check. What happened? The god of steam and machinery asked anxiously. Grey Carrie did not answer, but quietly looked down at the vast land below. Then under their gaze, Grey Carrie closed her wings, and the flames of the phoenix continued to burn and gather along her body, eventually turning into a golden sun. At this moment, the long-lost rays of the sun replaced the eternal dark night, allowing the earth to welcome the sunrise again and embrace the light. The flying snow dissipates, the glaciers thaw, and everything begins to recover. Grey Carrie, who had transformed into the sun, let out a cry that was difficult for the world to hear, and flew slowly from east to west, just like the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Only at this moment did the goddess of earth, steam and machinery understand what Grey Carrie wanted to do. He is using the power of the sun given to him by the stars to transform into the sun, to dispel the eternal night of darkness shrouding thousands of creatures. The Earth Mother Goddess opened her mouth and said nothing. She just cooperated with Grey Carrie's actions and used her authority to restore vitality to the frozen earth as soon as possible. The god of steam and machinery sighed silently. The eternal night of darkness is dispelled, and light shines again. Thousands of creatures that were originally shivering in the world of ice and snow shrouded in eternal darkness hurriedly walked out of their houses, left the caves where they were hiding, dug out the dug pits, and came out to welcome the warm baptism of the sun's rays. Bathed in the sunshine again, countless creatures who had been lucky enough to survive the eternal dark night cried out with joy. Many people knelt on the ground and worshipped the sun in the sky. Backlund, Audrey, who was arranging various matters for the Tarot Club, looked at the light spreading from the window, walked to the window, and looked at the sky that dispersed the eternal dark night. There, a rising sun is slowly passing from east to west. From its appearance, It looks no different from the original sun, with blazing flames and dazzling light that is difficult to see directly with the naked eye. Grey Carrie, Audrey whispered with red eyes. She saw a vague image of a two-winged bird inside the golden sun. That's Grey Carrie, the ancestor of the phoenix. Chapter 758 The power of the sun originating from the stars. The place abandoned by the gods. The king's court of giants. On the broken stone steps, Medici sat quietly, squinting his eyes slightly, and looking up at the sun that suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun's rays bring a glimmer of hope. And he loves the scene. When he was in the king's court of giants, the ancient sun god he followed was the sun that illuminated the world in the sky. No, he was even more dazzling than the sun. This ending is not bad either. He no longer cares about the backstabbing of the night goddess. The ending of the night goddess is much more miserable than his current situation. While Medici was daydreaming, deep under the king's court of giants, the sea of chaos began to surge, which made Medici turn around and look inside the court of giants. Soon, God's figure appeared from the depths of the chaos sea, and his eyes were also looking at the sun above his head. Medici suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Phoenix Grey Carrie, who transformed into the sun, in a sense, was stealing the power of the sun, even though this power of the sun was given by the stars. But in essence, the authority of the sun belongs to God and is an integral part of God. Grey Carrie's behavior at this moment was undoubtedly blaspheming his authority in front of God. Do you want to take back this power of the sun? Medici still couldn't help but ask. Shouldn't it be taken back? God's voice was indifferent. The power of the sun in him only exists to dispel the eternal night of darkness. Do I need to care about this? A rhetorical question made Medici unable to speak anymore. With an existence like God, he does not need reasons at all to act. And he does not need to be afraid of anything. As for the eternal dark night, it is nothing to him. Are you just turning your body into the sun? God murmured, stretched out his palm, and the power of the sea of chaos gathered, turning into a huge palm that could cover the sky, and grabbed the sun in the sky. The light of the gods' abandoned land was obscured again, and then the dark shadows spread along the gods' abandoned land. When the palms held up the entire sky, the earth fell into darkness again, and the eternal dark night came again. Seeing this scene, Will temporarily handed over the task of guarding the tributaries of the river of eternal darkness to Sharon and Renette Tinacle. He then came to the front of Grey Carrie, and used the key of light to prop up a barrier. The river of destiny lies in front of the giant palm. Destiny. Unfortunately, you are still far from it. From the giant palm formed by the power of the chaos sea, the voice of God came out. Rivers converge into oceans. And no matter how the river of destiny surges, it can't stop the vastness of the ocean of chaos. The terrifying power of the giant palm exploded, overturning Will's river of destiny, and even sending the key of light flying away. Gap. Absolute strength gap. There was a chill in Will's heart. And the hidden beings such as the Mother Earth, the god of steam and machinery, did not dare to stop him. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and other former clones of the outer gods in the darkness were watching this scene quietly. When the giant palm closed and held the sun in the sky, all light disappeared. The giant palm retracted from the sky and returned to the sea of chaos, without any intention of taking the opportunity to break the initial barrier. In the king's court of giants, Medici looked at this almost desperate scene and was speechless. But soon, he saw God's retracted giant palm spread out again, and there was no trace of the sun in the palm. The sky was bright again, and the golden sun returned to its original position. Stars, God whispered, dispersed his giant palm, and stood above the sea of chaos, looking at the sun that escaped from his palm, seeming to be thinking about something. In the end, God did not try again, but merged into the sea of chaos and disappeared without a trace. Finished? Medici stood in front of the gate of the court of giants and stared for a long time. After confirming that God would not take action again, he returned to the steps and sat down. Before the initial crack in the barrier, Will took back the key of light and looked at the sun transformed by Grey Carrie with the same curiosity. In the brief contact with God just now, he got a glimpse of some fragments of destiny. The authority of the sun that Grey Carrie possesses at this moment seems to have fallen out of the scope of God's authority. In other words, Grey Carrie's solar authority is not the same thing as the solar path controlled by God. Authority from the stars? Will gradually understood the reason why God's attack had failed. Grey Carrie's solar authority was given by the stars and no longer belongs to God. So God can no longer take it back. This does not mean that the sun's authority held by God is defective, but that the stars have given Great Carrie sun-like authority with their own authority. Therefore, the authority of the sun in Great Carrie is essentially a manifestation of the authority of the stars. This ending is undoubtedly the best. We'll breathe a sigh of relief. The starry sky. Eternal darkness shrouds the world outside the original barrier. It is like spreading a black quilt between the original barrier and the real starry sky. The truly brilliant starry sky is still suspended in the sky of the eternal dark night, like a rising palace of stars, overlooking everything with a condescending attitude. The destructive natural disasters brought by the night goddess are still raging, even though she has devoured no less than 10 outer gods of the past, and is out of control and crazy. There is no obvious phenomenon of disintegrating and self-destructing. It is as if the goddess of the night is a black hole with no end and no limit. No matter how mixed and intertwined she is, she always maintains a relatively balanced state. The fallen mother goddess, ring of fate, weaver of destiny and other outer gods of the past, who had always chosen to sit back and watch, vaguely noticed that something was wrong. If the goddess of the night is allowed to continue hunting, the goddess of the night will become more and more terrifying, and will become the most suitable sharp knife for the stars to thrust into them. What the fallen mother goddess is worried about is whether the night goddess will gradually make up for the missing source of the river of eternal darkness in her constant hunting and devouring. Once his conjecture comes true, then the end of the earth may not have come yet. But their end has arrived early. We must not let the goddess of the night continue to wreak havoc. The fallen mother goddess, who had been silent for more than 3 months, summoned the circle of fate, weave of destiny, and 2 other powerful old ones to attack the goddess of the night. Under the gaze of the hall of stars, the starry sky began to truly turmoil. The out-of-control goddess of the night is naturally unable to withstand the old joint attacks of powerful foreign gods, such as the fallen mother goddess. Moreover, the goddess of the night was essentially contaminated by the power of the fallen mother goddess, and is no match for her. This battle lasted for nearly 2 months, and the consciousness of the goddess of the night, which was completely integrated with the city of disaster, was finally shattered deep in the starry sky. The fragmented mixed consciousness made the night goddess's out-of-control consciousness gradually tend to return. The ring of fate and the destiny weaver teamed up to change the fate of the night goddess, so that her consciousness could no longer regain consciousness, but fell into a complete sleep in eternal darkness. At this point, the war came to a brief end. The price paid by the fallen mother goddess was also tragic. An outer god died in the past, and the destiny weaver and the fallen mother goddess suffered varying degrees of trauma. But before the fallen mother goddess and other outer gods had time to rejoice, the river of death that should have been just a part of the river of eternal darkness around the night goddess suddenly swept away the city of disaster and the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness possessed by the night goddess, and escaped into the starry sky as deeper, only a pile of various impurities left in place after the death of other outer gods in the past. The fallen mother goddess and other outer gods of the past followed closely, and finally blocked the tributary of the river of eternal darkness in the dark starry sky. He seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation, wanting to replace the true river of eternal darkness with a tributary. The fallen mother goddess made an immediate decision and cut off the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, not giving this tributary of the river of eternal darkness a chance to transform again. Without any accident, the consciousness of the tributaries of the river of eternal darkness was abruptly wiped out, leaving only 4 complete extraordinary pathways, namely the night path, the god of war path, the red priest path, and the witch path, as well as the city of disaster, which represents the source of natural disasters of destruction. Chapter 759. The goddess of the night, who keeps doing sit-ups. The starry sky, which had been chaotic for a long time, once again regained its long-lost tranquility. The dark starry sky is an area where the stars have not yet set foot. It's finally over. Looking at the 4 extraordinary paths suspended in the starry sky and the city of disaster, the ring of fate sighed. He has never been very fond of head-on battles. The last time he fought so hard was the era before the fall of the Lord of Mysteries. There hasn't been a battle of this magnitude in the starry sky for a long time. When the stars first appeared in the starry sky, even though there was a lot of movement, most of the stars were hiding in the Hall of Stars at that time, and could only protect themselves. Unlike the goddess of the night, who went on a killing spree, in terms of destructive power and destruction, the out-of-control and crazy goddess of the night is comparable to the original god and the Lord of Mysteries. Choose the fallen mother goddess, the ring of fate, the destiny weaver, and the last outer god, the old one, began to distribute around this loot. To use a human saying, it is tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away. The Ring of Fate was not very interested in the trophies in front of him. He didn't want to randomly accommodate other extraordinary ways, causing himself to fall out of control. The Red Priest Path. The Ring of Fate finally chose the extraordinary path that represented war. I choose the Night Path. And the secret authority slightly overlaps with mine. The Destiny Weaver chose the Night Path of the Goddess of the Night. He likes to hide in darkness. And the Night Path is the most suitable choice for him. The Path of the God of War. Another outer god also made a choice in the past. The City of Disaster naturally belongs to the fallen Mother Goddess, who contributed the most. As for the Witch's extraordinary path, it was ultimately given to the Destiny Weaver. When they each wanted to take away their trophies, the dim starry sky around them suddenly lit up, and the power of the stars shrouded the place. Stars! Thank you for your hard work. The incarnations of the stars came across the starry sky, calmly breaking through the old obstacles of the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods, and entered the City of Disaster, letting the light of the starry sky replace the darkness here. It's just an incarnation, Destiny Weaver said coldly. The fallen Mother Goddess opened her own fallen abyss, and covered the starry sky to prevent the incarnation of the stars from doing anything else. Stars, if you want to escape from this universe, do you still value these extraordinary paths? The Ring of Fate draws a river of destiny that loops end to end, wrapping up the 4 extraordinary paths. I think you misunderstood. A smile appeared on the face of the incarnation of the stars, looking at the broken statue of the Goddess of the Night in the City of Disaster. I just came to see an old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, a weak feeling of resentment and hatred came from the broken statue of the Night Goddess. Destiny Weaver sneered. It seems that the Goddess of the Night does not welcome your arrival. Well, it's just an acquaintance after all. The avatar of the stars sighed softly. The scattered consciousness of the Night Goddess continues to gather due to the arrival of the incarnations of the stars, exuding increasingly intense hostility. The fallen Mother Goddess, who noticed this, did not give the star incarnation a chance to speak, so she wanted to erase this star incarnation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing this, the Ring of Destiny, the Weaver of Destiny, etc., each took away their share of the loot to prevent changes caused by the arrival of the incarnations of the stars. Reset. When the incarnation of the stars was wiped out by the fallen Mother Goddess, he softly uttered a word that made the fallen Mother Goddess feel even worse. He has seen the power of the stars return authority. At this time, the incarnations of the stars are exerting their power of return in the City of Disaster, which is equivalent to helping the scattered consciousness of the Goddess of the Night to reunite. Sure enough, in the City of Disaster, the broken statue of the Goddess of the Night was reunited due to the returning authority of the stars, and the scattered consciousness was reunited. Stars! The Goddess of the Night regained some consciousness, and subconsciously let out a voice filled with resentment. The affected City of Disaster burst out with powerful power, and was temporarily freed from the suppression of the fallen Mother Goddess. Extraordinary pathways that were originally suppressed by the Ring of Fate, Weaver of Destiny, etc., broke through the blockade and converged towards the City of Disaster. The fallen Mother Goddess coldly activated the fallen abyss, erasing the consciousness gathered by the Night Goddess again, allowing the City of Disaster to regain its calm. The stars flickered, and another incarnation of the stars emerged from the City of Disaster. Before being obliterated by the fallen Mother Goddess, it uttered another word of return. The scattered consciousness of the Night Goddess returned again, and the City of Disaster began to stir again. Stars! Before the words of the Night Goddess were finished, the fallen Mother Goddess once again wiped out the gathered consciousness of the Night Goddess. Seeing the incarnation of the stars once again forming in the City of Disaster, she opened her mouth to spit out the word return. She couldn't help but said coldly, "Stars. Is this interesting? I just want to come here to catch up with old friends." The incarnation of the stars showed a helpless look. The fallen Mother Goddess sneered. She would not believe the words of the stars. The moment she once again wiped out the incarnations of the stars, the fallen Mother Goddess wanted to take the City of Disaster away. But she felt that the City of Disaster was very heavy, and did not listen to her drive at all. You are not the master of the City of Disaster, unless you can completely erase the consciousness of the Night Goddess left in the City of Disaster. The voice of the incarnation of the stars sounded, and before the fallen Mother Goddess could take action, she once again awakened the Night Goddess with her return authority. The scattered consciousness then collapsed this incarnation on its own. Reset. Stars. Destroy. Reset. Stars. Destroy. Stars. The Goddess of Nights briefly gathered consciousness became increasingly angry. In the continuous battle between the stars and the fallen Mother Goddess, his consciousness is constantly fragmenting and gathering together. as if he is doing sit-ups non-stop. To him, this is a greater insult than the fallen mother goddess obliterating her own consciousness. The fallen mother goddess once again wiped out the faint consciousness of the night goddess. The Ring of Fate and the Destiny Weaver watched for a while, and joined forces to cover everything here with the power of fate, trying to prevent the stars from appearing again. But the next second, the incarnations of stars continued to form in the city of disaster. Destiny can't stop the power of the stars from coming, because the stars do not belong to this universe. His destiny is naturally not affected by their destiny authority. In this regard, the Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny could only choose to remain silent. It's really boring. The incarnations of the stars that appeared this time did not continue to awaken the consciousness of the goddess of the night with the authority to return. Oh! No matter how you reshape the consciousness of the night goddess with your restored authority, he who has lost control will always gather his consciousness and return with the deepest resentment towards you, which will never be erased. Oh! You are right. At this point, I have given up. The avatar of the stars sighed and continued, let everything return to dust. And dust to dust. The fallen mother goddess thought that the stars had given up on this boring behavior. But suddenly, she felt something was wrong in her heart. I saw the surrounding starry sky blooming with the most dazzling starlight. And the power of the stars truly came at this moment. The thoughts of the fallen mother goddess, the circle of fate, and the weaver of destiny were temporarily stagnated for a moment. And the incarnations of the stars standing in the central area of the city of disaster guided the city of disaster on its way back. The city of disaster sped towards the direction of the original barrier at an extremely fast speed. The four extraordinary paths of night, God of War, Red Priest, and which drew 4-star rivers of different colors, following the city of disaster away. Stars, is this your plan? The fallen mother goddess, who quickly recovered, broke through the oppression of the starry sky in front of her and arrived in front of the city of disaster. At this time, there was still a long journey in the starry sky before the city of disaster returned to the original barrier. But when the fallen mother goddess was about to take action, a burst of starlight flashed around the city of disaster, and the city of disaster was teleported back to the original barrier by the stars. Just like when the city of disaster came to the starry sky before. It was so sudden. The city of disaster disappeared, and the incarnations of the stars remained in place. With a gentle smile, looking at the fallen mother goddess, who was suppressing extreme anger. Stars! The fallen mother goddess made a voice as vicious and angry as the goddess of night. Don't shout so loud. I'm close enough to hear you. What a good idea. The fallen mother goddess said coldly. Chapter 760, A Sudden Blessing. It was not until the stars guided the city of disaster back to the original barrier that the fallen mother goddess fully understood why the stars had played such a childish game with them for so long. Just now, the incarnations of the stars continued to exert the so-called return, which was not the right to return in the true sense. Its purpose was not to awaken the obliterated consciousness of the goddess of the night. The return authority he had just exerted was only to continuously gather the fragmented consciousness of the night goddess scattered in the city of disaster, and then use his own power to obliterate the night goddess's consciousness. In this seemingly repetitive process, the consciousness of the goddess of the night does not return to its original position from death, but the scattered consciousness is constantly being gathered together and then being eradicated. When the consciousness of all the night goddesses in the city of disaster was completely wiped out by him, the stars began to reveal their true purpose. The city of disaster, which does not have the consciousness of the night goddess, has been continuously baptized and purified by the authority of the stars, and has become a new source of essence without any consciousness. Only then can the stars calmly control the city of disaster and return it to the original barrier. Anger is the enemy of reason, and a good partner on the verge of losing control. I think you need to learn to manage your correct emotions. The seemingly admonishing words of the incarnations of the stars made the fallen mother goddess feel more angry. In order to without being affected, he could only suppress these negative emotions. Stars, you are so cruel. You actually wiped out all the consciousness of the goddess of the night. Correction. The consciousness of the night goddess was destroyed by you, the powerful outer goddess of the fallen mother goddess. In the past. Words of self-deception. The fallen mother goddess said with disdain. Out of control consciousness is just a kind of pollution to this starry sky. For the sake of our acquaintance, I gave him a decent ending. This is my greatest kindness to him. He once gave the night goddess a chance to make a new choice. If the night goddess had not stabbed Medici in the back during the city of disaster, Medici would still have been recalled by God at a critical moment, and would not have been able to become the city of disaster at that time. Master. At that time, the goddess of the night was the most suitable choice to become the new master of the city of disaster. At that time, Will also try his best to help the goddess of the night, so that she can avoid the fate of out-of-control destruction as much as possible, so that she can gradually take control of the city of disaster and end this destructive natural disaster. It was himself who could not resist the temptation from the aggregation instinct, and chose such a path to take the initiative in his own hands. Then, there was an eternal dark night, erasing all consciousness of the night goddess, leaving her with no chance of resurrection and return. This is the ending she should have. The fallen mother goddess did not continue to entangle with the stars on this topic, which would only make her look stupid. She just said, "Stars, I don't believe you will leave this universe. The end will eventually come. Can you see the future after the end?" The incarnations of the stars left their last words and went to the depths of the starry sky, continuing to light up the still dead starry sky. The future after the end of the world. The fallen mother goddess was also unsure of the meaning of this sentence. He just vaguely felt that the stars seemed to see a different future. In the end, whose end will it be? What a pity. It's a waste of time. The ring of fate sighed and chose to go away. The destiny weaver looked uncertain, looking at the original barrier. The eternal dark night dissipates. The light of the starry sky shines on the earth again, and the true rotation of day and night begins. Grey Carrie, who transformed into the sun, ended her mission. She originally wanted to return to the depths of the spiritual world, but suddenly the city of disaster fell in front of her from the starry sky, as well as the four extraordinary paths of the night, the god of war, the red priest, and the witch. Leave him stunned for a moment. This scene also caused the carnival of the old clones of the outer gods. They rushed into the sky one after another, trying to snatch away a complete extraordinary path, or become the new master of the city of disaster. In the place abandoned by God, deep under the giant king's court, God also appeared and descended immediately. Grey Carrie was the closest, and she quickly reacted, quickly taking away the paths of the night and god of war, then secretly glanced at the god who came later, and escaped into the depths of the spiritual world without looking back. Although the temptation to become the new master of the city of disaster was great, he knew very well that he could not snatch too many creations away from God. Being able to snatch away the two adjacent complete extraordinary paths of night and god of war is already extremely lucky. God glanced at Grey Carrie, who was walking away, and did not choose to take action against him. Instead, he calmly suppressed the city of disaster, shrunk its huge city, and suspended it in the palm of his hand, like a small and exquisite model toy, playing with it as if nothing had happened. The ancient outer gods, who had arrived, were standing a little further away, looking at the god in front of him, who alone occupied the extraordinary path to land from the starry sky and the city of disaster. They did not dare to trespass in the slightest, or even dare to get closer. The majesty of God has resounded through the starry sky many years ago. Not to mention that now within the initial barrier, God is the complete old man, and they are just clones of Sequence 1. They have no idea about the city of disaster. With God here, even if the Lord of Mysteries and the fallen Mother Goddess come, it will be difficult to snatch the city of disaster from him. They just hope that God can leave the two extraordinary paths of the Red Priest and the Witch behind. God looked at the city of disaster in his palm for a while, and with a thought, he attracted the extraordinary paths of the Red Priest and the Witch, and then used these two extraordinary paths that were coveted by the outer gods in the past, together with the city of disaster, towards God's abandonment, the giant king's court in the land. To be precise, it penetrated directly into the body of Medici, who was watching curiously. After doing all this, God looked at the old outer gods around him with a smile on his face. The sea of chaos made a roaring sound and swept gently, sweeping away the old outer gods, who coveted the city of disaster and the path of the Red Priest and Witch, rolled together into pieces. Will, who was far away, counted carefully and found that there were about a dozen old clones of the outer gods that were easily crushed by God, including the two powerful old clones of the outer gods, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Declined King. God showed his attitude, and the other surviving clones of the outer gods chose to leave one after another. They did not have the courage to step forward to question God's greed and tyranny. After they left, God took a step forward into the depths of the spiritual world. No, isn't he going to take away the two extraordinary paths of night and god of war from Grey Carrie's hands? Will hurriedly followed into the depths of the spiritual world, and came to the vicinity of the tributary of the river of eternal darkness. Grey Carrie leaned against the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, staring at God with extremely vigilant expression. This is a creation sent back from the stars by the stars. And you have already taken away the two extraordinary paths of the city of disaster. The Red Priest and the Witch. Do you have to make things happen? Will stood firmly beside Grey Carrie, the key of light gleaming, and he looked like he was fighting for his life. God just glanced at Grey Carrie and Will indifferently, and in a flash, he came to the vicinity of the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, and stretched out his hand into the river of eternal darkness, as if to explore something. After getting the result, God didn't say anything. He glanced at the location of Origin Castle, the highest point in the spiritual world, then turned around and left, returning to the land abandoned by God. Huh? God's oppression is so strong. Will breathed a sigh of relief. If he had really taken action just now, I have no confidence that I would be able to leave here with my life. Tweet. Grey Carrie nodded in agreement. God seems to care about this tributary of the river of eternal darkness. I think you should stay as far away from here as possible to avoid being deeply affected unknowingly. Tweet. You have now gathered the two adjacent paths of night and God of war. In the next time, you can try to accommodate them. I will guard here. Will chatted with Grey Carrie for a while, and Grey Carrie returned to her own kingdom of God. Will sat here, guarding Grey Carrie on one side, and guarding this tributary of the river of eternal darkness on the other. In the land abandoned by God, in the king's court of giants, the blessed Medici flew in. Although he was very resistant to containing the path of the witch and the city of disaster, so as not to become God's pawn again. The city of disaster and the witch could be broken into his body by God. The path ignores the obstruction of his will and takes the initiative to merge with him. This process is irreversible. Chapter 761 The Old and New Days. Medici. Damn. I'm so timid. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked down at the starry sky and watched everything that was happening. He was really angry about Grey Carrie's performance. And in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Why are you so cowardly? Can't you be more bold? He had been entangled with the fallen mother goddess and other outer gods in the starry sky for so long in order to completely return the city of disaster and the four extraordinary paths of night. God of war, Red Priest, and Witch to the original barrier. He has even sent these things that the outer gods fought so hard for in the past to Grey Carrie for her to choose. He originally wanted to train Grey Carrie to become an old one. But after all, he had been loyally following him and accompanying him from weak to strong. But this guy only has a little courage and no ambition. He only dared to take away the two extraordinary paths of the night and the God of war, and then slipped into the depths of the spiritual world and hid. He also didn't think about it. Could these things appear before him out of thin air? His master fought hard for him in the starry sky. Because of fear of God? If God really wanted to take action, he would not wait for him to finish selecting and slip back into the depths of the spiritual world before beginning to take away the city of disaster and the two extraordinary paths of the Red Priest and the Witch. If Grey Carrie had chosen to take away the two extraordinary paths of city of disaster and night and God of war, then he would be the next old one. Facing such a cowardly Grey Carrie, God must have been speechless. Hastur has not had this desire to complain for a long time. Fortunately, Medici has a very good character and has always been admired by him. It is also a good choice to make him the new old one. After finishing his short rant, Hastur looked at the starry sky in front of him. Although he lit up the starry sky one after another, he still couldn't find what he wanted. Nor did he find Hastur, the ruler of the old days, hiding in the darkness. He was deliberately hiding from him. Even though the palace of stars was rising, he still showed no trace. Not even a hint of temptation. Hastur understood his thoughts, and also knew that he would not appear until the last moment when the end was coming. So he also waited patiently. In front of the steps of the giant king's court, Medici was being pulled into the fusion of the city of disaster. His will was like a small boat sailing on the rough sea of uncertainty. On this magnificent sea, God stands in the sky, like the sun that stretches across the sky. Extremely eye-catching and dazzling. Although Medici disliked being arranged like this by God, the appearance of God gave him an anchor point that was not easy to get lost. Whenever it was difficult to accommodate the city of disaster and his consciousness was scattered, he only needed to look up at God. The scattered consciousness will be reunited. If God were just a simple ancient sun god, then he would be happy to accept this blessing. But unfortunately not. During the process of Medici's painful suffering, God was always shining on him like a sun. In a daze, Medici seemed to really see the shadow of the ancient sun god in God. But he quickly suppressed this thought, and did not dare to let himself think too much. December 30th, 1364, was the day before the new year. In the King's Court of Giants, the City of Disaster has been initially accommodated. Medici, who has been promoted to the past, has finally regained a certain level of consciousness. He separated a ray of incarnation, walked into the giant king's court, and saw the figure sitting on the seat of the King of Gods. Even though Medici clearly understood that it was a clone of God, his image would always overlap with that of the ancient sun god. Let me merge with the City of Disaster and advance to the past. What exactly do you want me to do? Medici stared at it for a long time before asking his doubts. What can you do for me? Medici was silent for a while, then smiled and said, What else do you need me to do? The figure sitting on the throne did not answer this question, but just said, When your thinking cannot satisfy your curiosity, you must learn to give up. Is it a deal between you and the stars to make me the old one? The scene when the City of Disaster returned to its original barrier was still fresh in Medici's memory. This source of essence should not belong to her. It was a gift specially given to Great Carrie by the stars. It was the coming of God that made the master of the City of Disaster become himself. This question was not answered. Medici thought for a moment and asked again, Why are you sitting on this throne? You have too many questions. The figure sitting high on the throne waved his hand gently, and the incarnation of Medici was sent out of the giant king's court and merged into the City of Disaster. In the fairy tale castle of the Star Sea Kingdom, Bernadette ended a tiring year of state affairs and spent the new year here with Audrey, Sharon, Forsey, and Zio. After things in the spirit world came to an end, Sharon, who had temporarily left the spirit world, came to the Star Sea Kingdom. When the new year was approaching, she invited Audrey to come with her. Then Bernadette invited Forsey and Zio to gather together inside a fairy tale castle. Forsey, do you think this is the dumpling you made? Zio, who was in front of the pastry counter in the kitchen, held up a dumpling with the stuffing exposed at both ends and a small dumpling at one end, and waved it in front of Forsey a few times. Forsey took one look and said seriously, No, my skills are not that bad. Zio looked at the dumpling that Forsey was making, and said sympathetically, Forsey, next time you want to quibble, it's best not to let others get the stolen goods. Forsey hurriedly pulled the dough on both sides and rounded the exposed corners. But there was another crack in the middle, and the filling inside fell out. Hey, go help Miss Audrey prepare desserts. Zio sighed, took over the job of making dumplings from Forsey, and motioned for her to help elsewhere. Desserts? Don't worry. That's my strength. After a while, Audrey's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Forsey, Miss Sharon seems to need more help. No need. Sharon, who was preparing various fruits, refused this help. I don't need it here either. Before the fire started, Chef Bernadette, who rarely cooked her hometown dishes herself, also declined Forsey's help. Finally, Forsey, who had nothing to do, came outside the kitchen and looked at Susie, who was sunbathing on the grass. Susie blinked, then showed her white teeth and smiled happily. Forsey had a straight face and said in a deep voice, Susie, Miss Audrey just said that if there are no people to help with the work, there will be no food at night. Susie glanced at Forsey with a sideways glance, showing an expression that looked like I was stupid. Forsey looked away with an embarrassed expression. Susie swung her tail and smiled even more happily. Miss Forsey, are you free now? I need a little help. Katla, who couldn't stand it anymore, opened her mouth to help Forsey. No problem, Forsey answered confidently. At night, Russell, who was far away in the capital of Intis, also put down his official duties and quietly came to Bernadette's fairy tale castle. With the help of Susie, who turned a blind eye, he took away Bernadette's 2 strong swords. The fried New Year vegetables were returned to Trier's palace through the portal before Bernadette noticed it. Susie, did anyone come here just now? Audrey asked seemingly unintentionally. Woof woof. Susie, who was immersed in a meal, suddenly raised her head and revealed Russell's crime with righteous words. She also pointed out that Russell not only stole 2 dishes, but also stole a bottle of fine wine from the wine cellar. Oh, didn't you find out in advance? Woof woof. Susie decisively told Russell about bribing her without any concealment, far away in the Trier Palace. Russell, who was enjoying food and wine alone, yawned and had a bad feeling. On January 1st, 1365, at the beginning of the new year, when many people were still immersed in surviving a year of many disasters, a long and narrow gap silently opened in the sky. Meteors from the starry sky hit the earth that had just revived. Chapter 762 The End is Coming 1. The sky cracked? Many people who were still immersed in the festive atmosphere of the new year looked up and watched the meteor streak across the sky and rush into the earth, causing the entire earth to tremble. The kingdom capitals such as Backland, Trier, and the roadside islands each raised a protective sky shield to block the occasional scattered meteors. As for other areas, the people living there can only leave it to their fate. When the earth was in panic, at the initial crack in the barrier, the Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, who was responsible for observing the situation, notified Will and Grey Carey immediately. The so-called sky is cracking, but it is actually the cracks in the original barrier that are opening. The closer we get to the predicted doomsday, the more fragile the initial barrier becomes. Coupled with the crazy impact of the outer gods of the past in the starry sky, meteor disasters follow the cracks in the initial barrier. Facing the cracks in the initial barrier, Will had no choice but to close the cracks. He asked the mother goddess of the earth, the god of steam and machinery, to help him build smaller versions of the divine kingdom of destiny around the newly cracked cracks in the initial barrier. He moved away from Backland, where he had lived for many years, and took on countless incarnations to go to each one. The kingdom of destiny is sitting in, blocking more and more cracks in the initial barrier. In March 1365, the sky cracked open again, and bursts of meteor showers turned into annihilating disasters. Except for the capitals of several major kingdoms, which survived under the protection of the gods. Many towns were smashed into ruins. When the theory of natural disasters and doomsday became more and more popular, the Wheel of Fortune and a new church emerged. Members of the Church of the Wheel of Fortune, while promoting the doctrine of destiny, are building temples of destiny in various places, echoing the kingdom of destiny near the cracks in the original barrier. With the help of the interference of Will's destiny authority, more creatures can avoid coming from the starry sky. Disaster. Revere fate and believe in the miracles brought by fate. The teachings of the Wheel of Fortune Church are followed by more believers, and the power of faith causes miracles to occur in destiny. In the second half of 1365, although cracks opened in the sky from time to time, most of the falling meteors landed in deserted areas. Under the silent pull of fate, they avoided villages and towns where a large population lived. On December 1st, 1365, in the Starsea Kingdom, Bernadette was issuing a national declaration. She would declare war on the entire doomsday on behalf of the Starsea Kingdom, and use this as an opportunity to be promoted to the Black Emperor. Russell left the capital Trier, and came to the Starsea Kingdom to witness the critical moment when his daughter was promoted to god. Such a young Black Emperor deserves to be my daughter. Russell looked proudly at Bernadette, who was standing on the stage giving a national speech. Old Huang, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Bernadette got to this point through her own efforts. It has little to do with your old father, right? With Sue, who was beside Russell, Akane opened her mouth to strike. What do you know? This is called blood inheritance. Fortunately, Bernadette is nothing like you. Otherwise it would be a disaster. Susie, I suddenly remembered that according to the age conversion between humans and dogs, you should have gotten married and had children long ago, leaving your own descendants in this world. Right? Russell had a bad smile on his face, squatted slightly and hugged Susie's neck, and said mysteriously, do you need me to help you introduce a suitable partner? Or a group of people? Get lost. Su Qian spat out a pure Chinese quintessence. She has specialized in Chinese language and literature in recent years. When Bernadette finished her speech and entered the depths of the mausoleum to prepare for promotion to the Black Emperor, two holes opened in the sky one after another, and meteor showers fell in the direction of the Starsea Kingdom. Will, who was guarding the crack in the initial barrier, tried his best to intercept the meteors coming from the starry sky, but there were still many meteors hitting the Starsea Kingdom directly. At this time, an old clone of the outer god appeared in the south and north directions of the Starsea Kingdom, and began to massacre the people of the Starsea Kingdom, hoping to collapse the foundation of Bernadette's faith, causing the promotion to fail. At the initial crack in the barrier, the god of steam and machinery dropped countless brass-colored gears, briefly trapping the two old clones of the outer god. Audrey led the members of the Tarot Society and the Church of the Stars to deal with an old clone of the outer god. As for the falling meteors, they were blocked by the starlight shield propped up by the Starsea Kingdom. When there are other former clones of the outer gods in the darkness, the Earth Mother Goddess also lends a helping hand to protect the Starsea Kingdom. For today's Earth, one more sequence 0 means one more reliable combat power. Seeing that the old outer gods were not ready to give up interfering with Bernadette's promotion, Will dropped the key of light from his Destiny Kingdom and suspended it over the Star Sea Kingdom. At the same time, the law enforcers of the Church of the Stars also came to the capital of the Star Sea Kingdom and summoned a bright starry sky. Under the shining of the stars and the blessing of the incarnation of fate, Bernadette, who was not disturbed, was officially promoted to the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. When the Black Emperor's kingdom rose from the kingdom of Star Sea, and the two old clones of the outer gods were killed, this episode came to an end. In the second month after Bernadette was promoted to Black Emperor, he moved the kingdom of God to the crack in the original barrier to help relieve some of the pressure. Over time, the cracks in the original barrier continued to grow steadily. Bernadette, a Sequence 0 divine kingdom, could hold up the cracks in the initial barrier for many years in the past. But now, in just a few months, the growth of the cracks has offset his effect. In the starry sky, foreign gods such as the fallen Mother Goddess, the Ring of Fate, and the Weaver of Destiny were not idle in the past. They took advantage of this opportunity to exert various influences on the earth through their respective authorities, extraordinary channels, favored persons, and believers. My own strength keeps seeping in. When the time hand entered 1366, the pollution and influence from the starry sky greatly intensified. Originally, the original barrier could only hold the old clone of the outer god at Sequence 1 or so. Now, it only requires believers to perform some major sacrificial rituals to allow the clone's strength to reach Sequence 0 in a short period of time. The threat of the Church of Outer Gods has increased exponentially. Although the Church of the Stars and the Tarot Society have organized many activities to eliminate the Church of Outer Gods as much as possible, the results have not been great. All the major kingdoms, except for the Star Sea Kingdom on the sea, can only defend their capitals and a few important urban hubs. Many villages, towns, and small cities have become bases for pollution by the Church of Outer Gods and the summons of the old gods from the stars. A hotbed of horror, chaos, and madness are constantly gnawing at all the creatures struggling to survive before the end. Many unprotected wild creatures have mutated due to the pollution caused by the old power of the Outer God, and are extremely easily manipulated by members of the Church of the Outer God to launch attacks on human cities again and again. The entire world is filled with killing and chaos, and the glory that symbolizes human civilization is gradually dimming. Deep in the spiritual world, near the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, Grey Carrie stayed deep in her own divine kingdom, seizing the time to accommodate the two extraordinary paths of the night and the god of war. As the end approaches, there will be more and more cracks in the initial barrier, and even Will, the incarnation of fate, will be unable to block the influence from the stars. It takes a new god, a new birth of the old, to help will relieve the pressure and plug the growing cracks in the original barrier. Perhaps because the end is approaching, the original creator consciousness has been weakened to the extreme, making the road to becoming the old days easier. What originally took decades or hundreds of years to accommodate and promote has achieved a qualitative leap in just 1 or 2 years. With the cry of the phoenix coming from the depths of the spiritual world, Grey Carrie, the ancestor of the phoenix, completely embraced the extraordinary path of the night and the god of war. It finally worked. Rionette Tentacle, who had been trying her best to stay outside the kingdom of God, also breathed a sigh of relief. In today's sinister and chaotic doomsday situation, the birth of a phoenix ancestor who surpasses the ordinary Sequence 0 and has the power of the sun, which is equivalent to half of the past, is enough to bring the hope of more life to all living beings. Tweet. Grey Carrie nodded towards Rionette Tentacle. Her whole body burned with the flames of the phoenix. Her wings vibrated, and she rushed out of the spirit world. On this day, there was a dazzling golden sun in the sky. Chapter 763. The end is coming too. At the first crack in the barrier, there was a miniature version of the Kingdom of Destiny. Will squinted his eyes slightly and stared at the sun rushing out from the spiritual world. It's finally here, and it's time to let the old outer gods understand that this is still the era of the stars, not their doomsday carnival. Will's eyes swept towards the original barrier full of cracks. After observing it for a while, he transformed into a clone and headed to the location of the sun with the key of light. It's time to clean up that mess. Chirp. Will and Grey Carrie's ideas hit it off, and the key of light flashed with the stream of destiny, shining on the earth, reflecting the old clones of the outer gods lurking within the original barrier. Grey Carrie swooped down, the flames of the phoenix burning all over her body, gorgeous and colorful. Following Will's destiny guidance, she used the purifying power of the sun's power to burn the hidden old clones of the outer god one by one. Will has always wanted to do this, but he just lacks a suitable helper. Now that Great Carry accommodates the night and god of war pathways. With half the strength of the old days, she can easily suppress the resistance of these old clones of the outer gods without worrying about him. They suddenly went berserk and brought greater destruction to the world. When Will and Great Carry started taking action, the fallen mother goddess forcibly exerted influence through the Crimson Moon. And with the help of some of the old outer gods, some of the old clones of the outer gods were forcibly promoted to sequence 0 level, to cause maximum damage and pollution to this world. Seeing that the old clones of the outer god were forcibly exchanging power at the cost of losing their minds, the law enforcers of the Church of the Stars divided into 4 3-person teams, each summoning a starry sky. When the starry sky lit up and the stars shone brightly, Great Carry let out a sweet cry, and the flames of the phoenix burning on her body were dyed with the light of the stars, transforming from golden yellow to almost colorless fireworks. The purification ability of the sun's authority has been greatly enhanced. Even the ancient outer gods, who forcibly exchanged for sequence 0 power, will be completely ignited and burned cleanly if they are touched by the colorless flames, and no trace of pollution can be retained. With the support of the stars, Will and Great Carry acted more and more boldly, preparing to send all the old clones of the outer gods back to the starry sky in one go. Others include powerful aliens such as the fallen mother goddess, the Ring of Fate, and the Weaver of Destiny, God's old days. As for the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Declined King, they have always maintained a lawful and neutral stance. Although they have not helped the earth, they have not done anything polluting or crazy. In addition, they have a certain connection with the stars, so Will and Great Carry did not send them back to the stars together. In the past, powerful outer gods such as the fallen mother goddess, the Ring of Fate, and the Weaver of Destiny in the starry sky, despite frantically attacking the initial barrier and constantly penetrating their own power to exert influence, were still unable to avoid the fate of being purified. In order to cut off their tentacles reaching out to the earth, Will provided precise guidance with the Key of Light, allowing members of the Church of the Stars and the Tarot Society to completely sweep away the Church of Outer Gods from the stars. The war started by Will and Great Carry lasted for more than 10 months and was called the Light Before the End. With Will's precise destiny guidance, coupled with Great Carry's powerful purification ability, coupled with the sweep of the Church of the Stars and the Tarot Society, significant results were achieved. Except for the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and other outer gods of the past who participated in the Star Gathering. Only a few 2 or 3 more lawful outer gods of the past were selectively let go. During this period, powerful foreign gods such as the fallen Mother Goddess and the Destiny Weaver tried to hold Advent rituals again and again, but all of them were sensed by Will in advance and then destroyed again and again. The Church of Outer Gods from the stars was basically destroyed. Only a few members were able to hide in the darkness and survive, and most of the members were wiped out. Although the sky cracked open from time to time and meteors continued to fall, the appearance of the entire world was basically completely new. After this pre-apocalyptic dawn war, Great Carry returned to the kingdom of God deep in the spiritual world. At the same time, she transformed into 2 avatars and went to the cracks in the original barrier. She rebuilt the kingdom of the Goddess of Night and the kingdom of God of War, and helped guard the initial barrier. In order to promote and remember the contribution made by Great Carry, the Church of the Stars published 8 books about Great Carry, written by the Pope himself. At the same time, a sculpture was built for Great Carry in the Church of the Stars. It reads, "He is the Lord of Death. He is the incarnation of the Sun. He is the phoenix that represents the cycle of life and death. And he is the most loyal follower of the Lord." In Origin Castle, Klein, who had been entangled with Tianzuan for a long time and had been sleeping for a period of time, woke up again, looking at the Church of Outer Gods that had been basically wiped out. He smiled sincerely. Will and Great Carry really did a wonderful job. Although the prediction of doomsday is difficult to change, it allows most people to spend the next few years with peace of mind, which is also a good thing that benefits all living beings. Klein's eyes swept across the initial barrier, greeted Will, and then turned to Backlund. Benson and Melissa were living well. Benson's wife is pregnant and will give birth to a boy in February next year. Klein looked at it for a while, then lit a ray of light with his fingers, forming a long lifelock forged from gold, hoping to allow this unborn child to grow up healthily. Melissa's child has grown up a lot. She is a little girl who is now at the age of learning to speak. She makes cute babbling sounds. After thinking about it, Klein gave her a rattle, which meant that evil spirits could be driven away by the sound of the shaking drum. Good humanity. Tianzuan, who woke up at some point, looked in the same direction as Klein. Are you envious? Klein withdrew his gaze, and at the same time blocked Tianzuan's vision. The gaze from a high-level creature would make Benson and Melissa miserable. Do you know why I still keep your relatives? What do you want to do? Klein's heart rang with alarm bells. It's almost time, Tianzuan whispered. His eyes gradually filled with frosty light. I have been entangled with you for too long. It's time to end. Klein didn't say anything, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Tianzuan reached out and waved his hand. And Benson and Melissa's family, who were originally covered by Klein, were projected on the Source Castle. Whether you give up your so-called resistance and perseverance, or give up the family you value, choose for yourself. Shameless. Klein was deeply disdainful of Tianzuan's behavior. For an existence like me, I don't care about any praise or criticism. You can't do it. I will do my best to stop you, Klein said firmly, word by word. You underestimate me, but you underestimate yourself too much. Tianzuan didn't care at all about Klein's so-called determination. The reason why you can maintain a similar balance of power with me is because of your own firm will and the ability to maintain a good balance of power. Secondly, this is the result of my deliberate laissez-faire. Tianzuan's eyes looked through Source Castle and towards the starry sky. If I suppress your consciousness too early, the stars will definitely come to help you and prevent me from successfully taking charge of Source Castle. God doesn't want to see me fully awake. They are the opponents I have always valued. Now, as the end is approaching, it's time to end this unnecessary entanglement. In response to these words, Klein just smiled and looked at Tianzuan, and said extremely calmly, even if you threaten the lives of my family, you can't shake my will. The end is coming. Without my protection, they will also die in the end. There is no point in living for 1 or 2 more years in pain and despair. During the years when you and I have been entangled with each other, are you sure that my humanity will remain the same as before? I have long been able to ignore the death of my relatives and the death of anyone, including myself. Tianzuan listened for a while, then clicked his tongue and said with a rather happy expression, I was just joking. You seem to take it seriously? How do you know I'm not cooperating with you in acting? After all, a one-man show is too boring. That's it. Tianzuan thought for a few seconds, then looked at Benson and Melissa again. Sure enough, it would be better to kill them. Huh. Boring. Klein gave Tianzuan a disdainful look. The fingertips of Tianzuan's right hand gently reached out and touched the phantoms of Benson and Melissa. Benson and Melissa's bodies exploded instantly, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Me. Klein's mouth twitched slightly, cursing in his heart. Tianzuan really has an extremely bad temper. Although he knew that Benson and Melissa were still alive and well. Chapter 764 The End is Coming 3. In January 1367, there were no more new cracks in the sky, and there were no more meteor showers falling from the sky. Everything was quiet, as if returning to the peaceful world before the doomsday theory became prevalent. Many people who fear the end of the world have spent a rare and stable month. Many people think that the end of the world is past, and they are the lucky ones who have successfully survived the end of the world. At first, such remarks were considered to be beautiful fantasies and unrealistic dreams. But when the time entered February of that year, it was still stable and peaceful. There are no meteor showers, no major snowstorms, no major earthquakes and major floods. The earth begins to glow with life, and all things compete to burst into life. Green crops grew in the fields. Flowers of various colors bloomed in the orchards, and the sky was exceptionally blue without any haze. The disaster of the last days has passed, and everything will be new again from now on. Such a statement began to gradually become popular, and people were willing to believe in such a promising doctrine. Some people say that this is because the dawn operation before the end of the world brought new hope to the world that was about to fall into the end of the world. In March, April, and May of 1367, there was still no sign of natural disasters in the entire world. Even the crops in the fields and the fruits on the branches were more productive than in previous years during the harvest season. In June, Backland, the city of Hope, was holding a multinational negotiation meeting, and the major kingdoms, including the Fasak Empire, were also involved in the discussion. Due to the prevalence of the end of the world theory, they were brought together to discuss the post-disaster reconstruction of various kingdoms. The Fuzak Empire, which has always been troubled by disasters, hopes to receive a certain amount of material help, while the Starsea Kingdom, which has suffered the least losses, provides a large amount of aid materials. Russell came here personally to attend this meeting, but he only attended the first day of the meeting and sent representatives to negotiate on the second day. At night, Russell hid in the darkness and came to Will's current residence in Backland. When he got there, he discovered that many people had come to Will's place tonight. Audrey, Forsey, Leonard, Cadla, and Emlyn are all members of the Tarot Club. After a brief greeting, Russell found an empty seat and sat down, looking at Will along with the others. I know your purpose of coming tonight, and I can tell you clearly that the end is indeed far away. Just after Will finished speaking, he added, but only for this year. This should be the last mercy of the original creator. Bar. This year? Russell frowned slightly. Yes, only for this year. This is the limit of what I can see. As for what will happen next year, that is also a future that I cannot peep into. Is next year the end? You can say that. Will recognize Russell and others' speculation. Is there really no way for us to avoid the doomsday? Audrey spoke solemnly. It's difficult. At least I have nothing to do about it. Will shook his head. Actually, it's not just me. Even the fallen mother goddess and the others don't know the specific way in which the end will come. The only thing that is certain is the original barrier protecting the earth will inevitably shatter. This process is irreversible because it involves the original creator. When the initial barrier shattered, those outer gods in the starry sky could freely enter and leave the earth. With their power, even if they were just close, they would bring disaster to the entire earth. This is the end of the world for the creatures living on the earth. As for how the story will develop later, it has nothing to do with them. Will paused here and glanced at everyone present. When the barrier was broken initially, at least Sequence 2 angels were required to have the ability to walk in the starry sky. Sequence 0 true gods have a greater chance of survival, only by becoming the old ones. Can we escape from the starry sky, face the alien gods in the past, and truly avoid the fate of perishing at the same time as the earth? Except for Audrey and Russell, everyone else's expressions became more or less heavy. They are still one step away from becoming Sequence 2 angels, let alone Sequence 0 and the old days. If the end of the world really comes, they will have no hope of survival on their own except seeking protection from gods. Although Forsey and Cadla had been promoted to Sequence 3 for several years, they had no time to digest the magic potion in their bodies, let alone complete the ceremony and advance to Sequence 2. Leonard and Emlyn only successfully promoted to Sequence 3 this year. They are even further away from Sequence 2 angels. Time is not on their side. You don't have to worry too much. I have already discussed it with the mother goddess of the earth, the god of steam and machinery, Bernadette, and Grey Carey. Before the end of the world, we will move the kingdom of God away from the earth and advance. Go to the stars, and try to avoid this doomsday disaster. Will sighed softly and said, the end of the world always requires choices and sacrifices. Destiny cannot bless every living being. Audrey and others looked gloomy and felt extremely heavy. If they could not prevent the end of the world, then leaving the earth early and going to the stars would be the best and most helpless option. As for whether you want to reveal this desperate news to the public or allow them to maintain a happy time for a year, you can decide among yourselves. After sending Audrey and others away, Will returned to his parents and looked at their sleeping parents, silent for a long time. An ordinary life will eventually come to an end. He does not intend to tell them his true identity, nor does he intend to take them to the stars. He just wants them to live this ordinary life as an ordinary person. On the Source Castle, the Tarot Club was held as scheduled, and Audrey and others told the truth they heard from Will to other Tarot Club members who did not arrive at the scene. Is this really the only way? Mr. Fool in the Stars, don't they have a way to solve the end of the world? There is only 1 year left before the end. This, Zio and others felt the despair and helplessness of doomsday from Will's decision. After their emotions recovered a little, Audrey spoke. We are powerless to change the final outcome. We can only decide whether to tell everyone this desperate news, and let them choose to die sober or spend the last year of happiness. Time. Let's vote. Cadla didn't want to express any opinions on this issue and suggested going directly to the voting session. I think if it were me, I would rather know the truth, no matter how cruel the truth is. Forsey made his own choice. We cannot be the saviors, nor can we be the ones who make choices for everyone. Zyle also cast his vote. Leonard, Emlyn, Alger, and Derek also agreed with Forsey and Zio's ideas. Most people never know what they want to do in this life. And the same goes for death. Even though the situation was decided, Cadla still voted against it. Audrey didn't speak or express her position. She just abided by the Tarot Society's voting system. Choose to tell everyone the news of the doomsday, so that they can die with clarity. But she also knows that the news of the coming doomsday will cause huge panic, and even cause the order to become unbalanced and plunge the world into unprecedented chaos. Backland is still holding a reconstruction meeting of various countries, and the Tarot Club is the liaison between them. So that heads of state, kings, and governors from various countries come to Backland for the last meeting. Russell attended again. He firmly rejected the idea of the Tarot Club and opposed telling everyone the truth about the doomsday. If none of you are willing to make this choice, then let me do it. I don't mind being a dictator. Russell had a tough attitude, looking at the kings and governors of other kingdoms, and said solemnly, the unbalanced order, the nature that is no longer repressed, and the unscrupulous people will lead to chaos in the entire country. Because of this chaos, you can't be responsible for the people who were hurt either. Under Russell's tough attitude, several kingdoms also made their own choices, and finally made a compromise, and decided to tell everyone the truth about the doomsday on the first day after the new year this year. Chapter 765 The End is Coming for. The Tarot Society respects the decisions of leaders of various countries, and does not tell everyone the truth about the doomsday without authorization. Everyone. I will continue to travel far, and write poems that can be spread across the stars. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again next year. Leonard only stayed in Backland for a few days, before he chose to leave, and continue his journey. His free and easy attitude, disregarding life and death, made him look more like a romantic poet. Oh, I hope the ancestor of Lilith can guide us to move forward. Emlyn sighed heavily. He, who had never been very attentive, was full of worries at this moment, and returned to the vampire clan with dejected steps. I have to go back. The queen has no mind to pay attention to the affairs of the kingdom at the moment. I need to manage this kingdom for her, even if the doomsday cannot change it. Katla also chose to leave and return to the Starsea Kingdom. Miss Audrey. Forsey hesitated. Audrey smiled and told her not to worry about anything, and to just say whatever she wanted to say. I want to go to the Church of the Stars and ask the great stars about the end of the world. I'll go with you. Good. At night, the starry sky is still brilliant. Backland in July is the most tepid season of the year. There are no natural disasters. Many people in Backland choose to go to the streets to play, and many people choose to go to major churches. Be grateful for God's gift. At the Church of the Stars, Audrey and Forsey arrived and were received by the Pope's Madame Lisa. The three of them chatted in Madame Lisa's study for a while. Sharon came from the spirit world, and Zio also came to Bakelin from the Starsea Kingdom. Virtue, the Lord of Chaos and Order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, guide everything to reset to zero. The stars are returning. Audrey and Sharon stood on both sides of the emblem symbolizing the stars, while Mrs. Lisa, Forsey, and Zio prayed devoutly towards the stars. The starry sky was shining with the light of stars, and the falling stars fell on the divine emblem, forming a figure that gradually moved from illusion to solidity. The stars have descended tonight. The entire sky in Backland instantly brightened, and the stars bloomed with even more brilliant brilliance than in the past. The ornamental meteors streaked across the sky, making tonight even more extraordinary. The end will begin in March 1368. Hastur looked around at the crowd and said words that made them feel heavy. The first barrier shattered. The sky cracked. The earth collapsed. And the earth disintegrated. What Asta said next almost made their skin crawl. The starry sky is the destination of all living things and the place of hope. The indifferent voice seemed to be describing an extremely natural thing. Audrey and Sharon heard the coldness and alienation in the words, as if it was the great star standing in front of them at this moment, not Mr. Hastur, even though they had the same appearance. Is there really no way to change it? Audrey's eyes flashed with a faint light of hope. This is the best possible outcome. Is this the only result? Sharon's eyes were fixed on the stars in front of her. No. Hearing this answer, Audrey, Sharon and others felt relieved. The worst result is that the entire starry sky will be destroyed together, and the universe will be restarted. Forsey and Zio couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. The entire starry sky was destroyed, and the universe was restarted? Doesn't the end of the world only target the Earth? If this is the future, then not only ordinary people, but even the sequence zero gods, the outer gods of the past in the starry sky, and even existences such as God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the stars will all perish. Is this the truth behind the continuous rise of the Palace of Stars? Are the stars really trying to escape from this universe? Audrey and others couldn't help but have this idea in their minds. This was a statement spread by some outer god churches, because they were hostile to the Church of the Stars. They claim that the stars have abandoned the Church of the Stars and all its believers, and are only focused on escaping from the universe. At that time, they thought it was a slander from the Church of the Outer Gods. But unexpectedly, it was actually true. Great stars, how can we continue to follow your guidance in the apocalypse? Mrs. Lisa lowered her head and spoke in a trembling tone. You will usher in the final splendor at the end of your pursuit. Mrs. Lisa's body trembled suddenly. After the shock, she understood something again, and was replaced by a relieved smile. Obey the oracles of the stars. Mrs. Lisa has completely understood the meaning of the words of the great stars. In fact, she should have thought of it a long time ago. Guide everything to reset to zero. This is the honorable name of the stars. For those who believe in the stars, this is also the ultimate goal they pursue. Audrey and others fell into silence. Although they did not fully understand the meaning of Chuanqing's words, they could roughly guess the answer from Mrs. Lisa's performance. Want to take a look at the starry sky today? The sudden words made Audrey and Sharon look over. From this sentence, the star incarnation born from the star emblem in front of them seemed to suddenly have more warmth from Mr. Hastur. Let's go! Hastur did not give them a chance to refuse, and took Mrs. Lisa and Susie, who were guarding the door. Following a departing starlight, they passed through the cracks in the initial barrier and arrived at the starry sky. Is this the real starry sky? Before they could refuse, Audrey and others were shocked by the real starry sky in front of them. Outside the cracks in the initial barrier, the outer gods of the past appeared in their original appearance. Most of their bodies were as big as planets, surrounded by numerous phantoms that represented the manifestation of their respective powers and abilities. Their existence is difficult to describe in human language. Both their appearance and the impact they bring to those who witness them far exceed the limit of description by words. Even the most exquisite descriptions and illustrations written in the Church of Outer Gods cannot truly describe 1/10,000th of them. In other words, from a human perspective, we are destined to only see part of them, and can never fully see all of them. Awe, fear, despair, difficulty adapting, wanting to escape, not daring to look directly, all kinds of emotions rushed out from the depths of my heart. If there weren't stars around to protect them, just looking at them like this would be enough to make them on the verge of losing control and completely turning into irrational monsters. The earth, which corresponds to these powerful outer gods in the past, is like a small, harmless and nutritious egg. Now the hard shell that protects the egg is peeling off, revealing the fragrant egg white and yolk inside. Looking from the starry sky to the earth, with the help of the power of the stars, Audrey and others can truly see the true appearance of the original barrier. Today's original barrier is full of various cracks, and almost every inch of the area is on the verge of collapse. It seems that just a gust of wind can blow the entire original barrier away. They also understood why the outer gods of the past in the starry sky did not take any action in 1367. Because the cracks in the initial barrier are constantly melting, as if a colorless and odorless solution is flowing, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. If the outer gods of the past come close, they will be completely melted away. Audrey and the others suppressed the shock in their hearts, withdrew their gaze, and looked into the depths of the starry sky. The patches of starry sky that should have been dark and lightless were shining brightly due to the presence of stars. As the stars said at the beginning, the destination of all living things is in the starry sky, and hope is also in the starry sky. And this is already the best ending. If even the entire starry sky is destroyed, just thinking about it makes people feel numb and confused. It's time to leave. Hastur summoned a burst of starlight and sent Audrey and others back to the original barrier and back to the Church of the Stars. He himself stood in front of the crack in the initial barrier, his eyes scanning the entire starry sky, and all the sights peeping here disappeared one after another. Before the doomsday comes, this is still the era of stars. Chapter 766. The end is coming. End. The year 1368 is a major turning point in human history. On the day when the new year just passed, the kingdoms of Lone, Intas, Shanghai, Faisak and other countries jointly announced the truth that the end would come this year. At first, people thought it was a joke made by several major kingdoms. But at the end of January, the sky changed again. In the sky, the blue sky, black cracks appeared one after another, different from the previous black cracks. This time, the black cracks seemed to be torn open bit by some kind of force. They were constantly breaking and melting. The starry sky above his head is no longer as beautiful and bright as before, replaced by a dark, deep, terrifying and disgusting picture of the real universe. The images of the old outer gods were reflected nakedly on the original barrier. Even if Will, the Earth Mother Goddess, the god of steam and machinery, wanted to cover up this most terrifying sight from the universe, the images of the old outer gods were still there. The power continues to increase as the end approaches, and they can no longer be easily dispersed. Moreover, they need to stabilize the cracks in the initial barrier as much as possible to buy more time. Although many outer god churches had been baptized and wiped out before, when the images of the outer gods of the past appeared in the sky and appeared in the eyes of everyone who looked up, a wave of pollution spread all over the world. Pollution, mutation, loss of mind, out-of-control madness. Major churches immediately informed believers and the public of 3 rules to observe in the last days. 1. Never look up at the sky. 2. Do not think about the horrific images revealed by the ancient outer gods. 3. Try to pray devoutly to several righteous gods, and go to church regularly to receive baptism and blessing. Even so, the pollution from the stars is as prevalent as a plague, which cannot be stopped, cannot be cured, and cannot be solved. Even in a city of hope like Backland, which has the protection of gods, the residents living here are constantly being affected by the power of the ancient outer gods and begin to suffer from various symptoms of mutation. For those whose pollution is out of control, major churches can only choose to remove them to avoid expanding the pollution. But even so, the number of people who are polluted is increasing day by day. As for other cities outside the capital, most of the villages and towns were turned into hell on earth. Only some church clergy could temporarily resist the influence of this pollution, but it was only delayed for 10 days and a half. They were also polluted and turned into abominations. Monster, Grey Carrie in the depths of the spiritual world tried to turn into the sun and become the light shining on the doomsday. But she could not hold on for only a few days, and the pollution from the starry sky was beyond her tolerance. The sun's light began to dim and was about to go out. Fortunately, Will helped him in time, allowing him to temporarily escape from this dangerous situation. But he was unable to turn into the sun again. When the sun's light goes out, the power of night takes over the world. This power comes from Medici of the giant king's court in the land abandoned by God. He chose a clever way to keep the power of the night tightly at about 20 meters above the human living world, instead of directly supporting the sky of the entire world. This method effectively slows down the impact from the starry sky. But the price paid is a depressing and boring eternal night life. When people are convinced that the end of the world is really coming, and they are unable to avoid this disaster, they begin to indulge their nature and do all kinds of terrible things as they please. The originally precarious order is completely out of balance and chaos. All kinds of appalling human evils are happening all over the world. In this regard, Russell could only sigh. He had already foreseen such a situation. When the social order is imbalanced, the weak will no longer be protected, and humans will turn into beasts again and return to the unknown countless years ago. The civilized era of Law of the Jungle. Backland. Will's avatar came again. He came to send his parents on their last journey. Without his protection, they, who were just ordinary people, also had an ending that belonged to ordinary people. Looking at the raging flames burning his body, Will bent down and bowed for a long time before silently leaving and returning to his home. Audrey and Emlyn, who were still active in Backland, came to visit again. It's time for you to make a decision. You only have one chance. Will's tone was far more indifferent than before, as if he had no emotion at all. 10 days later, their kingdom of God will come to Backland, Trier, and the Roadside Islands. They will stay for 3 days, and then they will drive their own kingdoms to the stars. Whether you want to leave or stay on Earth to witness the end of the world is your freedom. Will did not give Audrey and others a chance to ask any more questions. After he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and returned to the kingdom of heaven, seemingly completely disconnecting from this human world. Should you go to the kingdom of the gods and receive shelter, or stay on this land and witness the end? For individuals, this is actually not a difficult choice. Emlyn once again took heavy steps. Like Derek, he has now become the leader of the entire vampire clan. Lady Lilith also gave him an oracle, asking him to select some members of the vampire clan to enter the kingdom of God and receive asylum. He hasn't made a choice yet. He just wants to see if Will, the incarnation of destiny, can bring new hope. Unfortunately, no one can change the end. Audrey also took Susie back to the place where she currently lives, in the villa where Hastur used to live. Sharon was also here waiting for news. Seeing the solemn expression on Audrey's face, Sharon knew the outcome of this trip, and she stepped forward and hugged Audrey gently. Sharon, is there still hope? Yes. Sharon's tone was as firm as ever. I believe so too. Audrey raised her chin that rested on Sharon's shoulder, barely showing a smile. The times haven't changed yet. Yeah. Expect a miracle. The power of night from the land abandoned by the gods finally gradually dispersed. Even if Medici used tricks, he could not let the night cover the real starry sky forever. The sights from the old ones of the outer gods continued to penetrate the cover of night, allowing their own power to continuously pour in along the cracks in the original barrier. Such an incident completely woke Medici from his slumber. His gaze looked to the sky, looking at the terrifying and strange old images of the outer gods. Even if he stared like this, he still felt chilly for no reason, let alone an ordinary person, without looking at it with his own eyes. He also knew that the creatures in this world were dying at a speed visible to the naked eye. The end has truly come. Can't even existences like you and the Lord of Mysteries prevent the initial barrier from breaking? Medici's voice was not loud, but it spread into the depths of the chaotic sea, disturbing the god there who had already awakened. Why stop it? Don't you want to study the source of matter? Once the outer gods of the past break in, it will inevitably affect your concentrated research. Compared to the source of matter, don't you think the stars and his palace of stars would be a better research object? Medici couldn't help but sarcastically said, aren't you afraid of another accident and falling asleep? Sleeping? It's already a good ending. As the one who claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, what kind of future do you see? Medici's tone was obviously a little more excited, but God's voice no longer came from the depths of the chaos sea. The end is coming. Why don't you perform miracles to save your relatives? As long as we lead them to the source castle, even if the initial barrier shatters and the earth disintegrates, they will be safe and sound. It's up to you to decide whether they die or survive. Above the source castle, the Lord of Mysteries and Klein are still facing off. Because of the initial shattering of the barrier and the advent of Doomsday, the Lord of Mysteries no longer worried about the original creator awakening in his body. He no longer had any scruples and began to suppress Klein's consciousness in all aspects. There has always been a saying in our era, life or death depends on fate. Klein tried hard to stick to his will and not let Tianzuan have any opportunities. You seem to have forgotten that I am the beacon of destiny. Now I will destroy everything you value with your own hands. Tianzuan's voice turned cold. He took advantage of the effort to suppress Klein and mobilize the power of Source Castle. He wanted to force the members of the Tarot Society to gather at Source Castle, and then completely destroy the Tarot Society that Klein valued. But they found that they could not summon members of the Tarot Club to arrive at Source Castle. I have cut off this part of the authority a long time ago. It belongs to the Tarot Club of the Tarot Club members themselves, not to Mr. Fool's Tarot Club. Tianzuan was not angry because of this. Benson and Melissa, who wanted to extend their evil hands to Backland, were directly chopped into pieces by Will. What a pity. Tianzuan did not continue to try, and began to suppress Klein's consciousness with all his strength. The sky cracked and melted, and the earth began to tremble. The seawater poured in and invaded the inland. Meteor showers fell like golden red raindrops into the starry sky at high speed. The end has come. Chapter 767. The kingdom of God comes and rushes towards the starry sky. The sky full of black cracks, the terrifying and disgusting old image of the outer god, and the falling golden red meteor shower all combine to create a doomsday scene that makes all living beings despair. At the cracks in the initial barrier, Will's hundreds of destiny kingdoms and the kingdoms of night, god of war, and death that were later supported by Grey Carrie barely maintained their last hope. It's time for you to get ready to leave. Bernadette, the Mother Earth, goddess of steam and machinery, was silent. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Will and Grey Carrie, the Earth Mother drove her divine kingdom to Backland. The god of steam and machinery came to try her, and Bernadette came to the roadside islands. Backland, people who had lost all hope, knelt on both sides of the street, praying for God's protection, and finally saw the kingdom of God coming with their own eyes. When the kingdom of the Earth Mother fell over the temple of the Earth Mother, a canopy was raised to block the meteor shower, and the light of life began to flow. All survivors in Backland could bathe in the last blessings from the Earth Mother gift. No matter what pain or disease he had, he was healed in an instant, which made countless people shout for miracles and salvation. Emlyn, who had already led some selected vampire members to the temple of the Mother Earth, sighed heavily as he listened to the waves of cheers outside. He looked up at the kingdom of God, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Lady Lilith. And his eyes seemed to peek into the kingdom of God that should have been full of vitality. But now it was dim. A sight full of mercy and kindness swept over. Before Emlyn could react, he appeared in the kingdom of the Earth Mother together with Pope Angus of the Church of the Earth Mother. Pope Angus was so excited that he knelt down to worship. He leaned down and kissed the land belonging to the gods devoutly. Emlyn was frozen in place. And for a moment, he forgot how to salute Lady Lilith. In 3 days, return to the temple with enough supplies to sustain your life. The oracle of the Mother Goddess of the Earth was very simple. Emlyn and Pope Angus just replied that they would obey the oracle, and were sent back to the temple of the Mother Goddess of the Earth. Looking at the excited Pope Angus, Emlyn was particularly worried. Lady Lilith was only allowed to bring necessary living supplies to his kingdom. What about the dolls that he had collected for most of his life? If you don't take them with you and leave them in the house, no matter how deep you hide them, the final outcome will be death. In the Temple of the Stars, Mrs. Pope Lisa still led the Stars believers to perform pious worship as usual. And there was no change at all because of the coming of the end. When the Earth Mother Goddess came in person, Mrs. Lisa sent away the other star believers, bowed slightly and said, "I have seen the Earth Mother Goddess. Didn't the stars send down the oracle? The great stars have told us the final outcome." "Mrs. Lisa said calmly, "In 3 days, my kingdom of God will rush into the stars. Members of the Church of the Stars can come on their own if necessary. Thank you for your kindness." The Mother Goddess of the Earth said nothing more. After staring at the divine emblem of the stars for a while, she chose to return to her own kingdom. "Oh great stars that guide everything to zero and restart. Have you reached the end of time and destiny?" Lady Lisa knelt devoutly in front of the emblem of stars and worshipped. The same thing is happening in Trier. The god of steam and machinery descends over the temple of the Church of Steam. He gave the Pope and Russell of the Steam Church the power to select some people to take refuge in the kingdom of God. While the Pope of the Church of Steam was busy around, Russell was chatting with the god of steam and machinery in his kingdom. "I really don't want to leave." Russell touched the beard on his chin. "I have already died once. I have witnessed the end of death and the miracle of resurrection. Now I want to witness the final doomsday with my own eyes. What a scene it would be. Do you really trust Bernadette to explore the stars alone?" "Oh, she, after being protected by the stars. Why does she need my old father?" "Yes, compared to the stars, you are too small and insignificant." Faced with Steam's naked sarcasm, Russell just snorted, and it was not appropriate to comment. "You should be worried that after going to the stars, you will need Bernadette to protect you, thereby losing the authority of your old father. So you..." "Bullshit," Russell said anxiously. "Am I such a childish person?" Steam was silent. "Oh, you now know how to use provocation. I believe you will eventually go to the stars. Drifting in the stars is a different kind of life. Drifting in the starry sky is indeed very tempting." In the end, Russell still planned to go to the Roadside Islands to board his precious daughter's kingdom of God. The god of steam and machinery has only one word for this: get lost. When Russell came to the Roadside Islands, he found that the faces of the people living here were not filled with panic and fear because of the coming apocalypse, but rather with unknown longing. Only when he met Bernadette did he realize that Bernadette actually planned to move the entire Roadside Islands, the capital of the Starsea Kingdom, into his own kingdom of God, and had already issued an oracle that all people from the stars could come, escape to the Rhode Islands. Russell was amazed at this. He had also been promoted to the Black Emperor, although it was short-lived. He also understood what the kingdom of gods was like. That is a place where the gods live. Due to the influence of the power of the gods all the year round, it gradually transformed from an ordinary residence into a sacred place and became the foundation for the gods to stand. As for the size of the divine kingdom, it all depends on the wishes of the gods themselves. But it is generally not too big. Otherwise it will easily be smashed into pieces during battle. The Roadside Island seems to be an island, but it is larger than Trier, the capital of Intis. Moving such an island into the kingdom of God is not that simple for a new Black Emperor. Of course it's because of my help. The Jinn, who had escaped from trouble at some point, appeared next to Bernadette in a new image wearing a black crown, looking at Russell with a proud look on his face. "You came out? The seal should still be there, right?" Russell was indeed shocked. The end is coming, and the Lord of Mysteries is engaged in the final battle with Klein. The power of the seal has long been weakened. When I conquer the kingdom of disorder, I will have the power to come out at any time, the Jinn god explained. "Then can't you break through the initial barrier now?" "Okay." The Jinn god nodded, and then spoke disdainfully. I'm not a fool. How could I do something that makes the fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree happy? After that, Russell finally breathed a sigh of relief. And then he asked the Jinn if all this was the will of the stars? The Jinn did not reply to this question, but just looked up at the starry sky that had changed its tone. On the other side, Cadlo was at Forsey and Zio's home. Have you really thought it through? Cadlo looked at Forsey and Zio with a puzzled expression. I am a believer in the stars. Naturally, I must follow the will of the stars, and witness the end of this world with my own eyes. Forsey spoke firmly. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zio and was about to persuade him, but was interrupted by Zio raising his hand. I am also a believer in the stars, Zio said, and added silently in his heart. How could I let you stay here alone? Even if it means death. We have to face it together. Cadla really wanted to say that Her Majesty the Queen is also a believer in the stars. When she goes to seek refuge in her kingdom of God, isn't she also following the will of the stars? What if the great stars have not arrived? When Cadla had this idea in her mind, she was suddenly startled, and instantly understood what Forsey was thinking. I respect your choice. Cadla chose to leave without any further persuasion. 3 days later, the Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, and Bernadette's kingdom flew off the ground, passed through the almost completely destroyed initial barrier, and reached the starry sky. As soon as they appeared, they were instantly transported to the unknown depths of the starry sky. This caused many of the outer gods of the past, who had been surrounding the initial barrier, to escape. Chapter 768, Threatening the Lord of Mysteries? Deep in the dark starry sky, the stars are dim, and all around are layers of silent darkness that obscures all light. The 3 divine kingdoms of Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, and Bernadette were teleported here at the same time. They knew that the stars were secretly taking action to help them escape from the hunt of the ancient outer gods. But the stars had never told them about the action, nor had they negotiated with them. Since the great stars have sent us here, it proves that this place is safe in a short period of time. We can wait here for further guidance. Bernadette motioned to the Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, to be calm. Hey, there seems to be something strange here. The Jinn who was also staying in Bernadette's kingdom seemed to have discovered something. It looks like a starry sky that has not yet been lit up. But the arrangement of stars is like a pile of torches. It only needs a little light to completely burn. The Jinn looked at it for a long time, and thought about it seriously for a long time, and finally determined that he had never arrived here. This is not a strange thing. After all, the starry sky is too vast, and he is not a high-dimensional overlooker who likes to wander around. It's obviously in the starry sky, but it seems to be isolated by the starry sky. It's such a good place. I finally understand why the stars are still insisting on walking in the starry sky and lighting up the starry sky after the Palace of Stars continues to rise. Now it seems that he is trying to help you find a suitable hiding place. The words of the Jinn made Bernadette calm down a lot, and she once again praised the stars in her heart. Their original idea was that if they were really forced into desperation by the old ones of the outer gods, they would let the Jinn and the Sons of Chaos merge together to create an opportunity for them to leave. After a while, the Jinn looked strange, let out a few chuckles, and then left Bernadette's kingdom and disappeared. In the Hall of Stars, the long-lost meeting of stars was held again. Since that day when the Hall of Stars began to rise, the stars meeting has never been held again. The Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods had speculated in the past that the stars should have completely closed the Star Hall, so they ended the star meeting. Unexpectedly, on the critical days before the end of the world, the stars held a meeting of stars in the Hall of Stars. The 6 outer gods, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Son of Chaos, the Declined King, the Glorious Hunter, and the Origin Father God, arrived at the Hall of Stars at the same time and sat in their original positions one by one. The stars sitting at the top are slightly closing their eyes, like a statue of a god that has been dusted for many years. The surroundings are exuding a terrifying pressure that transcends human nature and divinity, and there is an aura that is incompatible with the entire universe. I promised you that you would enter the initial barrier in advance. Hastur opened his eyes, as if the universe had just opened. Are the stars still willing to fulfill this promise? The Mother Tree of Desire asked. They all believe that the stars that are determined to leave this universe have forgotten or are unwilling to fulfill their original commitments to them. My promise will always shine brightly. When do the stars plan to send us into the first barrier? After the meeting, the old expressions of the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and other outer gods were shocked at the same time. It should be half a month before the initial barrier is completely shattered. If they can enter the initial barrier in advance, they can definitely seize the opportunity. The Son of Chaos did not take this seriously. He did not intend to enter the initial barrier. God and the Lord of Mysteries were still inside, and some terrible accident might happen. He had a premonition that when the initial barrier was completely shattered, many of the old outer gods would fall. All gifts have a price that needs to be repaid. Hastur glanced at the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods. We are willing to pay a certain amount of compensation for this. The Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Decline King, the Glory Hunter, and the Origin Father God have successively expressed their attitudes. Go ahead. Hastur stopped chatting with the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods, and sent them out of the Hall of Stars one after another, and then used the authority of the stars to send their bodies into the initial barrier. Seeing that he was the only one left behind, the Son of Chaos curiously asked, "Stars, have you seen the future after the end? How can there be a future even if it is the end?" The Son of Chaos was speechless for a moment, and then he seriously thought about the true meaning of the word stars. It's time for you to repay your previous gifts. What do the stars need me to deal with? Go and witness the end. Within the initial barrier, when Will and Grey Carrie saw the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master, a total of 5 outer gods entering the initial barrier early in the past, they knew that they were sent in by the stars. Put your guard down. Don't worry. We won't mess around. We can even help you shore up the first cracks in the barrier. Our target is the Lord of Mysteries and the Source. The Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods briefly spoke a few words in the past, and each exerted their own power to help block the cracks in the initial barrier and block the influence from the starry sky outside the initial barrier. This scene was seen in the old eyes of the fallen Mother Goddess, the Weaver of Destiny, and the Ring of Fate, a series of outer gods outside the initial barrier, and almost caused the entire starry sky to roar with anger. The Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods used to send silent taunts to the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods in the past through the initial barrier, and then they restrained their terrifying aura and walked the world as humans. Their first stop is Origin Castle, the highest point in the spiritual world. Source Castle. The gray mist surrounding the periphery was broken through and dispersed by tyrannical power. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, Decline King, and Glory Hunter are here together. Secret. Open the seal, and let us take away the source of essence. The Mother Tree of Desire proposed the purpose of her trip. Although they really want the Lord of Mysteries to fall completely, they don't want to push the Lord of Mysteries to a dead end at this point in time. After a while, Tianzuan's voice came from the Source Castle, which was surrounded by gray fog. Are you here to beg me? Or are you here to threaten me? Is there any difference? Mother Tree of Desire's voice grew colder. Do you think we don't understand your current situation? You are entangled with Klein's consciousness. Do you still have a chance to win against us? The Superstar Master sneered. I really want to tear the entire Source Castle apart. The Radiant Hunter was also eager to try, and his eyes contained a layer of golden light, as if he had seen through what was happening inside Source Castle. Or we can help Klein suppress your consciousness together. The Decline King also slowly expressed his attitude. You can give it a try, Tianzuan said in a contemptuous tone, seemingly unmoved at all. I believe that God and the stars are equally interested in Origin Castle. The words of the Mother Tree of Desire went straight to the heart of the Lord of Mysteries. It is difficult for them to completely eliminate the Lord of Mysteries, but as his enemy God, and the stars who are friends with Klein, they are definitely a serious problem for the Lord of Mysteries. Threat? It will be the beginning of misfortune for you. Tianzuan has no intention of giving in. It's no longer your time. The Glory Hunter no longer wanted to talk nonsense. He condensed a golden arrow and shot it towards Source Castle with a stream of light that pierced through all the edges. The layers of gray fog were broken through, and the golden arrow accurately passed through the surrounding distorted time and space, hitting the Source Castle. The fierce confrontation between the two forces caused Origin Castle to tremble, causing unprecedented turmoil in the entire spiritual world. Sensing something was wrong, Rionette Tentacle hurriedly left the spirit world to avoid being affected by this incident. In the distance, Grey Carrie's curious and wary gaze and God's teasing and playful gaze came at the same time. They all wanted to see how the Lord of Mysteries would react to the old threats from the 4 powerful outer gods. Should he continue to maintain his arrogance? Or should he surrender temporarily? Chapter 769. Source of Origin appears. Hey, how's the situation? After inspecting the cracks in the initial barrier, Will came to Grey Carrie and began to ask about what happened deep in the spirit world. The fight has already started. With their strength, they should be able to tear apart the Source Castle, Grey Carrie said with concern, but when the battle becomes more intense, I'm afraid not only the spiritual world will be destroyed. The initial barrier is indeed easily broken by forces from the inside out. But you should believe in the stars. Since he let the Mother Tree of Desire and the others in, he must have his considerations. The great stars never go wrong, said Grey Carrie with great piety. At the highest point of the spiritual world, outside Source Castle, the declined king also took action with the Glory Hunters. Although they did not show their true strength because they did not want to destroy the spiritual world and the original barrier, the current Lord of Mystery was unable to use it at all. With all the power of the Origin Castle, plus Klein's constant restraints on it, the Origin Castle is constantly breaking apart. The Glorious Hunter has gradually been unable to suppress his hunting instinct when he encounters the best prey. Hunting the Lord of Mysteries will be his most boastful hunt. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Tianzuan's voice was filled with murderous intent, and he had no intention of giving in at all. I also hate threats. Superstar Master also joined the battle. He didn't have so many scruples and directly detonated the entire spiritual world, destroying the foundation of Origin Castle. The Mother Tree of Desire watched for a while, and finally took action to protect the spiritual world to prevent the collapse of the spiritual world from having a huge impact on the real world. Facing the old siege of the three powerful outer gods, a huge hole was torn open in the Source Castle, and the Desire Tree and others entered the Source Castle. The Lord of Mysteries, or Tianzuan and Klein, are sitting on a huge throne at this moment. Two different consciousnesses are still competing in the body, and the consciousness belonging to Klein's side is obviously below. Mysterious, you still have a chance to continue to choose. Even if you enter the Source Castle, the Mother Tree of Desire is still very wary. Oh, can you pose any threat to me? Tianzuan still showed a dismissive attitude, since you are unwilling to resolve the problem peacefully. Before the Mother Tree of Desire finished speaking, the Glory Hunter couldn't wait to take action. Tianzuan still sat firmly on the throne, allowing the Radiant Hunter's attacks to hit him. Unscathed, he wants to use your power to refine my consciousness. Suddenly, Klein's voice came from within the body of Mystery. Ah, they are still scheming against us at this stage. The Mother Tree of Desire has no intention of reconciling at all. Let's work together to suppress the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries. He really needs to know the cost of contempt. Although the Radiant Hunters were unwilling, they still followed the idea of the Mother Tree of Desire, and used their authority to suppress the consciousness belonging to the Heavenly Lord. The Mother Tree of Desire gives the Heavenly Lord layers of desires that he wants to indulge in. The Superstar Master shatters the strands of consciousness belonging to the Heavenly Lord. The Declined King infects the Heavenly Lord's consciousness with the curse of decay and decay. The Glorious Hunter's extremely fierce killing power locks the Heavenly Lord's consciousness. Continuously launch attacks. Damn it! Tianzuan was completely angered, and the entire Origin Castle erupted with powerful power, expelling the four outer gods of the Mother Tree of Desire from the Origin Castle. Oh! Look at me cutting off all connections between you and the spiritual world. The King of Decay rose into the sky, and the power of decay spread to the entire spiritual world with him as the center. The gray fog surrounding the Source Castle dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Superstar Master and the Radiant Hunter continued their main attack and began to tear apart the Source Castle. The Mother Tree of Desire uses powerful power to imprison the torn pieces of Origin Castle, preventing the Origin Castle from being repaired. Source Castle violently shook, and under the control of Tianzuan's will, it quickly moved away from the spiritual world and escaped into the seal it set on the western continent. Chase! The four outer gods of the Mother Tree of Desire rushed away in the past, and followed them into the place where the source material was sealed. The four sources of shadow, the brood, the wilderness of knowledge, and the river of eternal darkness were each sealed in different directions by the Lord of Mystery. That's my shadow world. The eyes of the Mother Tree of Desire brightened instantly. After so many years, he finally heard the call from the depths of his soul again. The lost world of shadows, the essence that belongs to him alone, is finally reunited today. That is the filthy mother's nest of the fallen mother goddess. The Superstar Master is very interested in this source of essence that originally belonged to the fallen mother goddess. Even though the Desire Mother Tree is relatively similar to this source of essence, the Radiant Hunter is eyeing the river of eternal darkness. This river is full of death and darkness, which perfectly suits his needs. The King of Decline can only look into the wilderness of knowledge. Solve the mystery first, or take away these four sources of essence first. It's better not to push the Lord of Mysteries to extremes, lest he ruin things. Let's go. Take them out of the seal. Pity. The Mother Tree of Desire and others made a decision, and each chose a source of essence. Except for the Mother Tree of Desire that directly integrated with the Shadow World. The Superstar Dominator, the Declined King, and the Radiant Hunter were much more cautious. They just suppressed the source of their choice first, and did not choose to accommodate it directly. They don't want to go down the same path as God and the Lord of Mysteries. Trying to accommodate multiple Sephiroth is definitely not an easy task. When the four outer gods of the Mother Tree of Desire continued to break the seals of the source material in the past, the Lord of Mysteries did not appear, nor did he intervene to make things difficult. Soon, the Mother Tree of Desire and others brought the four sources of essence out of the sealed place of the Lord of Mysteries. The Superstar Lord even deliberately opened the filthy mother nest in front of the fallen Mother Goddess, who was watching here. The fallen Mother Goddess crazily hit the initial barrier, trying to regain her lost source of essence. But the seemingly fragile initial barrier blocked the almost crazy fallen Mother Goddess. The Superstar Master originally wanted to taunt him a few words, but the surrounding world dimmed instantly, and a breath of unopened chaos swept in like a sea. It's God. God is here too. With him was a Medici. God, what do you want to do? The Mother Tree of Desire and others gathered together to prevent God from suddenly attacking. Of course I'm here to join in the fun. God's tone was quite playful, and he glanced at the source matter brought out by the Mother Tree of Desire, and chuckled. I was really disappointed that the mysterious source castle was not brought out as well. The Lord of Mysteries is still hiding inside. You can go in and find him. Of course, we don't mind helping. God just smiled and said, unfortunately, I am lazy, and don't like to deal with troublesome things. Leave the filthy mother's nest, and the river of eternal darkness behind. And you can leave. God did not waste time with the Mother Tree of Desire. You're too greedy. Superstar Master said angrily. The Mother Tree of Desire reminded, the Lord of Mysteries deliberately released these sources of essence in order to let us rob each other. I don't mind fulfilling his little wish to see a theater. God spoke very easily. When he spoke, the sea of chaos was already flowing along the depths of the earth, ready to explode at any time. It's time for you to make a choice. God looked stern, as if he didn't care at all about the growing hatred and anger of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the Declined King, and the Glory Hunter. Outside the initial barrier, there is now a circle of outer gods, and they are also watching what changes will happen when God's appearance. Chapter 770, the final redemption at the end of the world. As powerful as you are, if you really want the brood and the river of eternal darkness, why don't you take it from the Lord of Mysteries with your own hands? Even if she comes within the initial barrier in person, the Mother Tree of Desire cannot maintain a strong attitude in the face of God's advance. Do you need to know so much? God did not give the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods any face in the past. Hand over what I need. For the sake of the stars sending you in, I can still let you stay here, within the initial barrier. The Mother Tree of Desire has moved, and its shadow world has been obtained. As for other sources, he does not have such great ambitions. I don't mind disintegrating the entire initial barrier in advance. The Glorious Hunter has an equally strong attitude, confining the river of eternal darkness to his side, without fear of God's threat. There is no need for this earth to exist. The Superstar Master also did not give in, and was ready to detonate the entire planet. Threat? A smile appeared on God's face. You have offended me, and the Lord of Mysteries at the same time. Even if you take away the source of matter, where can you escape to? No need to worry about it. The Declined King replied calmly. Just when God was about to make a strong move to snatch it, the starry sky suddenly brightened, and starlight fell silently. Although the stars did not appear, they seemed to express their attitude. Seeing this scene, the Glorious Hunter directly hit the imprisoned river of eternal darkness into the starry sky, then looked at God and said coldly, if you want it, just go to the stars and ask for it. The river of eternal darkness headed towards the initial barrier, but did not pass through the initial barrier to reach the starry sky. Instead, under the interference of the power of the stars, it merged with Great Carrie, who was eating melons and watching a show. Stars, God murmured, choosing to leave and return to the land abandoned by God. TSK. I thought you would start a war at all costs. Break the initial barrier, and let the group of outer gods of the fallen Mother Goddess rush into the earth in the past. Medici was quite excited and taunted. God did not speak. He just looked at Medici, who merged with the city of disaster, as if confirming a certain yes in his heart. The end is coming. Do you want to take action against me? There was no fear on Medici's face. God didn't speak. He just urged the Sea of Chaos to drag Medici into the depths of the Sea of Chaos. And he disappeared with him. The bright starry sky was not dimmed because of God's departure. An incarnation of stars descended in front of Backlund. Audrey and Sharon. You're still here. Audrey's face showed joy. And Sharon's eyes fell on the incarnation of the stars in front of her, as if she was sizing up whether he had all the consciousness and personality of Hastur. You are unwilling to leave, so I can only make this trip myself. Hastur sighed helplessly. Mr. Hastur, this is the only threat we have. The threat is truly terrifying. After a brief chat, Audrey and Sharon were sure that the incarnation of stars in front of them must be the human side of Hastur. Mr. Hastur, don't you even have a solution to the doomsday? Audrey still asked the question she wanted to ask the most. I have already put a feasible method in your hands. Hastur pointed at the necklace Audrey was wearing and the bracelet on Sharon's right wrist. 2 starlight spots were on their surfaces, and circles of light-colored ripples bloomed on the surfaces of the necklace and bracelet. Like a dream. The earth is bound to be destroyed. If you want to bring salvation to the end of the world, the best way is to find a replacement planet. In the process of lighting up the starry sky, Hastur has been looking for a suitable planet. A life planet that is enough for people to live safely. But it is too difficult. Although the Earth will not be the only living planet in the entire universe, it is still very difficult to find another living planet in the vast universe. Fortunately, he has authority over the stars. He found many planets similar to the Earth a few years ago. But these planets are not yet habitable. So he extracted these planets and refined them into pieces for Audrey to wear. Necklace and Sharon's bracelet. Let them follow Audrey and Sharon around the world and absorb the life breath of the earth, especially the energy born after the death of living beings. Death and rebirth have always achieved each other. This is also his real intention for letting Audrey and Sharon stay on Earth to witness the end of the world. The energy born from the fallen creatures can almost support a new life planet. No wonder I couldn't use this necklace of stars to help Grey Carrie. Audrey also thought of something. At that time, Susie reminded her that these were real planets. And it turned out that this was the answer. Sharon caressed the bracelet on her right wrist with her left hand. She did not expect that the bracelet she wore all day long would be a new planet that could accommodate living creatures in the apocalypse. Mr. Hastur, I think I should praise the greatness of human nature. Oh, just praising humanity? Shouldn't you praise the person standing in front of you? Woof woof. Susie shouted a few times, as if to say to Mr. Asta, I will always support fans like you. For the new living planet to be truly successful, it still needs to undergo a final transformation. Hastur got back to business. And with a slight pull, Audrey's necklace and Sharon's bracelet each turned into 12 miniature planets. The starlight from the starry sky was injected into the 24 planets under the pull of Hastur's power. And the 24 planets were merged into a living planet, so as to forcibly give birth to a living planet that could be temporarily inhabited. Hastur looked at them with a smile. The end is coming. Are you willing to be the light of salvation? When the starry sky above them gradually dispersed, Forsey and Susie accompanied Audrey, and Rionette Tinacle and Zio accompanied Sharon on her final journey. Wherever they passed, they took away every living thing that had not been contaminated. At the crack in the initial barrier, Grey Carrie, who had merged with the river of eternal darkness in the Phoenix God's kingdom, was turning into a golden and red giant egg, with the auras of death and darkness intertwined and fused with each other. What a blessing. Will smiled and guarded Grey Carrie's kingdom of God. He knew that Grey Carrie didn't care whether she could become the old one. But even he cannot violate the will from the stars. Letting Grey Carrie be promoted to the old one is definitely what the stars expected. Perhaps this is just the beginning, and the stars may have other purposes. Now it's up to Klein. Will's eyes turned to the Source Castle, which was already hiding. He knew that Klein was in the final battle with Tianzun. But he can't help Klein in this matter. Only the authority of the stars can help Klein suppress Tianzun's consciousness and let Klein gain the upper hand. However, the stars have not started to act for a long time, as if they are waiting for something. Just as Will was thinking, an unprecedented explosion suddenly occurred in the starry sky, and a vast starry sky suddenly exploded, and then fell into endless darkness. Then another starry sky also ushered in destruction, under the guidance of some outer gods of the past. The real stars hit the final barrier at extremely high speed. The fallen Mother Goddess and the others couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to forcefully break through the initial barrier. At least we have to hold on for a while longer. Will looked down at Audrey, Sharon and others who were still walking around the world, taking in the evacuated creatures. The longer you persist, the more lives you can save. 3 days later, The shaky initial barrier finally completely shattered. On March 8, 1368, all the light dissipated, and the old outer gods surrounding the original barrier rushed into the earth as if they were crazy. The power that far exceeded the Earth's carrying capacity exploded, turning the entire Earth into a cluster of fireworks blooming under the starry sky. At the moment when the initial barrier cracked, and the outer gods entered the Earth, and the Earth disintegrated, Will took the giant egg transformed by Great Carrie into his own kingdom of God and entered the starry sky. With the help of the stars, he successfully avoided the pursuit and interception of the outer gods of the past. Audrey, Sharon and others on the other side were hiding in the new life planet, turned into a real star, and were led to the starry sky by the stars. Chapter 771, Prelude to the Doomsday of the Old Ones of the Outer Gods. The Earth exploded, on a planet that has just gained life. Audrey, Sharon and others looked up at the starry sky and saw this scene. This was the power from the stars, allowing them to temporarily skip the starry sky and see the last of the Earth that was unknown how far away. Ending. But it was only a quick glance. They were not suitable to witness the scene of the appearance of the Old Ones of the Outer Gods with their own eyes. Otherwise, not only would they be polluted, but they would also attract the attention of the Old Ones of the Outer Gods, making this place no longer safe. The Earth has been destroyed, and the old days of the Outer Gods have arrived. Is the end of the world over? Audrey murmured softly. Sharon shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the question either. Fortunately, we saved some human fire, Forsey said with emotion. But there are still many people who are too late to save. Xyla thought of those who were not selected. Time was limited, and it was impossible for them to rush to all places, so they could only do their best to save some people. Compared to their complicated emotions, Rionette Tentacle began to take stock of her environment. This is a planet that was just born. Like the Earth, it is also divided into oceans and land, and new life has gradually begun to breed in the ocean. But on the current land, except for a patch of moss, not even a single weed has begun to grow, let alone trees or flowers. When they first rescued people, they tried to transplant various plants from the Earth, but failed. They could only move people, animals and other intelligent creatures to this new planet. Fortunately, some living supplies can also be brought in. Otherwise the people living here would have starved to death. But this is not a long-term solution. If we want humans to live and work in peace and contentment on this new planet and explore the future, we must have sustainable development resources. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. The Mother Goddess of the Earth will come to join us. At that time, with the authority of the Mother Goddess of the Earth, the entire Earth can be quickly filled with life. Seeing Rionette Tentacle's worried face, Audrey explained. That's not what I'm wondering about. Rionette Tentacle thought for a while, then carefully considered her words. I always feel that there is something different about this planet, but it's hard to explain its extraordinary aspect. Perhaps this is what makes the newborn planet different. Audrey also raised her eyes and scanned everything in this world. Desolation is still the main theme here. It is not known how many years it will take to restore the original ecological environment of the Earth. 100 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Or even longer. Will on the other side was also in his own kingdom of God, and saw the light that rose after the Earth exploded. However, compared to the scale of the entire universe, that light was too insignificant. Far less than the light of a match. Bright light. It's still impossible to save it after all. Will sighed and mourned for a moment of silence in the direction of the Earth's disintegration. But soon, he discovered something new. I saw that the Earth that had originally exploded into pieces appeared in the middle of a light source emitting dense light. From a distance, it looked like a dreamlike colorful sun. What it is? Is this why the Lord of Mysteries and God insist on remaining within the original barrier? But if that was the case, with their strength they could have destroyed the Earth countless times. So why wait until today? Unless that thing is closely related to the initial barrier. That thing can only be fully born after the initial barrier is shattered. Then, this thing must be related to the original creator. Will roughly guess the origin of the light source in an instant. But he restrained his impulse and did not choose to go, but stayed here to watch. The relics of the primeval creator will play the prelude to the end of the Outer Gods. Will capture the general destiny direction of the future at this moment. And also knew that the doomsday belonging to the Earth had ended. And the current doomsday belonged to the old days of all the Outer Gods. When the initial barrier was shattered, the old gods of the stars descended, and the Earth disintegrated. The God in the Sea of Chaos, and the Heavenly Lord in Source Castle immediately came to the vicinity of this radiant light source. Without any words, God drove the Sea of Chaos to sweep Tianzuan and Source Castle away directly, hoping to monopolize this light source. God! An arrow condensed with infinite divine light rushed towards God. Then the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, Decline King, and Origin Father God appeared at the same time. I once said that as long as the entire earth is shattered, the secrets contained here will definitely appear. The Superstar Master was not surprised by such a result. When he first arrived at the Hall of Stars to attend the Stars meeting, he mentioned his idea of detonating the earth and exposing all the secrets. Is that the aura of the original creator? He said with some uncertainty, as he looked at the Tree of Desire that was emitting a dense light source. This is the relic of the original creator. The Decline King also became excited. But while they were happy, they also cooperated with the Radiant Hunters to temporarily block God. You are worthy of being contaminated by the remnants of the original creator. God was angry. And the raging Sea of Chaos, without the need to suppress it, completely covered the surrounding starry sky. And even the fallen Mother Goddess on the periphery could not break in immediately. You really have no memory. I am the omniscient and omnipotent one. Your appearance has already been foreseen by me. God, who no longer suppressed his power, showed his truly terrifying side. He just spoke calmly like this, bringing indescribable pressure to the Mother Tree of Desire and others. Then did you foresee your own downfall? The glorious hunter is still fierce and powerful, killing God again. This time God reached out with one hand. No matter how fast or powerful the gory hunter was, he was still easily held by God. Old days? I killed so many old days that I can't even count them. The power of the Chaos Sea gathered in the palm of his hand. And the Radiant Hunter made a horrified sound. And his body began to melt. And then was swallowed by the Chaos Sea. The Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Decline King, and the Origin Father God wanted to help the Glory Hunters get out of trouble. But the Chaos Sea lay in front of them, making it impossible for them to cross for a while. When they arrived in front of God through the Sea of Chaos, the Radiant Hunters had completely perished. This scene shocked the Mother Goddess of Desire and others. And they felt the huge gap for the first time. They are both from the past. And although they are very strong, God is stronger, unreasonably powerful. I don't mind killing a few more of the old ones. God's eyes slowly swept over. And then he approached the light source left by the original creator. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand to grab it. The power of the Sea of Chaos enveloped the Declining King, and he wanted to take him as his tester. The Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Origin Father God joined forces to fight against the power of the Sea of Chaos, trying to get the Declining King out of trouble. At this time, Source Castle was surrounded by gray fog, which directly hit it. God threw the Declining King, who was still struggling, away, and the Sea of Chaos surged up, turning into a sea wall, blocking the way forward of Source Castle. Humph. Why don't you all take action together? Tianzuan sneered and called on the Desire Tree and others to take action against God together. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, Origin Father God, and Decline King did not hesitate, and cooperated with Tianzuan to control the Origin Castle to take action. Mysterious, you can't get rid of Klein's influence after all. With this, you have lost the ability to compete with me. Faced with the siege, God didn't care at all, urging the Sea of Chaos to lightly block all attacks. At the same time, he pulled the body of the Declining King close to the light source left by the original creator. Even if the Declining King continues to exert his authority and ability to struggle, he is no match for the God who completely controls the Chaos Sea. Just getting a little closer, the Decline King's whole body was ignited by the power of the light source, and then turned into a pile of withered bones. It was as if all the power had been absorbed, evacuated, and swallowed by the light source. Chapter 772, The Embryo of the New Universe? So that's it. God seemed to be inspired by the phenomenon of the decline of the king and figured something out. At this time, Tianzuan once again drove the Origin Castle to powerfully impact, and the surging gray mist pushed away the layers of chaos, allowing the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods waiting outside to rush in. Walk! The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master, who had noticed something was wrong, took this opportunity to leave first to avoid falling into the hands of God. Hand over the nest. As soon as the fallen Mother Goddess arrived, her first target was the Superstar Master. She could clearly sense that her source of essence was being suppressed by the Superstar Master. Oh! If you want it, I'll give it to you. The Superstar Master sneered and threw the brood towards the area where the light source was, attracting the attention of the fallen Mother Goddess. and calmly followed the mother tree of desire away. It's a good time. God glanced at the mother's nest. And when the fallen mother goddess was about to take away the mother's nest, he guided the mother's nest to the light source from a distance. God! The fallen mother goddess spoke angrily. And she could only move towards the light source at high speed. But before she even got close, the mother's nest, the source of her own essence, was quickly absorbed by the light source. That's the breath of the original creator. The fallen mother goddess quickly stopped her body to prevent herself from getting too close to the light source and being affected by the breath of the original creator, thus allowing the original creator to wake up in her body. That is a relic of the original creator, the true creation of this planet. God pretended to be greedy and said, and at the same time, he was trying to drive away all the invading alien gods from this place. The outer gods who came in later couldn't help the greed in their hearts and the attraction of the light source to them, and began to rob it one after another. God's aura weakened a bit, and the figure retreated slightly, and the turbulent sea of chaos enveloped the periphery again. Not good. The fallen mother goddess sensed God's evil intentions, and looked at the light source with fear in her eyes. Although he didn't know what it was specifically, he knew that God was planning something through the so-called relics of the original creator. When a large number of outer gods of the past began to fight for it, the Heavenly Lord in Source Castle also became quiet, waiting silently to watch the subtle changes in the light source. The fallen mother goddess only reminded the Ring of Fate and Destiny Weaver and other good friends of the old days of the outer gods, and also sat back and watched the other old days of the outer gods fly into the flames. As the outer gods fell one after another, the glowing light source continued to expand, like a giant light egg that gradually regained vitality from a shriveled state. It is the starting point of all things and the end of all things. It is 1 and 10,000. It is the first rebirth and the final destruction. It is a cosmic embryo that is brewing and growing. In other words, it is the seed for the birth of the next new universe. That's why it can absorb the power of the outer gods of the past and the source of matter without any scruples, because it is an innate creation derived from it. As the aura emitted by the light source became more and more obvious, the fallen mother goddess gradually understood the true origin of this thing. This is indeed something left over from the original creator, and it is most likely the key to the next reboot of the universe. Whoever masters it can have a glimpse of the mystery of the universe created by the original creator. The fallen mother goddess could only make a simple guess, and she didn't know exactly what was going on. This is common sense in their minds, that the original creator will inevitably split after coming together. But no one has ever really seen the scene when the original creator split the evolved universe, and they don't know how to restart the new universe. If his conjecture is correct, then what is in front of him is the key to restarting the new universe. But why did the creator leave such an embryo of a new universe in the first place? And it's still on Earth? Only when the initial barrier is broken can it be born. Does this mean that the existing universe is coming to an end? Why does God want to restart the universe again? There are really too many questions that have not been answered. Although there are still too many questions about the fallen mother goddess, she still cooperates with God's play, letting the light source that is suspected of being the embryo of the new universe swallow more of the old days of the outer gods and use their energy to provide support. During this process, God had been paying full attention to the light source and seemed to have seen something in it. Isn't it enough? God murmured, looking at the camp where the fallen mother goddess was, and then at Source Castle, which also remained calm. God, what exactly do you want to do? The fallen mother goddess was keenly aware of God's malicious gaze. It's just an experiment. Do you know what this is? Of course this is a good thing. God seemed to be in a good mood, and his tone became much more cheerful. Mysterious, you and I are not in our prime. We should have the same stance on this matter. Faced with the intentional alliance of the fallen mother goddess, Tianzuan's voice came from Source Castle. God is indeed a great threat. Before the alliance, can you satisfy the questions in my heart? You guessed it right. This thing is related to the restart of the new universe. Even God and I haven't figured out the details. As if to dispel the doubts of the fallen mother goddess, Tianzuan continued, when God and I were studying how to accommodate multiple sources, the Creator first awakened in our bodies. In order to get rid of this influence, we can only start over by falling. During the period of time when it contained multiple Sephirot, God and I simultaneously noticed and determined that there was some kind of secret inside this planet. The consciousness of the original Creator was awakened because we came into contact with this secret. So we each arranged our backups before the fall, just so that we can wake up on the Earth before the end. It wasn't until the end came, when the original barrier shattered, and the Earth collapsed, that God and I knew what the secret left by the original Creator was. It is as expected. The fallen mother goddess already believed 80% of the words of the Lord of Mysteries. As for the other 20%, she did not believe that the Lord of Mysteries would be so honest in telling all the secrets. One has lost his own essence, and the other is still entangled in consciousness. God chuckled, seemingly not caring at all about the alliance between the fallen mother goddess and the Lord of Mysteries. Uh-huh. Are you in perfect condition? Tianzuan sneered coldly. Layers of gray mist erupted around the source castle, causing the entire time and space to undergo changes. The figure of the heavenly Lord was revealed above the source castle, as if standing at the end of time and space. The fallen mother goddess understood that the Lord of Mysteries was preparing to go all out, and she also began to cooperate and asked the outer gods of the same camp to temporarily retreat from here to avoid becoming a breakthrough for God. Fallen mother goddess, you have such a big heart. With your cunning and cunning nature, you dare to cooperate with him. It seems that you are destined to become the fallen one among the three pillars, God said. Contempt, with undisguised sarcasm. Save the unnecessary provocation. The fallen mother goddess remained unmoved. When Tianzun caused chaos in time and space and wanted to bury God, the fallen mother goddess opened her own fallen abyss at the same time. The endless dark abyss emitted a terrifying attraction comparable to a black hole, and even nearby planets were continuously torn apart and orbited. The abyss flies back and forth. God only uses the sea of chaos to protect himself, stabilize time and space, and anchor the abyss. But soon, God's figure began to shake, and his expression finally became serious. Just now, the Lord of Mysteries took advantage of the moment when he was dragged down by the fallen mother goddess, returned to the past, and injured him who had just awakened from the sea of chaos. And he used the power of time and space to continuously aggravate this damage, causing his current body to be traumatized. The Lord of Mysteries, the Lord of Time and Space, can manipulate time and space at will, travel to the past and the future, and appear and disappear. He is the most difficult authority of mysteries. Seeing that the Lord of Mysteries was going all out, the fallen mother goddess also tried her best to hold back God's footsteps and create more opportunities for the Lord of Mysteries to severely damage God. At this moment, the light source suddenly disappeared and was stolen. It was the Lord of Mysteries who went back to the past, stole the light source, and then returned to the present, drifting away into the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 773, Are the stars really going to leave the universe? God was not surprised by such a result. Instead, he looked at the fallen mother goddess happily without saying a word. He just clicked his tongue and shook his head. The fallen mother goddess naturally understood the silent irony from God, but she could only endure it. Of course, it was impossible for him to completely trust the Lord of Mysteries, but he did not expect that the Lord of Mysteries would slip away so quickly. It seems that he is going all out, but in fact he is hiding his thoughts, and is ready to steal things and run away at any time. You overestimate the mysterious state. He who is restrained by Klein is not as strong as you. If he doesn't leave, his secret will be exposed, God said, and dispersed the surrounding sea of chaos, signaling the fallen the mother goddess can go to the stars to chase the Lord of Mysteries. You don't seem to be worried at all that the Lord of Mysteries will snatch the embryo that will restart the new universe? You want to get information from me, but you can't afford the price now. God chuckled, leaving the broken earth and heading for the starry sky. Unless it is not the creation of the original creator at all, but a disaster. There was a vague suspicion in the heart of the fallen mother goddess. She looked at the empty remnants of the earth and thought that not only had she lost the source of the mother nest, but she also missed the seeds that were suspected of restarting the new universe. She was so angry that she almost destroyed all the surrounding planets. The Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny in the distance no longer have the idea of chasing other sources. Instead, they enter the depths of the starry sky and rely on the connection between fate to look for traces of will, the incarnation of fate. When the fallen mother goddess also left the earth, except for one or two outer gods, who were still determined to search everywhere, the other outer gods had already gone to the depths of the starry sky, preparing to take a peek at the relics of the so-called original creator, Uranus, the final resting place that high-dimensional overlookers chose for themselves in the past. Today a figure easily broke through the seal set by the fallen mother goddess and other outer gods and came out. God, the original creator who claims to be omniscient and omnipotent. Have you ever seen your future? The high-dimensional overlooker glanced at the broken earth, uttered a whisper, and then raised his head to look up at the palace of stars that had risen to the end of the universe. When the end comes, the day when the initial barrier is broken is when the stars drive the palace of stars and leave this universe. This is a rumor that spread across the stars not long ago. Stars, what you have been waiting for has appeared. After all, you can't hold your breath, the high-dimensional overlooker murmured. Then his face changed, and his brows furrowed. Am I in a trance again just now? It is really difficult to suppress the consciousness of the original creator. No wonder both mystery and God chose the path of death and rebirth. Fortunately, when the end came, the initial barrier was broken, and the consciousness of the original creator also weakened a lot. So I was able to truly wake up. No matter what. He is one of the victors. In a situation where he was supposed to die at the beginning, at the cost of his own final sleep, he succeeded in waiting until the end of the world, when the consciousness of the creator initially faded. If he had chosen the same path as God in mystery at that time, it would have been impossible for him to come back to life in time to participate in this event. Galway looked down and sighed slightly. And soon, his figure disappeared into the starry sky. The embryo of a new universe. The fallen mother goddess would actually believe what the heavenly Lord said. It really revealed her clear stupidity in every aspect. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur, who had seen what was happening on Earth from beginning to end, also had some guesses about the light source that originated from the original creator. In his view, that thing should not be the embryo of a new universe. Nor would it restart the universe. It was more like some kind of backup left by the original creator for himself. He has always wondered. In the beginning, would the creator gather everything and then split it to form the universe? Can't there be some intermediate state? For example, slightly above the three pillars, but not to the point where it needs to be split. Although the three pillars are the most stable foundation of the entire universe, it is not ruled out that there are beings above them. Moreover, according to the past events in the starry sky mentioned by Hastur, the ruler of the old days, there was a conflict between the stars and the original creator. This proves that the original creator had his own clear consciousness, and the existence of the original barrier is proof. Since the creator had his own consciousness in the beginning, wouldn't he pursue a more stable self? He has a long time, and can restart the entire universe at any time. In this way, he can definitely find a way out that suits him. God must have understood something. So he allowed Tianzuan to snatch away the light source. Otherwise, given Tianzuan's state and God's understanding of his power, Tianzuan would never be able to easily snatch things from God. After retracting his gaze, Hastur looked at the starry sky that had been left far away. Now the Hall of Stars has risen to the limit of this universe. If he takes one step forward, he can completely escape from this universe. The stars come from outside the universe, and will eventually leave this universe. But before that, he had a guess in his mind that needed to be confirmed. If the speculation is true, then Hastur, the ruler of the old days, can control the Palace of Stars to escape from this universe even if he does not appear. I'm sure you'll show up eventually, Hastur whispered, and then began to let the Palace of Stars continue to rise. The entire starry sky was completely lit up. The brilliance emitted by the stars converged into a sea of stars. The endless starlight rushed towards the location of the Palace of Stars, helping the Palace of Stars, breaking through the boundaries of the universe created by the original creator. The Palace of Stars is like a ship that is constantly being lifted up by the ocean of stars. When the sea water becomes more and more abundant, the ship will eventually follow the sea water and surpass the land, reaching a new world. When the Palace of Stars collided with the boundaries of the universe left by the original creator, the entire starry sky fell into endless trembling and crumbling, and the entire universe was affected by the actions of the Palace of Stars. Some fragile stars are like the fruits of a fruit tree, falling from the branches due to the trembling of the wind. The old outer gods who were still chasing the relics of the Lord of Mysteries, and the first creator in the starry sky felt this shocking change. And they all looked up and stared at the Palace of Stars that was rising and trying to escape from this universe. It turns out that the rumors are true, and the stars will really break through the boundaries of the universe on this day and go to the world outside the universe. What kind of different world would there be outside the universe? Is it a new universe? Or a new place that's new and different? God couldn't help but raise his head, his expression much more solemn. He could sense that the Palace of Stars was really going to break away from this universe. Are the stars really leaving? Isn't this a trap and a calculation? God thought for a while, and then just quietly admired the movements in the Hall of Stars without getting closer to watch. The boundary of the universe is the strongest barrier left by the original creator, many times stronger than the original barrier surrounding the earth. If they approach it they will inevitably awaken the consciousness of the original creator, which will only bring about their own downfall. Are the stars leaving this universe? The mother tree of desire and the superstar master, who had been hidden, stared at the palace of stars that gathered the power of the entire starry sky. I really want to follow the stars and go outside the universe. Do you think the power of the stars can really break through the boundaries of the universe left by the original creator? The entire starry sky is assisting him. In fact, the stars are using the original creator's own power to fight against the boundaries of the universe left by the original creator. The superstar master saw some clues. The starry sky will not collapse, and the universe will not be destroyed. The power of the stars will be endless. And as long as this phenomenon continues, the palace of stars will eventually break through the boundaries of the universe. Using the original creator's own power to impact each other is indeed a very clever way. The Mother Tree of Desire also understood the stars' plan. When the Hall of Stars continued to rise, and the starry sky was shaking, a long-lost figure appeared in front of the Hall of Stars. Hastur, the Great Old One. Chapter 774. The Threat from Hastur. The Old One. You are finally here. In the depths of an untouched starry sky, Audrey and Sharon waited for the Mother Earth and Bernadette on a new planet. After the Earth collapsed, under the guidance of the stars, the Mother Earth and Bernadette found this new life planet from the vast starry sky. The new planet. It turns out that everything is ready, the Earth Mother Goddess whispered. And together with Bernadette, the god of steam and machinery, they released the believers and creatures in the kingdom of God. Then, the Earth Mother Goddess put away her divine kingdom and turned into a huge ancient tree that held up the sky, firmly planting its roots into this new life planet. The breath of life and reproduction began to spread. With the Mother Earth as the center, the originally barren land began to come to life, and the moss-covered world gradually evolved into a new world of wild vegetation and flowers. When the new land gradually became suitable for people to cultivate, the god of steam and machinery turned into a long scroll of civilization, floating mightily in midair, allowing all the creatures who witnessed it to see how the primitive civilization of slash-and-burn farming in the past entered step by step. New agricultural civilization. The creatures who survived the apocalypse and were able to carve out a future on the new planet, under the guidance of the god of steam and machinery, the blessing of the Mother Earth, and the shelter of the stars, began to build their own world from scratch. Civilization. Audrey, Sharon, Bernadette, and others watched for a while, and then devoted themselves to the construction of this new civilization. They needed to provide correct guidance to all living beings. When a new civilization began to develop, outside the starry sky, the Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny were gradually approaching, following the connection between Destiny. Will, who separated from Audrey and the others early, noticed this. In order not to affect Audrey and the new planet, he took the still sleeping Grey Carrie and radiated. Exhale your own breath and head to the unknown starry sky to attract the attention of the Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny. It's also a reunion. Even though the image of Hastur, the Old One, has changed from when he first met, from the image of a hooded yellow robe, to a shadow that almost blends in with the dark tones of the entire universe. His body always exudes an aura that is completely inconsistent with the entire starry sky, no matter how well he disguises it. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur stared at Hastur, the ruler of the old days, standing in front of him. The other party was very cautious and did not bring the Black Devourer with him. But for him, the appearance of Hastur, the Old One, was enough. His appearance confirmed his guess. Even if he has not obtained the unique promotion sequence 0 he needs, there is still a way to escape from this universe with the help of the Palace of Stars. Otherwise, Hastur, the Great Old One, could have continued to hide and watch his defeat. Because he knew he could do this. He could not sit back and wait any longer. Now, it's up to you to find the answer to your question. You are the god behind the Order of Cthulhu, right? Hastur was chatting casually like a friend meeting. That's right. Hastur, the ruler of the Old Ones, nodded. That's not all. I am also behind other churches of the outer gods. I have more allies than you expect. You need to actively look for allies to cooperate. It seems that you have lost the proud self-confidence in the past. It's just a slight use. There's no cooperation at all. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Hastur, the ruler of the old days, showed a playful smile. He seemed not very satisfied with his image at the moment. He gently moved his fingers, and the surrounding stars rippled, forming a sea of stars. He blended into this sea of stars and transformed into a huge aquatic creature with black tentacles, like an octopus. No, an amorphous image that was far larger than the planet. Tentacles came out one after another, entwining from all sides, gently lifting the Palace of Stars on the top of the tentacles, as if they were playing some kind of toy. I know your true identity. I have always known it. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, let out waves of intoxicating whispers that were far more intoxicating than endless murmurs. Having lost your most important uniqueness, you are still outside the gate of sequence 0. Even if you have the means to surpass the gods, the essence of your life has not changed yet. You're betting that I'll show up at the critical moment. Bet that you can get the missing part of you from me. Now that I have appeared, how can you take back the missing part of you from me? Whispers mixed with provocations. Hastur, the ruler of the past, roamed freely in this sea of stars. From time to time, he stretched out a tentacle, hooked a star, brought it back, and swallowed it clean. You are wrong. I don't need to get anything back. But you? How can you prevent me from leaving this universe? Hastur's faint words came out from the Hall of Stars, and at the same time urged the Hall of Stars to continue to rise toward the limit of the universe. Oh! Are you willing to leave? Your two lovers are still in this starry sky. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, looked at the endless starry sky for a moment, then raised his tentacles slightly and pointed in one direction. If you are mistaken, they are there, and there is the breath of a new life planet. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur closed his eyes slightly, as if sighing. When he opened his eyes again, his aura and expression were very different from before, and his divine side took over. Childish threat. A calm voice came out, containing a touch of disdain. Oh! I deliberately let my divine side take the lead and spoke heartless words. Isn't the purpose of protecting them? If you are willing to help me cut off my human side, I should be grateful to you. How to provoke generals. Your speaking skills have not improved at all. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, suddenly dived into the surrounding star sea. When he reappeared, he came to the starry sky near the living planet where Audrey and Sharon were. The shadows and despair that covered the surrounding starry sky surrounded the living planet at this moment, and dark tentacles were born from the shadows, pressing down on the creatures inside the planet and on the earth who were working hard to build a new civilization. The sky was shrouded in shadow, losing all light. Seeing this scene, the mother goddess of the earth, god of steam and machinery, and Bernadette hurriedly expanded their own kingdom to block the impact from beyond the stars. Regarding everything that happened here, Hastur in the Hall of Stars just glanced at it quietly, and continued to urge the Hall of Stars to continue to rise and break through the boundaries of this universe. As the boundaries of the universe continue to be breached, the entire universe gradually makes an overwhelmed sound, and the starry sky trembles and sways. Under the pull of this force, stars continue to fall silently. The fallen mother goddess and other ancient outer gods who came after the Lord of Mysteries saw this scene and just stopped to look at it for a moment before continuing to chase the Lord of Mysteries. They once tried to stop the stars, but were unable to break through the Palace of Stars. Now, they naturally cannot stop the stars from leaving. Moreover, for them, the departure of the stars is still a good thing. At least the starry sky will no longer be suppressed by the stars. Chuanqing, I have seen through your plan. I don't believe you can really give up your human side outside the living planet. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, also noticed something strange coming from the starry sky. He raised up a vast sea of stars and flooded down towards the living planet that was within easy reach. The sky fell, and the unstoppable force rushed straight into the earth. The god of steam and machinery, the mother goddess of the earth, and Bernadette were unable to compete with this power. Their kingdoms were shattered one after another, and the entire earth was also facing disintegration. Audrey and Sharon sighed, and then calmly waited for death. Advent. An invisible and trembling aura floated in the starry sky. The son of chaos came from the distant starry sky to provide shelter for the planet on the verge of destruction. Pity. This voice did not come from Hastur, the great old one, but from the divine side of Hastur in the Hall of Stars. Chapter 775 Confrontation Again. Tianzuan and God. You really want to use my hand to cut off your human side? Hastur, the ruler of the old days, left the starry sky and came to the front of the Palace of Stars. He stood on a sea of stars and blocked the path of the Palace of Stars with his own power. He can be sure that the divine side of the stars just now really wanted him to destroy that planet and cut off the shackles of his own humanity. You failed so much. A mocking voice came from the Hall of Stars. I don't mind if you kill them again. I admire you like this. The stars should be overlooking everything. The old one Hastur spoke playfully, as if he had thought of something interesting. Hastur did not talk to him again, but thought about the advantages he had. What exactly Hastur, the ruler of the old days, feared about him, and how he could truly break through the boundaries of this universe. The inability to advance to sequence 0 makes it difficult for him to fully utilize the power of the Palace of Stars. As long as he is promoted to sequence 0 and has the Palace of Stars in hand, he can naturally become a true star. By then, it will be easier to escape from this universe or deal with Hastur, the ruler of the old days. There is no need to be like now, hiding in the Palace of Stars to protect ourselves. What's missing? The Black Devourer has been hidden by him. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to be promoted to sequence 0, even if he completes the promotion ceremony. But is this really the case? Do you really need the uniqueness of the star path? Judging from the performance of Hastur, the old ruler, he still has trump cards or secrets that he does not understand. Hastur was lost in thought. Outside the Hall of Stars, Hastur, the ruler of the past, spoke many times. But he was always ignored by Hastur. He was also happy to stay and swim freely in the sea of stars he had summoned, forming a balance of power with the stars. Deep in the distant starry sky, which is blocked by many obstacles, there is silence and no light. Everything is shrouded in darkness, and the brilliance of the stars cannot shine. At this time, an incarnation of stars continued to light up the starry sky. When Hastur, the ruler of the old ones, appeared, Hastur spied some information about the Black Devourer from him, thus locking in the general scope of the starry sky. Finding the Black Devourer and returning him to the embrace of the stars has always been what Hastur has been doing. The stars incarnate stared at the unlit starry sky in front of them for a while, converged and concealed their aura, and blended into the darkness silently. When the incarnations of the stars penetrate deep into the starry sky, a familiar aura emerges, forming a silent pull, and they move forward along with this pull. Finally saw the imprisoned Black Devourer. He is still in the form of a planet, and the surrounding starry sky is fixed by the power of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. Time and space are frozen, and not even a ray of light can enter it. The Black Devourer also seemed to be in a deep sleep, motionless. The stars incarnate and observe for a period of time, record the coordinates of the starry sky, and then disappear away. If he wants to revive the Black Devourer or break through his confinement, he needs to control the Hall of Stars and visit in person. But there is no guarantee that this is not a trap left by the old ruler Hastur, in order to let the Palace of Stars come here and give up the current state of being separated from the boundaries of the universe. What I've been waiting for has come. In front of the Hall of Stars, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, jumped up from the sea of stars and transformed into the image of the king in yellow in ragged robes. It's him. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur glanced at the so-called reinforcements of the old ruler Hastur, the Lord of Mysteries. To be precise, it is the deity holding up the light source left behind by the original creator. As expected, they have already cooperated. However, this is not that surprising. Hastur watched the developments quietly. Outside the Hall of Stars, Tianzuan casually threw the light source he finally snatched to Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and at the same time received a ray of pure light from Hastur, the ruler of the old days. The long and flat light was like a lilac thread magnified many times, and it contained power that didn't seem to belong to this universe. A pleasure to work with. Tianzuan took the lavender thread and integrated it into his body, actually binding up Klein's consciousness that was entangled with him. Truly master this body that should belong to Klein and regain control of Origin Castle. The entangled consciousness is indeed difficult to deal with under the rules of this universe. Unfortunately, for me, it is nothing. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, glanced at Tianzuan and carefully pointed the light source into the starry sky where the Hall of Stars was, as if he was afraid of accidentally shattering the light source. When the light source was suspended inside, it abruptly cut off the Palace of Stars to draw power from the vast starry sky. Because this starry sky not only belongs to the stars, they also belong to the original creator. Having lost the help of the stars, you have completely lost the possibility of leaving this universe. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, said with a smile, of course, you can try to smash this light source. I think only those in the Palace of Stars can power that can crush the remnants of the first creator. Oh, is it so? In the Hall of Stars, Hastur did not hesitate to pick a star from the starry sky in front of him and throw it towards the light source. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, changed his expression slightly, and quickly stretched out a tentacle to block the incoming star, preventing the power of the stars from hitting the light source. You're scared. Hastur sneered unabashedly. Hastur, the great old one, remained silent. It seems that you don't know what secrets are hidden in this light source. You want to test me. But you are afraid that because of me, the original creator will return, thus plunging the entire universe into doom. Hastur took his time to deduce their thoughts. They intend to contain the Hall of Stars through the light source left behind by the original creator. But their decisiveness makes them worry, fearing that they may accidentally awaken the consciousness of the original creator. I don't mind restarting the universe, Tianzuan said, manipulating the light source to rush straight to the Palace of Stars, as if to let the power left by the original creator collide with the stars in the most dazzling way. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, saw clearly and knew that Tianzuan was gambling. Just like Hastur's decisive move just now, Tianzuan is also betting that the light source left behind by the original creator can restrain the Hall of Stars. Heh. I don't mind either. Hastur even controlled the Palace of Stars to actively crash into the light source. He was not afraid at all. Even the awakened consciousness of the original creator could not cause any serious damage to the Palace of Stars, let alone what was left behind. Even if the starry sky really collapses and the universe restarts, will it have any impact on him? The same decisive behavior made Tianzuan look solemn. I'm very mind. The light source flying towards the Hall of Stars was stopped, and it was God who followed Tianzuan slowly all the way. There was a smile on Hastur's face. Hastur, the great old one, had asked him what he was waiting for. Now, the reinforcements he had been waiting for arrived. Do you want to stand on the side of the stars? Tianzuan saw through God's intention. Otherwise, do you think I will cooperate with you? God put away the light source and spoke calmly. You can choose not to help each other. That was indeed my original plan. God sighed and glanced at the Palace of Stars. It's not okay now. Thanks to you, my weakness has been discovered. Hastur did not speak. He knew what God meant by weakness. God does not want to reset the universe, nor does he want the consciousness of the original creator to awaken. The return authority of the stars can achieve this step, especially since the gods and Hastur, the ruler of the old days, have brought the relics of the original creator here. As long as you are willing, you can awaken the consciousness of the original creator. Judging from the current situation, if the consciousness of the original creator awakens, then it is most likely to be parasitic in God, because God is omniscient and omnipotent, the original creator, and the ancient being closest to the original creator. Therefore, Tianzuan acts more without scruples than God. But isn't this a reason for cooperation that God has found for himself? Chapter 776, The Destroyer of the Universe. It seems we arrived at the wrong time? When the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods came chasing the aura of the Lord of Mysteries in the past, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when they saw the 2-on-2 balance of power in front of them. The Lord of Mysteries and the mysterious Great One. God and the stars. We have guests. The 4 gazes that came at the same time gave the several outer gods, who were following the fallen Mother Goddess, an unpleasant premonition, and subconsciously wanted to leave. Walk. The fallen Mother Goddess did not stay long, and took the outer gods away from the starry sky, wanting to just sit back and watch. Nothing is that simple. God and the Lord of Mysteries have a tacit understanding to block the retreat of the fallen Mother Goddess. Mysterious. God, do you want to keep me? The fallen Mother Goddess exudes a threatening aura. Even if she loses her mother's nest, she is not without the power to fight. That's good advice. With your wisdom, you should understand that you do not have the ability to be a third-party force. It's better to deal with him directly to avoid leaving any trouble. Okay. I've always wanted to try if one of the 3 pillars is lost. Will the entire universe be destroyed? God and the Lord of Mysteries sang in harmony, making the fallen Mother Goddess increasingly aware that something was wrong. Not to mention that behind these 2, there were the old ones, and the stars watching here. The fallen Mother Goddess gave a cold cry, and disappeared into the bottomless abyss around her. God and the Lord of Mysteries did not pursue them. They were just amusing themselves with the fallen Mother Goddess. If they really wanted to deal with a pillar like the fallen Mother Goddess, it would be difficult without paying a huge price. Now is the time when the consciousness of the original creator may awaken, and none of them will take risks because of the fallen Mother Goddess. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here forever. God glanced at the old outer gods, who were still lingering in the distance. The eyes of the Lord of Mysteries also swept over, scaring them so much that they quickly fled away from this land of right and wrong. The entire starry sky became completely silent. God and the Lord of Mysteries looked at each other, and they had a tacit understanding to open the battlefield, leaving this place to Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and the stars, having lost the relics of the original creator. Is there any way you can enter the Hall of Stars? How could you ever leave this universe? Hastur, the old one, has seen Hastur's true nature, and knows that he has no way to leave this universe at the moment. Time is on my side. Asta is not in a hurry. As long as he thinks of that key point, he can end this entangled situation. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, was silent for a while, and then whispered, "Such a dazzling starry sky. I really don't want to destroy it," as if he had made some kind of determination. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, did not hesitate any longer. The sea of stars he wandered around spread endlessly, shrouding the nearby stars in his own sea of stars. Inside the Hall of Stars, the starry sky in front of Hastur that was connected to the real starry sky was instantly shrouded in a shadow. No matter how much the stars shine, they cannot get rid of this shadow. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, is the lord of the deep sky star sea, and also has the power to control some of the stars. As the shadow gradually spreads across the starry sky, God and the Lord of Mysteries once again distance themselves from the battlefield, not wanting to participate in the battle between Hastur, the Great Old One, and the stars. God, do you really want to help the stars? It wouldn't do me any harm if the stars could win. Just as God was chatting with the Lord of Mysteries, a star suddenly exploded in front of him, turning into brilliant fireworks in the starry sky without any sound. Have you started fighting? God and the Lord of Mysteries watched for a while, then turned their gaze to the Hall of Stars. When this star exploded, inside the Hall of Stars, in the starry sky in front of Hastur, a star also exploded in the blink of an eye, erupting with a power no less than that of a real star shattering. The terrifying impact turned from illusion to reality, sweeping through the entire Hall of Stars, causing the entire Hall of Stars to shake. Hastur immediately understood what Hastur, the ruler of the old days, was doing. He was using some kind of authority to reverse the illusory starry sky projected on the real starry sky in front of him and the real starry sky, allowing the power that should have exploded in the real starry sky, appearing inside the Hall of Stars. Stars exploded and shattered one after another, forming waves of higher energy bursts. The terrifying energy that directly acted on the interior of the Hall of Stars caused Hastur's body to shatter again and again. Although Hastur can be resurrected in the Hall of Stars every time, the pain that tears apart the soul has not diminished at all. Hastur tried to cut off this transformation between reality and illusion, and disconnect the starry sky inside the Hall of Stars from the real starry sky. But in just a moment, he gave up this idea. If these two starry skies are disconnected, it will indeed be able to get rid of the death threat from the old ruler Hastur, but it will also make the Palace of Stars lose the protection of this starry sky. In short, this will make the Palace of Stars self-defeating. Starry sky. Having figured this out, Hastur sat upright in his seat and experienced the pain of death again and again. It was really unbearable at first, but later on, I gradually got used to it. As the Great Old One Hastur continued to destroy stars one by one, the starry sky originally lit by Hastur was destroyed one after another. The starry sky dimmed again. The power of the stars that the Hall of Stars can rely on is also constantly weakening. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, wants to destroy the entire starry sky, causing the Palace of Stars to lose its foothold in this starry sky. Like a rootless tree with nowhere to draw on, Hastur closed his eyes, and more stars appeared in various places in the starry sky, quickly lighting up the starry sky. One was destroyed. The other was lit. The starry sky gradually lost its light under the constant pull of these two forces. The destruction of one star is a permanent loss for the entire starry sky. Even if the starry sky is still lit, the power of the stars is still being lost. After seeing this scene, God no longer wanted to continue chatting with the Lord of Mysteries, but wanted to stop the crazy behavior of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. It is true that destroying the starry sky in this way can affect or even severely damage the stars, but the continuous collapse of the starry sky will most likely cause the consciousness of the original creator to continue to awaken. Are you anxious? The Lord of Mysteries smiled and stopped in front of God. Be careful of playing with fire and getting burned. I still have Klein's consciousness in my body. Even if the consciousness of the Creator really wakes up in the first place, it will only be an extra layer of consciousness. God did not speak anymore, but urged the Sea of Chaos to go all out. The Lord of Mysteries blocked the offensive with Source Castle. Countless years later, the two sources of Chaos Sea and Source Castle collided again. Most of the surrounding starry sky was instantly extinguished, faster than the old ruler Hastur destroying the starry sky. To be quick is the result of God's intentional control. In the distance, the fallen Mother Goddess watched all this quietly, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The high-dimensional overlookers, who came out of the seal, were also quietly watching this chaotic battle. In his body, A battle of disparity in strength also started. We can no longer destroy the starry sky. The original creator is coming back. Both you and I will be the destroyers of this universe. The consciousness of the high-dimensional overlooker is gradually suppressed by the consciousness of the original creator and becomes blurred. He initially thought that he could suppress the consciousness of the original creator. But as the relics of the original creator appeared and the starry sky continued to collapse, the consciousness of the original creator became stronger and stronger. When he wanted to inform God and the Lord of Mysteries, the fallen Mother Goddess, that their original creator consciousness had returned, the consciousness was completely suppressed by the original creator and was being continuously obliterated and absorbed. Only then did he understand that as early as when the consciousness of the creator awakened in his body, he had the ability to take away his body. He just pretended to be suppressed by himself and kept it hidden until the initial barrier shattered and the end came. And he took back many of his outer bodies. Only then did God's fallen power and consciousness reveal his true face. Now, the original creator is continually awakening and returning in his body. Chapter 777 Hastur, how do you become a star? The starry sky is being destroyed. Stars are falling. On the new life planet, Audrey, Sharon and others looked up at the starry sky and clearly saw that the stars in the sky suddenly lost their light and fell into eternal darkness. The originally bright starry sky only had a few scattered stars hanging on it. And it looked shaky. The starry sky is destroying, and the entire universe is dying? The mother goddess of the earth, the god of steam and machinery, and Bernadette were all shocked. They had witnessed the end of mankind with their own eyes, and they did not expect that they would continue to witness the demise of the universe with their own eyes. When the starry sky gradually dimmed, the palace of stars, shrouded in the light of the stars, gradually revealed its truest appearance. The surrounding nebulae dispersed, and the real ancient palace appeared in the starry sky. Only the door was still tightly closed. The terrifying tentacles under the ragged yellow clothes have already reached out to the door, knocking on it constantly, hoping to enter the bodies of the stars through here. In the Hall of Stars, the bright starry sky in front of him gradually dimmed, and Hastur's figure gradually became illusory. But he was still sitting in his own place, quietly watching everything happening outside, his expression not looking sad or happy. He once tried to light up the entire starry sky, wanting to achieve his promotion ceremony in this slow way, rather than destroying the entire universe in exchange for his promotion. But after all, it still can't be done. Compared with waking up the starry sky and destroying the starry sky, restarting the universe seems to be the fastest and most correct way. Listen. The sound that keeps knocking on the door of the Palace of Stars is playing the prelude to the demise of the entire universe. After listening quietly for a while, Hastur stood up from his seat, looked at the old rulers in front of him, and the heavenly lord entangled with God in the distance, and took a step forward. In Origin Castle, Tianzuan is trying his best to delay God, even if he still needs to suppress part of Klein's consciousness. It is not too difficult to delay God. When a burst of starlight shone, an incarnation of stars appeared in Source Castle. Tianzuan was wary, but he also knew that it was Klein who had opened a secret door for the stars, so that they could enter the Source Castle silently. He didn't want to hear what the stars had to say. So the gray mist turned into a giant palm and struck down, smashing the incarnation of the stars into pieces. At the moment when the stars' incarnation shattered, he clearly heard the voice from the stars that sounded like a magic spell. Return to position reverse. It's this returning authority again. Tianzuan had seen the power of the returning authority of the stars, but at that time, he was still very weak, and he had not regained control of Origin Castle. Now he is able to compete with the authority from the stars. He tried his best to hold on to his consciousness, endure the influence of the returning authority, and let his consciousness firmly occupy Klein's body. He succeeded, and he is still the master of Origin Castle. Even the stars couldn't bring his consciousness back to its original place and let Klein take its place. The imprisonment from the old ruler is really difficult to break through. A familiar voice sounded, and Klein's imprisoned consciousness regained freedom. It turns out that the return authority used by the stars just now was used on Klein. The power of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, comes from outside the universe, and the power of the stars also comes from outside the universe. Only the stars can easily allow Klein's consciousness to break through this confinement and return. Tianzuan guessed the reason for this change in an instant, but he was still not afraid. Klein's consciousness, which has been imprisoned for many days, is much weaker than before. Even with the help of the stars, he cannot compete with him for control at this moment. You are right. I am indeed no match for you. Klein seemed to understand what Tianzuan was going to say. and smiled, but I still have the ability to open a portal. After the words fell, the gate of Source Castle opened. God, who had long noticed the change, came to Source Castle immediately, and the power of the Chaos Sea filled the entire Source Castle. Mysterious, it seems that the battle between you and me needs to have an outcome. God looks down upon the Lord of Mysteries in a condescending manner. Once he invades Source Castle, the Lord of Mysteries loses his greatest reliance on many of his strange methods and authority. With God's help to suppress it, and Klein's consciousness having awakened, Tianzuan's consciousness was retreating steadily, and the battle situation suddenly reversed. Outside, Haster, the ruler of the old days, wanted to be distracted and come to help. But the Palace of Stars suddenly disappeared in front of him, heading to the place where he imprisoned the Black Devourer. That's where the trap he carefully laid is located. And it's also his real purpose of threatening the stars. If you want to leverage the Palace of Stars and become a new star, the Black Devourer is a necessity. Haster, the ruler of the old days, went away in an instant, leaving the consciousness of Tianzuan to be attacked by God and Klein. The temporary lull in the battle gave the fallen Mother Goddess, who was watching the battle from the outside, a new idea. He had no intention of helping the Lord of Mysteries, but was very interested in the light source left behind by the original creator that was taken away by God. As for the stars and the old ones, he had no interest in participating. When the fallen Mother Goddess began to lurk and wait for an opportunity, she suddenly discovered that the number of old outer gods still remaining in the starry sky seemed to have decreased a lot. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of power devouring everything in the destroyed starry sky. Is another new outer god old day about to be born? The fallen Mother Goddess just stared for a while, and then looked away. Deep in the dark starry sky, the Black Devourer is still imprisoned. The Palace of Stars descended here, and the surrounding confinement melted away silently. The Black Devourer seemed to sense the breath from the stars, and began to wake up from its slumber, trembling slightly, and emitting a friendly consciousness longing to return. When the Palace of Stars touched the Black Devourer and wanted to free him from his imprisonment, the Black Devourer suddenly opened its mouth big enough to swallow the planet, and swallowed the Palace of Stars in one bite. Only then did Haster, the ruler of the old days, appear here. Tentacles stretched out and gently stroked the Black Devourer's head, indicating that he was doing a good job. Later, Haster, the Old One ruler, used the Black Devourer and the bridge to successfully enter the Hall of Stars and face Haster face to face. It's really not easy to enter here, Haster, the ruler of the old days, said with emotion. It's indeed not easy. Austin nodded calmly. Aren't you curious as to why you fell into the trap? The Black Devourer has always been under your control. Even the uniqueness that belongs to me has already turned into your shape. Haster paused and continued, in fact, from the beginning, the Black Devourer was you. Or rather, the Black Devourer's consciousness is you. You have already eaten him. And you are the one who came to the Hall of Stars for a meeting. Why would you throw yourself into a trap if you knew that? Haster, the ruler of the old days, put away his leisurely attitude. He did come into contact with the stars in two different identities, the original Hunger and the Black Devourer, in order to repeatedly design the stars so that he could move at his own pace. Are you planning all this just to come in and chat with me? Seeing that there was no panic look on Haster's face, this made him feel a little bored. Of course not. I naturally want to become the master of the Hall of Stars and become the new stars. I'm curious. How do you become a star? If I get the Hall of Stars, I will naturally become a star. Haster smiled and said, which came first? The Palace of Stars or the stars? Even if you get the Palace of Stars, you can only be the master of the Palace of Stars. How can you become the stars? Haster, the ruler of the old days, always felt that Haster was a little different at this moment, and seemed to already know all the secrets. I ask again, how do you become a star? You don't need to worry about this problem. Haster, the ruler of the old days, had no intention of continuing the conversation. He first imprisoned Haster's consciousness on the seat, and then used the Black Devourer to pry the Palace of Stars, trying to take away control of the Palace of Stars and become the Palace of Stars' new owner. But the result shocked him. The Black Devourer could move the Palace of Stars, but he couldn't let him take away any control of the Palace of Stars. The Hall of Stars trembled slightly. The starlight circulated, and Haster, who was imprisoned, regained his freedom. Let's go back to the question. How do you become a star? Facing Haster's inquiry, Haster, the Old One, chose to remain silent. Chapter 778, The Story of Retrospect. The influence of time and space. I have been thinking about a question. What kind of existence are the stars? And what is the real role of the palace of stars? The stars from outside this universe, even if they were severely damaged, would not completely lose all consciousness, allowing a soul like me that was accidentally brought in to become the new owner of the Hall of Stars. Perhaps due to an accident, or due to various reasons, I replaced the consciousness of the stars, and became the new owner of the Palace of Stars. Hastur paused here, stared at the old ruler Hastur in front of him for a while, and said in a mocking tone, "What a logical reason. This is the truth." Hastur, the old one, said expressionlessly, "You are right. This is indeed a fact. But this is only part of the fact." Asta closed his eyes slightly, and after a while, he turned to say, "To advance from sequence 1 to sequence 0 requires uniqueness. This universe is a kind of rule or law. Or it is the embodiment of the will of the original creator. But the stars come from outside the universe. So why do they need to follow such a law? With the stars transcending the nature of this universe. Once he chooses to follow the laws of this universe and advance to sequence 0, does it mean that he will succumb to the laws of this universe from now on? The Black Devourer. The uniqueness of the star pathway to promotion sequence 0. Is it really a product created by the stars to adapt to the laws of the universe? When Hastur, the ruler of the old days, who had always remained calm, heard this, his calm expression became moved for the first time. Back to the previous question. Why can't you master the Palace of Stars through the Black Devourer? Because the birth of the Black Devourer was not from the will of the stars from the beginning. It is not unique created by the stars. This is the real reason why you cannot control the Palace of Stars through the Black Devourer. Hastur's tone was so firm that Hastur, the ruler of the old days, couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. Wonderful inference. Or should I say wonderful guess. Everything you said is just based on your own wishful thinking. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, smiled. The Black Devourer is indeed the only path to the stars. Sex. Its intimacy with the stars cannot be faked. I'm not denying that the Black Devourer is the only path to the stars. What I'm saying is that the Black Devourer is not a product created by the stars. Maybe this is the truth of what happened. Hastur looked on. As usual, my fingers gently touched the starry sky in front of me, turning into a hazy starlight. Following Hastur's words, the Palace of Stars began to travel through the long river of time. In the hazy starlight, the time scale of the entire universe is constantly regressing, reaching the starry sky before the stars arrived in this universe. The stars come from outside the universe. After Hastur finished speaking, a palace of stars shining with endless starlight rushed across the boundaries of the universe and broke into the starry sky. In the beginning, the consciousness of the Creator awakened due to this shocking incident. He is 1 in 10,000, and everything in this universe is his eyes. He is looking at the stars, and the Palace of Stars from beyond the universe. Just like the human immune system suddenly encounters a virus invasion. In order to resist this huge threat, the original Creator consciousness scattered throughout the universe independently gathered a will to eradicate the threat from the stars. An unprecedented star war broke out. As for you, maybe because of your own poor condition, maybe because of fear of the original Creator, you should hide quietly at that time, and actively integrate into this universe in your own way and become a part of this universe, so as not to invoking the hostility of the original Creator's will to protect the universe. The Great Old One, Hastur, is gone, replaced by the first hunger, a new outer god, the Old One. In the end, the consciousness of the stars fell into a deep sleep, and the Palace of Stars was also pushed into the initial barrier. As Hastur described it, he manipulated the starry sky in front of him to deduce the story of what happened. The Hall of Stars vibrated gently, and it was constantly traveling through the passage of time, gradually approaching and arriving at the ancient starry sky where all this happened. During this war, part of the matter of the stars was torn apart and fell into the hands of the original Creator, in order to prevent the stars from posing a threat to the universe again when they wake up in the future. He began to calculate the eternity. He used the laws of this universe to refine this part of the material from the stars into the Black Devourer, making it the only one needed to advance to sequence 0 on the star path. The existence that can accomplish this can only be the stars and the original Creator, not you. The stars at that time must have fallen into deep sleep. So the only answer is the original Creator. Once the stars advance to sequence 0, with the help of the Black Devourer, and return to the starry sky, it will mean that the stars follow the laws of this universe, and become part of this universe. This is the best outcome envisioned by the original Creator. Hastur urged the starry sky in front of him to begin to restore everything that had happened. These were indeed his unilateral inferences. But Hastur, the ruler of the old days, did not refute, which proved that his inferences were not wrong. The original creator, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, whispered softly, as if he was thinking about everything that happened in the past. He did have doubts about the birth of the Black Devourer. But he was also very weak at that time. He didn't know much about the actions of the original creator. He thought more that the stars were adapting to the universe and returning to the starry sky faster in the future. Preparations made. Therefore, after the stars fell into sleep, he captured the Black Devourer, ate it, and turned it into a clone of himself, and used this to set up traps to target the stars, trying to become the new owner of the Hall of Stars through the Black Devourer, and then steal the power of the stars. But because the birth of the Black Devourer came from the hands of the original creator, not the stars, the current situation occurred. Since they are not of the same origin, they naturally cannot blend perfectly. This may also be an attempt from the original creator. Let's see if the Black Devourer can deceive the Hall of Stars and merge with the stars. If he becomes the new master of the Hall of Stars because of the Black Devourer, then the one who ultimately steals the power of the stars will only be the original creator. Unknowingly, he became the sharp blade of the original creator that stabbed the stars. Although the creator just laid it out casually at first, it also made him feel like he was being calculated. Asta saw his thoughts and chuckled. The original creator was the creator of this universe. At that time, he was definitely in a better state than you. It was your own greed that made you the most suitable blade in the hands of the original creator. When I know that the creator of the Black Devourer is the original creator, I understand that you cannot control the Hall of Stars through the Black Devourer. This is one of the reasons why I am willing to step into the trap you set. Hearing this, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, just said calmly, "You have been constantly shaping the powerful and terrifying side of the first creator through various words and inferences. Do you want to join forces with me to deal with the first creator? That's a direction worth considering, isn't it?" Hastur, the ruler of the old days, just smiled and did not answer. The Palace of Stars was still traveling through time, and Hastur continued to tell his reasoning. The Palace of Stars being pushed into the initial barrier was the work of the original creator, because allowing the Palace of Stars to be in the starry sky will definitely speed up the awakening of the stars. At the same time, the original creator also wanted to prevent you from seizing the Palace of Stars while the stars were weak, because the consciousness of the original creator cannot last forever. He cannot supervise what you do. Hastur timely offered a fire to Hastur, the Great Old One, and the first creator. Although he does not understand the full story of what happened, there is nothing wrong with provoking a conflict between Hastur, the Great Old One, and the first creator. After a long time passed, the consciousness of the original creator began to fade. The consciousness of the stars began to gradually awaken, and the Palace of Stars continued to accumulate strength. You realize that if you leave it alone, when the consciousness of the stars is fully awakened, or after the Palace of Stars has accumulated enough power, the stars will take charge of the Palace of Stars again. So you, and perhaps with the help of the original creator, broke the tiny soul that originally came with the stars, and was contaminated by the breath of the stars into the initial barrier. Of course you did some tricks on this tiny soul, but something went wrong in the process, and you had to try to make amends. This led to the following series of stories. Hastur drove the Hall of Stars back to the source along the long river of time, constantly restoring the story that happened at the beginning. The starry sky that has lost the stars and the Star Palace, due to the previous massive destruction by Hastur, the ruler of the old days. The dim starry sky shows a vague atmosphere of destruction, fragmentation, and death. In the battle at Origin Castle, in order to fight against the alliance between God and Klein, Tianzuan pulled the battlefield into chaotic time and space. He is the master of time and space, and can travel freely into the past and future. If God and Klein do not follow, they will not be able to have any impact on him. In order to get rid of Klein's influence on himself, he returned to a time and space where Klein did not yet exist, a time long before Earth's civilization. Here, without Klein interfering with him, he could go all out to fight against God. On the other side, he went to another time and space where God had not yet awakened from the Sea of Chaos and only Klein existed. At this time, Klein had just been born from Sapphira Castle, had just experienced suicide, and was at a time of extreme mental instability. In this time and space, in order to go back to the past, Klein tried to hold a ceremony related to Fuxing Xian Wang Tianzuan and went to Source Castle. Audrey and Alger also arrived at Source Castle at the same time. As soon as they arrived at Source Castle, The consciousness of the sleeping heavenly lord in Source Castle suddenly woke up. Before Klein could react, his body changed, and he was instantly occupied by Tianzuan's consciousness. Tianzuan wants to directly erase or devour Klein's consciousness in this time and space. Even if Klein cannot be completely eliminated, it can still cause great damage to Klein in future generations. Seeing this scene in the eyes of Audrey and Alger, coupled with the influence of Tianzuan's aura, the two of them lost control on the spot. On the new life planet, Audrey and Alger, who were guiding the Doomsday survivors to create a new civilization, suddenly trembled slightly. Their expressions changed drastically, and they instantly showed signs of losing control. Chapter 779 Time and Space Rescue. Audrey, Susie, who stayed with Audrey, immediately noticed something was wrong with Audrey. While carefully observing Audrey's physical condition, it anxiously called Sharon and others. When Sharon and others appeared through the travel portal, starlight bloomed around Audrey, and the protection from the stars stabilized her signs of losing control. Don't worry. I'm fine. I just suddenly felt a malice from the distant past. Audrey frowned and carefully recalled the abnormality that had just happened to her body. That was not a power she could contend with. The being who affected her should be a sequence 0 god or stronger. Otherwise, the asylum measures left by Mr. Haster will not be activated. Maliciousness from the distant past travels through time and space? Susie roughly understood the reason for this situation from Audrey's conversation. This influence seems to have not ended yet, Audrey whispered, and fell into a deep sleep under the protection of the stars. At the same time, although Alger on the other side has the protection of Mr. Fool, this protection is very weak at the moment, and it is difficult to prevent the situation from getting out of control. The alarmed Mother Earth, god of steam and machinery, and Bernadette saw this scene, and Mother Earth stepped in to help Alger stabilize his condition. But the effect was very weak. Alger's body was constantly mutating out of control, and various parts of his body began to evolve into inhuman monsters. TSK. The influence of time and space from the Lord of Mysteries. In Bernadette's kingdom of God, the Jinn slowly appeared, and he immediately understood the abnormality that happened to Audrey and Alger. The Lord of Mysteries is dealing with the Mr. Fool you were talking about in the past time and space. He wants to obliterate the Fool into obscurity. The Jinn is very familiar with the authority and ability possessed by the Lord of Mysteries. The abnormalities that occurred in Audrey and Alger were caused by the Fool. The Fool should have happened to be with Audrey and Alger at that time and space node. When the Lord of Mysteries attacks, the Fool is unable to resist, which affects Audrey and Alger, and then affects the current state of Audrey and Alger from the distant past. Although changing the established things that happened in the past requires paying a huge price, the Lord of Mysteries is the master of time and space. He has many ways to avoid and reduce this price. He must have been forced into a desperate situation to use this method. After all, once an abnormality occurs, or the consequences are too extreme, he will also suffer heavy losses. Seeing that Bernadette and others still didn't know much about the ability of the Lord of Mysteries, he gave a few brief introductions. When the Lord of Mysteries changes what happened in the past time and space, even if it is only targeting one person, it may indirectly have a huge impact. For example, if Klein died in the past, he would not have had contact with the stars or see God. For beings like the stars and God, a little fluctuation will cause alarm, let alone things related to oneself. They can also use this abnormal fluctuation to return to the past time and space to target the Lord of Mysteries. Or they can also take action against the Lord of Mysteries in the present world. How should we deal with it now? Bernadette asked the key question. You can't solve it. You can't even sense the impact of space and time. Only beings like the stars and God have the ability to solve the problem. After the Jinn expressed his opinion, he smiled and informed his own body of what happened here. He doesn't mind taking this opportunity to discuss the Lord of Mysteries. In the past time and space, Klein's consciousness has been erased and became the receptacle of Tianzuan. Audrey and Alger, who lost control on the Source Castle, also brought this loss of control back to the real world. Woof woof woof. Susie, who had been waiting outside the door, noticed the sudden abnormal smell and movement in the room, and started barking crazily, which soon attracted the servants to come and open the room where Audrey was. Ah! The door just opened, and what came into view was Audrey, who had lost control, because her body was deeply affected by Tianzuan's aura. She turned into a monster composed of countless transparent worms, with only her face retaining its original appearance. When Earl Hall heard the news, he hurriedly sent people to the Church of the Goddess of the Night to ask for Archbishop Anthony's help and the goddess's blessing. Archbishop Anthony came in person and tried his best to put Audrey, who had lost control and turned into a monster, into a deep sleep, unable to solve the mutation that happened to Audrey. In the end, he had to tell Count Hall that Audrey was completely out of control and needed to be removed in time. Once left, the pollution and influence would continue to expand. Earl Hall rejected this suggestion. He did not believe, and was unwilling to accept such a tragic result. Backlund's most dazzling pearl has now become a hateful and terrifying monster. That night, a young, down-and-out aristocratic boy, Hastur Campbell, came to the house of the painful and depressed Earl Hall. Earl Hall did not want to see any young man at this time. But this young man said that there was a way to solve the abnormal phenomenon that happened to Audrey. In order not to let go of any possibility, Earl Hall chose to receive the young nobleman in person. "I can cure the abnormality that happened to Miss Audrey." Although this young man looks very young and immature, the words coming out of his mouth are inexplicably convincing, as if he has the mysterious power to make his words come true. Earl Hall finally agreed to let the young man named Hastur Campbell give it a try. Hastur waved away everyone in the room, and faced Audrey alone, who had turned into a monster. He chuckled and murmured, "Even if you lose control and become a monster, your appearance has not changed at all. It should be said that it was inflicted by Tianzuan. The influence is not thorough enough, or your obsession is too deep." Audrey, who had been sleeping, woke up from her slumber when she heard the voice. In Hastur's voice, she briefly regained her consciousness and clearly saw the changes that had happened to her body. And then she fainted again. Miss Audrey, who has just stepped into the mysterious world, encountered this kind of thing right away. It is indeed too exciting. I'm afraid it will have a shadow in the future. Fortunately, the impact from time and space is not that serious, Hastur whispered, while attracting the starlight from the sky to merge into Audrey's body, purifying the influence from Tianzuan. Soon, Audrey lost control and returned to her original appearance. Hastur carried the sleeping Audrey back to the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and then sat on the edge of the bed to guard her. If the story of this time and space continues, Audrey may no longer be so fascinated by the mysterious world, and she may choose to become an ordinary person when she is frightened. At dawn the next day, after Audrey regained consciousness, Asta looked at her, smiled and said, "First meeting, Miss Audrey?" Audrey stared blankly at the handsome young man who had awakened her in front of her. Her expression was dazed, and she didn't speak for a while. She seemed to have had a very terrible nightmare. In this nightmare, she turned into a terrible monster, lost her mind, did not recognize her relatives and Susie, and her consciousness fell into the depths of endless darkness. It is a bright starlight that illuminates the dark world in which he lives, and a gentle and familiar voice that awakens his consciousness. Just like in the fairy tale, the sleeping princess is finally kissed by her Prince Charming. "Who are you?" Audrey, who gradually came to her senses, made her own weak and curious voice. "Asta Campbell, is your partner for a long life in the future." The chuckle and gentle voice made Audrey's pale face gradually turn rosy. But before she could say anything else, Hastur stood up and left. The door opened, and Earl Hall, Susie and others who had been waiting outside the room all night rushed in. When Earl Hall saw Audrey alive, and as before, he was very happy. But at the same time, he was also shocked. This is a problem that even Archbishop Anthony and the entire Church of the Night Goddess cannot solve. Hastur declined Earl Hall's gratitude, left Earl Hall's house, strolled through the streets of Backlund, and took a look at Sharon, whom he had never met before heading to Sapphira Castle. On the Source Castle, Tianzuan, who had not yet mastered Klein's body for a long time, noticed the aura of the stars coming. He held back God in another time and space, but did not do anything to the stars. It's not that he doesn't want to deal with the stars, but that he can't find the time and space related to the stars, no matter it's in the past or the future. He can't touch the stars, let alone deal with them when he is still weak. The stars come from outside the universe and do not belong to this universe, let alone the time and space of this universe. Reset. Hastur arrived at Source Castle and had no interest in chatting with the Heavenly Lord. He directly activated the Return Authority to awaken Klein's consciousness and at the same time guide the arrival of Klein's consciousness in the future time and space. After completing this step, Hastur left Origin Castle and returned to Backlund, not interfering in the battle between Tianzuan and Klein. In this past time and space, the Palace of Stars had just awakened not long ago, and the power that could be lent to him was limited. Moreover, he was only a clone, and what he could do was extremely limited. As for the others, oh, that guy from the Son of Chaos is here too. Even with his least powerful ability, he can create a barrier for the Heavenly Lord. This is revenge from the future. The Son of Chaos, who came to this time and space, came to Backland as his first stop and appeared in front of Hastur. Stars, can you help me enter Origin Castle? The Son of Chaos asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Hastur would naturally not refuse such a request. He had already obtained Klein's permission and could freely enter and exit Source Castle. Now that Tianzuan is fighting with Klein and has no time to care, it is not difficult to send the Son of Chaos into it. Hit Tianzuan a few more times for me. After hearing these words, the Son of Chaos laughed loudly and followed the passage opened by Hastur to the Source Castle. Chapter 780: The Uniqueness of the Star Path. The Son of Chaos arrived at Source Castle through the passage opened by the stars. As soon as he arrived, he modified and replaced the rules of the entire Source Castle, allowing himself to temporarily become the master of Source Castle. Tianzuan's inability to care and Klein's intentional indulgence allowed him to successfully do this. The Son of Chaos sat with an indifferent expression in the seat dedicated to the Lord of Mysteries in Source Castle. After experiencing the refreshing feeling of overlooking the Lord of Mysteries, he smiled and condensed a wishing magic lamp. Mysterious, it's time for you to taste what it's like to be locked up inside. The Son of Chaos threw the golden wishing lamp in the direction of Tianzuan. And in accordance with the changed rules of Source Castle at this time, he put Tianzuan into the wishing lamp. Klein watched this scene with a smile. Although the Son of Chaos acted out of venting his anger, it was also helping him weaken Tianzuan's consciousness in his own way. The consciousness of Tianzuan contained in the magical wishing lamp is constantly being refined. Unfortunately, it was only imprisoned for about 10 seconds before Tianzuan broke free from the imprisonment of the magical wishing lamp, smashed the magical lamp, and regained his freedom. Haha. This is just the beginning of my revenge. The Son of Chaos looked cold, and the rules and order turned into golden chains to wrap around Tianzuan's body. Coupled with Klein's cooperation and suppression, it was difficult for him to move for a while. Boom! This is the first punch. The figure of the Son of Chaos disappeared from the seat and appeared in front of Tianzuan in an instant. With a strong will of revenge, he hit Tianzuan on the right face hard and knocked his head away. Boom! This is the second punch. The moment Tianzuan's body recovered, the Son of Chaos punched Tianzuan again. Then the third punch. The fourth punch. Damn it! I've wanted to beat you bastard hard for a long time. Let you trick me into the wishing lamp. Let you be more cunning. By the way, Chuanqing also asked me to help him punch you a few times. The Son of Chaos excitedly punched a few times to vent the revenge and anger in his heart. When he realized that Tianzuan was dispersing his rules and order and regaining control of Source Castle, he used his powerful consciousness to violently knock Tianzuan's consciousness away, and then quickly left. Origin Castle does not give Tianzuan any chance to counterattack. You have been weakened one after another, and coupled with the backlash caused by changing the established history of time and space, you are destined to stay in this time and space. Klein did not give Tianzuan any chance to breathe, and once again entangled Tianzuan's consciousness and entered the deepest level of competition. In another time and space where Klein does not exist. Even though Tianzuan wanted to hit God hard while God was still sleeping, as soon as he took action, God accurately locked onto this time and space, arrived here, and even dragged him back. God, make it difficult for him to leave. In Tianzuan's original strategy, he wanted to deal with Klein first, and then deal with God. But now something has happened on Klein's side, and it is difficult for God to decide the winner for a while. He only thought for a moment, and continued to jump through time and space. Return to the more ancient past time and space. He could feel that in the past time and space, something far-reaching and major was happening at this moment. It might be able to help him hold back God, or it might be able to change many unknown things. Relying on his unusual sensitivity to time and space, Tianzuan continued to swim upstream along the long river of history. He first came to an era when he and God had not yet fallen asleep, and then continued to swim upstream, with God following closely behind. When he came to that abnormal time and space node, Tianzuan clearly saw the stars driving the Palace of Stars doing the same thing as him. The stars are also constantly looking back in time, reaching the depths of the starry sky in this time and space. The consciousness of the original creator. After a moment of careful perception, Tianzuan realized that the consciousness of the original creator in this space and time was slowly awakening. Do the stars deliberately travel back in time to meet their first creator? The thoughts just flashed through Tianzuan's mind, and he quickly concealed his aura to avoid being discovered by the awakening consciousness of the original creator, God, who also traveled through the long river of history. Notice that when the consciousness of the original creator awakened, he stopped pursuing the heavenly Lord and stayed outside the time and space where the consciousness of the original creator awakened. Unlike Tianzuan, he will not take the risk of encountering the original creator consciousness, so as not to give the original creator consciousness a chance to awaken in his body. There is also the breath of the stars. God vaguely noticed the aura of the stars appearing here. Although he was curious, he still did not go to the time and space when the consciousness of the creator first awakened. But soon, the time and space around him changed, and he was forcibly pulled into the abnormal time and space. It is the awakened original consciousness of the creator, God, the gods, the stars, Hastur, the great old one, and the consciousness of the first creator, are all under the starry sky. Tianzuan glanced at the god who was pulled into this time and space, and then looked at the stars and Hastur, the ruler of the old days. Again, in the palace of stars, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, said coldly, "You deliberately let me enter the palace of stars, and then use me as the time and space coordinates to return to the past time node. After all, I don't know the specific time point of this history." Austin nodded honestly and admitted, "You are so brave to go back in person to the past when the consciousness of the original creator awakened. Actually, I just want to come back and learn about the history." Hastur, the ruler of the old days, chuckled. This explanation was too insulting to his intelligence. Soon, his expression changed slightly, and he forcibly left the Hall of Stars. He already knows what the stars want to do when they return to this time point. The stars want to get back the uniqueness that should belong to the path of the stars before the original creator transformed the Black Devourer. It's too late for you to stop it. Hastur doesn't care at all about the departure of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, as long as he returns to this time and space. Before the original creator transformed the uniqueness of the star path, he can easily take back the star path through the Hall of Stars. Uniqueness, because that uniqueness is part of the stars. This was the real purpose behind his chatting and reasoning about the past history with Hastur, the old one. He just wants to use the aura of Hastur, the old ruler, to locate time and space and return to this critical time node. As the Hall of Stars echoes with the entire starry sky, stars gradually light up, and the brilliance of the stars shines again in this distant past time and space. Stop the actions of the stars. He wants to take back the uniqueness of the star path. Seeing that the starry sky is getting brighter and brighter, and the stars are about to take back their uniqueness, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, quickly reminded the original creator to take care of the uniqueness that was torn from the stars. But at this moment, the original consciousness of the creator was attracted by the heavenly Lord and God, who accidentally stumbled into this place. He didn't seem to be in a state of confusion that he had just woken up. On the contrary, he also pulled God, who was hiding outside time and space, into this time and space, and seemed to be full of some kind of profound wisdom. Faced with a reminder from Hastur, the ruler of the old days, the creator's consciousness initially just glanced in the direction of the palace of stars, and then allowed the uniqueness of the path to the stars to be taken away by the palace of stars. It was a miniature star that seemed to condense endless starlight. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, tried to intercept, but the uniqueness that seemed to be made of pure starlight easily passed through the obstruction, returned to the starry sky, arrived at the Hall of Stars, and blended perfectly with the stars. Immediately, the light in the Hall of Stars became more and more dazzling, and the aura of the stars continued to increase. At first, the creator consciousness observed this scene carefully. It was not until the aura of the stars returned to normal that he turned his attention to the heavenly Lord and God. The gaze from the consciousness of the original creator was like looking at prey, making Tianzuan and God extremely alert at the same time, fearing that the consciousness of the original creator would suddenly awaken in their bodies. Especially God, who was forcibly pulled into this time and space by the consciousness of the original creator, is in a more dangerous situation than Tianzuan. Hastur, the great old one, also noticed something was wrong. He had some contact with the consciousness of the original creator. The original creator consciousness in the past history dealt with everything with an instinctive consciousness that was almost protective of the universe. But at this moment, the original creator consciousness in front of him seemed to have really come to life, possessing consciousness other than instinct. "How come you and God are here?" Hastur, the great old one, came near the Lord, and it was hard for him to believe that all this was expected by the stars. "It's just a coincidence," Tianzuan dispelled the suspicion in the mind of Haster, the ruler of the past, and let him relax a little. There was something wrong with the consciousness of the original creator. Haster, the ruler of the old days, reminded him and left this time and space. The stars have regained their uniqueness, so it is no longer useful for him to stay here. It is better to return to the original time and space. Through the connection between himself and the Black Devourer, he may have a chance to change everything. In the Hall of Stars, Haster, who took back the uniqueness of the star path, also chose to leave this time and space quickly. He needed to make the changes that occurred in this time and space become a given reality in the future. More importantly, he did not want to stay in this time and space to face the awakening consciousness of the original creator. Tianzuan and God also wanted to leave this time and space, but the awakened consciousness of the original creator locked them tightly, preventing them from leaving. Chapter 781. The starry sky gradually ushering in the doomsday. The time and space in the distant past. The awakening consciousness of the original creator, the heavenly Lord and God who are hard to leave. Oh, God. It seems that this time we are going to fall into the sleep of death again. Tianzuan chuckled softly, as if he didn't care much about the situation in front of him. I don't want to get too close to you, God and Tianzuan joked, and then focused on the awakening consciousness of the original creator in front of him. It is a group of light that emits pale white hazy light. The interior is vaguely spherical in shape. The light emitted around it seems hazy, but it can illuminate the entire starry sky. Even the light of the stars just now cannot cover up his brilliance. He was just floating quietly in the starry sky. A small group of light, but it seemed to be the core of the entire starry sky and the entire universe, involuntarily attracting the attention of all existences. He is one. He is 10,000. He is the creator of all living things. He is the source of all things. And he is the supreme will. The desire to gather from deep within gave both God and the heavenly Lord a creepy feeling. Primary creator, do you want to leave us here to reunite and wake up? God broke the silence and tried to communicate with the consciousness of this prime creator. But there was no answer to his inquiry. Tianzuan also opened his mouth to test, but still received no response. Time continued to pass in a silent sleep. And God and the heavenly Lord could only suppress the abnormality in their hearts and stay in this time and space with the consciousness of the original creator, deliberately leaving them in the past time and space, not letting them leave, not communicating with them, and not forcibly devouring them. Could this be an instinctive behavior derived from the consciousness of the original creator? Or what is the deep meaning of the original creator's actions? In this silent silence, God and the heavenly Lord are constantly thinking about the internal factors and logic of the original creator's consciousness. God, if you are willing to give up resistance and allow me to successfully integrate into the sea of chaos, I may have a chance to overcome the obstacle of the original creator's consciousness. The idle and bored Tianzuan joked about God. Oh, you even have to share your origin castle with others. There has to be a goal worth pursuing. It's a pity that I have no interest in getting involved with you. Of course, if you are willing to sacrifice yourself and hold back the original creator, I will consider erecting a statue for you. I never like to fulfill other people's needs. It's up to you to complete this noble act. The passage of time, on a cosmic scale, is terrifyingly short. It may be 1 year, 10 years, or even longer. In the end, after discussion and temptation, God and the heavenly Lord came to a common conclusion. Initially, the Creator deliberately left them in this time and space in order to delay their return to the original time and space. Realizing this, Tianzuan and God overcame their reverence for the original Creator and acted in unison at the same time, using their respective powers to forcibly shake this time and space in an attempt to return to the original time and space. This time, they also felt the shackles that seemed to come from the entire space and time, making it difficult to move forward. However, they did not choose to retreat and push their power to the limit, shaking the entire starry sky. When these two forces reached their limit, there was a faint sound of some powerful shackles breaking in the starry sky, and the light group gathered by the original creator's consciousness flickered slightly. And God and the heavenly Lord were able to escape from this time and space and return home. At the same time that God and the heavenly Lord returned home smoothly, the original light group of the creator's consciousness also left the past time and space along the time and space route they opened up. Something's wrong. We are being used by the first creator. He deliberately asked us to push our power to the limit, and then help his consciousness escape from its original time and space. He will follow us back to the original correct time and space. The moment Tianzuan and God discovered that the original creator's consciousness had also left time and space, they had a complete insight into the original creator's thoughts. This original creator consciousness was most likely sealed or stranded in the past time and space due to other reasons due to the stars long ago. Now, this original creator consciousness has returned. Although they still didn't know what kind of shock this behavior would cause. Both Tianzuan and God felt a terrifying fear that made their scalp numb. The moment they arrived at the original time and space, they had a tacit understanding to choose a direction and quickly leave. As for preventing the return of the consciousness of the original creator, they have no idea of sacrificing themselves for each other. While escaping quickly, God was also quickly collecting the current situation of the entire starry sky. Now, more than 10 years have passed since the day when the initial barrier shattered. At present, the stars are retreating, and the palace of stars has disappeared without a trace. The aura of Hastur, the old ruler, is mixing with the fallen mother goddess. The ring of fate, the weaver of destiny, and the incarnation of destiny are entangled with each other in the depths of the starry sky. The auras of the mother tree of desire, superstar master, son of chaos, and declined king are mixed together, and they should form an alliance to jointly deal with the current new situation in the starry sky. As for the old days of the outer gods, such as the everlasting whispers, the glorious hunters, many of the old auras of the outer gods have completely disappeared. The aura of the high-dimensional overlooker is particularly obvious, particularly powerful, and particularly terrifying. And another breath of the original creator. As the omniscient and omnipotent God, he quickly collected the general situation of the entire starry sky. There is only one explanation for the aura of the high-dimensional overlooker being mixed with the original creator. In the beginning, the creator awakened in the body of the high-dimensional overlooker. The reason why the consciousness of the original creator in the past time and space followed them back was most likely because of the call of the original creator in this time and space. Soon, God discovered another terrible fact. A large number of ancient outer gods in the starry sky had fallen, and they were all swallowed up by the original creator. Today's starry sky is dimmer than ever before. God, who understood that major changes had occurred in the entire starry sky, turned towards the direction of the fallen mother goddess. He needed to know some more specific information. But before God saw the fallen mother goddess, he quickly changed direction and escaped into the depths of the starry sky. Because he noticed from afar that the aura of the original creator also appeared on the fallen mother goddess. The original creator also awakened in the body of the fallen mother goddess. Judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the fallen mother goddess is devoured by the original creator. Stars. The only people God can think of for negotiation and cooperation at this moment are the stars. The entire starry sky is vast and boundless. He who cannot detect the breath of the stars can also find it difficult to find traces of the stars. God thought for a moment, changed his mind, and headed to the starry sky where Will was. At this moment, Will is facing the entanglement between the circle of fate and the weaver of destiny. They had been fighting together before the initial shock caused by the creator, so that even now, they were still unable to separate and escape. The only good thing is that there is no sign of the original creator awakening in the bodies of the ring of fate and the weaver of destiny. When God arrived, he forcibly took action to smooth out the chaotic destiny of the starry sky here. Help Will escape from the struggle between the ring of fate and the weaver of destiny, and then go away. This starry sky is too unfamiliar now. Find a remote and secret place to sleep. Maybe you can survive this disaster. The ring of fate and the weaver of destiny did not continue to pursue Will, but traveled far away from the starry sky where the original creator's breath was. On the other side, Will understood God's intention and said very apologetically, "I don't know where the stars are now." After he returned from the past time and space, he had several conflicts with the old ruler, and then disappeared completely. After the stars disappeared, the starry sky dimmed, and the high-dimensional overlooker, who was inhabited by the original creator, took advantage of the chaos to continuously devour an alien god. The old one. If the creator hadn't spent a certain amount of time each time to fuse the newly devoured outer gods, the ring of fate, and the weaver of destiny, and that would have become his exquisite dinner. Will introduce to God in detail what had happened in these short 10 years. Did the stars leave any prophecies or words before they disappeared? God looked solemn. He said there will be an end for the stars. After saying this, Will couldn't help but shudder. At first, many outer gods did not take it seriously, and even followed the old ruler to target the stars. But when the aura of the high-dimensional overlooker began to expand, and the consciousness of the original creator returned, They truly understood the meaning of the words of the stars. In front of the original creator, any external god is his nourishment. His consciousness was born in the body of an external god and gradually awakened from their bodies. Then everything was taken over by the first creator. And without exception, they became nutrients for the first creator's growing strength. As the stars disappeared, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, teamed up with the fallen mother goddess and several other powerful outer gods of the old days to try to solve the original creator consciousness that had just awakened. The result was a disastrous defeat. Even as powerful as the fallen mother goddess, the consciousness of the original creator awakened in her body. If it weren't for the help of Hastur, the great old one, the fallen mother goddess would have been devoured by the first creator. Other external gods, such as the everlasting murmurings, did not have such good luck. That luxurious meal made the first creator sleep until now. Now, the breath of the first creator is gradually becoming active again, showing signs of awakening. Chapter 782 Starry Sky Battle Royal. The end of the Starry Sky. After God quietly listened to Will's introduction about the current situation in Shinkong, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the ending he has always wanted to avoid. For this reason, he did not hesitate to risk offending the stars, but also forced Medici, who had already mastered the City of Disaster, to stay with him to prevent the conflict between the City of Disaster and the River of Eternal Darkness. The two elements came together to bring an end to the Starry Sky. But in the end came step by step, and the original creator woke up and returned. Perhaps the great origin of all things. The original creator also felt some kind of life threat, so he did not hesitate to return through various roundabout ways. Through these two contacts with the consciousness of the original creator, he can be sure that the original creator has given birth to a consciousness beyond instinct. Creating a supreme being in the universe and giving birth to consciousness beyond instinct is not a good thing for any living being living in this universe. Without the existence of gods, although humans cannot obtain divine help, they can still open up the future. This point also applies to the ancient gods like them. Without the existence of the original creator, they could live a better life. The stars may not reappear until the day when the starry sky comes to an end. Will said his guess. Now is an era that belongs to the return of the original creator. God didn't say much. After bidding farewell to Will, he went to the starry sky where the sons of chaos and the mother tree of desire were. The vast starry sky and the gradually dimming starry sky make the universe already full of darkness and loneliness look even more desolate. The breath of life is being continuously stripped away by this universe, or should be said to be taken back by the creator of this universe. The original creator, the creator of the origin of all things, is gradually taking back his authority and returning to his supreme throne. Even though the original creator is now asleep, the aura that is getting stronger day by day makes the surviving outer gods of the past feel uneasy. They know in their hearts that even if they escape to the boundary of the universe, they will not be able to escape the universe created by the original creator. It is only a matter of time before they are swallowed up. Only stars that do not belong to this universe have the ability to leave this universe. Stars, we too are looking for him. Facing the arrival of God, the sons of chaos restrained their usual joking mood. After the first creator began to awaken, we could no longer travel to the Hall of Stars. The stars completely covered the entire palace of stars. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding the original creator. The planet of life created by the stars has also disappeared. Perhaps the stars have left this universe with everything he cares about. Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, etc. expressed their opinions respectively. The stars are still in this starry sky. God was very sure of this guess. When the original creator awakens, with his control over the entire universe, if the stars want to leave the universe, it will inevitably cause a huge sensation and cannot be silent. The only explanation is that the current stars cannot leave this universe without the original creator awakening, although they have also awakened and returned. The stars that were hindered by Hastur, the old ruler, returned far less quickly than the original creator. After all, this is the universe created by the original creator, and the stars are just outsiders rejected by this universe. Perhaps we should take advantage of the fact that the original creator is sleeping and gather all our strength to deal with him. The Superstar Master said fiercely. Fallen Mother Goddess, God, Lord of Mysteries, if you cooperate, you might be able to create a miracle. The Mother Tree of Desire also moved. Rather than waiting silently for death, he is more willing to give it a try. God just glanced at them. That will only make the original creator wake up faster. He dares to say that once he meets the three pillars of the Fallen Mother Goddess and the Lord of Mysteries, The consciousness of the original creator will surely wake up in advance. The most likely possibility is that they will wake up and return in their bodies at the same time. By then, things will only become more extreme and irreversible. The original creator who is now sleeping may take thousands of years, or even longer, to wake up again. This is also their last chance. Escape. Escape to the edge of the universe. Escape to the end of the starry sky. This is the only chance you have left. God left his last words of advice and headed to the depths of the starry sky. The mother tree of desire and the superstar Lord were silent for a while and sighed. God, the fallen mother goddess, and the Lord of mysteries might still be able to struggle for a while. But they had no other choice. They are not even qualified to meet the original creator face to face, let alone solve the problems caused by the original creator. When we destroyed the initial barrier, we also destroyed our own protective barrier. All of this is an inevitable choice. This is an outcome that has already been determined and cannot be changed by us. Ha! I'm just being sentimental now. You guys are really going back to life. The son of chaos laughed and walked away. The mother tree of desire, superstar master and other outer gods also embarked on their own journey to escape to the end of the starry sky. The farther away you are, the more time you can buy to escape. And you may be able to wait for the new changes in the starry sky. Not only the mother tree of desire, but all the outer gods of the old ones, who had managed to survive began to move away from the starry sky where the original creator was, and head towards the edge of the universe. This is a starry sky battle royale. Whoever falls last will be devoured by the first creator sooner. Deep in the starry sky, God opened his own sea of chaos and released the Medici inside. I never expected that the starry sky would have such an ending. Medici was in the sea of chaos. Because of God's indulgence, he could also observe what was happening outside. After witnessing the destruction of the earth, we then began to witness the demise of the entire starry sky. The trajectory of history is slowly moving forward towards an unknown ending. Maybe I can witness your death with my own eyes. Medici relaxed and smiled softly. If that day comes, I will find a suitable place to sleep for you, and not let the noise from the outside world wake you up. It's a pity that you don't have this opportunity. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Even if you are as powerful as you. Have you ever thought that the situation in the starry sky would suddenly change so drastically? God did not struggle with this issue with Medici. He let Medici come out of the sea of chaos with only one purpose, which was to use the source of the city of disaster to locate the river of eternal darkness. The interconnection between these two sources makes them want to reunite again all the time. Now that the stars are disappearing, the believer of the stars, Grey Carrie, who controls the river of eternal darkness, will inevitably disappear with the stars. This may be the only feasible way to find the stars. Since the stars deliberately hide their traces, they naturally have ways to cut off the connection between the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness. After listening to God's description, Medici felt that this behavior was not very reliable. If God had deep meaning, he said, perhaps the stars will deliberately leave this connection path. What will happen once the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness come together? Medici noticed something. If you could find the stars, you would understand. In this regard, Medici could only suppress the doubts in his heart and began to cooperate with God to use the city of disaster to locate the river of eternal darkness. In this vast starry sky, the connection between the city of disaster and the river of eternal darkness is negligible, even infinitely close to zero. Look for it. God seems to have been prepared for this, letting Medici accompany him on a journey deep into the starry sky. Although this connection is tenuous, God can still grasp the vague general direction. At this point, he is also determined that the stars need his help, just as he needs the cooperation of the stars. In the starry sky, each star shines with its own brilliance, and the light vomiting is like the veins of their breathing. Today, the shining veins of the stars are constantly fading and dimming. The entire universe is centered on the starry sky where the original creator resides. It is like a huge black hole that can tear the entire universe apart, constantly absorbing the power of the surrounding starry sky. The stars that were closer were swallowed up completely, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The light of the stars that were farther away no longer spread in all directions, but turned into straight-line galaxies, which were initially devoured by the creator. The more he travels through the starry sky, the more profound Medici's feelings become. Sooner or later, the entire universe will be eaten by the original creator. Could it be that the so-called new universe is the stool that the original creator excreted after eating a lot of food and fermenting and absorbing it in his stomach? God, the fallen mother goddess, and the Lord of mysteries are the three most conspicuous hard lumps in the stool that are difficult to digest. Medici guessed maliciously. Time in the universe passes very quickly, and hundreds or even thousands of years may pass by in the blink of an eye. At first, Medici roughly counted the passage of time, from 1 year to 10 years, to 100 years. Later, he felt it was too boring, so he gave up this boring behavior. During this period, in addition to witnessing the constant demise of the starry sky, Medici also witnessed several times that the old ones of the outer gods began to race to the outskirts of the universe, using their ability to cross the starry sky, just to stay away from the original creator and fall later. Seeing the old gods running away like bereaved dogs, Medici wanted to taunt them. But after thinking about it, he remained silent. Is it inevitable after all? In the depths of the starry sky shrouded in the aura of darkness and corruption, the fallen mother goddess manifested herself into a huge body that was dozens of times larger than the radius of the sun. My power is difficult to compete with the will of the original creator in this universe, and all I can do is delay. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, stood in front of the fallen mother goddess with a thin and small body. You don't need to thank me. The reason why I help you is because you need it. I need to use your body to understand the state and awakening level of the original creator to see if I can find a way to deal with him. Original creator. The fallen mother goddess laughed at herself. My suggestion is that you can choose a final resting place for yourself as soon as possible. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, looked at the dark starry sky in the distance. Only true death can help you get rid of the evil that comes from the original creator. Influence. Are you worried that I will fulfill the awakening of the original creator? I will kill this idea of yours with my own hands. The fallen mother goddess didn't speak anymore. She knew that Hastur, the ruler of the old days, had been staying by her side to prevent the worst from happening. Perhaps the stars will have a way to help you suppress the influence from the original creator. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed. You want to plot against the stars? The voice of the fallen mother goddess was full of ridicule. I just suddenly felt that as the three pillars of this universe, your death may affect the future direction of the entire universe. So I thought about whether there was a way to keep you alive. Do you know where the stars are? Hastur, the old one, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I always know where he is. Chapter 783 Another Starry Sky. No one can understand better than him the place where the stars are currently hiding. The connection from outside this universe is the past that belongs to him and the stars, and is also the intersection of their fates. Even if you know where the stars are hiding, you can't go in. Right? The fallen mother goddess quickly reacted. Regarding this point, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, did not deny that the stars were hiding their traces, and the first existence to guard against was him. After the last incident, it was difficult for him to enter the palace of stars again after losing the Black Devourer. If you want to reach the place where the stars are hidden, you must go through the link of the Hall of Stars to reach another starry sky. Although the starry sky was more desolate and lonely compared to the starry sky in front of me, the stars won't see me, but they may help you. My only value to the stars should be the symbol of this pillar of support on my body. The fallen mother goddess is very aware of her situation. I don't think the stars are ready to solve the original creator. I have told you the method. As for the result, you need to try it yourself. For human history, 100 years is enough for a kingdom to rise and fall. But for the universe, even if it takes thousands of years, it is difficult for any obvious changes to occur. Despite the ruthless changes he had experienced over the years, Medici experienced a spiritual leap away from his original level of life for the first time. A kind of deeper thinking about the universe from the old level of being an outer god. The long period of boredom made him want to communicate with God about the history of the past starry sky and listen to interesting stories about the starry sky. Unfortunately, God rarely chatted with him about these stories, and instead focused on thinking about the original creator. When the time hand pointed to the range of about 300 to 500 years, the city of disaster, which had been pursuing the breath of the river of eternal darkness, finally made a new discovery. A faint call that was different from before came from the depths of the starry sky. As the new owner of the city of disaster, Medici was very sensitive to this call, and subconsciously wanted to trace the source and go to the location of the river of eternal darkness. Stars, are you ready? God understood that this was a signal sent by the stars, an opportunity to meet and chat. Follow the calling deep in your heart and go to another starry sky shrouded in the light of stars. After such a long search, God has understood where the stars are hiding. Although he is still in this starry sky, he has created another starry sky through the power of the Star Hall. This is the old days of all the outer gods in this universe. None of them can sense the real reason for his specific existence. God and Medici embarked on their final journey. The distant starry sky area where the original creator was located seemed to have sensed something, and there were more obvious fluctuations than before. The speed of devouring the surrounding starry sky is much faster than before, as if to wake up from a deep sleep earlier. Some of the ancient outer gods, who fled to the starry sky more slowly, when they felt the rapid expansion of the original creator's breath. The consciousness of the original creator was born in their bodies, and then was replaced in an instant, becoming the nutrients that nourished the original creator. They are the first batch of escapees to be eliminated in this starry sky escape. A bright starry sky blooms in the remote area of this universe. It is still dazzling because it is far away from the original creator. Is there an end to the universe? When Medici arrived at the so-called remote area of the universe, he had a question in his heart. Continuing from here to the depths, there are still patches of starry sky connected one after another, as if there is no end. But this place is already called the borderland. So what about the deeper areas? The end of the universe? Medici once asked God this question. But God did not answer him directly. He just said that he had never reached the boundary of the universe. Perhaps the so-called boundary of the universe does not exist. It is just a concept, a word invented by people to describe its existence. Arrive. While Medici was still thinking, God stopped moving forward and came to the outside of an ordinary planet with a mixture of blue and gold on its surface. This planet is not too big, only 2 or 3 times larger than the original Earth. Within a certain range of the surrounding starry sky, 3 stars shining like the sun appeared. Their motion trajectories are countless times more complex than those of the sun, and it seems impossible to find a rule that can be summarized from their motion trajectories. Can such a planet really accommodate human civilization to thrive? Medici, who had not yet climbed into the vast starry sky, once believed that there would always be many life planets similar to the Earth in the starry sky, and those life planets gave birth to various different civilization epochs. But the fact is that although the starry sky is vast, there are almost no life planets that can allow humans to survive and develop civilization. At least he has never seen a second life planet. At present, this planet has begun to breed new life, although the life race living on it is not a race like humans. In order to withstand the destructive high temperatures and long cold nights caused by the irregular rotation of the 3 stars, the life race here has evolved functions such as dehydration and dormancy. Logically speaking, such a planetary environment cannot survive, and it is difficult for new life to be born, let alone intelligent life. Is this because of the protection of the stars? God did not answer Medici's question. He glanced at the living planet twice, and then looked at the center of the 3 stars ahead, asking Medici to go there to activate the City of Disaster. When the City of Disaster exerted its power and interfered with the movement of the 3 surrounding stars, it briefly stopped them. At this time, a dreamlike bright starry sky portal was revealed in the middle of the 3 stars, the door to another starry sky. God sighed with emotion and took Medici into the starry sky portal. As soon as their figures entered it, the starry sky portal also disappeared. The 3 stars resumed their operation and continued their previous irregular motion, traveling through the ultimate starry sky portal in the universe. After a short jump, a small, desolate, lonely, and brand new starry sky comes into view. There is only a corner of the starry sky here, which is far from comparable to the universe created by the original creator. There are only 12 planets in total, and there is only one life planet, the Palace of Stars, which had disappeared from the starry sky for many years, now sits at the center of the 12 planets. It is the center of the starry sky, and all the planets revolve around it. Similar to the first creator, Medici couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. He was sure that the stars must be trying something. The reason why he is willing to open the starry sky portal and lead them in must be that he has made breakthrough progress in studying the original creator. Tweet. A familiar figure covered in flame soared out of the living planet, gradually transforming from a small firebird into an ancestor of the phoenix, with a huge body and burning with the fire of the sun. Medici's heart was throbbing. He originally wanted to meet Grey Carey, an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time and could barely be regarded as a friend. But the moment he saw Grey Carey, he seemed to have seen his future, the end of destiny. Whatever comes together will separate, and whatever separates will come together. The river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster will eventually become one again. Medici was silent for a while, then calmly accepted the outcome, and went to greet Grey Carey with a smile on his face. After God watched for a while, he accepted the invitation from the Hall of Stars, and went to the Hall of Stars. In the Hall of Stars, the originally bright starry sky was now dim, and the stars were constantly withering and dying. Under the mighty power of the Hall of Stars, the starry sky passed crazily at a speed of more than 100 times 1,000 times, as if it was urging the starry sky to usher in the end. Countless stars have lost their brilliance. Patches of starry sky are disintegrating, and the entire universe is accelerating towards the end. Long time no see. Hastur, who was observing the future picture of the starry sky, did not turn around, but simply said, "Lo to God. Is this what is destined to happen in the future?" God observed for a long time, looking a little lonely. The new universe will surely restart. When the consciousness of the Creator was first born, you should have understood it. No future is unchangeable. Is there? This is also the future I am waiting for. After the consciousness of the original Creator awakens, Hastur said words that made God's heart tremble slightly. I tried to forge my future through another method, but unfortunately it failed. Now, I also have no other choice. Hastur retracted his gaze from the starry sky and looked calmly at God standing not far away. Things have developed to this point, and many things have lost room for change. The paths available to him were destroyed and disintegrated one after another, and in the end, there was only one path destined to usher in the end. It seems that I should choose to side with the current original Creator. God paused slightly. He now has a consciousness beyond instinct. He seems to be trying to change the law of the universe that whenever he comes together, he will break up. He will not allow the entire starry sky to be completely destroyed. He will control it within a certain reasonable range. A stable state that transcends the three pillars, but is not yet certain to break apart. Originally these were all his guesses, but after arriving at the Hall of Stars and seeing the stars, he confirmed his thoughts. If the original Creator is an unmodifiable, inevitable, strict and cold law of the universe, now a new consciousness is born based on this law of the universe. And it can even be said to be a brand new life. The most primitive instinct of life is to survive, and do everything possible to survive. The original Creator with new consciousness is no exception. He is also searching for a limit that allows himself to survive. That's why he didn't devour the already affected fallen mother god so quickly. He was worried that once he swallowed the fallen mother goddess, he wouldn't be able to stop the instinct of aggregation, and would be forced to start a new cycle of the universe all over again. In this way, his independent consciousness, his new self born due to various coincidences, will also be destroyed. Under this premise, the original Creator consciousness will not let the entire universe come to an end. He will experiment step by step to find the most stable state that he can achieve. A self that is above the three pillars, and will not face the fate of splitting. Chapter 784 God and the First Creator. The original Creator of everything in the universe is also trying to keep himself alive. What a cosmic joke that makes people think and laugh. But now, there are various signs that this is the most reasonable explanation for everything that has happened so far. When God has consciousness and self-needs, he is not suitable to be placed on the altar and become a god worshipped by the world. The same is true for the Creator who created everything. You also have no choice. Hastur didn't care what God said. The three pillars of God, the fallen mother goddess, and the Lord of Mysteries have long been the targets of the original Creator, and there is no room for them in the entire starry sky. Let's be honest. How do you want to deal with the first Creator? God put away his words of temptation. Of course, I am trying my best to help the original Creator restart the new universe. Hastur waved his right hand towards the starry sky in front of him, and the stars fell. The entire starry sky began to gather with his fingertip as the center, then condensed into a singular point, and finally exploded again. A new universe is re-evolved by the power of time, creating all living things. God was silent for a moment. He understood the role of restarting the universe. I also know that once this day comes, even if he is one of the three pillars, he will not be spared, because he is also an important part of the original Creator. If you restart the universe, you will not only have to deal with the consciousness of the original Creator, but all the creatures in the universe, including me. God said in a playful tone. The old outer gods, who have survived until now, are not willing to restart the universe and return everything to the original Creator, because no one knows whether they will still exist in the new universe. I don't have the confidence to fight against the entire universe. So I created this starry sky here. Hastur chuckled, stopped talking in circles with God, and began to express his thoughts. When he obtained the Black Devourer from the past history that had not been actively manipulated by the original creation, and returned to the real history, he had a premonition that the original Creator would inevitably wake up at some point in time. If Star Path wants to advance to sequence 0, he has two paths: lighting up the starry sky and destroying the starry sky. Among them, The time required to light up the starry sky is too long, comparable to completing a cycle of birth and death of the universe. When the original creator's consciousness awakens, destroying the starry sky is his best choice. At present, he cannot break through the boundaries of this universe. Once the starry sky is destroyed and the universe is restarted, he will have no place to stay. So he thought hard for many years, and finally used the power of the Palace of Stars to open up a new starry sky, becoming an exception to avoid the restart of the universe. Over hundreds of years, he created and stabilized a total of 12 stars in this starry sky. Each star can accommodate an outer god hiding in it in the past to avoid the new cycle of the universe restarting. This is his biggest bargaining chip in uniting God and other ancient gods to fight against the original creator. It is also the most important guarantee for promoting the restart of the new universe. Otherwise, with his current strength that has not yet truly advanced to sequence 0, even with the Palace of Stars in hand, he would be completely unable to interfere with the existence of the original creator's level. Tweet. On the other side, Grey Carey led Medici to the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery, where the Mother Earth, Bernadette, and Russell were also here. How is the starry sky outside? Russell couldn't wait to hear what was going on outside. The current situation in the starry sky. Medici explained everything that is currently happening in the starry sky. After hearing this, Russell and the others were secretly frightened, and were glad that they could quickly hide in the starry sky created by the stars. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not even be able to cross the stars, and they would have been eaten up by the original creator. Compared to the chaotic starry sky outside, this is the real paradise. Medici looked down at the newly created human civilization on the living planet below from the kingdom of God with emotion. After so many years of roaming the starry sky, this was the first time he saw so many intelligent beings. It's still too slow. Russell also cast his eyes over and sighed, despite the corresponding guidance. Basic science has never been able to make a real breakthrough, and it is difficult to develop a space battleship that can cross the stars. It is far away from the so-called Star Sea civilization. There's still a long way to go. After hearing Russell's thoughts about the Star Sea civilization, Medici also showed some curiosity. After a brief chat about old times, Medici did not stay here. He followed Grey Carey to the living planet below, saying that he wanted to experience the taste of a civilized society again. It was several years later that God stepped out of the Hall of Stars and came before Medici. Without the need for God to speak, Medici said consciously, "If you want the city of disaster, take it. This source of essence was forced upon me by you." God did not speak, and Medici gave up resistance and allowed God to separate himself from the city of disaster. In the distance, Grey Carey watched all this with unbearable eyes. A starlight incarnation came from Hastur next to her. Grey Carey lowered her head wearing a golden crown and let Hastur caress the smooth feathers on her neck. Between Grey Carey and Medici, one of them needs to make a sacrifice. Although Medici is also very good, Hastur is still more willing to let Grey Carey become the new pillar that integrates the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster. Because this pillar represents end and destruction, it is very important. After the city of disaster was stripped away, Medici fell back to sequence 0. And then his uniqueness and sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics were taken away by God, and he returned to the position of the King of Angels. This state is still suitable for me. Although he suffered a lot of damage to his soul and spirit, Medici's mentality is still optimistic. This starry sky is your future residence. After God said this, he wanted to leave this starry sky with the stars and Grey Carey. Before you leave, can you answer a question for me? Medici said with a smile. God did not speak, but looked at Medici calmly. Has his consciousness really disappeared completely? Don't you already know the answer? After God finished speaking, he left the starry sky along the starry sky gate opened by the stars. That's it. That's really good. Medici was in a good mood, looking at the new life planet and having ideas about what he wanted to do in the future. The sun is such a great existence, and its light and faith are always worth spreading. The sparse and thin starlight made the entire starry sky look particularly dim, and a decadent aura originating from the end of the universe spread spontaneously. This universe is heading toward the end of its demise. This is a very intuitive feeling. When God arrives in the starry sky again, he silently realizes the state of the universe at this moment. At first, the Creator's aura gradually became stable, which shows that he has passed through a period of rapid expansion and is currently in a stable state. The original Creator at this time is the most terrifying existence, because he no longer needs to sleep to stabilize himself. That is to say, an invisible wind seemed to blow in the universe, and the light from the entire starry sky gathered, and a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of God. His body is the entire universe and starry sky. Finally, the Creator has come. Should I call you the first Creator? God seemed very calm when he set foot in the starry sky again. This scene was something that could be predicted, because the entire universe is part of the original Creator. After he stabilizes his own state, nothing that happens in this universe can be hidden from his gaze. Original Creator, you should be my most suitable successor. In the beginning, the voice of the Creator seemed to be in harmony with the entire universe. It seemed incomprehensible, but the ancient syllables that had never been heard could be understood by God when they entered his ears. I don't like to be a substitute for someone else. Even if you are the original Creator, you are my creation. You are part of my body. You are me. And you can never change this fact. There is a saying in the human world that people cannot choose their own origin. And I am the same. The Creator was silent for a while at first, and then spoke again. You have the breath of the stars in your body. It seems that you have reached cooperation with him. At first, the Creator said that he was trying to locate the current location of the stars with the help of traces of the aura of the stars on God's body. Halfway through tracing the breath, this connection was unilaterally severed. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. The stars are hidden in the Hall of Stars, separated from the entire universe he created. The unknown brings fear. I didn't expect that such words would also apply to you. God uttered a sincere mockery. There are indeed variables that cannot be seen clearly among the stars from outside the universe, and you have no chance to escape. The voice of the original Creator comes from the depths of God's soul. The original Creator has once again awakened in God. Chapter 785. The calculation from long ago. The familiar feeling of being gradually taken over the body made God suddenly return to the predicament when he and the Lord of Mysteries faced the awakening of the original Creator. At that time, he could only choose to die to avoid the awakening of the original Creator. Now he could no longer look forward to the future. God stood in the starry sky, looked around, chose a light red planet that was pleasing to the eye, entered it, wrapped the entire planet in a sea of chaos, and began to enter a state of sleep. He wants to go deep into the depths and fight to the death with the original Creator. And at the worst, most of his consciousness will be taken away. Your power comes from this universe, from my gift. Any struggle is just a useless move to delay time. At first, the Creator didn't care at all about God's counterattack. As time passed, he could naturally occupy God's body without paying much price, unless God once again sacrifices his life in exchange for new life in the future. You are too confident. God issued a whisper, which actually forcibly erased the consciousness of the original Creator entering his body, forcing the original Creator to be unable to let nature go and to devote a large part of his energy to this competition for consciousness. While God was restraining the consciousness of the original Creator, deep in the starry sky, Grey Carey began to merge with the City of Disaster under the gaze of Hastur, the two sources of eternal darkness and City of Disaster, after losing their suppression, came from the instinct of gathering, allowing them to naturally approach each other. Grey Carey only needs to patiently mediate and maintain her own state, so that the two sources can gradually merge. The final aura of the universe spreads from the intersection, where the river of eternal darkness and the City of Disaster merge. In an instant, the starry sky where Grey Carey was located as the center continued to attract the surrounding starry sky to converge and destroy. Just like the original Creator awakening, there seems to be an invisible giant pillar in the entire universe that is falling towards the end of destruction. Far away on the other side of the starry sky, the fallen Mother Goddess and the Lord of Mysteries sensed the sudden abnormal fluctuations in the depths of the universe. The aura and movement that formed the fourth pillar made them all pay attention to it. The original Creator on the other side, who had slowed down his behavior of devouring the starry sky, completely stopped his actions and appeared in front of Grey Carey as a clone in an instant. He wants to forcefully separate the gradually gathering City of Disaster and the river of eternal darkness to prevent the starry sky from happening. Once the end of the starry sky comes, the entire universe will restart. It will reunite and split again, and self-consciousness will be replaced by instinct again. This is something he will never allow. TSK. It came so fast. Hastur looked at Grey Carey, who was merging the river of eternal darkness and the City of Disaster, and tried to mobilize the power of the entire starry sky to bless Grey Carey and speed up the birth process of the fourth pillar. It's just a clone. Seeing the gathering power of the stars, the Creator just took a brief glance at it and sealed the starry sky around Hastur, making the nearby starry sky an exclusive domain for the stars. unable to draw any power from the starry sky in this universe. In front of the original creator, everything in the entire universe will be controlled by him. And the starry sky is no exception. It finally started. I didn't expect God to be willing to take such a big risk. It seems that he has reached some kind of agreement with the stars. The fallen mother goddess saw everything happening in the starry sky at this moment. He clearly understood that this was the counterattack trumpet sounded by God and the stars, inviting them to join in at this moment. This is your chance too. Hastur, the ruler of the Old Ones, signaled that the fallen mother goddess could join in the act of destroying the starry sky, which would force the original creator to divide his power again to stop it, thereby alleviating the consciousness of the original creator awakening in his own body. Destroy the starry sky. The fallen mother goddess no longer suppressed her power to destroy the fallen, and began to crazily destroy one starry sky after another, trying to speed up the process of restarting the entire universe. Sure enough, not long after he was wreaking havoc in the starry sky, the original creator also created a clone to stop his actions. When Hastur, the ruler of the old days, saw this scene, his eyes flickered, and he actually chose to go to the starry sky where the original creator was. The original creator did not fully awaken and return. Today's original creator is just a new consciousness born of accident. His body is still the original high-dimensional overlooking body. What God, the stars, and the fallen mother goddess control are only the consciousness of the original creator, not his essence. If the original creator's body were destroyed, he would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Of course, it would be better if you eat him. When Hastur, the great old one, arrived in the starry sky where the first creator lived, the Lord of Mysteries came with the same idea. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and the Lord of Mysteries looked at each other across the starry sky without talking, and rushed towards the still sleeping body of the original creator in perfect agreement. On the Source Castle, the consciousnesses of Tianzuan and Klein temporarily reached a reconciliation, and they worked together to solve the cosmic disaster caused by the original creator's awakening. Do you think you can change your destiny like this? At first, the voice of the creator came from the body of the mysterious body, clearly allowing Tianzuan and Klein to hear it. Things have developed to this point, and I don't mind having a new consciousness in my body. Although Tianzuan chuckled, he naturally started to get defensive. I have always believed that as the creator of the entire universe, one should not be too self-aware. Only pure instinct is the most beneficial thing for the entire universe. Klein also expressed his own opinion. Since any life has the right to survive, I can also choose to live in the way I want. The creator's voice was not loud at first, but it caused a huge shock in the souls of Tianzuan and Klein, causing them to have a brief interruption in thinking. When they recovered, the original creator's consciousness had completely taken root in this body. Wake. This scene reminded Klein of some fantasy novels he read in his time. The selfishness of heaven is the greatest cruelty to all living beings. Just like those heavenly gods in movies and TV series, the gods are emotional, and the three realms are restless, mastering powerful power, but also being too egotistical and lacking a sense of restraint is too scary. You talk so much nonsense because your power has been dispersed and you want to delay time? Tianzuan understood the truest thoughts of the original creator at a glance, laughed, and began to use the power of Source Castle to fight back against the consciousness of the original creator. Klein manipulated another part of his consciousness and began to target the original creator's body. At this time, where the first creator was sleeping, the surrounding starry sky was distorted in time and space, and time seemed to be reversed in an instant. Many of the old outer gods, who were devoured by the first creator, reappeared in the starry sky. They helped fend off Hastur, the great old one, and the Lord of Mysteries, allowing the first creator to maintain stability. In other words, the original creator spit out the old impurities of the outer gods that had not been fully digested, reshaped them with the power of this universe, and allowed them to return to this starry sky for a short time. Your strength has indeed weakened a lot. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, seemed to be in another universe, ignoring the old blockades of the outer gods in front of him, and went straight to the original body of the original creator, who used the body of the high-dimensional overlooker as his residence. He could feel that the original creator was in an absolutely weak state at this moment. In the beginning, the power of the creator not only prevented Grey Carry from merging the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster, but also had to pull against each other with the Lord of Mysteries, God, and the fallen mother goddess. If you can take this opportunity to eat him, eat him. The eyes of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, are particularly bright. The opportunity he has been waiting for has come. A heretic who chases the stars. You always fail because of greed. The voice of the Creator sounded at first, and it seemed that he was not surprised at all by the arrival of Hastur, the Great Old One. If I and the stars hadn't visited, how could you have been born out of my consciousness? Hastur, the ruler of the old days, sneered. After all, I and the stars are still your reborn parents. It's us. Let you be born into this universe. Before the stars and him arrived in this universe, the original Creator had only pure instincts of aggregation and division. It was after they arrived, and the stars competed with the original Creator's instinct to protect the entire universe, that the original Creator gradually emerged from my consciousness. For this reason, before the stars fell, the awakened consciousness of the original Creator was sealed in the past time and space. Judging from the results of this action, the original consciousness of the Creator was the product of the stars and his arrival. It was a new life that was born out of an accident in this universe. At first, the Creator did not refute this sentence, but pointed out, the stars cannot leave this universe because they have not fully awakened and returned. You cannot leave this universe because you lack the palace of stars. And I cannot leave this universe. It's because this universe is me. Hastur, the ruler of the old ones, noticed something was wrong in the words of the original Creator. It was a warning of danger, causing him to subconsciously move away across the stars. But the next second, the voice of the original Creator still came from deep within his body. I said before, your biggest shortcoming is greed. Greed makes you lose perspective and alertness. You want to take the opportunity to devour me, but you don't know that I am also waiting for an opportunity to devour you. The face of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, changed slightly. He tried to use his own characteristics that did not belong to this universe to get rid of the influence of the original Creator's consciousness. But he was still unable to completely remove the traces of the original Creator in his body. You can only watch as the consciousness of the original Creator gradually awakens in your body. The stars want to restart the entire universe and eliminate my existence with their instinct to gather and divide. This is indeed my only weakness. I saw this future a long time ago and made some arrangements. I cut off the future after the initial barrier is broken, so that all beings in this universe cannot see the future direction. At first, the consciousness of the Creator gradually grew stronger in the body of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and his voice also became louder. In order to avoid me and choose to actively integrate into this universe to hide your existence, I deliberately ignored your existence. I transformed the part of the body that came from the stars into the Black Devourer. On the one hand, I wanted to prevent the stars from returning, and on the other hand, I wanted to catch you, a self-righteous bystander. Your greed made you choose to take the Black Devourer as your own and make it into your own clone, hoping to use it to plot against the stars and seize the Palace of Stars. During the long-term contact and influence with the Black Devourer, and in your choices again and again, you gradually integrate into this universe until you truly become a part of this universe. Hearing this, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, finally felt a wave of emotion in his heart. As silent as the eternal starry sky, you come from outside the universe, and you also belong to this universe. In this way, you are not only restricted by me, but also have the possibility of escaping from this universe. You are the truly perfect work. At first, the Creator forcibly took back the scattered consciousness that was fighting with God, the fallen Mother Goddess, and the Lord of Mysteries, and allowed his own consciousness to completely awaken in the body of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. Chapter 786 Constraints from the entire universe. Am I the truly perfect work? Hastur, the ruler of the old days, was silent for a moment at these words, and then he laughed like a self-mockery. The aura around him continued to rise. The surrounding planets and meteorites were shattered by this aura, and even the entire starry sky began to shivering. And this is just the beginning. The turbulence begins from here and continues to radiate to the entire universe. A perfect work. This is what he has always wanted to say to the stars. And it is also his true pursuit. Training a new star to be born, and then plundering everything from the star at the last moment, is the most proud thing in the world, and the most worthy feat for him to achieve. Now, such a sentence is actually used by the original Creator to describe himself. Anger, humiliation, and no longer suppressed power were completely released at this moment. At this moment, an invisible hurricane blew up throughout the universe, and the starry sky was turbulent. Some of the surviving outer gods of the past felt an invisible pressure gathering from all directions in the universe. Wind, invisible wind, indescribable wind, blows across the entire universe. The body of Hastur, the old one, also undergoes tremendous changes under the release of this power. He no longer appears in the form of a ragged yellow coat, but is like the aggregation of all the invisible winds in the entire universe. He has no fixed form, and is changing all the time. Each change cannot be described by such shallow words as language, because it is too complex, too dazzling, too mysterious and unpredictable. He is in this universe, but he seems to be in another universe. You made me completely angry. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, still had a calm tone. The authority of the stars represents domination. But do you know what my true authority represents? At first, the creator noticed that something was wrong. His consciousness that had awakened in the body of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, actually lost its host in an instant. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, is clearly right in front of him. But it seems as if he does not exist at all. No matter how close he is, he can never reach where he is. No, it should be said that Hastur, the old one, has never been a concrete, substantial, touchable, or visible real existence. He is more like a void concept that does not exist. When the creator was initially surprised and thinking, the great winds caused by Hastur, the old one, spread throughout the universe and began to seriously affect the stability of the entire universe. The entire universe began to collapse, rapidly spreading from the edge of the universe toward the location of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. Whether it was stars emitting blazing light, various planets, indescribable cosmic scenes, or starry sky areas with chaotic space and time, everything began to collapse at this moment. Your ability really surprised me. At first, the creator became more serious than ever before. He knew that no matter what the outcome was today, the entire universe would usher in complete collapse. The restart of the new universe is inevitable. I come from outside the universe. In order to integrate into this universe, I deliberately suppressed my power and authority. The me you spied on was never the real me from the beginning. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, is still constantly improving himself to power. The aura surrounding him seemed to be endless. So what if a part of me that is integrated with this universe is given to you to devour? The real me is not something you can override. His indescribable body seemed to be as tall as the entire universe, looking down at the original creator, until an obvious thick gray SHL appeared in the entire universe. The boundaries of the entire universe were actually manifested due to the rising power of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. This is something that the stars who controlled the Hall of Stars were unable to do when they attempted to break through the boundaries of the universe. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, gradually restrained his power, allowing this layer of membrane that transcended the boundaries of the universe due to the manifestation of extreme power to dissipate again. I can easily touch the limits of this universe. You are just another side of the original creator who was accidentally born. Why do you want to devour me? You dare to treat me as a perfect work? I just don't want to help the stars reach the starry sky that he desires. And I don't want to destroy this universe. Now, it would be a good choice to eliminate you and restart the cycle of this universe. When Hastur, the Lord of the Old Ones, said this, the gale of the entire universe violently moved towards the scroll of the original creation. All the material energy in this universe cannot cause any harm to its creator. And relying on this universe, you will not have any accidents. At first, the creator did not dodge and allowed the strong wind to blow his consciousness and the bodies of those who looked down from higher dimensions into nothingness. Then, in a void of space, the original creator reappeared peacefully. I am the universe, the creator initially said calmly. Only if you can destroy the entire universe can you completely destroy me. You are not the complete original creator. I can't destroy you. But that doesn't mean I can't suppress you. Just before that, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, paused. His eyes swept across the distant starry sky, and sneered, stars, when I choose not to suppress my power, how can you hide? Where to go? The aura pulling from outside the universe. Your whereabouts have never been hidden from me. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, set off a strong wind, blowing across the connection point between the starry sky created by Hastur and this universe, directly exposing the new starry sky. In the Palace of Stars, Hastur, who was originally expecting a super battle between the Old One's ruler Hastur and the first creator, sighed, quickly closed the starry sky, and then drove the Palace of Stars to block the starry sky from the creation of the first creator, the connection point of the universe. Oh, you are destined to be unable to escape this time. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, spit out a strong wind and blew through the starry sky. Hastur, who was originally far away in the distant starry sky, and the Palace of Stars were involved in the original creator and ruler of the old days. Hastur. This starry sky. Hastur did not speak. He just stayed quietly in the Hall of Stars, patiently waiting for his opportunity. In terms of strength, he has never been an opponent of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. He always relies on hiding in the Hall of Stars, leaving Hastur, the ruler of the past, unable to do anything. If he wants to fight against beings like Hastur, the Old One, and the original creator, he must first advance to Sequence 0 and complete his final transformation in this universe. At that time, he will truly be the star in its place. As for the so-called old-time level, the source of essence they control cannot be compared with that of the Palace of Stars. And the Palace of Stars has already been deeply and completely integrated with him. There is still a little time left. The universe is not disintegrating fast enough to support his promotion. Stars, although you have found the Black Devourer, you are in this universe and are still restricted by the laws of this universe. If you want to return successfully, you must first advance to Sequence 0. Old ruler Hastur's eyes seemed to penetrate the Palace of Stars, and he saw Hastur waiting quietly. I will not give you such a chance. Hearing this, Hastur knew that he could no longer remain silent. He needed to delay as much time as possible so that Great Carry could successfully merge the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster, accelerating the end of the starry sky. I am not the only one who is restricted by this universe. You are also unable to do anything to the Palace of Stars under the laws of this universe. Hastur calmly analyzed and pointed out, because this is the biggest restriction placed on you by the original creator. This was the inference he had gained during his time watching the battle. With the power displayed by Hastur, the ruler of the old days, he surpassed God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the fallen Mother Goddess, and infinitely approached the maximum limit allowed by this universe. It can be said that the current state of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, is the stable state that the original creator wanted to pursue that will not change due to the instinct of aggregation and division. But even though Hastur, the ruler of the old days, was so powerful, he still couldn't do anything to the Palace of Stars. Otherwise he could have taken away the Palace of Stars with brute force. This is the will from the original creator, and the powerful restriction from the entire universe, which prevents Hastur, the ruler of the old days, from completing this most critical step. In the distant starry sky, God, who does not need to fight for his life with the original creator, watches everything that happens here from afar, silently sort out the complex relationships between the stars, the first creator, and Hastur, the great old one. At present, if the stars want to advance to Sequence 0 and wake up, they need to destroy the entire universe. In this regard, he is naturally hostile to the original creator. Initially, the creator formed a strong restriction on Hastur, the great old one, preventing him from swallowing up the Hall of Stars and protecting the stars. Hastur, the great old one, did not want the stars to return to their original place, and he wanted to destroy the first creator. Among the three, the stars are currently the weakest, and Hastur, the ruler of the past, is the strongest. It is difficult to estimate the specific strength of the original creator, who is supported by the entire universe. After all, it is an investment. God was silent for a while, and then chose to go to the starry sky where Great Carry was. He wanted to help Great Carry accelerate the integration of the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster. Chapter 787 Awakening. The Still Universe. The entire universe is collapsing due to the power of Hastur, the Old One, and Great Carry's process of merging the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster is going very smoothly. God just looked at it a few times and roughly estimated the time it would take for Great Carry to completely integrate the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Disaster. Even with the help of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, it will take at least 300 to 500 years. For the level of the old days, this time is very short. But for the current situation, this time is too long. I never thought that I would be the one to personally push for the end of the universe. God sighed. At this time, the surrounding time and space were turbulent, and the figure of the Lord of Mysteries also came here. How does it feel to destroy the universe you once wanted to protect with your own hands? The Lord of Mysteries had just finished his teasing tone when an abyss of darkness shrouded the starry sky in the distance. He did not get close, but just watched from a distance. It was the fallen Mother Goddess. Due to the inexplicable pull between the three pillars, they arrived here in unison. The fastest way to destroy the entire universe is to collapse the pillars that support the stability of the entire universe. The three of us work together to truly accelerate the destruction of this universe. Let's get started. Time is running out. God didn't care what their thoughts were when they came. He began to release his authority and continued to accelerate the collapse of the entire universe. The Lord of Mysteries and the fallen Mother Goddess didn't say much. They cooperated with God's actions in perfect harmony, and at the same time accelerated the collapse of the universe. In an instant, the starry sky here formed such a strange scene. The river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster with Grey Carrie as the center seemed to be transformed into an unprecedented terrifying black hole and bottomless abyss. One brilliant starry sky was pulled in one after another, and then torn and ground to pieces. When the universe continues to die, when the starry sky gradually dims, when the entire universe gradually loses all light, only the purest darkness remains. As the collapse of the universe intensifies, the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster merge faster than Grey Carrie's imagination. He could only try his best to stabilize his state and prevent himself from being swallowed up by the two rapidly rising forces of the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster. But he still couldn't bear this huge destructive force. The collapse of the entire universe also affected his body. His body and soul were also constantly heading towards destruction and end. The rock-solid consciousness cracked and then gradually collapsed. Grey Carrie's self-awareness was gradually dispersing. And then she began to ignore what was happening in the outside world, forgetting herself. And finally only one thought was left to support her: destroy the starry sky and return the stars to their proper places. Grey Carrie completely lost her self-consciousness and turned into a huge phoenix and sank in the black water of the river of eternal darkness. On her back, an ancient city of disaster pressed heavily, making it impossible for her to break free. The continuous blending of the upper and lower forces caused the phoenix to emit a final cry that accelerated the collapse of the entire universe. It's like ringing the final bell for a universe that is about to come to an end. When the last cry spread from the distant starry sky throughout the entire universe, it reached the Palace of Stars. The accelerated formation of the fourth pillar is enough to completely destroy the entire universe. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, looked at the abnormal fluctuations coming from the distant starry sky, and did not choose to stop it. He just looked at the original creator in front of him with a slightly mocking expression. It seems that he wants to see if there is any other way for him to avoid his imminent demise. Once the new universe is restarted, and the consciousness of the true original creator awakens, you will no longer be able to leave this universe. The original creator sighed. This is not a problem you need to worry about. Hastur, the ruler of the old days, sneered nonchalantly. If I am destined to die, you will be buried with the entire universe. At first, the creator left directly and instantly arrived in the starry sky where Grey Carrie, God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the fallen Mother Goddess were. Before this universe collapses, you should return first. The original creator's emotionless voice sounded simultaneously within the body of the Lord of Mysteries and the fallen Mother Goddess. The original creator, who no longer suppressed his instinct of aggregation, completely took over the body of the fallen Mother Goddess before she could react. The huge body in the fallen abyss dissipated like a dreamy bubble, merged into the body of the original creator, and disappeared completely. The Lord of Mysteries and Klein in the Origin Castle faced the original creator's desire to gather that could no longer be suppressed. The source castle that provided shelter silently turned into a cloud of gray mist, and was sucked into his body by the original creator. The Lord of Mysteries and Klein's two consciousnesses were also swallowed up by the original creator. Facing the original creator, who has no scruples, and no longer suppresses the instinct of aggregation. As a creature of this universe, there is no way to resist the power from the original creator. The original creator, who successively devoured the fallen Mother Goddess and the Lord of Mysteries, could no longer stabilize his own state, and his ever-expanding body seemed to burst the entire universe. Grey Carrie, who was still merging the river of eternal darkness and the city of disaster, was affected by the changes in the original creator and began to accelerate the fusion. The collapse of the entire universe is further accelerating. Wherever you look, there is no longer a planet dotting the dark universe. The universe has lost the brilliant starry sky, and there is only complete darkness and nothingness. God, who is watching all these changes, sensed that something was wrong. It stands to reason that if the original creator completely followed his own instinct of aggregation, then the first pillar he would devour should be himself. Because one's authority is most consistent with the original creator, one is most susceptible to the pull of the aggregation instinct. But the original creator took back the fallen Mother Goddess and the Lord of Mysteries, but allowed himself to survive. This shows that the original creator definitely had other unusual purposes. When the creator first began to act, Hastur, the Great Old One, also quickly took action. He actually completely released his power. and then forcibly pulled the Hall of Stars upward. When the gray SHL manifested by the boundary of the universe reappeared, under the gaze of the awakened consciousness of the true original creator, he sneered and struggled to smash the palace of stars towards the boundary of the universe. Since he cannot swallow the palace of stars under the constraints of the original creator, then let the first creator destroy the palace of stars himself. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur has already taken the magic potion under the constantly collapsing starry sky and started his most critical sequence 0 promotion. Although he was aware of the actions of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and understood his intentions, there was no way to stop it at the moment. He could only place his hope on the specialness of the Palace of Stars itself. When the Palace of Stars and the boundary of the universe are about to collide, the original creator consciousness that was stimulated has completely awakened, and countless dark red eyeballs appear on the surface of the gray SHL, as if dotted on the surface. Mysterious markings. At this moment, the outer gray SHL of the entire universe began to slowly squirm as if it had some kind of life, and even the eyes began to tremble, as if an ancient mysterious creature was waking up. Time and space are frozen at this moment. As powerful as Hastur, the ruler of the old days, Hastur in the Palace of Stars, Grey Carrie in the distant starry sky, God, the expanded consciousness of the original creator, everything in this universe is frozen, standing still at this moment. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. The true original creator has awakened, even if all he has is pure instinct. But as the creator of the entire universe, he possesses truly absolute power in this universe. In the frozen time and space, everything in the entire universe, even thoughts, were frozen in this moment. At this moment, the entire universe lost the concept of the passage of time. The awakened original creator calmly gazed at everything contained in this universe through countless dark red eyes. He saw the fourth pillar symbolizing destruction and end being formed, saw the loss of 2 of the 3 pillars responsible for stabilizing the universe, saw the starry sky collapsing, and saw the universe heading towards the end of destruction. Watching calmly. No one knows how long time has passed except the original creator, who is awakened. And he has never had the concept of time. He just woke up from his deep sleep and saw an unusual scene that was different from when he woke up before. And then he had the thought of thinking for the first time in a long time. It's just that such an idea is too unfamiliar to him, and it will take him a long time to slowly accept and understand it. If a person's thinking reaction can be accurate to milliseconds, then the thought reaction of the original creator of the entire universe takes 10,000 years, billions of years, or even a cosmic cycle from restarting to ending as the unit of time. But he never lacks time. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was in the process of being promoted to Sequence 0. It took him an unknown number of years to have a faint thought of his own. And then he experienced an unknown number of years before he realized that he seemed to be in a state created by the original creator, in the static universe created. It took another terrifyingly long period of time before his thinking gradually broke through the constraints of the original creator, and he could think freely. What a terrible time! Hastur, who regained his freedom of consciousness, felt an unprecedented sense of chill and joy. Fortunately, he could finally think. This was the feeling of truly being alive. The fully awakened Prime Creator is so terrifying that he can make the entire universe stand still according to his will. Even Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and himself in the Palace of Stars were affected, and were silently wrapped into a completely static universe. If he hadn't gradually developed consciousness, he probably wouldn't be able to clearly perceive what terrible things are happening in this universe. It took Hastur a long time to gradually get rid of the silent chill from the Prime Creator, and began to think about what was happening. The fact that he was able to regain consciousness and think freely was probably related to his promotion to Sequence 0. In addition to the protection of the Hall of Stars. Because in this unknown period of time, he has successfully promoted to Sequence 0 and returned to 0. Returning to 0 symbolizes the return of all things to 0. Ending and restarting. It coincides to a certain extent with the universe created by the original creator, which is still, and everything returns to an instant. Therefore, when you are promoted to Sequence 0, you can gradually get rid of the constraints from the original creator, who contains the entire universe, and regain your self-awareness during the time of being still. Returning to 0 in the promotion sequence is the most critical step for oneself under the constraints of this universe. Is the existence of this sequence really just a coincidence?